After traversing 4 years, the beleaguered Les, struggling in the military camp, finally returns to civilization, fueled by a desire for vengeance. The parliamentary nations to the south are breaking through blockades, while the northern nobles harbor ambitious designs. In this setting, a new era is on the verge of unfolding. Les, accompanied by his dream of a floating city, steps into this unfamiliar world, releasing his first cry. Chapter 1. Homecoming. Lieutenant Les. Lieutenant Les? A soldier clad in a gray military uniform nudged the man sleeping on the rudimentary cot. The moment his hand brushed against the man's shoulder, the slumbering figure abruptly opened his eyes. Instinctively, the man swept his right leg in a defensive motion, as if to repel an encroaching foe. As the soldier braced himself for a kick, the man quickly regained his composure, managing to halt the motion just short of the soldier's waist. Phew. The man exhaled deeply, his gaze now clear, and he turned to the still-dazed young soldier with an apologetic expression. "I sincerely apologize, Biber. I recently retired from military service, and I may have been a tad overly tense." He surveyed his surroundings and chuckled self-deprecatingly. He was no longer on a battlefield or in a military camp where ambush by those damned warlords was a constant threat. The soldier, regaining his composure from the earlier fright, smiled rather than displaying displeasure. "It's quite all right, Lieutenant Les. I should have shouted your name loudly instead of attempting to touch a sleeping man just returned from the front lines." Les shook his head. "I'm no longer a soldier. Didn't I mention that to you? 5 days ago, I officially retired. Now, I am well. That depends on what the military office has in store for me. By the way, did you call for me regarding something? Have you arrived at Brannis?" "Indeed, Lieutenant Les. We shall reach the Brannis airship station in half an hour. Captain Leo sent me to inform you." Les nodded, rising to stretch his limbs, letting out a refreshing sigh. "Of course," Biber replied with a polite smile. "There's still some hot water in the washroom. If you hurry, you'll have just enough time to freshen up." "Thank you. Not at all. I shall not disturb you further." As he watched Biber, the sergeant, depart, Les turned his gaze to the window. The circular window was only slightly larger than a soccer ball, offering a rather limited view. However, from his vantage point, he could discern sprawling clusters of buildings, towering walls, and the vast expanse of the azure sea. His was Brantis, the second largest city in the kingdom of Noah, often referred to as the Pearl by the Sea. Having retired from the First Legion of the Lorne Fortress, he had fortuitously encountered his former comrade Leo Blythe, with whom he had trained as a recruit. With his assistance, Les managed to board the military transport airship, the Field, which made its way from Lorne to Brantis, arriving in merely 3 days. Had he opted to wait for the regular convoy that transported soldiers from the fortress, the journey would have taken at least 18 to 19 days. After tidying his cot and donning a freshly cleaned military uniform, Les stood before the mirror in the washroom, scrutinizing his reflection. With a chiseled visage, bright and piercing black eyes, and sun-kissed skin bronzed by harsh winds and prolonged exposure, he bore the unmistakable marks of a true battlefield veteran. From an aesthetic standpoint, Les found satisfaction in his rugged appearance, save for the singular peculiarity of his long green hair. In the kingdom of Noah, as well as in the Ares Empire and the original Gemulon Empire, green typically symbolizes peace, goodness, nature, and forests. Green hair is not uncommon, and in some regions, it is even celebrated as a mark of the child of the forest. However, for Les, it bore a different connotation. He understood the implications of a green hat, for he was a traveler from another world. 4 years prior. Due to the original owner's aimlessness, his father, an equally retired soldier, had enlisted him covertly, forging his signature on the enlistment papers without his knowledge. Upon waking, Les found himself inhabiting the body of Zhang Wei, an earthling. Following an untimely demise in a car accident, Zhang Wei had awakened as Les Wagner in this foreign realm. Thus, inheriting only fragments of the original owner's memories, Zhang Wei was left with no choice but to embark on the original path of military service, believing it would prevent suspicion from the former's family due to differences in language and behavior. Although the notion of serving the military is often a fantasy for many men, for the majority, it is akin to the saying, "a gentleman who loves dragons." Serving in the peaceful lands of Earth had already been arduous due to the intensity of training in a medieval world fraught with warlords, constant skirmishes, and the presence of extraordinary powers. Military service transcended mere hardship. Les had only undergone 2 months of training at a rear recruit camp before being dispatched to the front lines that on the 4th day of his official patrol, a comrade was fatally bitten by a snake hidden in the grass, and on the 21st day, he faced his first battle. In this conflict, 2 out of 4 of his newly assigned squad mates perished, while Les barely survived due to his robust physique, honed through rigorous training by his military. Father by the 3rd month, he had taken alive for the first time an enemy soldier from a warlord faction. As a reward for new recruits and military custom, he was promoted to sergeant. A year later, during a reconnaissance mission, the squad leader was killed, and Les found himself tossing all his earnings to secure a promotion to squad leader, attaining the rank of corporal that he believed that serving as the commander of an independent unit would better safeguard his life. In the subsequent 3 years, Les' conduct was neither particularly valiant nor cowardly. During a counteroffensive, he fortuitously eliminated an enemy captain from a 100-man infantry squad, successfully crossing the threshold from corporal to 2nd lieutenant. Coupled with his well-honed interpersonal skills, he garnered a favorable reputation, ultimately attaining the rank of lieutenant shortly before his retirement. As for the reason behind his retirement, it was quite simply a fear of death. He had not come to this otherworldly realm to sacrifice himself for the nation. Nor did he wish to spend his days among brutish men, wielding blades and treading upon blood and bones in pursuit of becoming a general or marshal. Such a life was not his desire. After 4 long years, the minimum service requirement in the Nolan military, Les had long anticipated this day. His enlistment had been born of necessity. Being a newcomer to this world, he lacked experience. Remaining in his original environment could have aroused suspicion among those around him. The unfamiliar yet relatively simple military setting allowed him to integrate more swiftly with the remnants of the original owner's memories. Moreover, desertion would have resulted in a decade of hard labor or a hefty fine that Les could never hope to afford. Nevertheless, all obstacles had now been surmounted. Les' grasp of the Noa language was no longer marred by his subconscious influences from his previous life, leading to grammatical errors. He would not be mocked by peers for mispronouncing place names, nor would he feel out of place with basic dining etiquette. He had truly become a bona fide native of Noah, and in the days to come, he would live on as Les Wagner, eager to experience the wonders of this world and etch his own chapter into history. Chapter 2. Bran is at the shuttle station of the Brannis airship. Les smiled as he addressed a tall man clad in a white military uniform. Les, you remain as courteous as ever. We are comrades. Such trifles are unnecessary. Captain Leo, with his short white hair, shook his head nonchalantly. If it weren't and Oppos, T for your assistance in learning how to calculate wind speed and draft rudimentary maps, I might have been stuck in the recruit camp for an entire year. Well, next time you come to Brannis for supplies, you must seek me out. I shall treat you to my father's cherished pinecone wine. Trust me, the flavor is truly intoxicating. Splendid. I have longed to taste the pinecone wine you boasted about during our time in the recruit camp. I shall see if it is indeed as delightful as you claim, Leo replied with a cheerful laugh. Among soldiers, few remained indifferent to the allure of alcohol. At that moment, Sergeant Bieber, who had been standing behind Leo, licked his lips in anticipation. Lieutenant Les, may I partake as well? Les nodded, smiling. Of course. And I must also extend my gratitude for your care these past few days. After saying this, he retrieved a pocket watch from his jacket and glanced at the time. He lifted the black suitcase resting at his feet, shook hands with both Leo and Bieber, and turned toward the exit of the shuttle station. However, before he could step out of the shuttle area, a vast shadow enveloped the ground beneath him. Turning in confusion, Les discovered that the field airship, which he had been aboard for the past few days, had taken to the skies once more. It was positioned directly between the sun and his line of sight, appearing like a colossal black cigar suspended in the heavens. Les paused for a moment, then waved at the ascending airship, signaling his gratitude to Leo, who he suspected might be watching. Speaking of airships, they could be considered a marvel of the current technological advancements in this world. The field airship measured over 500 meters in length, with its immense gas envelope allowing it to carry a total volume of 120,000 cubic meters, including a steam power chamber. Its cargo hold spanned 50,000 cubic meters, accommodating a maximum of 50 passengers, while steam propellers provided propulsion at a speed of approximately 20 kilometers per hour. This was the result of 2 decades of research by the Noah Kingdom Research Institute. Touted as a revolutionary weapon capable of altering the tide of warfare, After continuous enhancements, it had been commissioned into military service 13 years ago. Regrettably, Marshal Gandrel showed little interest in it, ordering a mere 15 vessels and expending 15 million gold pounds in military funds. It was rumored that had the Research Institute not agreed to staggered payments, the esteemed Marshal might not have purchased even one. Less personally regarded Marshal Gandrel and Oppos' actions with approval. Such ostentatious contrivances had been proven ineffective in warfare in his previous life, often associated with gaming in online discussions. Their defensive capabilities were abysmal, yet, in this world, dominated by cold weapons, they represented the only man-made objects capable of flight. However, Les was acutely aware of, and had witnessed firsthand, the extraordinary powers wielded by knights in this realm, a force that has persisted alongside the evolution of human civilization, with a history spanning at least a millennium. Is the enduring enigma of the knight's origin, shrouded in the ignorance of knowledge prior to the era of Les. However, this is of little consequence. Throughout his 4-year military career, Les has been fortunate enough to witness the pinnacle of individual prowess in this world. Capable of cataclysmic destruction and monumental feats, yet these are merely figments of imagination. Nonetheless, a 9th-level Sky Knight could undoubtedly vanquish a company of 1,000 infantry before succumbing to exhaustion. More crucially, as the name suggests, Sky Knights possess the ability to soar briefly through the air. Les recalls the spectacle of the kingdom's sole 9th-level Sky Knight, Grand Marshal General of Rumans, 2 years prior, who effortlessly ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters and hovered there for no less than 3 minutes. The limits of this ability remain unknown to Les. Yet he believes that in the absence of precise bombing techniques, any airship attempting to carry black powder bombs for an aerial assault must not exceed this altitude to ensure accuracy. What would one do when confronted with a 1,000-man slaughter atop an utterly unarmored, fragile air balloon? The urgency of this dilemma weighs heavily. Turning to safety concerns. The airships of this world, hindered by underdeveloped technology, feature few internal compartments, primarily constructed of leather, which offers minimal fire resistance and incurs high costs. They are filled with primitive, flammable, and explosive hydrogen gas. Among the 15 airships ordered by the military, 2 suffered catastrophic fires that led to hydrogen explosions. In response, the Royal Institute hastily established stringent safety protocols for airships, prohibiting open flames, dismantling kitchens aboard, and banning items such as pipes and incense. Despite these numerous issues, airships are not without merit. They possess irreplaceable advantages in transportation. Capable of maintaining a straight trajectory in the air, they can achieve a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, retaining a notable edge in direct flight. Their ability to hover for up to 2 weeks enables rapid access to all major cities within the kingdom. Consequently, the military has designated the primary functions of airships for transport and the procurement of scarce medicines and essential supplies for the border region of Lorland, as well as transporting spoils for sale in the rear. Additionally, their auxiliary roles include high-altitude reconnaissance of large-scale enemy troop movements, urgent information relay, and cartography. Ultimately, the Royal Institute had to concede that their so-called epic-defining weapon was riddled with flaws, redirecting their focus towards commercial transportation. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Noah is abundant in pearls and marine resources, with a navigable river connecting several inland nations, facilitating extensive trade. Notably, several affluent merchants recognized the advantages of airships in theft prevention and transport speed, collectively investing in 10 airships to carry lightweight, high-profit goods such as jewelry and other artisanal products, as well as temporarily scarce items. Through fluctuations in the market, their airship transportation company managed to survive against the odds. As Les pondered the war machines that should have thrived in the medieval era but were thwarted by the existence of extraordinary powers, he exited the vast transfer station and arrived at the entrance of the airship terminal. Due to its extensive grounds and the occasional crash incidents of the past, the terminal was situated on the outskirts of various cities. Standing on the smooth dirt path before the terminal, he observed the sporadic passage of freight carts, preparing to hail one and offer a fare to the driver for a ride. At that moment, a dilapidated public carriage approached him. "Sir, do you require a lift?" "Just 10 silver coins," called out a youthful voice. Les glanced up, noting the young man at the driver's seat, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight. The boy's slightly immature face was adorned with an enthusiastic smile, clad in a faded green shirt, over which he wore a brown checkered vest, complemented by knee-length trousers, long socks, and a pair of inexpensive leather ankle boots. 10 silver coins? Have I been away from Brantis for so long that prices have escalated to this extent? Les mused quietly, observing the boy before him. He estimated the lad to be around 16 or 17, youthful naivety leading him to mistakenly perceive himself as a wealthy target. The boy chuckled softly and shook his head gently. "Oh no, sir. In Brandis, 10 silver coins can take you nearly anywhere on a public carriage. However, this is the airship terminal. Although it is merely 5 kilometers from the city gates, public carriages seldom venture here to pick up passengers, aside from the freight carts. Most airship travelers are affluent individuals who possess their own private carriages. I am here to serve gentlemen like you, who can board airships due to their official duties." "Oh, is that your justification for the 10 silver coins? I could easily take a freight cart," Les replied with a smile. No, sir. I believe there may be a misunderstanding in your reasoning. Just look at the dust kicked up by those freight carts, and consider whether your attire would withstand the turmoil. Moreover, freight carts typically divert to the eastern port to enter the commercial yard. Given your standing, I presume your destination is not the impoverished district to the east. I can take you anywhere you wish to go." The young driver maintained his confident and cheerful demeanor, eyeing his potential customer. "Very well, you have persuaded me, clever lad." Les ceased his haggling, opened the carriage door, and peered inside. Despite its weathered exterior and worn decorative patterns, the interior was clean, devoid of dust and stains. He acknowledged that he had not considered whether his military uniform could endure the dust raised on the dirt path. Life in the military was hardly refined. Rampant District. 108, Zijing Street, Les stated decisively as he climbed into the carriage, taking a seat in the rear. "Very well, sir. It is a pleasure to serve you. My name is Jesse Walton." The cushion upon the seat starkly contrasts with the overall ambience of the carriage, evidently crafted anew. Although the fabric is merely a cheaply dyed coarse burlap, the filling is soft cotton, ensuring that even on rainy, muddy roads, passengers experience minimal jostling. Such thoughtful design ignited in Les a desire to converse with the driver. He rose and opened the small wooden door at the front of the carriage, intended for communication and payment. "Jesse, how old are you?" "I and Appos, VE just turned 16, officer." The youth driving the carriage slightly turned his head. He was quite eager to engage in conversation with passengers, as it offered him the opportunity to acquire knowledge and broaden his horizons. Sometimes, a mere phrase could enhance his life, and besides, the journey itself could be rather tedious. Unfortunately, those who could afford a 10 silver coin carriage ride were typically government employees or merchants, rarely finding common ground with a lower-class driver. Smaller than I imagined. He refrained from uttering any platitudes about the hardships of working at such a young age. Even though the kingdom of Noah, by the standards of his previous life, was entirely a developed nation, it could not escape the fact that many of its inhabitants still lived in poverty. Brandis, the second largest city in the kingdom of Noah and its foremost commercial hub, ranks just below the royal capital of Candela, yet it still harbors slum areas. Officially, these areas are not referred to as slums. Instead, they are known as woners, classified as part of the lower districts. In Old Noah, it signifies kindness and honesty, somewhat ironic. ISN and Appos. Tiet? There and Appos. There's no need to call me officer. I retired 5 days ago. My name is Les Wagner. Furthermore, in the future, when you encounter someone in a uniform like mine, you may address him as Lieutenant. Do you see the stripes on my sleeve? Captain, Lieutenant, and Second Lieutenant are represented by 3, 2, and 1 stripe, respectively. Thank you, Mr. Les. I have learned something new. Military personnel seldom appear in Brandis, and the Navy has long been stationed at Morley Island. No one has ever shared this knowledge with me. Jesse chuckled, a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. The absence of soldiers is, indeed, a fortunate sign, as it indicates that one still resides in a peaceful environment. Lorland was once a beautiful city, however. It ultimately transformed into a fortress, no longer the capital of flowers. The once renowned Hella Garden has long since become a ruin. Speaking of this, Les felt a tinge of melancholy. Lorland was originally celebrated for its abundance of flowers, thriving due to its fertile soil. Yet, its proximity to the Geminland Empire proved disastrous. In the year of divine retribution, as the disintegrating Geminland army fled from the onslaught of the Ares Empire, they retreated into the border regions adjoining Noah. This tumultuous escape led to the downfall of Lorland and the subsequent construction of the fortified Lorland fortress to repel the various warlord factions formed by the fleeing Geminland soldiers. He had witnessed the famed ruins of the Hella Garden, and merely gazing upon the remnants and the scorched flower beds revealed the grandeur and beauty it once possessed. Sir, are you serving at the Lorraine fortress? Indeed, I spent a full 4 years there. Les pondered for a moment. reflecting on the relatively low intensity of warfare in recent years, primarily characterized by skirmishes between reconnaissance units. Although conflicts appeared to erupt daily, the fatalities remained minimal. He then quipped, "If you are looking to stockpile strategic resources, now is hardly an opportune time. I surmise that in the coming years, we shall not encounter significant confrontations with the opposing side." He discerned that the young man possessed a modicum of business acumen. Otherwise, he would not be soliciting passengers at the airship station. 10 silver coins, if he were to seek out passengers in the city. The condition of this carriage would scarcely yield such earnings in half a day's time. "Haha, sir, you jest. I shall never earn enough to qualify for stockpiling provisions." Jesse replied, self-deprecatingly. "Why provisions?" Les inquired. "Medicines, coal, livestock, even alcohol and tobacco. Why instinctively choose provisions?" "I was referring to strategic resources." Jesse laughed with confidence. "Because the arable land in Noah for cultivating grain is exceedingly limited. Once we engage in full-scale war with the warlords across Lorraine, the prices of grain we import from abroad will inevitably soar. Those unscrupulous foreign merchants will certainly take advantage of the situation." "You are quite astute," Les replied, regarding him with admiration. "In the current context, grain, iron, and salt are the most critical strategic resources. While Noah and Apos' iron ore reserves are relatively ample, it is unrealistic to claim a deficiency in salt when compared to a coastal nation that has long mastered salt extraction. However, 1/3 of Noah's arable land consists of saline alkali soil, from which, apart from a few salt-tolerant plants, little agricultural yield can be obtained. The food supply for the people of Noah primarily relies on imports. Although prices are considerably elevated, the national treasury subsidizes a significant portion, allowing civilians to purchase basic sustenance at prices even lower than those in grain-producing countries, coupled with the yield from marine fisheries. This ensures a steady food supply at minimal cost. Thus, stockpiling provisions during wartime is far more crucial for Noah than for other nations, and the potential profits would be greater. This is a fundamental principle that a competent merchant ought to comprehend. Yet, for a mere 16-year-old, the ability to contemplate issues from the perspective of the kingdom's overarching deficiencies is already quite perceptive. "Thank you for your compliment." As they spoke, the carriage approached the vicinity of the Brandis city gates. Jesse gradually reduced the speed and brought the carriage to a halt by the roadside. For 2 men had obstructed their path. Jesse remained unperturbed. After securing the carriage, he apologized to Les and requested a moment's patience before disembarking to converse with the 2 men. Les, curious, inquired, "Sean's gang?" "Sir, you are familiar with these scoundrels?" "I heard of them before leaving Brantis. I recall their tattoos." Les's knowledge of this gang stemmed from a past encounter when he was beset by them during his idle days, leaving a lasting impression. At that time, the Sean gang was merely a small faction led by a young ruffian named Sean, who gathered a group of over 20 adolescents. Their primary territory consisted of several streets in one of the lower districts, Griffin Park. During a visit to a tavern frequented by his former companions, he encountered members of the Sean gang demanding protection fees. It remains uncertain whether it was driven by a youthful sense of justice or merely the effects of alcohol. But an argument ensued, resulting in him and his drinking companions being soundly beaten. "You may be unaware, sir, that the Sean gang now controls half of the lower district, compelling many to pay them protection fees, and even those like myself, who solicit clients outside the city, are not spared. Moreover, starting today, the price of protection fees has surged by 1/3. Les nodded, recognizing Jesse's distress over the increase in protection fees. He chose not to engage in conversation, instead observing the familiar yet alien city through the car window. Chapter 3. Returning home. Brantis has risen to prominence as the foremost economic and commercial city in the Noah Kingdom, and indeed the entire continent, owing to its advantageous geographical location. Journeying northward by ship along the eastern sea of Bran is for a month leads one to the grandest empire on the continent, Ares, while a southward voyage with the ocean currents traverses several nations. However, these coastal nations lack one crucial element that sets Noah apart: the outflow river. The Yelurang River, which nearly bisects the continent, has its mouth adjacent to Brantis. It is this river that facilitated the establishment of the city named Brantis. This geographical situation has resulted in a convergence of goods from inland nations at this hub, which are then distributed through the port of Brantis into the commercial markets of other countries. The islands at sea also bring their unique products here in exchange for the scarce necessities such as grain and textiles that are in demand on their shores. The revenue generated from import taxes, port management fees, and various other levies has filled the coffers of the Nolan Kingdom. not to mention the caravans organized by the kingdom that traverse westward along the Yelurane River, penetrating the tributaries of various nations to sell goods and seafood. Thus, Brannis is celebrated as the Pearl of the Sea and the Golden City of the East, standing as one of the wealthiest cities on the continent. After years of development, Brannis boasts a population of 1 million, 7 major districts, and an expansive area, crowned by its awe-inspiring and lengthy city walls. The journey from the suburban airship station to the city center took less than 20 minutes, while traversing the bustling and vibrant city to reach the middle-class district of Ravink consumed half an hour. As a residential area for the middle class, Ravink is second in size only to the 3 lower districts, featuring clean and tidy streets, where pedestrians are attired in respectable clothing, devoid of patches or conspicuous wear. Main thoroughfares are equipped with dedicated tracks for tramcars, flanked by sidewalks and public roadways. Gentlemen predominantly don top hats, waistcoats, and long coats, with a few leaning on canes, standing tall and exuding confidence. Ladies adorn themselves in intricately patterned silk and fine linen skirts, sporting wide-brimmed sun hats or elegantly embellished parasols, strolling gracefully through the streets, occasionally laughing and conversing with the gentleman by their side. Les sat in the carriage, observing the scenes outside, which he had only encountered in films during his previous life, now vividly unfolding before his eyes. The exhilaration of witnessing 2 distinct civilizations was difficult to articulate. In the preceding years, he had either patrolled and fought on the battlefield or guarded the Lauren Fortress, a military base where he encountered soldiers clad in various armors and weapons. The atmosphere there was somber and austere, shrouded in the perpetual smoke billowing from military factories. Had he not absorbed the memories of his predecessor, revealing to him that this world also harbored prosperity and civilization, he might have struggled to endure in such a place. Few could claim such misfortune as being thrust onto the battlefield immediately upon crossing over. "Sir, we have arrived." Jesse's voice resonated from the front of the carriage, rousing him from his moment of self-pity. Only then did he realize that the carriage had come to a halt, and outside the window stood rows of 3-story houses. This neighborhood was predominantly characterized by such residential architecture. Those who resided on Zijing Street either owned a property valued at 7 or 8,000 gold pounds, or were affluent professionals able to afford a monthly rent of 20 gold pounds. However, in comparison to the wealth and property of the merchants and nobles of Brannis, the residents here could at best be classified as the upper echelon of the middle class. The vast wealth contained within the city of Brannis was largely obscured from the view of outsiders. Les disembarked from the carriage, retrieving a gold pound from the inner pocket of his coat and handing it to Jesse. "Do you have change?" The currency of the Kingdom of Noah consisted of 3 types: gold pounds, silver coins, and copper pieces, all metallic currencies available in denominations of 1, 10, 20, and 50. The purchasing power of a copper piece roughly equated to a dime in his previous life, while a silver coin was akin to $10. The system was based on hundreds, which relieved Les, as he was fortunate it wasn't based on 12s and 20s. Otherwise, he would have to be cautious about price conversions while shopping. The disparity between a copper piece and a gold pound was a staggering 10,000-fold, a reflection of the immense class divide. Commoners primarily utilized copper pieces and low-denomination silver coins for transactions, while the affluent, particularly those above the middle class, predominantly employed silver coins and gold pounds, as purchasing items with the maximum denomination of copper pieces would require carrying a cumbersome amount. Les wasn't wealthy enough to carry only gold pounds. However, due to the fitted nature of his military uniform, he couldn't stash away much money. Thus, he placed the silver coins in his suitcase and retained only 5 silver coins for emergencies. Jesse appeared somewhat troubled, but upon surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of onlookers, his hand swiftly opened a concealed panel beside the driver's seat of the carriage, from which he retrieved a small box. Les gazed at the boy in mild astonishment. The box was filled with coins. Predominantly, it contained copper pieces that filled the entire box, along with a smattering of silver coins, and remarkably, for gold pounds. "Are you truly just a coachman? Is this carriage yours as well?" Les inquired incredulously. The amount of money in that box was approximately 6 gold pounds, making it difficult to fathom that a working 16-year-old could possess such wealth. Afterward, Jesse managed to pull out a sufficient quantity of silver coins, nearly a handful, and looked at Les apologetically. He had exerted considerable effort to exchange for higher denomination silver coins at reliable places, but most of the patrons he encountered at the airship station tended to pay him in gold pounds. Consequently, during the process of making change, he sometimes ended up with a collection of low-denomination silver coins. to avoid giving customers a handful of copper pieces. Jesse had taken the risk of carrying all the money on him, but regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to exchange the copper pieces in the box. Les pondered for a moment, requesting Jesse to wait, before turning to pull the rope bell beside the door. The crisp sound of jingling resonated with clarity, akin to the click of a lighter. Before long, the wooden door of the small building swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat. With black trousers and polished shoes, his hair a mix of gray and white. Upon spotting the figure at the threshold, a joyful expression brightened his face as he hastily stepped forward. The man bowed slightly, executing a proper butler's greeting. He had served the Wagner family for nearly 2 decades. Known for his loyalty, reliability, and professionalism, though he often reported back to the original owner and imposed discipline on himself in place of his father. Bain stepped forward, taking the luggage from the man and Appos' hands and placing the silver coins handed over by Jesse into the waistcoat and Appos' pocket. The pocket was specially designed, appearing no larger than a palm's breadth, yet it housed an extended compartment, as a butler naturally had to store numerous items for his master, including currency. Young master, the madam indicated in your letter that it would be over 10 days before you returned home. That was indeed the case. But I fortuitously encountered a comrade from my time in the recruit camp. He is now in charge of an airship, and with his assistance, I was able to shorten the journey by more than 10 days, and I can surprise Marilyn. Then let us proceed inside. The madam has already prepared your room in anticipation of your return. Lairs nodded. He felt no aversion towards meeting his family in this lifetime. Having inherited this body, he naturally accepted his familial ties. The notion that one could have only one set of parents seemed irrelevant when one considered the privilege of inheriting the body of a son raised with care. Just as the two were about to step into the courtyard, Jesse called out to him, handing him a note. Mr. Lairs, please wait a moment. This is my contact information. Should you require a vehicle in the future, you may send someone to leave a message at this address. Lairs glanced at the address inscribed on the note and observed Jesse produce a stack of similar cards from his pocket, finding it amusing. At that time, business cards were not yet a common practice, as the convenience of telephones had not emerged. Only the upper echelons of society would engrave their addresses on exquisite metal cards as invitations for visits and tokens of communication. After a moment's consideration, he accepted the card. Very well, I shall seek you out if the opportunity arises. Standing behind him, Butler Bain furrowed his brow slightly. He believed that the dilapidated carriage did not befit the Wagner family's stature, especially since a well-appointed carriage resided in the household. However, as a butler, he refrained from questioning his master's decisions at any time. Once Jesse departed, Bain followed Lairs into the house. Upon entering through the front door, they found a spacious hall adorned with a set of sofas and a tea table, facing a fireplace that was seldom utilized in the coastal climate. The corridor to the east led to the kitchen and dining room, while the west side housed the servants' and Appos' quarters and storage room. Curved wooden staircases on either side of the hall ascended to the second floor, where the game room, sitting room, study, and guest rooms were located, with the third floor reserved for the master's bedrooms. Everything remains unchanged since my departure, utterly identical. Les sighed. Very well, but let the funds remain with you. Accounted for in the household finances. Understood, sir. Bain nodded in acknowledgement. Les lifted his gaze upon hearing the sound, only to behold a stunning girl of 18 or 19 descending the staircase. She donned a pure white, short-sleeved, gauzy robe as loungewear, revealing her delicate, alabaster arms, with a pale blue sash cinching her waist. Her long, green hair cascaded over her shoulders, reminiscent of Les's own, as she swiftly made her way down the stairs. Her countenance adorned with a playful and joyous expression. Rather than feeling irked by her teasing, Les took 2 steps forward to the base of the staircase, arms outstretched. The girl, with a lack of decorum, leapt into his embrace just as she approached the final few steps. How delightful it is to see you again, Fia Wagner. Les's biological sister, 17 years of age, had always been a mischievous and spirited child, perfectly complementing the similarly unruly Les of their youth. Although the original Les was not deemed a model child in their father's eyes, he shared a profound bond with his sister, as he often led her on playful adventures and mischief during their childhood. Fia, in turn, harbored a sense of dependence on her brother, believing that proximity to him would lead to delightful escapades. After a brief embrace, they parted, with Les resting his hands on Fia's shoulders, surveying her from head to toe. Not at all. Mother's favorite is undoubtedly the charming young lady. Fia playfully patted her brother's shoulder. a chuckle escaping her lips as she reminisced about their childhood rivalry for their mother's affection. Chapter 4. Scars. Oh, my child, you have lost so much weight. I told you that life in the army is arduous, yet your father insisted on your enlistment, refusing to relent no matter what I said. In the hall, Les sat on a solitary armchair, caught between laughter and tears as he observed the middle-aged woman across from him, clad in a dignified long dress. Her face etched with concern as she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Beside her, Faya, with a look of helplessness, gently embraced her mother's shoulders in a soothing gesture. Les took a sip of the red tea personally brewed by Uncle Bane and remarked to the butler standing nearby. Uncle Bane's craftsmanship surpasses my recollection. Ever since leaving home, I have not tasted such authentic Sipona red tea. How delightful to hear, Bane replied, his smile modest as he nodded in appreciation of the compliment. Poor child, does the military even skimp on supplying red tea? Mrs. Marilyn gazed sorrowfully at her son once more. Forgive her naivety. Mrs. Marilyn hailed from an aristocratic family of the olden days, and Les's grandfather was a viscount. As the youngest daughter, Marilyn grew up in a veritable honeypot, receiving traditional education in etiquette, sewing, and culinary arts befitting noblewomen, and even now, after her union with Les's father, she remains somewhat oblivious to many matters. Abruptly, Mrs. Marilyn stood up. Reluctantly, Faya followed suit. Mother, school has finally given us a break today. I do not wish to go out. Of course not. Les mused inwardly. This was one of the few remnants of the original owner's memory, the taste of mother, which lingered vividly in his mind. The sour branch flame fish is an intricate dish of Aries cuisine, universally praised by all who have savored it. The challenges of preparing this dish are manifold. Firstly, the sour branch, a southern fruit resembling tree branches, is laden with intensely sour juice that necessitates the addition of various spices and seasonings for proper balance. Otherwise, it is nearly inedible. Mrs. Marilyn is rather inept in this regard. The flame fish, a silvery sea fish, possesses remarkably delicate flesh, which exudes a potent fishy odor when raw. However, it cooks exceedingly quickly when subjected to flames. Exceeding 2 to 3 seconds will render the meat tough and unpalatable. The dish is named flame fish due to its preparation method, dousing the fish in a measured quantity of high-proof liquor, igniting it, and cooking it within an ephemeral 8 to 9 seconds to eliminate the fishy taste, served alongside a dipping sauce of sour branch mixed with an array of seasonings, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Regrettably, despite countless attempts, Mrs. Marilyn has yet to master the art of calibrating the liquor quantity based on the fish's size or concocting the sour branch dipping sauce, often resulting in a dish that is either unbearably sour or overly fishy and dry. The Last Supper before his enlistment was this very dish. Initially, he scoffed at the shadow cast by the original owner's experience with it, but after tasting it himself, he too succumbed to a sense of dread, compounded by the lingering memories of the original owner. A double shadow. However, no one in the household had ever mentioned this matter to Marilyn, for it was the first dish she had proactively learned to prepare for her family, despite her seafood allergy and the fact that she had never tasted it herself. This rendered it a secret known only to the Wagner family, unbeknownst to Marilyn. Naturally, I am quite eager. Lestrange smiled at her, feigning surprise, ensuring a mother would not witness her son's disdain for her culinary efforts. Rest assured, I will prepare a double portion for you, guaranteeing you will have your fill. After Marilyn and Fia departed, Lestrange exchanged an eye roll with the elderly butler. Uncle Bane, why do you conspire against me? Bane mischievously winked, his crow's feet becoming more pronounced, and replied, I believe this is a mother's love for her son. I trust you will discern a unique flavor within it. And besides, I have prevented the lady's tears, have I not? Very well, Lestrange resignedly spread his hands, but you truly ought to sample this dish, so that next time you face a similar choice, you may favor the interests of the majority of the Wagner family members. Bane shook his head, speaking meaningfully. Do you think it was I who first had the lady taste the dish? And how many times did we try? Lestrange was taken aback. The conspiracy that had nearly poisoned the entire Wagner family had originated from him. He then rose to pour a cup of red tea for the elderly butler. Expressing admiration, your determination is commendable. The journey from testing a dish to serving it at the table requires countless trials, yet the old butler could consistently provide positive feedback, encouraging Marilyn step by step to present it to her family. Upon finishing, both burst into hearty laughter. As a dutiful butler, Bane had always refused to sit with his master, so when Lestrange wished to converse, he had to stand alongside him. Lestrange gestured for the butler to join him on the balcony, where they stood by the railing on the first floor. basking in the afternoon sun while admiring the small garden in the backyard, a creation of Lady Marilyn, who had a deep fondness for flowers and plants. Bane was a subordinate of Lestrange's father, Lord Lost Wagner, who had saved his life on several occasions during battle. After their military service, the two settled in Brannis, where, having nowhere else to go and determined to repay his debt of gratitude, Bane remained with Lestrange and Athos as father. Due to his valiant performance on the battlefield, Lord Lost Wagner was bestowed the honorary title of Baron, and the Wagner family required a butler to uphold their dignified status. Consequently, Bane learned the art of butlery and undoubtedly assumed the role. In the original owner's perception, Bane was a somewhat stern elder, not one who frequently abused his servants through the authority of his father. Thus, Bane was, in reality, akin to family for Lestrange, and he genuinely regarded the children of Lord Lost as his own, diligently guiding them according to the Baron and Athos' methods of education. As a guardian who had watched Lestrange grow up, Bane was indeed quite interested in the experiences Lestrange had undergone in recent years. On one hand, he was aware that military life would undoubtedly be arduous, prompting him to send away the two women, Marilyn and Fia. On the other hand, he was uncertain whether Les would be willing to engage in conversation with him, as Les had previously avoided him. However, he found solace in the fact that military life had indeed transformed the young man. He had matured and developed a greater sensitivity to the feelings of others. After 4 years, he had attained the rank of lieutenant, indicating that the young master was truly suited for a military career. Generally speaking, to become a lieutenant, one must either achieve numerous military accomplishments or endure a minimum of 5 to 6 years of service. In a well-organized military, the promotion system is invariably rigorous and judicious. With the infrequent occurrence of advancing a rank for a single act of valor, one must also consider factors such as seniority, leadership abilities, prestige, and interpersonal relationships. Les had not merely killed 2 individuals while ascending to the ranks of sergeant and second lieutenant. Although he had not kept a precise count, he estimated that he had taken the lives of around 30 people over the course of 4 years, each life serving as a catalyst for his promotions. It was merely good fortune. When was the first time he took a life? On the 96th day of his official service. What did it feel like? Bane looked at him with curiosity. He did not feel nausea afterward, nor did he experience the thrill of taking another's life. It was during a routine patrol when they encountered an ambush by enemy scouts. At that moment, he faced off against a warlord's ragtag militia recruited from a nearby village. While his comrades were already engaged in a chaotic melee with the enemy, the tactical formations he had learned in boot camp were entirely forgotten, as were the martial techniques taught by his instructors. It was not until an enemy spear pierced his leather armor, leaving a shallow but painful wound on his shoulder, that the surge of pain ignited his fury and intense will to survive. With a fierce roar, he swung his long knife repeatedly, quickly severing the enemy's inferior wooden spear, and subsequently dispatched his foe with a flurry of strikes. He later learned that this skirmish had been deliberately arranged by the captain of the patrol squad, who, with his experience, had already known that the patrol route was fraught with enemy-recruited militia serving as cannon fodder to test the new recruits. Among the 3 rookie soldiers in that battle, only Les managed to independently kill an enemy and was recognized as a competent soldier, earning his promotion to sergeant. Bane nodded in deep understanding. And what about the first time he witnessed a comrade's death? The fragility of life. I believe that is how I should express it. Les gazed solemnly into the distance before succumbing to a smile. However, when I first witnessed a comrade's death, I felt little emotion. Uncle Bane, do you know? It was during my 20th day of duty. My rookie teammate, frustrated by a reprimand from our commander, kicked at the grass along the path during our patrol, only to unwittingly provoke a rattlesnake, which retaliated by striking him in a most unfortunate place. That was truly. The steward shook his head in disbelief, then pointed to a small scar at the corner of Les's eye. Although it measures merely 2 millimeters in width, its location is unmistakable. It is clear to all that this individual has once escaped the clutches of death. As a seasoned veteran, he understands that such a minuscule wound can yield a conspicuous scar, signifying the depth of the injury sustained. Speak of the scar at the corner of your eye. I noticed the lady has been gazing at it intently, perhaps too apprehensive to inquire about your perilous tale. Les instinctively touched the scar at the corner of his eye, as if he could still sense a twinge of pain. In the mountains where Lauren meets Jamilan, there exists not only the influence of warlords. I am aware that several primitive indigenous tribes inhabit that region, Bane concurred. Indeed, primitive tribes, Les echoed with trepidation. These natives are exceedingly savage and fierce, possessing a strong sense of territoriality. They have laid numerous traps and snares within their forested domains and patiently ambush any humans who dare intrude upon their territory. Our soldiers were initially unfamiliar with the terrain, and many met their demise from their treacherous arrows due to inadvertent trespass. The camp commander could not endure the loss of several soldiers every few days, particularly as they were not being slain in direct combat. He convened with the commanders of several nearby patrol camps and mobilized a 1,000-strong battalion to besiege the tribe closest to us. Did you partake in that assault? Indeed. At that time, I was already the captain of a 12-man patrol team, tasked with preliminary reconnaissance and the elimination of hidden sentries, perhaps due to my inexperience. I was discovered by an indigenous archer before we could approach their settlement. He recognized my distinct attire and, realizing I was the squad's commander, shot an arrow directly at me. In that fleeting moment prior, an inexplicable sense of dread compelled me to glance around, fortuitously saving my life. Truly, it was as if I were a protagonist in a dramatic tale. The old steward breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Les replied, his expression impassive. For this is but a minor script, pinned by Les. The threat of death or becoming a one-eyed man was indeed genuine. Chapter 5. The gift. It is said that only knights of the 5th rank and above can develop a keen foresight of danger through prolonged combat experience. You can sense the murderous intent emanating from that archer, but no, I am merely a second-tier knight. Les chuckled softly. You know, I am not suited for the path of knighthood. Knighthood, as the sole extraordinary force in this world, has evolved over millennia into a well-structured hierarchy. There is no trial-and-error approach. The only criterion for a knight and Oppos' rank is their prowess. A first-tier knight is defined by their ability to unarmedly defeat an adult male clad in full light leather armor and wielding a wooden weapon. For a second-tier knight, one must choose a weapon, be it a bow, a single-handed sword, or a longsword, and simultaneously vanquish 3 first-tier knights, each equipped with weapons and full light leather armor, while achieving twice the average strength and endurance of an adult male. Third-tier knights adhere to a similar standard. Yet apart from strength, their physical attributes must reach 4 times the norm, with allowances made for the other criteria. First- and second-tier knights, in essence, do not constitute extraordinary professions. With adequate physical conditioning, skilled combat techniques, and rigorous training, an ordinary individual can attain such ranks. However, from the 3rd tier onwards, the involvement of extraordinary power becomes imperative. While some strong men might possess innate strength that reaches 4 times that of an average person, their physique inevitably compromises their combat skill and speed, rendering them incapable of meeting the practical requirements. Only the vitality generated from the flesh can safely invigorate the muscles in a short span, thereby enhancing overall physical capability. The strength of a knight derives from the body. Initially, one must train to fortify their physique, followed by consuming a substantial amount of high-nutrition foods, such as protein-rich meats and eggs, to support extensive training and compel the body to absorb these nutrients, thereby boosting cellular vitality. This process necessitates further consumption and more strenuous exercise to unlock the latent potential of the cells, extracting greater energy from within. Vitality not only enhances muscle strength but also manifests as a tangible energy source. The vast reservoir of vitality possessed by high-ranking knights, coupled with their honed control accrued over time, enables them to project this energy outward, striking enemies from a distance, defending against attacks, or even facilitating flight. Contrary to the novels Les had read in his past life, vitality is not blood red. Early knightly pioneers believed this power stemmed from blood, hence the term. When high-ranking knights release their vitality, it typically manifests as a white luminescence. Other hues, though rare, bear no unique properties, indicating that vitality lacks elemental distinctions and does not involve any special techniques. Essentially, all knights follow a few methods of slightly varying guidance to ascend the ranks. Yet Les speculated that some ancient knightly families might possess more experienced and advantageous techniques. However, such matters held little relevance for Les. Although it is said that the training of knights does not require exceptional talent or noble lineage, but merely relentless physical exertion, combat, and the consumption of meat to refine one's blood energy, there indeed exists a threshold for ascending to the rank of a 3rd-tier knight or higher. This threshold hinges on an individual's ability to absorb greater nutrition. As the adage goes, some individuals can eat without gaining weight. Such people either possess a remarkably swift metabolism or have a poor capacity for nutrient absorption, neither of which is particularly advantageous. As one overweight individual aptly remarked, Why should a person who transforms food into flesh be ridiculed by those who can only convert it into waste? Through years of experimentation and effort, combined with the memories of his past self, Les discovered that he did not fall into either of the aforementioned categories. According to the standards of human physiology on Earth, he was a remarkably healthy individual, not suffering from nutritional depletion, yet unable to ingest excess nutrients that his body did not require, even under conditions of prolonged, intensive training. In simple terms, the capacity of cells is finite. They can only store a limited amount of energy. Unlike those who indulge excessively, expanding their bellies with whatever is available. Les and Apos' body could not retain sufficient nutrients, thus hindering his ability to harness blood energy and preventing him from becoming a true knight. This limitation was not unique to Les. Most individuals lacked such inherent gifts, otherwise, the upper echelons of society would have long since been dominated. In this world, the notion of individual martial prowess is not absolute. The combat capability of a top-tier 9th-level knight is roughly equivalent to that of 1,000 infantry soldiers. According to his understanding, there are fewer than 100 9th-level knights across the continent, creating a vast chasm between them and the common populace, which remains unshaken. However, this does not imply that knights are entirely subservient to power. In times of inadequate societal productivity, most knights were themselves of noble birth, as the majority of commoners could not provide the substantial food and time necessary for knightly training. Thus, the ruling class in this world was largely synonymous with the knightly profession. Nevertheless, the pursuit of personal strength is an enduring aspiration for many. People revere the powerful and yearn to become strong themselves. Attaining the rank of a third-tier knight instantly broadens one's avenues for advancement, transforming previously elusive goals into attainable aspirations. Take, for instance, Captain Leo of the airship field. He enlisted concurrently with Les, yet 4 years later, he had already achieved the rank of major and commanded one of the military's 13 airships. Leo hailed from a minor noble family, where his knightly talents were nurtured from a young age. By the time he enlisted, he was on the verge of third-tier knight certification. In the entire First Legion, comprising 200,000 soldiers stationed at Lauren Fortress, there were scarcely 10 who could rival his talent and youth. Hence, after his promotion to 4th-tier knight last year, Leo smoothly ascended to the rank of major and secured a prominent, if not critical, position as the airship captain. If we consider that Les could inspire envy among numerous low-ranking soldiers within a mere span of 4 years, ascending to the position of a junior commander was akin to effortlessly climbing a staircase, whereas Rio appeared to have taken the escalator directly to his destination. Just as his soldiers admired peers of the same age who commanded over a dozen men, Les too harbored a sense of envy towards Rio, who was merely half a year younger yet had already attained the rank of a major. Nevertheless, Les maintained a commendable mindset. Knighthood was not the sole avenue for success in this world, for he was, after all, a traveler from another realm. The path to knighthood was fraught with challenges, and it was not the only means to achieve status. Many prominent members of the kingdom's council were not high-ranking knights, yet they wielded significant power over the nation. There was no cause for despair, as Ban reassured him with an apologetic expression. In the past, I might have been troubled by this, but now I truly do not mind much. Les chuckled lightly, though he pondered how disappointed his father might be. Ban nodded silently in agreement. Les and Apos' father had attained the rank of a 4th-level knight at nearly 30, exhibiting decent talent. Yet various unseen injuries from the battlefield hindered his progression on the path of knighthood. Lord Lost hoped fervently that his son would become a knight, to slay enemies on the battlefield and achieve a higher military honor than himself, thereby enabling the Wagner family to claim genuine noble status. A baron? A merchant could easily purchase that title with a hefty sum of gold pounds. There were at least 1,000 honorary barons in all of Brandis. Merely a title without substance. The steward excused himself, intending to inform the kitchen staff to prepare the ingredients, awaiting the lady of the house to cook personally. Les ascended to the 3rd floor, following a route etched in memory to his chamber. The windows of the 3rd-floor bedroom faced north, ensuring ample light within. The room was spacious. Upon entering, there was a small semi-partitioned hall furnished with 3 wicker chairs and a small table. Opposite the window stood a large bed adorned with a pristine down comforter, beside which rested an ample wardrobe, with his suitcase placed before it. A desk sat by the window, barren save for a decorative pot of flowers. It seemed the original owner had no affinity for reading. Opening the suitcase on the desk revealed a meager collection of clothing, only a change of shirts and undergarments. When he enlisted, Mary Line had packed numerous garments, fearing her son would suffer from the cold or suffocation. However, upon reaching the army, Les discovered the infrequency of wearing his formal attire, coupled with constant relocations, which led him to discard both the clothing and the original suitcase. For a soldier, excessive personal belongings were merely a burden during marches. This leather suitcase was acquired shortly before his discharge, intended to carry gifts for his family. Les then gathered his belongings and descended the stairs to greet his father. As he approached the second floor, a steady, deep voice reached his ears. "Yes, my lord, the young master arrived home this afternoon via airship, with the assistance of friends." Ben explained. Les proceeded down the stairs, where he encountered the man standing in the hall. Lord Lost is tall and lacks the customary paunch and baldness often associated with his age. His light green hair is meticulously styled, a trait that is mirrored in the hair colors of Les and Fia, which are inherited from their father. While his face bears a few more wrinkles and his sideburns have begun to gray, his eyes remain bright and clear, indicating that his mind is still sharp. His stern visage has always lacked the necessary expressions, serious, rigid, and confident, an assessment that Les gleaned from the memories of the original owner. Contrary to expectations, Lord Lost has allowed a mustache to grow on his upper lip, perhaps signifying his resignation to the passage of time. Dressed in a double-breasted, deep blue long-sleeve suit, the style closely resembles the military uniform Les often wears, fitted, dignified, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Les sets down what he holds and bows respectfully. After a moment of silence, the Lord gazes at his son and slowly nods. The first utterance from a father upon seeing his only son after 4 years is simply, It is no wonder that the rebellious original owner had a strained relationship with his father. It appears this man struggles with communication. In the original owner and Apos' shoes, this moment would likely have devolved into a silent standoff, each staring at the other with nothing to say. "Father, I have brought gifts for you and mother, as well as for Uncle Baon and you," Les states. Uncle Baon's son, Lunk, is now 18 years old. However, Lunk's childhood was far from tragic. The Lord ensured he and Les attended school together, becoming Les's most trusted companion in his youth. As Lunk matured, he began to assist with tasks within the Wagner household under Baon and Apos' insistence, responsible for their carriage due to his commendable driving skills. And it is anticipated he will eventually become the next steward of the Wagner estate. "Do I have one too?" Baon inquires, his surprise evident as he glances at the assortment of items laid on the table. "I suspect it is this crossbow. To be honest, I was captivated by it the moment I laid eyes on it," Les replies with a smile, handing over the folding crossbow. This is standard equipment from the Scout Battalion of the Jamanlan Empire and Apos' military, featuring a red grapefruit wood grip and a swift leopard sinew as the bowstring. Even after 20 years, its power remains formidable. It can pierce lightweight iron armor and any leather armor within 30 meters. I discovered it among the remains of a cave while patrolling in a Jamanlan region. "Very nice. I truly appreciate it, young master," Baon expresses his delight. During their time in the military, he and Lord Lost served as scouts, tasked with eliminating enemy scouts and sentries. Baon excelled with the crossbow, having witnessed his prowess during family hunting trips in the mountains. In this regard, Baon, a second-tier knight, surpassed Lord Lost, who was 2 levels above him, which is why Les chose to gift the crossbow to Baon rather than his father. "I am glad you like it, but unfortunately, the bolts for this crossbow are specially made. I inquired with several military factories, yet none could identify the specifications of the arrows. It matters not. In a few days, I shall visit a blacksmith shop, and, with a bit of exploration, I will manage to create one," remarked Bane nonchalantly, his fingers lovingly caressing the toy in his grasp. This hand crossbow was not only formidable in power, but also exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate engravings on both the bow body and the grip, making it akin to a semi-artistic piece. "Ahem." Lord Lost coughed lightly, seemingly expressing some dissatisfaction. A smile flickered within Les, for although his father was not adept at communication, he harbored genuine affection for his son, merely expressing it in a different manner. Upon their initial meeting, Les had clearly discerned a glimmer of joy in his father's eyes. After uttering a simple his lips twitched subtly, as if he wished to say more, yet ultimately refrained, unable to compromise his dignity as a father. He picked up a sheathed dagger from the table and presented it to his father. Lord Lost accepted it, first weighing it in his hand. Noting that it was significantly lighter than an ordinary dagger, he examined its exterior, its black lacquered leather sheath and the handle, wrapped in black linen for grip, essentially a rather unremarkable dark stick. The Lord felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, though he appreciated the gift from his old comrade. He could not deny that, Despite his lack of proficiency with the crossbow, it was still better than the battered knife he currently possessed. However, as he drew the blade, a flash of brilliance instantly captured his attention. Contrary to its dark exterior, the blade gleamed like snow, featuring irregular patterns left from the forging process. The sharp edge was evidently meticulously polished, exuding unparalleled sharpness, with the rays of the setting sun reflecting off the blade, making it even more striking. The Lord was taken aback. This is a Valyrian dagger. Observe the mark at the base of the blade. It signifies its origin from the kingdom of El. I surmise it is crafted using a novel forging technique. It is exceedingly sharp and robust. Experiments conducted in the army have shown that after over 20 clashes with a standard steel blade, it began to chip, and after roughly 200 encounters, the steel blade was severed, while this dagger merely displayed a few minor nicks. The kingdom of Ael, though not vast in size, is virtually built upon rich mineral veins. It is abundant in iron, copper, gold, and silver, with substantial reserves. Consequently, its citizens are exceptionally skilled in smelting weapons and armor, leading the continent in metallurgy, particularly in weapon manufacturing. The kingdom of El? The Lord nodded in understanding, then inquired, "Why have I never encountered weapons of this material in Brandis?" In Brantis, individuals of noble rank and certain status are permitted to bear arms in significant venues, such as banquets. An exquisite rapier can spark more conversation for a gentleman at a soiree. Thus, the new material employed in the Valyrian daggers from Ael possesses remarkable luster. And if fashioned into a delicately hollowed sword sheath, it would undoubtedly become a commendable commodity. Yet, at least in the middle-class-dominated Ravink district, there were no weapon or craft shops displaying such wares in their showcases. Could it be that the price of such materials is exorbitant? Do merchants believe that the affluent of Ravenclaw cannot afford it? Where did the young master acquire it? Bane inquired. Not at all, less denied. The dagger is a trophy I seized after vanquishing a warlord's regular army last year. That fellow was likely of noble birth. The reason I darkened its exterior is that the blade's brilliance can be rather blinding at night when illuminated by torches. The reflected light is not dissimilar to that of a polished silver mirror, making concealment in unexpected nocturnal circumstances quite challenging. Furthermore, this type of dagger has appeared numerous times at Lauren Fortress, primarily confiscated from various warlord factions. It is said to have flowed from the King Kong Parliamentary Nation to these warlords. I surmise that such weapons forged from new materials were likely sold exclusively to the King Kong Republic by the El Kingdom, possibly as a result of some agreement, as King Kong would prefer this item not to proliferate into other nations. Indeed, prior to the Year of Divine Retribution, the King Kong people maintained a notably amiable relationship with the El, making such an arrangement entirely plausible. Lord Lost agreed, casting a somewhat surprised glance at his son. It appeared that 4 years of military life had indeed transformed him significantly, for the former Les would hardly have articulated anything of such value. Should we send this dagger to the Branna's military office? Although our Nolan has no disputes with the King Kong, it is prudent to inform the kingdom that the King Kong army may be arming itself with new weaponry. Bane astutely discerned the underlying significance. It was likely that long ago, Marshal Jindelf had already urged the kingdom's commercial department to submit a purchase request to the El Kingdom. Precisely, Bane. This is not a matter for us to deliberate upon. Upon realizing that this sharp dagger might be one of the few, if not the only one, in all of Brantis, Lord Lost became exceedingly pleased with this gift. He planned to have it fitted with an exquisite silver sheath, complementing the lustrous blade, transforming it into a visually stunning yet functional weapon for self-defense. As for the dagger he had carried from the battlefield throughout his retirement, it was time for it to find its place in the collection room. Chapter 6. The Skystone. What are you discussing? Dinner will soon commence. Marilyn and FIA emerged from the corridor leading to the kitchen and approached the group. Les brought gifts for everyone, which both Bane and I found quite delightful. Lord Lost rarely displayed a smile. The value and practicality of the dagger were but a minor aspect of his joy. What truly pleased him was the realization, through brief exchanges and observations, that Les had indeed transformed significantly. He was no longer rebellious and, in conversation with him, revealed a newfound respect for his father. He felt that his decision to enlist his son in the military, made in resolute secrecy years ago, was among the wisest choices of his life. Really? Les? What is my gift? FIA, previously listless from assisting their mother in the kitchen, suddenly perked up, darting toward her brother like a little rabbit, extending her delicate white hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. FIA, what did you learn in your etiquette class at school? Your father pays Lilithna's Noble Academy 30 gold pounds each month. Yet you still cannot master the art of restraint. Mrs. Marilyn sighed as she gazed at her overly vivacious daughter. Having received noble etiquette education herself, she naturally leaned towards nurturing her daughter in a manner reminiscent of her own upbringing. Unfortunately, while Lost was a meticulous and stern husband, he could not bear to discipline his precious daughter, which starkly contrasted with his approach to their son. Nevertheless, Marilyn harbored expectations for the gift her son was about to present. He subsequently picked up a cloth bag from the table and handed it to Mrs. Marilyn. "Mother, this bag contains seeds of over a dozen different flowers, along with their respective soil requirements and cultivation methods. I gathered these from the locals before leaving Lorland. Some of the flowers are quite rare in Brandis. By the way, I wonder if you still harbor fond memories of the purple bellflower that you once cherished. The smallest pouch contains 3 seeds of that flower, and I hope one may inherit the Endopos, bloodline of our ancestors. Endopos, purple bellflower? I cannot be mistaken." Marilyn Endopos' eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. The bellflower is a rare floral species in the Kingdom of Noah, primarily appreciated for its diverse varieties of bell-shaped blossoms in various hues. The purple bellflower is the most elusive among them, having mutated from the blue bellflower, appearing in only 1 out of every 10,000 plants. Furthermore, its propagation cycle spans 3 years, yielding merely 3 to 5 seeds each time, rendering it extraordinarily rare and often unattainable. As a noblewoman, Marilyn Endopos' married life revolved around hosting tea gatherings with her friends, inviting them to her home for delightful conversations. A beautiful, elegant little garden would undoubtedly serve as a splendid testament to her refined taste and lifestyle. Marilyn's garden was quite impressive among her friends, particularly as she possessed every color of the bellflower except for violet. She even managed to acquire the coveted silver bellflower at a high price, which elicited a twinge of envy from the other ladies who also maintained their own gardens. Unfortunately, the violet bellflowers of Brantis were found exclusively in the gardens of noble women and affluent merchants. And despite Marilyn Endopos' attempts to negotiate with the mistresses of those gardens by offering her most treasured starry rose seeds, she was met with refusal, leaving her in a state of dismay. Initially, she had little hope, considering that the Wagner family was merely a typical middle-class noble household, lacking the connections to procure violet bellflower seeds from the elite. To her surprise, her son managed to find one from the former floral capital. "Thank you, Les. I adore this gift," Marilyn exclaimed, embracing him joyfully. "Your satisfied smile is the finest gift of all." "Les, now it's my turn." Fia, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, interjected. Her father, mother, and butler Bane had all received delightful gifts, and hers remained unclaimed. "You ought to call me brother." "No. I wish to hear dear brother from you now," Les teased with a mischievous grin. "You." Fia glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, refusing to speak. In Western families, the terms of address for parents and siblings are not overly formal. Fia typically called her brother by name, resorting to affectionate titles only when she aired or needed something from him. However, that was a matter of years past. Now, Fia believed she had matured and could no longer follow Les around like a child, seeking his approval. She felt she was an adult, equal to him. Seeing Fia and Endopos' defiant pout, Les smirked with disdain before feigning regret. Ultimately, Fia succumbed to the allure of the gift and whispered the desired title. Les ceased his teasing and presented her with the gift he had prepared. "Is this it?" Fia questioned, holding a palm-sized bust that resembled her from 4 years ago. While the carving was indeed lifelike, it hardly seemed to be the most valuable of gifts. Noticing her disappointment, Les revealed another item, a small iron plate adorned with intricate engravings. "Place the statue upon this." Fia, puzzled, complied, holding the plate with one hand and positioning her miniature bust atop it. As she released her grip, a wondrous scene unfolded. Her bust began to levitate slowly, floating above the plate without any contact, gliding horizontally with a steady grace. "Is this the legendary Sky Stone?" "Les, where did you acquire this?" Lord Lost asked, astonished. Like the hand crossbow gifted to Uncle Bane, it was obtained from the long-deceased Gamelan scout. Lost nodded in realization and remarked, "The scout you mentioned must have been near Nigumena during the year of divine retribution, fortunate to have survived and stumbled upon this small piece. Subsequently, he followed the retreating army to the vicinity of Lauren." "I share the same conjecture." Les affirmed this hypothesis. "Is this truly the Sky Stone? I have heard of it numerous times, yet today marks my first encounter with such an object." Bane scrutinized the small bust in Fia and Endopos' hands and sighed in wonder. Only Lady Maryline and FIA remained puzzled. What are you discussing? This object is called the Sky Stone? Indeed, lost. How many times must I remind you not to speak of matters beyond their comprehension when conversing with ladies? Lady Maryline cast a disapproving glance at her husband. In the past, he had a penchant for discussing battlefield exploits or the politics of the kingdom of Noah in the presence of her and their daughter, leaving her feeling awkwardly sidelined, as if listening to two individuals converse in an incomprehensible tongue. Do these discussions have any relevance to the Sky Stone? FIA timidly raised a hand to inquire. Les pondered briefly before responding. How well do you fare in history? FIA silently shook her head. In the kingdom of Noah, or indeed in most nations of the continent, formal historical education typically commenced at higher academies, and ordinary folk wishing to learn had to procure relevant texts. For a blossoming young lady, the pursuit of such dry knowledge was far less appealing than indulging in a few extra hours of slumber. However, I truly adore this gift. It is quite magical. Thank you, brother. FIA stepped forward to embrace him, pleased that the likeness in the bust was remarkably true to her own features, making it easily recognizable. In an era devoid of photographs, Les had relied on his memories of the original and the brief encounter he had before enlisting, applying his modest skills in sketching to accentuate several characteristics. All right, everyone, let us commence with dinner. Bane, please inform the kitchen to serve the meal, Maryline announced, glancing at the wall clock. Yes, my lady, Bane nodded in acknowledgement. While awaiting the servants to set the table, FIA inquired about the origins of her remarkable gift. She certainly wished to showcase such a wondrous object to her friends at school, ready to boast about her historical knowledge when the topic arose. However, to her surprise, her brother embarked on a lesson about modern military history and political reforms. On this nameless continent, there originally existed over 20 nations. Among them, the two most formidable were the Ares Empire and the Gemilan Empire. The establishment and territorial expansion of these two nations could be traced back more than 5 centuries, marking them as venerable empires equally strong in economic, military, and cultural domains. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The formidable strength of these two nations fostered an unexpectedly harmonious surrounding environment, which in turn led to an exponential growth in population. However, the resources of the land are finite. Thus, since a century ago, these two nations, propelled by the vast armies born from their large populations, have embarked on a path of annexing neighboring smaller states. In the early days, there was a semblance of tranquility as they grazed upon the grass in their immediate vicinity. Yet, after each side consumed a few minor nations, complications arose. The kingdom of El, a small nation with a population of merely 5 million, renowned for producing a substantial quantity of superior weaponry and armor, found itself teetering on the brink of disaster as the Ares Empire expanded. The emperor of the Ares Empire, recognizing the wealth of resources and excellence in weaponry, sought to transform AEL into a military factory to arm his most elite forces. However, the successive kings of AEL were far from foolish. From the inception of their kingdom, they understood that their population and flat terrain could not effectively withstand formidable foes, particularly with such a delectable bounty of mineral resources that tempted all who laid eyes upon it. Consequently, from the very beginning, they began to seek suitable protectors or enforcers. At that time, the nascent imperial presence of Gemilan caught their attention. Through marriage alliances, trade agreements for minerals, arms sales, and various favorable policies, they secured a promise from Gemilan to safeguard AEL from any nation's aggression. When the Ares Empire finally approached Ael's doorstep, the alliance between the two nations had endured for over a century, spanning nearly 10 generations. Countless princesses had married into the royal family of Gemilan. This dual relationship of familial bonds and mutual interests finally led to a formal encounter between the two powerful entities. Initially, the armies of both nations merely faced each other at the border between AEL and the Ares Empire, each uncertain of their opponent's strength, still in a phase of probing. However, a few months later, the assassination of the emperor of the Ares Empire occurred, with some leads pointing towards Gemilan. Thus, war erupted. In this conflict that spanned 2 decades and resulted in over 30 million casualties, animosity was firmly established. The emperor of Gemilan witnessed 3 changes of reign during this time, with a grandfather abdicating and a grandson ascending the throne, compounded by the 20 years of strife that saw entire families from both nations, spanning 3 generations, perish on the battlefield. Hence, this war was dubbed the War of 3 Generations. The outcome of this conflict was one of mutual devastation. The cessation of hostilities did not arise from a clear victor, but from a shared understanding that continued fighting would inevitably allow nations like Noah, untouched by the flames of war, to rise in power. It was during this tumultuous period that the contemporary emperor of Gemilon, the renowned statesman and military strategist, Felton I, made a remarkable decision. In this continent, where most nations operated under a feudal system, various nobles of differing ranks delineated their domains, wielding absolute authority over their territories and cities, all while pledging allegiance to the nation as supreme lord, the royal family. In the wake of a prolonged 20-year conflict, when the strength of all noble lords lay in tatters, Felton I audaciously issued a royal decree abolishing all autonomous rights of the lords. He declared that all lands of Gameland belonged to the crown, with the intent to establish a true dictatorial empire under imperial supremacy. Faced with this decree, the nobility of Gameland found themselves at a crossroads. One path led to the voluntary surrender of their armies and lands, transforming into city governors appointed by the emperor. The other called for a united resistance to overthrow the nation as paramount lord. However, the youthful Felton I was not merely a newly enthroned monarch. His ambitions and desires for power swelling with unprecedented fervor, yet veiled in bravado. Not long after the onset of the Third War, his father had harbored grand ambitions to consolidate all power within the royal family, predicting that the conflict would not conclude with the downfall of either Gameland or Eris. While outwardly inciting the nobles under his command to engage in fierce battles against Eris's forces. When the war eventually subsided, Felton I inherited a military might from his father that far surpassed the ravaged noble armies. Thus, after decimating half of the noble forces, the remaining lords capitulated. By the time Eris learned and confirmed this development, Gameland had subdued the majority of its internal nobility, and Felton I's power had reached unprecedented heights in the annals of the continent's history. Ultimately, Eris hesitated to initiate another war. Despite the reigning emperor of Eris promising substantial benefits and repeatedly articulating the cohesion a dictatorial regime could foster. Yet, for most of Eris and Apos, as upper echelons, the events in Gameland served as a stark lesson. They were resolute in preserving their remaining military strength. In the subsequent days, Felton unexpectedly refrained from seizing absolute power. Instead, he established a supreme council, inviting individuals from various strata of society to collectively deliberate on national affairs, at least in name, for his authority and military control rendered his voice paramount within the council. Over the next 40 years, as Felton I enacted sweeping reforms, Gameland and Apos' population, previously diminished due to the Third War and the purging of numerous noble armies, rebounded to 2/3 of its former size, while Eris managed to recover only half, thus revealing a widening chasm. Simultaneously, as Felton curtailed the majority of noble privileges and instituted a unified system of taxation and administration, the council, comprising commoners, bureaucrats, merchants, nobles, and royalty, matured and gained public acceptance. Coupled with the introduction of relatively comprehensive laws and regulations, the quality of life for the common populace significantly improved, leading to a remarkable leap in productivity. The reformed Gameland illuminated a looming crisis for Eris, prompting its emperor to attempt to reclaim power from the noble class. But encountering fierce resistance, relinquishing power proved an arduous endeavor. However, the limitations faced by the vast Eris empire were not indicative of the capabilities of smaller nations. Several royal families, including those of the Kingdom of El and the Kingdom of Noah, gazed enviously upon Felton's consolidation of power. However, some royal factions derided his actions, perceiving them as a betrayal of loyalty. The might of the Gameland Empire stemmed from the age-old feudal expansionist system, with at least half of its territory acquired through the conquests of noble lords loyal to the Gameland crown. Felton I violated the sacred covenant upheld by his ancestors and the majority of the noble lineage, usurping their lands and wealth, a blatant act of thievery and treachery. This sentiment resonated with many noble lords across the continent, who proclaimed that Felton I would surely incur divine retribution. Yet, when the 61-year-old Felton I led a mere 200,000 troops to swiftly conquer the territories of 3 earldoms in Ares, and easily annihilate the 45,000 assembled forces of the Ares Lords coalition within 2 months, all dissenting voices fell silent. Every ruling class bore witness to the disciplined army, adorned in uniform regalia, exhibiting unwavering morale, in stark contrast to the disorganized throng of marquises, earls, and viscounts. The Gameland military emphasized order and regulations, having pioneered a rank system where hierarchy prevailed. Here, strength, status, and lineage bore no weight. An ordinary captain, within his duties, could command 10 third-tier knights, a feat previously unthinkable. Conversely, despite the Ares coalition's formidable number of 45,000, internal disputes over command among the marquises led to fragmentation. The nobles with status clung to their titles, while those without resorted to boasting about their noble bloodlines. Ultimately, no one yielded to another, resulting in a haphazard assembly of mismatched equipment and chaotic skirmishes, rendering them no match for the Gamelan regulars. This marked the first occasion the nations of the continent truly recognized the merits of centralization, prompting some monarchs to resolve to undertake reforms. Concurrently, a faction of discerning nobles, enlightened by the prevailing winds of change, began to contemplate transformation. In the ensuing 2 decades, monarchs across various realms embarked upon reform initiatives of varying degrees. The Gamelan model served as both a successful paradigm and a poignant reminder for the nobility. However, none of the reforms achieved a complete transformation into the Gamelan structure, as compromises were inevitably made. Following his decisive victory over Ares, Felton I did not pursue further conquests, but rather focused on developing infrastructure and researching new technologies, seemingly indifferent to the notion of fully annexing Ares or unifying the continent. Until 21 years ago, a significant event transpired, a year now referred to as the Year of Divine Retribution. At the venerable age of 82, Felton I announced his intention to abdicate by the year's end, relinquishing his lifelong role as the Speaker of the Imperial Council. His 6th grandson was to ascend as the next emperor, and this grandson would no longer retain the privilege of lifelong council speaker. The subsequent speaker would be elected by the council, allowing participation from civilians, merchants, and nobles alike. The royal seats in the parliament will be halved. Felton made it clear that this is to ensure the restoration of power to all citizens while allowing the royal family to remain the spiritual symbol of the Gamelan Empire, thus preserving their dignity and decorum. A world is on the brink of witnessing the coexistence of feudalism and republicanism. Upon discovering this through the original owner's memories, Less's first thought was that Felton might also be a time traveler, observing Felton's actions, diminishing the power of the nobility, consolidating the military, elevating the living standards and political status of the commoners, and even establishing a parliament to balance the conflicts and interests of various classes. Less surmised that he was also fostering class antagonism to secure his own position. In his later years, Felton focused on developing infrastructure, enhancing productivity, and enriching the nation's foundation, rather than blindly preparing for the unification of the continent. Ultimately, Less concluded that Felton was not a time traveler, for he lacked the protagonist's halo. 21 years prior, less than 2 months after Felton opted to exchange power for the state, the capital of the Gamelan Empire, Nigumena, was obliterated. Records indicate that an uncertainly sized meteor, enveloped in a crimson light, descended from the north, traversing multiple nations before fortuitously striking near the imperial palace at the heart of Nigumena. The immense kinetic energy it carried triggered violent shockwaves and explosions, resulting in its own disintegration. The aftermath of this meteorite incident was catastrophic. The capital of humanity's most advanced civilization, alongside its most discerning and talented emperor, saw nearly the entire population of 1.2 million perish. The area of the palace where the meteor struck was left as a vast crater, with all city structures reduced to rubble. The vast majority of the royal family and parliament members, including Felton I, as well as several 9th-level knights who had arrived for the parliamentary transition, were all entombed in this devastation. What would happen if the capital of a splendid nation vanished? Even on Earth, where technology, communication, and systems are profoundly advanced, the death of a country's capital alongside most of its highest leadership would undoubtedly cripple it, regardless of prior prowess. The calamity wrought by the meteorite was monumental, drawing considerable attention. The capital of the Gamelan Empire, Nigumena, was completely annihilated by a celestial strike. The royal family of the Ares Empire could only watch helplessly as their adversaries across the way gained immense power through reform, while they lacked the opportunity and courage to do the same. However, the 2 successive emperors were not idle. Vast sums of money were drawn from the royal treasury to purchase extensive tracts of land and the populace residing upon them from domestic nobility. Although the nobility resisted this initiative, it coincided with Felton I's 61st year when he embarked on a northern campaign against Ares, defeating 2 marquises and over 50 knights. Coupled with the Ares emperor's explicit warning that refusal to reform would lead to mutual destruction, they ultimately provided land and residence for the royal family to train a new army. Indeed, this was put to use. The inaugural Battle of Ares was the reclamation of 3 earldoms consumed by the northern incursions of Gameland 2 decades prior. Gameland had stationed a formidable legion of 200,000 border guards in this region. Logically, Gameland's reforms were both thorough and enduring. Their new army, established over a span of 60 years, offered generous provisions from enlistment to retirement. With the harmonious collaboration of legions and arms, coupled with an exemplary command structure, how could Ares's fledgling army, barely 2 decades old, hope to contend against such an established force? Yet, even the most peripheral garrison of Gameland was aware, before Ares's forces officially arrived, of the catastrophic news. The imperial capital had been ravaged, and a substantial portion of the high command had perished. Morale soured, logistical support dwindled. An insurrection erupted within the empire. The sudden demise of the first emperor Philton among the common soldiers further exacerbated the situation, as the looming threat of a mighty empire poised to strike left Gameland's troops in a state of despair. Simultaneously, the aristocratic class, having been left in a precarious position by Philton and Ampos' various compromises, began to stir unrest. Gameland and Ampos' political heart lay within the imperial capital, where the parliament convened and the influential members of various classes resided, including the now-deceased Emperor Philton. However, the roots of the aristocracy did not solely reside in the capital. Initially, Philton had made concessions due to the extensive connections, wealth, and influence held by the aristocracy over the common populace. This resulted in a significant representation of nobles within the parliament, as well as local governors being drawn from the most prominent noble families, compensation for the confiscation of their territories. Although this arrangement seemed innocuous at first, the laws enacted by Philton severely curtailed the rights of the nobility. With the military under his direct command, the nobles had little choice but to acquiesce. However, discontent brewed internally as many noble governors from various cities banded together to declare independence, forming a confederation of noble city-states. Subsequently, noble officers within the army instigated mutinies, and under the shadow of Ares's impending assault, numerous soldiers, lacking direction, chose to follow their aristocratic leaders. The resultant effect was a mass defection of over half of Gameland's military, as they consciously avoided the paths that Ares might take, fleeing in disarray. The warlords confronting the Lauren fortress were comprised of several noble factions that had once sought refuge in Noah, intent on seizing this prosperous kingdom. The collapse of the supreme command structure and operational systems of the army allowed Ares's forces, propelled by disbelief, to conquer the northern territories of Gameland within a mere 3 months, ultimately seizing the former imperial capital. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a remarkable phenomenon, the Sky Stone. Following the fragmentation of the meteorite, its core revealed an intact block of this extraordinary stone, which floated effortlessly above the crater near the Gameland Palace without the need for any metallic support. The cost of this conquest was the emergence of a fully parliamentary state known as the Kingdom of King Kong, which rose from the ashes of Gameland, inheriting 40% of the former empire and Ampos' land. Philton and Ampos' reforms, having been implemented for 60 years, had genuinely enhanced the quality of life for the populace, fostering a sense of admiration and respect for his ideals among many. It was at this juncture that a central parliamentary member named Augustus Connor stepped forward. Augustus was originally a member of the Central Council in the imperial capital, wielding considerable influence. When Philton announced the re-election of the speaker, knowing he had no chance, he chose not to align himself with any faction and instead retreated from the capital in search of solitude. This decision rendered him one of the few remaining senior council members after the meteor strike. When the Ares army rampaged through the lands of Gemingland, he stepped forward, leveraging his esteemed reputation in his home province to rally the scattered troops, reclaim cities under noble control, and wisely avoided a direct confrontation with the Ares Empire. Instead, he established a stronghold in the southern coastal region of Gemingland, which is also the southernmost part of the continent, abolishing the feudal system and, amidst the tumult, successfully dismantling the slavery system that even Philton had hesitated to challenge. Ultimately, he founded a new nation, the Chinkong Parliamentary State, and assumed the role of speaker, leading the people in repelling multiple assaults from the Ares Empire, thus ensuring the survival of the Gemingland remnants. From a results-oriented perspective, the Ares Empire appeared to gain from this war. However, it did not entirely achieve its intended outcomes. Of the original territories of Gemingland, Chinkong inherited 40%, while 30% remained under the control of warlord nobles who could not assimilate due to Augustus and Ampos' abolition of the feudal system. Only the remaining 30% constituted the actual spoils acquired by Ares. Both of the former factions harbored animosity towards Ares, preferring to resolve their internal conflicts behind closed doors. Yet they prioritized expelling external threats. Over the past 20 years, since the year of divine retribution, every time Ares launched an attack on Qingkong, warlords situated on either side of the Ares-controlled zones would invariably initiate disturbances. As Ares sought to eliminate these nuisances, Qingkong would recklessly assault the Ares front lines, diverting the main forces and preventing the imperial army from significantly expanding its actual control. In the occupied territories of former Jimmingland, the populace exhibited a robust spirit of resistance. Utterly intolerant of the Ares Empire's noble lord system, multiple massacres failed to intimidate the Jimmingland populace into submission, leaving the situation within Ares-controlled zones exceedingly precarious. By the end of the narration, FIA and Maryline found themselves somewhat bewildered, as their understanding of foreign history and warfare was limited. Lady Maryline, however, had a vivid recollection of the reforms in the Kingdom of Noah, recalling how her father, a viscount, often lamented the loss of their family's army and lands, as well as the significant number of servants dismissed. Chapter 7. The Prank at the Long Dining Table. Marilyn and Lord Lost sat at the center, flanked by their respective children. Lord Lost raised his glass of red wine to his chest, a rare smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Cheers." Marilyn and Fia mirrored his smile, lifting their glasses to gently clink with his, producing a bright, resonant sound. Lost's spirits soared, having grown up in a broken home. He had not felt familial warmth since turning 18. Although he was an unexpected interloper in the Wagner family, he could genuinely sense the affection from his parents and sister, which filled him with a sense of belonging. However, his mood soon soured, as he beheld the servant bringing forth the spicy flame fish, particularly the double portion before him. A wave of apprehension washed over Lost. He glanced at his father to his left, whose expression remained impassive, yet his eyes conveyed an inexplicable resolve. Across the table sat the mother and daughter. Lady Marilyn wore a hopeful smile, eager for his approval, a familiar expectation from his memories. In contrast, Fia's countenance was blank, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and dread, akin to a condemned prisoner bracing for execution, striving to maintain her composure. Perhaps due to her 4 additional years of experience, Fia approached her mother's culinary darkness with greater resolve than Lost, the imposter. She possessed a mindset that whether she extended her neck or withdrew it, the outcome would be the same. With a determined grip on her knife and fork, she cut a small piece of fish, placed it in her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed quickly, following it with a measured sip of red wine. Then there was Lord Lost. His demeanor was subdued as he methodically picked up his knife and fork, his movements precise and deliberate. After savoring the fish for nearly 10 chews, a look of pleasure emerged on his face before he finally swallowed and raised his wine glass. Taking a deep breath, Lost began to slice his meat without waiting for Marilyn's encouragement. If the spicy seasoning was sufficiently tangy this time, he pondered, it wouldn't be out of the question to shed a few emotional tears, as though preparing to confront a battalion of cavalry alone. Lost slowly and resolutely brought the cut fish to his mouth. The first bite revealed, Marilyn's seasoning has not been overdone. What fortune! By the third bite, as he prepared to awkwardly swallow the still chewy morsel, his expression shifted. Why is there no burnt flavor? The taste is remarkably fresh. The tangy sweetness of the seasoning is unexpectedly delightful, quite appetizing. A sudden realization struck him. Have my taste buds failed me? Has the spicy flame fish reached such a state? Did the moment it touched my tongue annihilate my taste cells, leaving only imagined flavors in my mind? He quickly speared a piece of accompanying fruit from his plate, the sweet, fragrant juice bursting in his mouth. Not malfunctioning? He mused, increasingly perplexed. I can't take it anymore. I am utterly amused, dear father and mother. Do take a look at Les's expression. It is simply delightful. Upon lifting his gaze, Les noticed that everyone present, including the old butler and the servants standing nearby, was stifling laughter. You all, this dish, my dear Les. While I am truly grateful that you have never mentioned the shortcomings of this dish in order to spare my feelings, I am not a fool. Even a man as stoic as your father reveals his thoughts through our prolonged acquaintance. And what of you 2 little rascals? Mrs. Marilyn remarked, touched. Although the preparations for my son's meal and his subsequent astonishment provided great amusement for all, what Les did was ultimately for the joy of his mother. Shortly after your departure, your mother accidentally discovered that not a single person in our household, including the servants, had any fondness for this dish. Following one dinner, She took a bite of the fish in our presence and finally realized it, Lord Lost remarked wistfully. Yet, Les turned to Mrs. Marilyn with a serious expression, saying, Mother, this is exceedingly perilous. You have a severe allergy to marine fish. I am aware of this, however, whenever I inquired about the dish's merits. You all insisted it was delectable and flawless. I sensed you were deceiving me. On one occasion, I even added a bit more sour wood, and you still claimed it was delightful. Reflecting on her husband and Apo's and children and Apo's insincere praise, Mrs. Marilyn found it particularly amusing. I did not approach the fish unprepared. I summoned the doctor from the corner clinic to her home, and he happened to arrive just in time. Yet you still ended up swollen for 3 days, Marilyn. There was no need for such a risk, Lord Lost lamented, his gaze filled with profound affection. Even today, the daughter of the Viscount remains the most desirable bride in the kingdom. And it was love at first sight when Lost and Marilyn met on the streets of Brandish shortly after his arrival. Although Lost attained the title of Baron, the power and status of the nobility had waned significantly following the war he participated in, rendering privileges and favors virtually non-existent. Moreover, Lost was originally a commoner, possessing a mere 600 or 700 gold pounds from his military service. Thus, when Marilyn, hailing from an esteemed noble family, chose to marry a baron of honorary distinction, her father vehemently opposed the union. Otherwise, leveraging the Viscount and Apo's status and connections, along with the starry rose seeds in Marilyn and Apo's possession, they could have easily obtained the coveted purple bellflower. However, out of concern for her husband and Apo's pride, Marilyn refrained from using the Viscount and Apo's name after their marriage. Enough. How many times must we revisit this? The matter is in the past, Marilyn said, blushing slightly under her husband's affectionate gaze, playfully chiding in front of their children. Lairs, discreetly consuming the dog food, feigned ignorance and inquired, so, about this dish. Once Marilyn identified the issue, the secret was laid bare. She resolved to prepare the dish daily, allowing them to taste it in turn and explicitly express their concerns, diligently rectifying the flaws. Soon enough, she mastered the art of crafting the dish correctly. In truth, if everyone communicated more effectively, many problems could be seamlessly resolved, sparing them the agony of culinary disasters and eliminating the need for Marilyn to risk her well-being by tasting them herself. However, there are times when individuals prefer not to trouble others or evoke discomfort. Well, what you just did was my idea, Faya interjected eagerly. As a member of the family, we have all endured the trials of Mother's culinary transformations, so your share must be accounted for as well. Lairs nodded in agreement and chuckled. I am grateful, Miss Faya, for your kind consideration in not insisting I sample the prior version of Mother and Apo's creation. Of course, I am the kindest, Faya replied, waving her hand with a sense of pride. Yet, Mrs. Marilyn playfully tapped her on the head, prompting a mock cry of pain from the latter. Do not heed your sister. Had I not intervened, she would have truly intended to do so. Lairs shot an exasperated glance at Faya, who pretended to ignore him. It must be said, the little girl possessed quite the acting skills, perhaps inherited from her father. Lord Lost conveyed his thoughts through a knowing glance, a subtle expression of sophistication. While his subsequent leisurely movements were misinterpreted by Lairs as a testament to his calm demeanor forged through experience. Meanwhile, Faya communicated her emotions through an array of facial expressions and gestures. Now, do hurry and eat. The taste diminishes significantly as it cools, Mrs. Marilyn urged with a smile. The authentic sour branch flaming fish was indeed a delightful dish. Lairs savored it thoroughly and, after finishing both servings, sincerely expressed his admiration, offering a few minor suggestions based on his personal taste. Marilyn beamed at her son's praise and promised to prepare an even more tailored version of the sour branch flaming fish next time. Lairs, once you finish, please come to my study, Lord Lost said after finishing his dessert, wiping his lips. Certainly, Father, Lairs replied with a nod, rising to depart. Lairs hastened to finish the sweet soup and small cake before him. Truth be told, he felt somewhat stuffed. The flaming fish was quite substantial, and the accompanying golden baked bread, filled with cream and jam, along with the small servings of fruit, proved to be a considerable challenge for his usual appetite. Chapter 8. FIA's coming-of-age gift after dinner. Les made his way to the study located on the second floor. He knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving a response from Lord Lost, he entered. The Lord was seated behind his reading desk, holding a dragon bloodwood pipe from which wisps of smoke curled upward, while Butler Bain stood attentively behind him. Please, take a seat. Lost gestured towards the chair opposite him. Once Les was settled, the Lord remained silent, merely gazing at him. Les, undeterred, held his posture upright and met his father's gaze with equal intensity. They exchanged looks for nearly half a minute until a faint smile graced Lord Lost's lips. Indeed, you have matured considerably over these 4 years. It brings me great joy to see the person you have become. For years prior, Les had been unable to hold his father's gaze, fearful that he might reveal his shortcomings and receive a reprimand. Les shrugged nonchalantly. There is no choice in the military. No one coddles you. I realized I had been rather complacent. To be honest, I find myself looking down upon my former self. The growth of a man often necessitates trials and tribulations. Our maturation is a lengthy process, unlike your mother, who seemed like a child before marriage. Sometimes, a woman's maturity can manifest in an instant. Les concurred, reminiscing about his fiancée, who had been extravagant in her spending as his girlfriend, yet after his proposal, the frequency of dining at upscale restaurants diminished significantly, as she claimed it was her money. Let me address the purpose of my visit, the Lord said, tapping his pipe against the ashtray. Is it concerning my future plans? Indeed, I respect your decision to retire. Since you do not intend to pursue a career in the military, I will not impose my wishes upon you. As he spoke, the Lord's brow remained furrowed, clearly discontent with Les's choice, which diverged from his expectations for his son. However, just as Les had undergone significant change over the past 4 years, Lost felt compelled to reflect on why their relationship had once been strained. He suspected he may have been overly stringent and controlling. Thank you for your understanding, Father. I have always believed that the military serves as a valuable crucible for most, but it is not an environment suited for everyone. Lord Lost nodded in agreement. He had just heard from Bane that his son ultimately lacked the aptitude for knighthood, indicating that Les's path in the military was inherently limited. When you sought my and Marilyn's counsel in your letter, I refrained from opposing you. However, I would appreciate your sharing your future intentions with me. I believe I can offer you some guidance or assistance in your choices. To be frank, I currently have no long-term plans, Les admitted. A hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. He thought to himself that if he were the kind of father who prioritized his children's ambitions as Lord Lost did, he might have reacted with a kick of disapproval. Lost did not display any change in expression and continued to inquire, "What are your recent thoughts?" First, I intend to secure a job. My rank before retirement was lieutenant, and according to customary practice, I should be recommended by the Brandes Military Affairs Office to a department under the Municipal Hall or to a position within the Kingdom's enterprises in Brandes. It is also beneficial to reacquaint myself with life in Brandes, as this city has undergone considerable changes during your years away. Indeed, when I departed, the tramway in Ravink district had only just commenced construction. It appears that this urban renovation proposal is indeed commendable, remarked Les, reflecting on his memories of the Ravink district, which was notoriously congested. Public carriages, private carriages, along with horseback riders and pedestrians all shared a single road, posing dangers. Untrained and poorly fed horses frequently defecated indiscriminately, detracting from the city's appearance. Now, with the advent of public trams, the demand for horseback travel has significantly diminished. Riding has been prohibited in Ravink district, and both public and private carriages are now trained and properly fed, equipped with manure bags to prevent pollution. Les maintained modest expectations for his living environment. At the very least, he hoped that his city and neighborhood would not resemble a medieval town on Earth. Your father was among the first 5 to endorse this proposal, remarked the silent but observant butler, Bane, who had been standing behind Lost. Lord Lost's position was that of Deputy Section Chief in the Street Department of the Ravink District Urban Management Bureau, with an administrative rank equivalent to that of a mid-level officer. This role bears resemblance to the urban management teams on Earth. Yet the authority of the Ravink District Urban Management Bureau is far more expansive than its earthly counterpart, encompassing various departments including urban construction, police, sanitation, and traffic. Aside from the Urban Affairs Office and the Tax Inspection Bureau, this department wields the most power in the Ravink District. However, the department where Lord Lost serves primarily addresses street cleanliness and the regulation of street vendors. While the financial rewards and salaries are not particularly lucrative, the work is not excessively burdensome. This is indeed a very prudent decision, Les complimented his father. In response, Lost felt a sense of fatigue. It was merely to ensure a quieter work environment. The representatives of the street cleaners had been incessantly clamoring that our district's road cleaning expenses were significantly lower than those in the noble and commercial districts. While the demands for work quantity and quality had only escalated, they protested several times at our department and oppos. entrance, and now, an incident has led to the dismissal of half of our street cleaners. What does this mean? More unemployed workers are likely to cause disturbances. They wish for the municipal hall to abolish the public tram system and revert everything to its former state. This is truly. Regarding the job cuts resulting from the reform and development of the system, I find it rather challenging to discern who is right or wrong. Enough of these vexing work matters, the Lord said, filling his pipe with fresh tobacco, igniting it with the candlelight on the table, and taking a deep inhalation. What are your views on the family business? He gazed intently at Les. Everything is at your disposal. Les is not particularly concerned about this. The Wagner family incurs significant monthly expenses, employing a cook for the kitchen and a maid. An old stableman tends to the backyard. There are 2 resident housemaids. And a temporary laundress. The wages for these individuals range between 2 to 4 gold pounds, amounting to a monthly expenditure of 16 gold pounds. The Lord also pays 10 gold pounds monthly to the Bane father and son. During his time in the army, Les frequently received shipments of beast meat from his father. And he has not relinquished his ambition for his son to become a proper knight, which costs an additional 15 gold pounds each month. Furthermore, there is the tuition for FIA at the Noble Girls and Oppos school, which is 30 gold pounds monthly, along with the household and Oppos' regular expenses of 50 gold pounds. In total, the Wagner family and Oppos' monthly expenditure amounts to 110 gold pounds. Conversely, the Lord and Oppos' salary, including additional earnings, barely exceeds 30 gold pounds, a sum only attained after 2 decades of service in the municipal department. The remaining funds are drawn from the Wagner family and Oppos' assets. Lord Lost has 3 shops, 2 located in the Rampant district, one being a handcrafted watch store, which boasts the best business with a monthly profit of 80 gold pounds. The other is a flower shop, under the name of Marilyn, which, through her network of female acquaintances, generates an annual profit of 600 to 700 gold pounds. Designated for entertaining guests, hosting small gatherings, beautifying the garden, and purchasing clothing for the family. The final establishment is a small grocery store situated in the working-class area of Gryffindor. The supply chain is managed by a former comrade of Lost, who, after retiring, became a grain merchant, selling them batches at remarkably low profit margins. The store yields a monthly profit of approximately 30 gold pounds, although it is notably stable. This leaves the family with a monthly surplus oscillating around 20 to 30 gold pounds, which is quite typical. In a middle-class area such as Ravik, populated by those aspiring for a refined and comfortable lifestyle, social interactions are confined to peers of similar status, necessitating that most individuals allocate their income towards maintaining a respectable standard of living, including housing, hospitality, and attire. It is customary for residents to spend 2/3 of their monthly income on sustaining their lifestyle. The Wagner family, despite being broadly considered noble, must also host friends, neighbors, and even FIA's classmates from the Noble Girls' School, making professional servants, exquisite tea sets, and delightful pastries indispensable. Thus, the financial situation of spending 2/3 of income on non-essential expenses may seem excessively lavish to those residing in the lower districts. Yet this manner of upholding elegance and dignity is the prevailing norm in Ravik. However, this does not imply that the Wagner family possesses limited funds. The small building they currently inhabit at 108 Zeeching Street is valued at over 7,000 gold pounds. Over 20 years ago, Lost acquired the land and constructed this 3-story building for less than 300 gold pounds, a significant portion of his savings amassed during a decade of military service. However, it now appears that acquiring this property during the unique circumstances of the economic downturn in Brantis has proven to be exceptionally lucrative. Thus, drawing a parallel with society on Earth, the Wagner family and Oppos' fixed assets amount to millions, yet their liquid capital is rather limited, which aligns well with the condition of the modern middle class. Regarding the prospect of inheriting a fortune worth thousands of pounds, Les exhibits little enthusiasm. While he naturally feels fortunate about his identity as a minor heir in this new realm, for had another individual facilitated his sustenance, he would have been inundated with an overwhelming narrative. Nevertheless, he harbors scant fervor or excitement concerning the inheritance of such wealth. In this new world, the notion of becoming a wealthy gentleman holds little allure. Merely having sufficient funds for sustenance suffices. In essence, the world is vast, and he yearns to explore it, leaving his own imprint behind. Les is aware of what Lord Lost is about to articulate, yet he is truly indifferent, thus responding with, "I'll follow your lead. My affection for you and FIA is equal to that of Marilyn S., Lord Lost stated gravely. I understand. Given that FIA celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony last year, we have been contemplating a considerable gift for her. Coincidentally, around the time we were deliberating, your letter concerning your retirement arrived at our home. Consequently, I decided to discuss this matter with you first, and if you consent, you can convey it to her. I comprehend, Les replied, acknowledging the situation. What are you planning to bestow upon FIA? This gift is traditionally the first and often the most valuable one given to children of affluent families upon reaching adulthood, a provision that ensures their well-being, which, once given, becomes forever severed from the family estate, belonging solely to the individual. Les himself had received a coming-of-age gift. His parents had invested £1,000 to purchase 2 apartments in Ravik, which they rented out, yielding approximately £4 in rental income each month. We intend to gift FIA a musical instrument store located on Maple Street, he was informed. Les appeared somewhat perplexed. If I recall correctly, Maple Street is quite near Gryffindor District. Between neighborhoods, there are no walls to obstruct movement. The boundaries are not distinctly marked, existing in a gradual transition. Although Maple Street is categorized within the middle-class Ravik area, its consumer level and clientele also encompass part of the lower district, Gryffindor, where his apartment is situated. Within the so-called lower town districts of Brantis, the port area of Leithrin is predominantly inhabited by dockworkers and warehouse laborers, while the impoverished district of Wonest is home to the most destitute. In contrast, a segment of Gryffindor's populace enjoys a standard of living that may surpass that of many Ravik residents. After all, while the county may not boast the wealth of urban dwellers, it does not imply that billionaires from the county find themselves at the lowest rungs of the city's socioeconomic ladder. Nonetheless, overall, the demand for high-end consumer goods such as musical instruments among Gryffindor residents pales in comparison to that of the noble and commercial districts. Chapter 9. Insider information. The choice of location was not made lightly. There was indeed a reason behind it, the Lord remarked while puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Is it because FIA has a penchant for music? This was the first thought that crossed his mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Father, in my absence over the past few years, Brantis must have undergone significant changes. There are crucial elements missing, such as development plans. At this juncture, Lost interrupted him, gazing proudly at his astute son. Indeed, the land behind Maple Street was originally a parcel belonging to Gryffindor, which the municipal hall has earmarked for the establishment of an opera academy. This news has yet to circulate, at least not within the Ravenclaw district. If you have no objections, we must act swiftly. The property prices along Maple Street have already seen a notable increase, and these merchants possess a keen sense for opportunity. Les nodded in agreement, his thoughts drifting to the value of his 2-bedroom apartments. Seeing him acquiesce so readily, Lord Lost felt a wave of relief wash over him. The investment required for a music shop was substantial, which would deplete most of their savings. If you had mentioned wanting to start a business upon your discharge, the family could hardly manage to provide 2 significant sums simultaneously. Les chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. If I were to venture into business, I would not seek funds from home. By the way, Father, the rental income from those 2 apartments will be entirely reinvested into the music shop, which I consider a coming-of-age gift for FIA. You and Mother wouldn't mind my involvement, would you? The Lord cast a glance at the butler, Bane, who pondered for a moment before replying. In recent years, I have managed the young master's apartments. There have been 2 tenants, but vacancies were brief. The young master has approximately 260 gold pounds in his account at the Royal Bank. All for FIA as a gift? Indeed, Father. To be candid, Les had not anticipated such a sum, feeling a twinge of regret. However, he believed that whether he inherited or took over the original owner's body, he had no recollection of it. Inheriting was one thing, usurping brought its own sense of guilt. Naturally, he was generous towards the sister who had been the original owner's most cherished, and this would also alleviate some financial strain on the Wagner family. Lord Lost smiled approvingly, but refrained from giving his consent outright. You must find your own way to compensate your sister for her coming-of-age gift. Do not think you can simply ride on the coattails of others for money. Keep those rental earnings for yourself. Bane, please hand over the bank statements to him tomorrow. From now on, he shall manage the apartments himself. I have great trust in Uncle Bane. Perhaps he should continue managing the apartments for now. Not a chance. Your enterprises are separate from the family. Why should Bane, as the family steward, manage your affairs? Once FIA's music shop opens, your mother will only offer initial training and not much assistance thereafter. It seemed Lord Lost was intent on fostering his children's independence, with arrangements nearing completion. He was confident that with the Maple Street properties, the two young ones would not go hungry. He inhaled deeply, relaxing as he spoke. "My lord, the situation is not as grave as you perceive," Bain remarked, lifting his wineglass to his nose, for he never indulged in alcohol during working hours. "You are overthinking it." The lord took a sip of red wine. "Regarding the matter I previously mentioned about transferring the granary to Rank and Amp, Oppos' name, have you given it any thought?" "My lord, such action is unnecessary. I have yet to repay your kindness," Bain asserted resolutely. "Yet you must consider your son. He owes nothing to the Wagner family. If they falter, I cannot escape unscathed, nor will you," he said, polishing the crystalline glass, his expression somber. "You have saved my life 4 times on the battlefield, which translates to a debt of life owed by me, my son, my grandson, and my great-grandson to the Wagner family. My dear fellow," the lord sighed, "perhaps I have been overly concerned. There will be no significant changes in the next 2 years. We are merely minor players, not as important as we might believe. We shall take it one step at a time. I still believe this matter should be clearly communicated to young Master Les. After all, he is your only son and the sole heir to the Wagner name. It is precisely because he is my only son that I cannot involve him." As Bain recounted the origin of the scar at the corner of Les's eye, a wave of fear washed over him. If we succeed, his life will remain unscathed. If we fail, it will be the same. This is the most prudent course of action. Lord Lost and Oppos' conversation that evening felt akin to the division of an estate. In noble traditions, it is customary for the head of the family to reasonably allocate assets among offspring to prevent familial discord over inheritance in later years. Yet, was it not somewhat premature? Given Fia and Oppos' current temperament and age, she could not possibly manage a shop on her own in such a short time. Hastily allocating assets to her would be futile. Moreover, although Lost claimed that few in Ravink knew of the Music Academy and Oppos' construction plans, the noblemen in the district were undoubtedly aware. They were like greedy sharks, drawn by the scent of blood. While their greed would be evident, the municipality's oversight would limit them to claiming at most a third of the profits. Lost, through some high-level connections, had managed to secure a shop from merchants who were less informed about other news. However, even so, the nobles' early intervention had driven up the prices of properties in that area. Acquiring one would require no less than 2,000 gold pounds, likely representing the majority of his family's savings. Perhaps it is indeed a splendid opportunity. The instrument shop beside the Music Academy seems like an effortless venture, and Fia happens to possess a passion for music and familiarity with this domain. Les did not dwell on it further. He had never been a father or a head of household, unable to fathom their intentions and motives, which were not his immediate concern. For years of military life had left its mark on him. As he gently caressed the soldier's south tags carried close to his chest, a tide of anger and bloodlust began to rise within him. Sergei Catch, we shall meet again soon. Chapter 10. Departure in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the room. Les opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. He tugged at the bell rope beside his bed and then descended to the balcony. A gentle breeze wafted in from the sea, brushing against his cheeks, its coolness akin to a refreshing splash of water. He stretched languidly, attempting to ease his body. To be frank, he felt a slight ache in his back and a lack of vigor. The down mattress and bedding at home were exceedingly soft, a stark contrast to the rigid wooden beds of the military. Unaccustomed to such plushness, he often felt a disconcerting lack of support while lying down, causing his muscles to involuntarily tense, seeking a firm point of contact, which resulted in a restless night. Nonetheless, this was the latest he had risen, as the sensation of safety and comfort had delayed his well-honed military biological clock by 2 hours. The balcony of his bedroom faced the backyard of the small buildings, where a carriage and a few purebred horses from Aries were stabled. A young boy was seen adding feed to the troughs, tending to the remnants of last night's horse manure alongside an elderly man. Spotting the boy, Les called out, "Lunk." He quickly jogged down the stairs, and Lunk, beaming, waved back. "Young master, it's a pleasure to see you again." In the original owner's memories, Lunk Langford was an honest and sincere friend, notably discreet. During their childhood mischief, he never divulged anything about Les, regardless of how much Butler Bain pressed his son. Like his father, he was a reliable individual. Then, in a swift reaction, Lunk caught the object tossed down from above, discovering it to be a handwritten notebook on the care of military horses. "Thank you, young master. I truly appreciate it." Lunk not only possessed a natural affinity for horse care, but he had also harbored a passion for horses since childhood. His greatest aspiration being to raise a racehorse that could compete and achieve accolades in the kingdom's equestrian events. Unfortunately, for the time being, the Wagner family had no need for racehorses or an estate in the countryside. Holding the notebook, Lunk bounced with excitement, only to suddenly notice a composed face appearing from the ground floor window, his father. The door to the adjacent balcony swung open, revealing Fi, clad in a sleeveless lace-trimmed nightgown. Her expression one of fatigue and displeasure. With a yawn, she half-heartedly waved her hand. "I apologize, but it's nearly 8 o'clock. If I recall correctly, your school carriage is scheduled to arrive at 9. Marilyn had lamented more than once in her letters to her son about FIA's late rising causing the carriage to wait, leading to complaints from the school's teachers. Unfazed, FIA dismissed the concern with a wave. "I can rise at 8:30 and still be suitably prepared to board the carriage on time. Do not underestimate a student, especially a beauty like me, regarding the value of sleep. Skipping breakfast could lead to nutritional deficiencies, less advised." In his previous school days, he had managed his time similarly. "But I can maintain my figure," the young lady countered. "Well, I suggest you take a can of milk, as it aids in the development of certain congenital defects." Les blinked with a narrowed gaze. FIA instinctively lowered her head to glance at her flat chest, then directed her attention toward objects that could be thrown from the balcony. After attending to his personal hygiene, Les donned military trousers and a shirt, holding his jacket as he made his way to the dining room. It was not that his wardrobe lacked suitable attire. Rather, he deemed military garb more appropriate for his visit to the Military Affairs Office today. Upon arriving at the dining room, Lord Lost had already commenced his breakfast, while Lady Marilyn was conspicuously absent, likely still in slumber. Laziness, when attributed to men like the Lord and himself, bore a pejorative connotation, whereas for a noblewoman like Marilyn and Amp, Oppos, laziness and Amp, Oppos, held a neutral significance. After greeting his father, Les took a seat opposite him. The breakfast consisted of sandwiches filled with sashimi, sweet soup, and various fruits and vegetables. However, he had no fondness for sweet soup and requested the servant to substitute it with sweetened milk. "Are you heading to the Military Affairs Office today?" Lord Lost inquired, having finished his meal while savoring a sip of his Ceylon tea. "Yes, father." "No. I prefer to take the tram myself and observe the changes in Brand along the way." "That is fine. In fact, you should postpone your visit to the Military Affairs Office for 2 days. I can inquire about the situation for you." The Lord rose after finishing his tea, preparing to depart. "It's of no consequence. I have yet to decide my future course." Les declined, feeling it unnecessary to leverage his father's connections and favors for a position that was destined to be short-lived. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant day." "Thank you." Just as the Lord exited, a still sleepy FIA entered the dining room. It must be said that her speed in grooming and dressing far surpassed that of an ordinary woman. She was adorned in a fitting court gown, her light makeup concealing her freckles, presenting a stark contrast to her appearance on the balcony moments ago, save for her unchanging bust. "I was not deceiving you earlier." "Milk does indeed have its benefits," Les remarked with a smile. FIA shot him a glare, still vexed by his earlier jest, but after a moment's hesitation, poured herself a glass of unsweetened milk. "What classes do we have today?" The first day after a holiday often brings an air of melancholy, whether in work or study. "Well then, may you learn something worthwhile today." He finished his breakfast, downed the milk by his side in one gulp, and accepted the jacket offered by the servant. At 8:30 in the morning, Les stood at the entrance of his home, glancing at the pocket watch in his hand. He had previously inquired of Bain regarding the route to the Military Affairs Office, which was located at 12 Mine Street, Commerce District. The Commerce District occupies a central position in Brand, primarily serving commercial and governmental functions, embodying a blend of CBD and administrative zones, seemingly epitomizing the essence of collusion between officials and business. Moreover, the area is replete with shops offering goods and specialties from various nations, easily found in abundance. The street where he resided, Zijing Street, was a residential area. To prevent the noise of the trams from disturbing the inhabitants, no tracks were laid, with stations only established at 2 intersections. After waiting at the station for approximately 15 minutes, a lengthy carriage, drawn by 4 horses and equipped with 6 wheels, finally approached from a distance and came to a stop before him. The first to disembark was a man, his clothes heavily creased, swollen bags under his eyes, and a lingering scent of alcohol about him, all indicative of a man either returning from a night of revelry or seeking the company of a lover. ignoring the individual. He prepared to board the carriage. "Are you, Yaster?" Les scrutinized the man's face, contemplating for a moment. "Indeed, it is I," the inebriated man exclaimed with some excitement, perhaps still not fully sober. Yaster Hepburn had been a friend of the original owner since primary school. A neighbor on the same street. "Long time no see, my friend." "Indeed, it has been 4 years since I left. Would you care to join me for a drink at my home?" Yaster remarked without a moment and Appos' hesitation. A habitual invitation that had often followed their brief encounters in the past. Les regarded his current state with a hint of disbelief. He was still drinking. "Apologies, but I have some matters to attend to." He gestured towards the carriage waiting nearby. "Oh, very well. 6 o'clock at my place. You remember how to get there, right?" Yaster looked at him with warmth. "Certainly. I shall arrive punctually," Les replied politely. "Sir, we must depart," the ticket collector standing at the carriage door reminded him. Les nodded in acknowledgement, waved farewell to Yaster, and boarded the carriage, which then continued on to the next stop under the driver's whip. "Sir, where are you headed?" The young ticket collector inquired with a professional smile. I need to go to the Brandis military office. Where should I disembark?" "Please ride this carriage to the Tulip Street stop at the boundary of the Commons District, then walk 5 minutes to catch the northbound carriage on Wind Whisper Street. Disembarking 2 stops thereafter." "Thank you. How much for a ticket to Tulip Street, particularly for that seat in the back?" He pointed to the leather double seat at the rear of the carriage, which, though only 2 rows of 4 seats, occupied a space comparable to the usual seating for 20 in the front. "First-class ticket, 9 silver coins." The ticket collector tore off the ticket. Les retrieved a 10-value silver coin from his pocket and handed it to him. "The remainder is for your tip. Thank you for your generosity." The ticket collector responded with a nod of appreciation, his expression remaining largely unchanged. It was expected for this route to traverse through 2 upscale residential districts, and tips were a common occurrence. Otherwise, he would not have offered his 14-year-old sister to the manager responsible for the route's allocation as mistress. An hour and a half later, Les alighted from the carriage. He now stood on Mine Street in the Commons District. According to Bain, the military office was located approximately 300 meters from the carriage stop. The time was now 10:50, and the government offices of the Kingdom of Noah mandated a lunch break for staff from 11 to 12:30. Should he choose to go now, he would perfectly coincide with the staff and Appos' lunch break. In light of this, it would be more prudent to find a place to wait until the afternoon when the staff resumes work. He entered a CAF named West Coast Elegance. Guided by a server to a window-side table, he ordered a selection of refreshments recommended by the server, along with a cup of coffee, and requested a newspaper. As he listened to the melodies of West Coast tunes played by the CAF's hired bagpiper, he savored coffee and pastries, both hailing from that very region. While casually perusing the news published in the Brandis Daily, Les couldn't help but reflect, what a waste of time. An entire morning has slipped away without any accomplishment. This sentiment was primarily due to the vastness of Brandis's urban landscape and the relatively inconvenient transportation, as waiting for the streetcar at 2 different stops consumed nearly 40 minutes. Coupled with the considerable distance, his journey had taken him 2.5 hours. Chapter 11. Seeking employment and making friends after sitting in the CAF until 1 o'clock. Les walked to the entrance of the Brandis Military Affairs Office. The area was bustling with people, as in Noah, new recruits enlisted in March, and discharges were concentrated each July, facilitating the transition of military personnel. Upon entering the hall and stating his purpose to the receptionist, he was escorted to the office area of the Veterans Placement Department. Soon, after a major in naval uniform rose from one of the desks and departed. It was Les's turn. "Lieutenant Les Wagner, discharged from the 1st Legion?" confirmed the staff member, who held the rank of major. "Yes, am I well known?" Les asked, puzzled. "To be frank, not really," the staff member chuckled, explaining, "It's just that among the company of officers discharged this year, you're the only one under 30. And the receptionist assigned you to me, which makes it rather easy to guess, doesn't it?" "All right, I concede you have a point," Les replied with a smile. "Now, may I see your soldier's badge, enlistment certificate, discharge papers, and Brandis residency card?" The need for such a multitude of documents was not due to the meticulousness of the military affairs process, but rather because the office only had a description of Les's appearance, green hair, azure eyes, and height. Photographs did not exist in this era. Therefore, they relied on an abundance of documentation to verify identity. Les complied and presented a stack of materials. After the staff member carefully authenticated several documents, they were returned to him, followed by the inquiry, "What kind of job are you seeking?" How many options does the Military Affairs Office have to offer me? Les countered. Please hold on a moment. The staff member rummaged through the pile of documents on the desk. Currently, considering your rank and original branch, there are 3 departments that meet the criteria. The first is the Cavalry Patrol in the Nobility District, the position being Deputy Leader of the 3rd Squad. With a monthly salary of 6.5 gold pounds, classified as a mid-level assistant clerk. The second is the Police Chief in the Ernest District. The Slum District, offering a monthly salary of 4 gold pounds, classified as a junior assistant clerk. If you possess a strong sense of justice, I personally would not recommend this position. The last option is as the head of security and transport in the Ravank branch of the Kingdom Bank, which, as it is not an administrative department, does not fall under the City Hall's jurisdiction, but it offers the highest monthly salary of 8.5 gold pounds. Les pondered for a moment before asking, is there a position available at the Ravank Police Department? Regrettably, the Ravank Police Department has no vacancies this year. They do not require an officer of your rank. Very well, I will choose the position at the Kingdom Bank in Ravank. If I were you, I would make the same choice, the staff member responded with a smile. To be honest, working for the government is not particularly lucrative. My salary is only 7.5 gold pounds, yet I have been with the Military Affairs Office for nearly 10 years. Les was not surprised by this revelation. This individual's military rank is purely administrative, specifically conferred to subdue certain unruly retired officers, and does not imply that his salary aligns with that of a commissioned officer. Rather, it is his administrative grade that dictates the extent of his remuneration, which, at best, places him at the level of a mid-level assistant clerk. Of course, he may have other lucrative opportunities. Possessing numerous government and related departmental positions, it is natural that retired officers with some connections would seek his assistance. However, among the job offers he provided, the one from the bank appears quite generous, likely due to the presence of Lord Lostray and Oppos' position in his records. Thus, filling out this form and signing it will suffice. Within 3 days, your file will be transferred to the Ravenclaw branch, after which you may proceed to commence your employment. Thank you. Les stood to express his gratitude, bidding farewell. Upon exiting the Military Affairs Office, he glanced at his pocket watch and felt the coins in his pocket, approximately 1.5 gold pounds. This prompted him to abandon his plan of purchasing a bottle of wine in the Commons District as a gift for his visit. The residents of the Yaster family lacked a garden and lawn, perhaps due to his mother's early demise and his father's frequent travels as a businessman, which made maintenance more convenient. After ringing the doorbell, the door swiftly opened, revealing Yaster and a young lady before him. "Welcome, Les," Yaster said, stepping forward to embrace him. Then introduced, "This is my wife, Afra Hall." "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Les Wagner." "Hello, Mr. Les," Afra replied, her demeanor somewhat awkward as she performed a curtsy, accepting the red wine from his hand and then standing silently to the side. Noticing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yaster and Oppos' eyes, though he refrained from commenting and instead warmly led Les inside. "I hadn't anticipated your marriage," Les remarked as he settled onto the sofa, accepting the cup of black tea offered by the servant. "Neither did I. My father found me a wife shortly before his passing and instructed the lawyer that only if I married Afra would I inherit all his estate, including this house. Otherwise, I would find myself in the slums among the vagrants," Yaster lamented. "Mr. Hepburn has passed?" "Indeed. My father's health had been deteriorating over the last few years, likely due to ailments contracted during his younger days of commerce, compounded by a cold last year that he could not survive that winter," Yaster said quietly. Sorrow etched upon his face. "That is truly lamentable." The original owner had held Mr. Hepburn in high regard. He was a kind elder who always wore a smile and generously provided Yaster with pocket money. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more. Yaster rose to answer it, ushering in 2 gentlemen. "Les, do take a look at who has arrived." Les stood in astonishment. "Tot, Wild." "Les, it has been ages," Tot exclaimed, swiftly approaching and enveloping him in a strong embrace. "Oh, my friend, your strength has only increased," Les jokingly complained, then turned to Wild beside him. In stark contrast to the muscular physique supported by Tot, this individual appeared rather frail. Standing at a height of 5'7", yet weighing barely 120 pounds, his slender frame, coupled with his fair complexion and handsome features, undeniably attracted the attention of the ladies. "Wild, congratulations on realizing your dream of becoming a lawyer." Wild shook hands with Les and jested, "For the sake of our respective reputations, perhaps we should avoid embracing." As Brantis's commercial ventures expanded, the cultures of various nations began to permeate this region, leading to the subtle emergence of homosexuality within Brantis. Frankly, if one were to observe the streets, it would be quite easy to misconstrue the relationship between a robust, virile man like Les and a more androgynous, delicate-looking man like Wilde, were they to exhibit excessive familiarity. Although Les was unaware of the recent developments in Brantis, his earthly memories allowed him to effortlessly grasp the humor in the situation. "Hey, let us not linger here. Remember, I summoned you all today for a drink." Yaster led the group to the dining table and instructed the servants to bring forth the prepared dishes and various alcoholic beverages. "Let us raise a glass to welcome Les back safely from the army. Cheers. Cheers." Wilde was the first to initiate the conversation after placing his empty glass down. "So, Les, how were your 4 years in the army?" Within their small circle, Wilde typically played the role of the conversational instigator, though his tolerance for alcohol was not substantial. He relished the opportunity to engage in banter while sipping drinks with friends. Les recounted his experiences over the past 4 years, sharing tales of his first kill, the myriad circumstances on the front lines, and most significantly, the origin of the scar near his eye, earning gasps and applause from the 3 others. After discussing his own journey, he inquired about theirs. "You know, I have now become a public prosecutor, although I am merely an assistant lawyer at the lowest rank. I believe that one day, I can become a renowned lawyer like Joe Gamer. Do you aspire to be like him as a lawyer? Or do you wish to be a wealthy man like him?" Yaster teased. Joe Gamer, the foremost lawyer of the former Gameland Empire, witnessed a rapid rise in the profession of defense attorney following Felton's reforms of the nobility, his establishment of unified laws, and the creation of a court system. Gamer was particularly adept at exploiting legal loopholes to aid the affluent in evading punishment. Consequently, his fees were exorbitantly high, and his success rate consistently exceeded 90%. Later, Felton the first recognized Gamer and Oppos' profound understanding of the law, securing his involvement in drafting the civil code of the Gameland Empire in exchange for a promise of entry into the highest council. This civil code later became a pivotal reference template for parliamentary nations. "Yaster, you hardly know me. As a public prosecutor, I trust you understand what that entails. Individuals like me naturally aspire to be wealthy lawyers." Laughter erupted among them, with Les expressing curiosity about Tao T's strong sense of justice, which stood in stark contrast to Wilde, who ranked last in this regard. "Why then do you choose to be a public prosecutor?" Les inquired. Public prosecutors typically align themselves with law enforcement, enjoying a steady income. However, when faced with corrupt judges, the likelihood of defeat is considerable. In this era, the frequent failures of public prosecutors are somewhat attributed to the police and Oppos' limited understanding of legal statutes. Yet such setbacks can nonetheless impact a lawyer and Oppos' career. Les, unfazed by this revelation, recalled how he and Yaster often skipped classes for leisure during their school days, later indulging in evenings at taverns, watching dance performances while drinking. It was no surprise that Wilde, their classmate, shared this penchant for truancy. Nonetheless, Wilde's intellect shone brightly. Upon graduating from public school at 17, he ranked 12th in his class, earning a place at the prestigious law university in the capital. In contrast, Les and Yaster did not gain admission anywhere. Lord Lost and Mr. Hepburn had intended to sponsor their education, but after graduation, the two spiraled into a hedonistic lifestyle, leaning towards alcoholism. Wilde, on the other hand, spent 6 months preparing for his entrance exam, successfully gained admission, and eventually returned to join the district court as a public prosecutor. To be honest, my academic performance at the law academy was not stellar, compounded by my falling out with my mentor, which resulted in a lack of recommendation letters or accolades from the institution. The Brandes law firm would not consider someone of my standing. Without the endorsement of a reputable firm, even attempting to offer my services pro bono to gain recognition proved futile, as trust was in short supply. Thus, I joined the court as a public prosecutor, where I have managed to outmaneuver several rookie attorneys with years of experience. Now, I have garnered the attention of law firms eager to extend invitations for collaboration, and I am contemplating my options. Indeed, brilliance will shine wherever it may be. Les remarked in admiration. Next was my turn. Tao Te, unable to conceal his eagerness, spoke up. "I recall you mentioned passing the Knight Academy's assessment before we parted ways." Les prompted, keen to encourage the conversation. The Knight Academy, established by the kingdom, serves as a training ground for extraordinary abilities, boasting the most qualified instructors, advanced training equipment, and relatively affordable provisions of meat. Indeed, Taute nodded affirmatively. I have graduated from the Knight Academy and am now employed at the Ravink District Police Department. Although my monthly salary amounts to merely 3 gold pounds, the benefits include complimentary accommodation in a police-sponsored apartment. I intend to save money to eventually bring my mother and sister over. Yaster scoffed slightly, remarking, with an income of 3 gold pounds, even without the burden of rent. Maintaining a respectable standard of living is quite challenging, especially for 3 people. The police welfare apartments do not permit the accumulation of cardboard boxes or artificial flowers in the corridors. This is far removed from Griffin and Oppo's lifestyle. Tott's family circumstances were rather dire. His father had fled due to gambling debts, while his mother toiled in the impoverished district, occasionally working odd jobs and crafting small accessories. Tott had only received 2 years of education at a primary school before he found employment as a dock worker, struggling to recognize a considerable number of common characters. However, fortune favors the virtuous, and he successfully thwarted an attempted robbery targeting Les and his companions at a local tavern, thus forging a friendship with them. Occasionally, the trio would provide a small financial aid to help Tott's family through tough times. Wangdir even entrusted the childhood textbooks of the 3 to his sister, Hualis, who had a passion for learning, ensuring that both Tott and his sister could read and write proficiently. What contract did you sign with the Knight Academy? Wangdir inquired. Driven by professional curiosity, 5 years of service in the police night squad, after which I can choose whether to remain, Tott replied without hesitation. That contract seems rather harsh. As a newly graduated Tier 3 knight, any bodyguard position would yield at least 7 gold pounds in income. After 5 years, the government would save 200 gold pounds in salaries, and the training costs at the Knight Academy are significantly lower than elsewhere. This arrangement seems to exploit your value. The optimal sustenance for knightly training is said to be the flesh of ferocious beasts, yet the so-called ferocious beasts are not markedly different from ordinary meats. They are merely more savage creatures. Both military and civilian hunters occasionally venture into the mountains for hunting. Their meat is denser and more sustaining, which aids knights in their training efficiency, though it is not a prerequisite for becoming a knight. Those endowed with higher talent can accumulate sufficient energy for extracting vital essence even through a simple, abundant diet of bread over time. While the Knight Academy's supply of ferocious beast meat is somewhat limited, ordinary meat is plentiful, especially the pork that is often shunned by the upper echelons of society. The considerable fat content in pork can also provide knights with ample nutritional reserves. However, the admission standards of the Knight Academy are quite stringent. They aim to supply the kingdom's military and other violent departments with a steady influx of knights to maintain extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, only those with above-average talent are accepted as students of suitable age. After several years of complementary training, those who graduate as Tier 3 knights are compelled to take on assigned roles to repay their training costs, concurrently bolstering the strength of law enforcement. I find it quite acceptable. Had I not entered the Knight Academy, those debt collectors might have resorted to drastic measures. Moreover, the wages for dock workers are currently less than 2 gold pounds. Your encouragement for me to become a knight was indeed prudent, Tott expressed gratefully, gazing at them. That is because you truly possess such talent. Look at Les and me in our childhood. Our father spent a considerable sum each month on ferocious beast meat for us. Yet it yielded little effect, Yaster jested. Not entirely ineffective. I at least passed the Tier 2 knight certification, whereas Yaster, you are merely indulging in meat, Les retorted. And what have you been up to all these years? As usual, just biding my time, Yaster laughed nonchalantly. By the way, I have a bottle of red wine from the Aries Southern Winery in my bedroom. I'll fetch it for you to taste. Chapter 12. Tott observing Yaster and Oppo's somewhat awkward departure, Les cast an inquiring glance at Wilder. The latter surveyed the surroundings, ushered the servant out, and then shrugged helplessly. Years ago, when I went to the capital for my studies, you were sent by your father to join the military, while Tott enrolled in the Knight Academy, and Mr. Hepburn insisted that he accompany him to learn the management of the family estate. Les nodded in agreement. It was indeed true that Mr. Hepburn, through my father's actions, had finally realized that he could no longer indulge his son. In truth, Tott would only drink with him after laboring at the docks. Wilder managed to achieve commendable results with minimal effort, while only the original Les and Yaster truly squandered their time. When Mr. Hepburn learned that his son's 3 close friends had embarked on their respective paths, he could no longer permit Yaster to remain idle. And then, initially, Yaster performed adequately. Mr. Hepburn had taken him along for several business transactions. However, after a year and a half, Mr. Hepburn's health deteriorated significantly, often preventing him from personally attending to matters, resulting in some losses under Yaster's management. This was to be expected. After all, Yaster had only been exposed to commerce for a year and a half, and those merchants were seasoned foxes, less remarked. Indeed, yet Yaster appeared somewhat disheartened. He ceased to concern himself with the family business, allowing the managers to adopt a conservative approach, and instead devoted himself to caring for Mr. Hepburn. Upon learning of this, Mr. Hepburn felt disappointed, and his illness worsened, which in turn further affected Yaster's spirits. He began to indulge in excessive drinking, lavishly spending money at bars and on women. In his final moments, Mr. Hepburn likely recognized his son's fragile psychological state, fearing that his death would plunge Yaster into greater despair and lead to the squandering of their fortune. Consequently, he sought out a calm and honest girl from the countryside, Afra, compelling him to establish a family, and liquidated most of the shops to deposit the proceeds in the bank. Each month, Afra would be required to withdraw a specific amount for their livelihood until such time as she and Yaster Hall voluntarily conceived a child, at which point the estate would be fully transferred to Yaster under the auspices of a lawyer's notarization. Has Yaster divulged all of this to you? Les gazed quizzically at Wilder, who had recounted so much. Of course not. You know, this fellow has always been tight-lipped about his misadventures, but I am a lawyer. Wilder chuckled. How could I be unaware that lawyers and private detectives have merged into a single profession? Todd inquired with confusion. At times, they do bear a striking resemblance. Les nodded thoughtfully, then asked with earnestness, is this Afra reliable? The financial authority rests in the hands of a relative stranger, and while Mr. Hepburn was not a fool, his mind may not have been entirely clear at that time. This girl is the daughter of a longtime employee of Mr. Hepburn's enterprise, raised in the countryside, pure and honest. If Yaster were to unexpectedly perish without control over the estate, all funds would be donated to the Kingdom Welfare Foundation, aimed at improving the living conditions of the lower classes. If she is a wise individual, she should understand how to safeguard their current comfortable existence. The old fox remains the old fox. Mr. Hepburn wishes for his son to regain his vigor through new familial ties. Thus he desires for Yaster to have his own son. The birth of a new life should stir something within Yaster, to safeguard his estate from potential ruin. He established a dual will, entrusted to a friend of his son. Wendell holds the ultimate will, yet the sole beneficiary of this document is Yaster. Even if he colludes with the Kingdom Foundation and Avra, he will ultimately gain nothing, for the Kingdom Foundation is under royal control, and the monarchy has little regard for Mr. Hepburn's legacy. Thus, your earlier insinuation of an investigation was indeed relayed to you by Mr. Hepburn, was it not? Leth mused. Having initially believed it was Wendell's own discovery, it is evident that Yaster harbors no affection for the plain-looking Avra, perhaps deeming her unworthy of his wife's standard. And how could a girl raised in the countryside compete with the glamorous women of the taverns? However, whether Yaster has capitulated to Hepburn and Oppos' arrangements and is prepared to father a child with Avra remains largely unknown to the others. Todd, needing to work the following morning, graciously declined Yaster's kind invitation to stay over, and Leth accompanied him as they departed from Yaster's residence. While en route to the tram station to catch the last ride home, Leth engaged Todd in casual conversation. How's the work at the police station? Not too bad. The night squad mainly handles security for events and large-scale operations. Investigating cases is not within our purview. The Shan gang? They have not involved themselves. Their influence is quite feeble, and the businesses and firms that constitute the bulk of gang revenue pay little heed to their threats. The actual gangsters who receive their protection fees resolve issues for the merchants. So what do you do at the station every day? Combat training, fitness, meals, and chatting with the female officers. Your life seems enviably leisurely. Aside from the somewhat meager salary, I share that sentiment. Tot replied with a nod and a smile. By the way, since you spend all day at the station, do you know someone named Sergei Katch? Leth inquired seemingly at random. Sergei? Of course, I know him. He is the deputy director responsible for neighborhood security at the Raven Court police station. The only son of Marquis Katch, young and handsome, with an illustrious background. He just assumed his position 2 months ago, and to this day, the female officers cannot stop discussing him. Huh, is that so? Leth chuckled lightly. Why do you ask about this individual? Oh, it is said that he also retired from the 1st Legion. Do you know him? No, but he is quite a celebrity within the Legion. A distinguished officer recognized by the Marshal, and with the prospect of a Marquis title, it is hard not to know of him. Born with a silver spoon. He is truly unlike us. Sometimes, I find it rather irksome, Tot reflected. Hey. Does the we in that statement exclude me? Leth jested, recalling how he and Yaster were often labeled as the epitome of wicked nobility. Of course. Tot nodded as if it were a matter of course. Yet I do not harbor any envy towards you. Why? Les inquired with a light chuckle. I must admit, although you all genuinely assist me, there is always a hint of disdain in Yaster's gaze when he converses with me and Wendell. Tot spoke earnestly. Do not hastily deny it. Reflect upon it thoroughly. Perhaps. That may be true. I realize it may not entirely be his fault. Tot continued. Yaster's father possesses assets worth tens of thousands of gold pounds. Though Wendell resides in a middle-class neighborhood, his family is merely that of a small merchant, while I am but a wretched commoner in the eyes of the elite, fearful of not having enough to eat next week. And so? Les questioned, somewhat perplexed, unsure of why Tot suddenly broached such a topic, as if the conversation had taken an abrupt turn. When we first met, at the tender age of 14 or 15, our gazes were all alike. Yet, 2 years later, Yaster's demeanor had shifted. The time you spent with him increased, while my moments with Wendell dwindled. There were times when, after hauling hundreds of sacks of grain from the docks, I would hastily rush to the tavern to meet you, only to be met with your impatient glances, truly disheartening. I consoled myself, thinking we were all still children, our thoughts perhaps not fully matured. Yet, with Wendell attending school, you enlisting, and me entering the night academy, I believed we would have matured as our connections lessened. However, today, 4 years later, upon our reunion due to your return, I discern that your gaze towards me remains untainted since childhood, for your father is a man of integrity, and he has never faltered in your upbringing. In stark contrast, Yaster's eyes still possess that elevated and contemptuous glint, even ridiculing the livelihoods of my mother and sister. This is indeed the case. The Wagner family, emerging from humble beginnings, remained ordinary until they attained an honorary title and roster. Thus, under his guidance, the original owner, despite being rebellious, could regard those of lesser lineage with equality. Yaster and Amp, Oppos, as father, while not a crude nouveau riche, often leaves for business, leaving little time for his son's instruction. Nevertheless, Mr. Hepburn is not devoid of discipline. Yaster has never engaged in illegal activities or overtly oppressed others. I believe you may be overly sensitive, less observed, watching Tot's emotions intensify. No, less. I am more acutely aware of the disdain reflected in a person's gaze, as I have witnessed it abundantly among merchants at the docks. Henceforth, I shall no longer accept Yaster and Amp, Oppos, invitations. I am grateful for the assistance he once provided. Indeed, my rise to becoming a third-tier knight is significantly attributed to you all discreetly saving the ferocious beast meat your fathers provided for your training. I shall find an opportunity to repay this kindness, but Yaster Hepburn is no longer my friend. Les looked at him helplessly, contemplating before refraining from offering any words of consolation. I hope we can still be friends. Of course, we shall remain friends who respect one another, Tot declared emphatically. However, Tot, I must convey a point. Class distinctions will eternally exist. Therefore, are you prepared to relinquish our friendship in favor of associating with the affluent wastrel, Yaster, who merely drifts through life? Les shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Tot's sturdy shoulder. Do not act like a child. You are my friend. And so is Yaster. Although a rift has emerged between the two of you, it does not diminish my bonds with either of you. What I wish to express is that, just as Sergei and I could never be friends due to our differing statuses, there will come a time when our old acquaintances will experience substantial class disparities. Perhaps one day you may ascend to the position of police chief in Bran, while I remain merely the son of a humble honorary baron. And then we shall find ourselves devoid of common ground for conversation. Therefore, let us all strive together. The Knights Brigade finds it arduous to accrue merit without engaging in combat. I recommend that you immerse yourself in the investigative processes. This approach will yield better opportunities for advancement than merely exchanging idle chatter at the precinct. Tot inhaled deeply and nodded emphatically. As he watched Tot gradually distance himself, Les stood at his doorstep and lit a cigarette. Initially, he had fancied the idea of inventing cigarettes to earn some money, only to discover that the practice of rolling tobacco for smoking had long been established. Striking 2 flints together, he ignited a small piece of cotton, using it to light the cigarette's tip. The cumbersome procedure occasionally dissuaded him from smoking altogether. Matches also represented a lucrative venture, yet he only knew that the ignition agent in match heads was phosphorus, without any further knowledge of it. The package of cigarettes he held was a gift from Yaster, elegantly packaged in a wooden box, complete with flint and cotton, albeit somewhat cumbersome for transport. Taking a deep drag, the nicotine coursed through his lungs into his bloodstream, alleviating the dulled senses induced by alcohol. Yaster, by all accounts, is a decent individual, at least as recalled from the protagonist's memories. Yet Tot's observations may not be without merit, as he has discerned, through the protagonist's recollections in the recent gathering, that Yaster does exhibit some class-based shortcomings. For instance, he tends to be overly casual in his demeanor towards friends of lesser status. Tot, on the other hand, is a person of considerable pride and sensitivity, acutely aware of others' perceptions due to his humble origins. His ability to endure has stemmed from his awareness of needing their assistance, resulting in a somewhat subservient compliance with his friends. However, his circumstances have changed significantly. He is no longer a dock worker but a third-tier knight and a full-fledged police officer. Thus, his yearning for respect has intensified. This does not imply that he is ungrateful. Les firmly believes that Tot would extend a helping hand to Yaster should the need arise. Yet, it seems that years of pent-up dissatisfaction may have culminated in this impulsive decision, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol. Wendell, being a perceptive individual, likely recognizes Yaster's unconscious disdain but chooses not to reveal it. In Wangder's heart, maintaining relationships may be more significant than the comfort derived from social gatherings with friends. Coupled with the will he holds, his connection with Yaster is profound, rendering him unlikely to relinquish it casually, regardless of the choices made. He is bound to elicit Yaster's gratitude. A cigarette was swiftly consumed, and then Les promptly rang the doorbell. Butler Baines soon appeared at the threshold, his keen eyesight aided by the oil lamps hanging on either side of the door, allowing him to open it without pausing for identity verification. Uncle Bain, are you still awake? It is my duty to await the return of family members. There is no need for such vigilance. At your age, you ought to rest early. That is the task of the night servant. Understood, young master. Les was aware that Bain had not truly absorbed his words, yet he refrained from further persuasion. Everyone possesses their own lifestyle and choices. As long as they do not intrude upon his own, he strives to respect them rather than dismiss them outright. Chapter 13. How can a transmigrator lack a golden finger in a diminutive city suspended in the heavens? The spacious and immaculate streets were adorned with an abundance of flowers and colorful ribbons. Above the city, vibrant magical fireworks scattered across the sky, transforming it into a breathtaking canvas. In the central square, hundreds of humans clad in various magical robes congregated. Their gazes reflected a myriad of emotions: envy, admiration, reverence, and even jealousy and resentment, all intertwined. The focus of their attention was a blonde woman in a flowing white robe, standing atop a high platform in the center of the square. Crowned with a platinum diadem and adorned with a deep blue gemstone pendant at her chest, her cold, beautiful countenance bore no expression, her eyes clear and composed as she silently observed the throng below. Her pristine robe was inscribed with a multitude of enchanted runes and magical patterns, pulsating with waves of magical energy that cascaded forth like surging tides, demonstrating her formidable prowess to all present. Even the fireworks in the sky, hundreds of meters away, succumbed to the force, their internal energy structures shattered and dissipated. Moments later, another middle-aged mage in white ascended the platform, and the heart-stirring energy emanating from the woman dissipated. She inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect to her counterpart. The entire assembly bowed in unison, and once more, magnificent fireworks erupted in the sky. Not far from the square, atop a clock tower, a figure clad in brown plaid pajamas, Les silently observed the unfolding spectacle. To call it a lucid dream would be somewhat inaccurate, for this marked the 9th occurrence of such a dream. In the initial 2 dreams, Les was oblivious to any irregularities, captivated solely by the ceremony in the square and the enchanting fireworks above, awakening with a sense of wonder at the richness of his subconscious imagination. However, from the 3rd instance onward, an unsettling sensation crept in. Who experiences the same dream thrice in succession, particularly from the rooftop of the same clock tower? Les began to suspect he might be entangled in something extraordinary. To ascertain the nature of his experience, he slapped himself. No sensation of pain followed. He then extended his tongue to taste the stone pillar atop the clock tower, feeling neither texture nor flavor. An exhilaration coursed through him. How could a transmigrator possibly lack a golden finger? His golden finger had finally arrived after 4 years of transmigration. However, after calling out various phrases such as system, open sesame, and attribute panel to no avail, he realized that his golden finger lacked intelligence. While this revelation brought him some relief, sparing him the fear of becoming a puppet to a malevolent system, it also presented a conundrum. Thus began his journey of exploration, where he encountered a series of miraculous yet anticipated phenomena. Casting a glance at the crowd in the square, he turned to descend the clock tower. After navigating the narrow, spiraling stone staircase for approximately 3 minutes, he finally reached the ground floor. Standing before a black iron door intricately engraved with patterns, he gestured upon a small wooden plaque adorned with carvings above the door handle, and instantly, streams of light flowed along the door and Appos' engravings, causing it to swing open automatically. Sunlight streamed through the open doorway, revealing a street paved with a certain pristine white stone and the houses flanking either side, boarding an unfamiliar mode of transport. Reminiscent of a convertible carriage which glided along the embedded tracks in the street, he adjusted the controls once more before setting off towards his destination. Approximately 5 minutes later, Les disembarked in front of a 7-story library. "Tom, Jerry, how are you today?" He greeted the 2 towering iron figures resembling puppet soldiers standing before the imposing 5-meter-high wooden doors of the library. In his 9 visits, Les had yet to encounter any animated humanoid entities beyond the plaza, nor had he heard any distinctive sounds. He merely forced himself to acknowledge these 2 companions to ensure that, should they ever come to life, they might refrain from drawing their colossal swords against him. Perhaps out of respect for his customary greetings. Who knows what fate awaited him should he perish here? The library and Appos' grand entrance required little guidance. A button beside the door activated its automatic opening. As the heavy doors creaked open, the interior of the library unfolded before him. 6 towering bookshelves, each 20 meters high, lined the walls, laden with an array of books. In the center of the hall stood dozens of small tables, each merely a meter long, accompanied by what seemed to be a dedicated desk for the librarian. The slightly low chairs were unoccupied, and the tables bore no books. In this vast, immaculate library, Les was the sole visitor. Navigating with ease, he retrieved a volume titled Meditative Enlightenment and another named Fundamentals of the Magic Sphere from the lowest shelf of one of the bookcases, before settling into his designated spot to peruse them. Indeed, he could comprehend the text within the books. Although the script employed in this city was unlike any he had encountered before, adorned with intricate patterns and unique symbols, its complexity did not hinder his understanding. This ability also explained how he managed to unlock the iron door beneath the clock tower. The patterns on the small wooden panel were, in fact, neatly arranged numbers. And upon further examination, he discovered that it functioned as a touch-sensitive keypad. The code was inscribed on the wall beside the door, likely pinned by a languid custodian of the clock tower seeking convenience. Subsequently, neither the transport nor the library, as a public facility, required any passwords or permissions, allowing him unobstructed access. In contrast, other buildings had barriers that activated before he could even reach the entrance, clearly indicating private domains. Additionally, some places that appeared to be public facilities seemed to necessitate authentication through permissions or magic, which barred his entry as well. Having explored most of this small city and Appos' expanse, and gazing upon the sky and clouds beyond its borders, he realized he was situated above a floating city, reminiscent of a fantasy realm from Earth. It was during his 4th visit that he discovered this space, which he surmised to be a library or reading room of sorts. In this place, the books are shrouded in an enigmatic limitation. Apart from the meditative enlightenment and fundamentals of the magic sphere in his possession, he is unable to retrieve any other volumes from the shelves. No matter how much strength he exerts, they remain utterly immobile. Thus, since his 4th foray 3 months prior, he ceased to explore this city that posed insurmountable challenges and instead immersed himself in the knowledge contained within these 2 tomes. Through his studies, Les gleaned fragments of information about this floating city and the civilization that underpins it. Nasal, the pioneer of magical research in their civilization, inspired future sorcerers to honor his groundbreaking contributions by naming their civilization after him. This information is inscribed on the title page of Meditative Enlightenment, intended to remind every novice in the arcane arts of his greatness. Although Les remained oblivious to any discrepancies between their method of timekeeping and reality, he surmised that the term that could be interpreted as year likely did not denote a brief span. The remainder of the text consists of obscure references to significant advancements in high magic spheres proposed in various years and improvements to the meditative code, which left him utterly perplexed. Upon realizing that these 2 books offered no further insights into the civilization and the floating city, Les embarked on his attempts to practice magic during his 5th visit. The theoretical foundation of Nasal's magical civilization revolves around a substance known as magical essence, the sole energy that fuels magic. According to meditative enlightenment, magical essence is ubiquitous in the world inhabited by the Nasal civilization. permeating the air and accumulating in certain specific ores or geological formations. Among the humans of nasal civilization, a select few, endowed with keen intellect and agile minds, can perceive and gather this energy through meditation, storing it within their own beings. They attribute this ability to the strength of the soul, which Les interprets as a manifestation of potent mental fortitude. These individuals with formidable souls gather magical essence within themselves, employing their mental power to manipulate it into specific configurations. Constructing models based on one or more cores of magical essence, interconnected by numerous channels formed from mental energy. Such models can attract the magical essence that drifts in the air, ultimately culminating in the creation of magic. Les made a somewhat imperfect analogy. If iron nails are buried in sand, searching for them one by one would be quite troublesome. Thus, he envisioned first locating a single nail, magnetizing it with electricity, and placing it atop the mound of sand to draw out the other nails. In this analogy, magical essence is represented by the nails, and casting a sphere composed of these nails embodies the most fundamental magic sphere. While controlling the gathered nails to orient their points outward transforms it into a more formidable weapon. Based on this theory, the nasal civilization cultivated a flourishing magical system, with the floating city standing as their crowning achievement. To Les, the magical framework of the nasal civilization closely resembles the magic he had envisioned. These sorcerers do not utter incantations, perform gestures, or invoke so-called deities. They simply harness the intrinsic connection between mental power and magical essence to wield their craft. Ultimately, magic is merely a manipulation of energy, intricately intertwined with the latent potential of the human soul. The act of casting spells, of uttering incantations, and performing gestures. Who are these acts truly for? Is the magic truly a manifestation of oneself? If one day, an unseen force or cosmic rule ceases to respond to your summons, would you not become a mere echo of your former self? In a previous existence, Les had perused various novels, and when confronted with the theory of the magic web, he understood that in times of necessity, one must learn. Yet, such an extraordinary system, dependent upon the whims of others, demands careful consideration when options are available. The magical framework of the nasal civilization relies solely on the essence of magic, which they claim permeates the chaos of existence. As twilight enveloped the floating city, two luminous moons hung in the sky, one to the south and the other to the north. Within the library, Les reclined on a makeshift wooden bed fashioned from several small tables. Limbs sprawled in a seemingly blissful slumber. Yet, he was far from asleep. The meditation enlightenment of the nasal civilization states that to gather magical essence, one must first perceive its presence. How does one perceive? Through focused concentration. And how is concentration achieved? By banishing distractions, clearing the mind, and relinquishing all cerebral activities aside from the act of concentration itself. Should one adopt a seated posture during this process, the prolonged strain may result in a cascade of bodily discomfort signals, shattering the tranquil clarity of the mind. Thus, meditation enlightenment advises novices to meditate in a serene room, adopting their most comfortable position. Les, uncertain of others' preferences, found lying down to be most agreeable. At that moment, within the realm of his consciousness, he beheld a multitude of azure-hued orbs, each engaging in erratic motion. These were the magical essences. It was his inaugural glimpse of their existence. Yet as soon as the thought emerged, his focus waned, and the luminous points vanished. Frustrated, he abruptly sat up. Nevertheless, this was not a grave setback. Once he had sensed their presence, the subsequent steps would prove considerably simpler. After his initial vexation subsided, a profound joy took root in his heart. The path of knighthood, evidenced by the abundant provisions of meat sent by his father during his 4 years of military service, had proven unviable. However, the potency of magic resided solely within the realm of the mind, and he believed that his integration of some of the original owner's memories granted him a distinct advantage in this domain. Indeed, he succeeded. Although meditation enlightenment did not document instances of the swiftest perception of magical essence, an anomaly in pedagogical logic, he felt himself superior to certain individuals of the nasal civilization. His dreams typically spanned around 12 hours, and during his 4th entry, he discovered both the library and meditation enlightenment. By the 5th entry, he began to practice, and now, having trained for less than 60 hours, he was evidently far more advanced than the protagonist of the inspirational tales within meditation enlightenment. Chapter 14. Peaking awakening from his slumber. Les rubbed his slightly swollen head, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol the previous evening. Coupled with the fatigue that had set in since the first manifestation of the floating city dream, he found his forehead somewhat discomfort. Yet, he disregarded these sensations, clearing his mind in preparation for meditation. Approximately half an hour later, Les abruptly sat up in bed, clenching his fist with fervor. The existence of magical essence was undeniable. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. Just moments ago, while meditating on his bed, he endeavored to ascertain whether magical essence truly existed in reality, questioning if his dream stemmed from a subconscious dissatisfaction and regret over his inability to acquire extraordinary powers after his transition. After all, many of the astonishing dreams people experience are indeed constructed by the subconscious mind, which often possesses greater imagination than one's conscious awareness. Given that it is his own consciousness, fabricating a dream that would not evoke skepticism is rather simple. Les was reluctant to accept that his yearning for a golden finger had reached such a pathological level. If this were the case, it would imply a significant mental disturbance. Thus, in a bid to confirm whether he was indeed experiencing a psychological issue, and to ascertain the existence of the foundational magical essence in reality, he hastily sought to test it following his initial successful meditation in the dream. Fortunately, the outcome was precisely what he had hoped for. The very air of reality was imbued with magical essence. Although its quantity was only half that of the dream and lacked the vibrant activity found therein, it undeniably existed. The next step is to draw magical essence into my body, forming a magical spring in my mind to accumulate magical energy, and then to manipulate it to construct spell models, such as the simplest magical sphere, Les thought, brimming with anticipation. If he could truly unleash a magical sphere, his life would be transformed into something extraordinary. He descended from his bed and approached the desk, igniting an oil lamp, and rummaged through the drawer for a quill and a stack of blank paper. He intended to organize his thoughts, writing as he pondered. First, the origin of the dream. He was quite confident that it was connected to the capital of the Empire of Geminland, Nigumina, as he had begun dreaming shortly after returning from a mission there 6 months prior. His familiarity with the history of the Geminland Empire was a result of this dream, prompting him to conduct research. Les suspected that this golden finger might either be linked to Philton, a suspected traveler, or to the meteor that fell during the year of divine retribution, along with the peculiar sky stones associated with it. Secondly, regarding magical essence. Given that the air in this world contained magical essence, it was highly probable that magicians would emerge. After all, the pioneers of the nasal civilization were likely individuals endowed with innate mental prowess who fortuitously discovered magical essence, thereby establishing a grand civilization. If they had nasal, then it stood to reason that individuals in Les's world must have also uncovered the existence of magical essence. Yet, why had no one ever heard of it? Knights were universally recognized as the sole bearers of extraordinary power. This was a consensus among all. So where were the magicians who should have emerged? Were they suppressed by the knightly class? Annihilated by the church's inquisitors? Or, for various reasons, operating clandestinely, refraining from public activity on the continent? Les felt that none of these explanations held true. Although various religions have emerged across the continent, the influence of the church remains rather weak, primarily due to the existence of knights. The church advocates that all things are bestowed by God. Your strength, power, wealth, status, and happiness are all divine gifts, and one must express gratitude and heed God's guidance to receive his protection. In a typical medieval setting, this doctrine would likely facilitate the church's growth. However, the knights boldly retorted, "What nonsense! The knights derive their power from within themselves. Both cruel executioners and those deemed devils by the church can ascend to knighthood and live contentedly without any repercussions." This raises a question. Should such extraordinary power not be granted by God? How can those who scorn the church also attain such strength? Consequently, the church began to define knighthood, attempting to align it with its doctrines, even attributing various divine preferences, such as a fondness for the ugly, the dwarfed, and the beggars, as the reason these individuals were graced with the opportunity to become knights. Nonetheless, a church seeking to flourish inevitably encounters adversaries, with the nobility being the primary opposition, as the church usurps the rights of the feudal lords. Yet many of these nobles are knights themselves, which complicates the church's narrative. Thus, within this feudal and backward continent, the soil for superstition and the flourishing of religion is notably barren. The few existing churches merely function as benevolent organizations, capable of raising some funds but incapable of organizing knightly orders or crusades. There are no so-called witch hunts. The knights themselves possess the power to suppress and eliminate any potential sorcerers. Les, who has developed an understanding of the knightly class, notes that the knightly organizations across various nations espouse principles of loyalty, courtesy, kindness, and integrity. But they have never proclaimed a mission to combat evil forces or target specific groups. If sorcerers were indeed extraordinary beings that emerged alongside knights during humanity's inception, the knightly class would surely have incorporated this into their code and branded sorcerers as malevolent, inciting the populace to reject them. Yet, Les has never encountered such assertions. Could it be that magical essence is a gift from meteorites? Was it non-existent in this world before? Les speculates on the emergence of magical essence but does not dwell on it. As a pragmatic individual, he finds the current utility of magical essence sufficient. He notes on paper the third point, the temporal pattern of dream appearances. The intervals between dreams are decreasing, with the eighth occurrence happening 10 days prior. The next dream must occur within 10 days, and ideally, the intervals will shorten further, he muses as he sets down his quill. In the dream state, Les experiences an acceleration of thought, clearly perceiving that each dream lasts approximately 12 hours, whereas his usual sleep duration is merely 6 hours. Although meditation enlightenment suggests that constructing a magical spring in one's mind for the purpose of storing magical energy poses no risks in the early stages, Les, being concerned about the safety of his central nervous system, wishes to experiment within the realm of dreams first. Fourthly, ever since he began dreaming, Les has noticed a decline in his mental well-being. Theoretically, with a robust physique and youthful body, he should not experience fatigue. However, even when not dreaming, he finds that he does not awaken feeling particularly invigorated. Nevertheless, at present, this does not impede his daily life or thought processes. Whether this is related to learning meditation in dreams, or if the dreams have absorbed a portion of his mental energy remains uncertain. Yet he feels it necessary to monitor any potential side effects of his dream experiences. After jotting down these 4 points, Les summarized his thoughts in his mind and reviewed his notes twice, checking for any aspects he may have overlooked. With a clear mind, he resolved to follow the recorded notes to clarify his thoughts. After solidifying his intentions, he picked up an oil lamp and stepped onto the balcony, igniting the pages filled with writing. His room is cleaned daily by servants, and to prevent his parents from suspecting that their son may be delusional, it was best to dispose of the evidence. This is so unlike FIA, he mused, surprised that the little lazy pig, as Marilyn referred to her, was up so early. Could she be writing a love letter to a boy she fancied? As an older brother, it is a necessary duty to be concerned about my naive sister's romantic life to protect her from any potential harm. Les solemnly swore to himself. Silently, he leaped over the balcony railing and crouched beneath the window, peeking to see what FIA was up to. He caught sight of her through the glass, a pair of sparkling eyes and a face flushed with color, devoid of expression. He was taken aback and nearly recoiled in fright, but managed to halt himself. Otherwise, he might have plummeted from the 3rd floor. With a sudden pop, FIA removed the window's latch and swung it open, her arms crossed as she gazed down at Les, who was squatting on the windowsill. Les slowly rose, a sheepish smile on his face, and greeted her. Good morning, FIA. FIA remained silent, her eyes darting curiously over him. You and Appos, re-up quite early today. I stepped out for some fresh air and noticed your oil lamp was still lit, so I came to check on you. As he spoke, his gaze persistently wandered to FIA's desk, confirming his earlier suspicion. She was indeed writing something, most likely a love letter. So your method is to sneakily spy on your own sister's private space? She retorted. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to attempt to catch a glimpse of your sister changing? I think mother should be informed of this. Her son harbors certain feelings for his own sister that are frowned upon by society. How does that sound? Enough of that, FIA. Les replied, gesturing toward the balcony railing. You have climbed over this countless times, and each time without my consent. That was when we were children, FIA emphasized. Les smiled at her and nodded toward her desk. Do not divert the topic. Let me speak candidly. I harbor suspicions that my sister is penning love letters to other boys. As her brother, I feel entitled to observe. I am not composing love letters. FIA and Appos. Indifference is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, as she hastily swept the papers on the table into the drawer. If father were to discover this, do you think he would not furiously interrogate you, demanding to know who that person is? Les, lost in his own thoughts, remarked. Very well, I shall confide in you. I am writing a prose novel. You do not believe me? Here, take this, is that sufficient? FIA, in resignation, retrieved her manuscript and handed it to him. Chapter 15. The literary pains of youth. My sister is actually a literary figure. I must take a closer look. Les took the manuscript and swiftly perused the first 2 pages. Romance novels? Laced with sensuality? And, To his astonishment, featuring same-sex relationships? He gazed incredulously at Faya. My sister cannot possibly be a Fujoshi. Faya's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head. Les retreated to the bedroom and, sitting at the desk, began to read with a semblance of seriousness. After a while, he exhaled softly. In this world, Faya is undeniably his sister. He could not simply overlook her becoming a Fujoshi. Such women, while often strikingly beautiful, are to be admired from a distance. For one cannot fathom the myriad of thoughts racing through their minds. At its core, Faya's novel is essentially a coming-of-age love story, chronicling the lives of adolescents within a school setting, perhaps interwoven with tales of tragic love between boys. The male lead loves the third girl. The third girl loves the second boy. The second girl loves the first boy, and the first girl loves the third boy, while the third boy harbors affections for the first boy, who reciprocates. Interspersed are the complexities of their identities, unrequited loves that cannot flourish, and the pressures from parents to forge connections, alongside themes of familial decline and aristocratic vendettas. What exactly is this you have written? Les questioned, his face a canvas of confusion. Noticing Les's lack of disdain, Faya's expression brightened, and she eagerly explained. This piece I have crafted belongs to the genre of literary pains of youth, specifically under the subcategory of romance and, wait, literary pains of youth? Les interjected. Precisely. The essence of literary pains of youth encompasses the myriad experiences of our younger years, including emotional, interpersonal, and familial aspects. Mine focuses on the realm of love. Is this how things are in your school now? Les remarked, prodding the manuscript with his finger, questioning the kind of institution Marilyn had chosen for her daughter. Not at all. This reflects the experiences of my mother's generation, during a time when the kingdom had just undergone reform, and the relationships among the aristocracy were quite intricate. It was thus during her schooling. Of course, I have applied some artistic embellishment. Les was rendered speechless. Why do you write these things? Out of boredom, really? I write for amusement, and when I shared it with a classmate, her mother adored it and reportedly cried. Faya said, her pride evident. If the few copies I gave to my classmates and oppos, mothers receive a favorable response, I intend to submit it to a newspaper for serialization. You write like this. Well? Never mind. I suppose I lack the understanding. Best of luck. He initially wished to offer his sister some advice based on his years of experience with idle dramas and romantic tales, but quickly realized that the allure of romance novels lies in their grasp of feminine psychology, the exquisite and poignant prose, with the narrative itself trailing behind. His knowledge of scripts was of little value. Wait, brother, Faya called sweetly. A sudden tightness gripped Les's heart. This address of brother might cost him dearly. Pretending he had not heard, he continued toward the balcony. Fia, with her small hands, directly grasped his arm, shaking it back and forth. Les remained unmoved. Hadn't he already promised to cheer her on? Was it merely a verbal commitment? Where were the tangible actions? Fia complained in a sultry tone. What do you want? Les inhaled deeply. A fountain pen and rose ink. How much? Upon hearing that it was just a pen and ink, Les exhaled in relief. 2.5 gold pounds. Fia smiled sweetly. What did you say? 2.5 gold pounds. Add a few more words. Supporting my sister's hobby. Shouldn't there be some actual action involved? You wouldn't dare say you don't support me, would you? Fia, astute as ever, tightened her grip on his arm. Les shook his head candidly. You are not my sister. Ultimately, Les did part with the money, realizing that raising a girl in comfort was not a matter to be taken lightly. He also inquired why these items were so expensive. Fia explained that the fountain pen featured a metal barrel with exquisite micro-carvings made using the Paisher technique, and the nib could be customized with the buyer's likeness, costing 2 gold pounds each. The rose ink, infused with the fragrance and hue of roses, was equally extravagant. Les had initially thought the fountain pen was akin to the steel pens of his past life, only to discover it was merely a decorative variation of a quill pen, more ornamental than practical. The ink was undoubtedly favored by Fia, the epitome of a bohemian intellectual, after inviting Lunk to accompany him for a few laps. Les took a shower in the third-floor bathroom, and then proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Lady Marilyn had risen early and was enjoying breakfast with her husband. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Any plans for today? Marilyn inquired as Les took his seat. None. Very well. This afternoon I will take you to visit the Andersons. Remember to dress formally. All right. The Anderson family were close friends of Les's parents and had been neighbors for over a decade, fostering a strong relationship. At that moment, Lord Loss spoke up. How did your visit to the military office go yesterday? They introduced me to 3 job opportunities. but the noble and impoverished districts are too far from home. I chose the security chief at the Raven Kingdom branch, with a monthly salary of 8.5 gold pounds. The Lord nodded, refraining from comment. In his view, jobs in the noble district were the most desirable, greatly aiding in networking, yet his son did not choose that path. Security chief? Is there any danger involved? Lady Marilyn and Apos' foremost concern was always her children and Apos' safety. Their future prospects mattered less to her. Not really. Brandis is a large city after all, Les reassured her. Do not abandon the vigilance instilled in you by military training. Remain alert, Lord Lost advised. Yes, father. After breakfast, the Lord departed for work, while Marilyn began instructing the servants to prepare pastries as gifts for their afternoon visit. She then took Les to a clothing store to select garments, despite the garments previously stored in his wardrobe being of a matching size. They did not fit him quite well. Marilyn felt it would be preferable to accompany him personally on a shopping expedition, were it not for the constraints of time. She had always believed that only tailor-made attire would befit her dashing son. Over the next 3 days, Les trailed behind Marilyn like an accessory, visiting 5 households, all friends or neighbors of the Wagner family. Additionally, there was a commonality among these families. Each contained a young woman of similar age to him. This was not a conventional visit, but rather a veiled attempt at matchmaking. Remarkably, Les possessed a certain charm. Although his status as a soldier in a peaceful commercial city did not evoke much admiration or a sense of honor, his upright stature and rugged visage certainly enhanced his appeal. 2 of the young women shyly expressed a desire for friendship, and their parents were fairly pleased with Les, considering the Wagner family's substantial assets. However, Les was not inclined to entertain such notions and politely declined all overtures. Mrs. Marilyn was incensed and reprimanded him thoroughly. On the 4th morning, Les arrived at the Kingdom branch in the Ravink district. It was barely 8:30. Yet a considerable number of patrons were already attending to their business. Observing the entrance, he noted that the bank's façade was impressively designed. 8 pure white, 40-meter-tall stone columns stood prominently at the front of the main building, reaching the top, yet serving no structural purpose. The façade of the bank extended 50 meters in length, adorned minimally, exuding simplicity and grandeur. Beneath the 8 columns stood 8 guards, clad in armor and resting heavy swords upon the ground. They were 3rd-tier knights from the local precinct, tasked with maintaining order and deterring miscreants. Stepping into the bank's hall, he admired the mirror-like smooth marble floor, which, due to the primitive polishing technique, cost 1.5 gold pounds per square meter. Casting his gaze around, he observed that all 8 counters were occupied, so he settled onto a bench in the waiting area. His visit today was not solely for reporting but also to manage personal assets. After a brief wait, a counter opposite him became vacant, and a female clerk behind the iron grill beckoned him over. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Bella inquired with a professional smile. Les approached the counter, retrieving a square piece of leather paper adorned with golden edges from his pocket, which he handed to her. "I would like to exchange my salary and deposit it into my account." "Certainly. Please present your discharge certificate and residency identification." Bella skillfully ran her fingers over the texture of the leather, discreetly pressing certain spots beneath the counter where clients could not see. The golden-edged leather paper Les produced was issued by the Kingdom Bank at the Lowland Fortress upon his retirement. His earnings and shares from the spoils of war, aside from maintaining social connections and networking, had been securely held by the military branch. The funds would be dispersed to the appropriate parties in cases of soldiers cashing out, sacrificing, retiring, or facing penalties. After acquiring it, he meticulously examined it. However, aside from the distinctive patterns and certain unique dyes, he found no anti-counterfeiting features. Chapter 16. Onboarding as the sole official and largest financial institution, the Kingdom Bank naturally employs controllable anti-counterfeiting technologies. Although deficiencies in anti-counterfeiting materials and scientific foundations pose certain limitations, their confidence in the redemption of vouchers is well-founded. The parchment utilized by Les is crafted from the hides of the rare Tibetan yak, serving as its exclusive material. The remarkable characteristics of this hide include an exceptionally fine texture, remarkable flexibility, and outstanding malleability, rendering it unique among known animal skins of similar thickness. The inherent rarity of the hide, compounded by a secretive manufacturing process, enhances its distinctive tactile quality, making it easily distinguishable. This singular hide, sourced from the saline marshes of the northern Noah Kingdom, has seen the near extinction of the yak, now entirely captured, domesticated, and meticulously managed by the bank. The dye used for the hide is the result of 2 years of labor by numerous artists and dyers employed by the bank, yielding a remarkably unique hue that exhibits a certain chameleon-like quality under light and remains resistant to fading for 6 months, despite a stipulated validity period of merely 2 months for the voucher. Moreover, within the hide, special techniques embed covert patterns that adjust according to the issuance region, monetary amount, and the holder's name, forming a systematic encryption code. Each teller undergoes rigorous training before commencing their duties, despite concerns from various parties. Les perceives an underlying intention from higher authorities to promote the use of paper currency. Do you possess a personal account at the bank? After confirming the authenticity of the parchment voucher multiple times, Bella requested an older employee at the adjacent counter to conduct a further verification before proceeding with the next steps. As a newcomer who had only recently assumed her position, Bella had undergone extensive anti-counterfeiting training. However, she could not refuse to process this transaction. She had been fervently hoping to avoid such vouchers, yet the Levank branch, with its vast volume of business, inevitably attracted such occurrences. Les observed the fine beads of sweat on Bella's fair forehead, finding amusement in her evident anxiety. He understood her predicament, reminiscent of a former university classmate who, upon entering a securities firm after graduation, expressed trepidation about trading paper bonds during their first reunion. That very gathering had ended with a tragic accident, leaving a lasting impression. I have an account under the name 103284996. I also need to inquire about my account status. Subsequently, a box with a partition was presented. Please inscribe the passphrase inside and place it in the paper bag. The box contained several slips of paper and a matching elongated bag. Les penned the phrase. Achievements forge brilliance, a decree established by Lord Lowstead when the account was opened. After handing the bag containing the passphrase to Bella and sealing it in her presence, the passphrase, along with the account name that had been encoded by a designated staff member, was dispatched to the archive room behind the counter. An independent mechanism ensures that all lower-tier employees, who lack the authority to access comprehensive client information, pose no threat to the funds of the clientele. Les felt that the individual who designed this system was truly talented. Since the files are stored according to numerical codes, Bella swiftly retrieved Les's account information. Mr. Les Wagner, your account holds a total of 273 gold pounds and 52 silver coins. Would you like to transfer 90 gold pounds from the certificate into your account? Indeed. And I would also like to withdraw 20 gold pounds in cash. Les nodded in affirmation. The Kingdom of Noah, flourishing economically, spares no expense on military funding. The 1st Legion stationed at the Lorland Fortress is perpetually engaged in minor skirmishes, ensuring that military salaries are consistently paid on time and in full. During his time as a recruit, Les earned 3 gold pounds. As a sergeant, his salary increased by half a pound. As a staff sergeant, it rose by another pound, culminating in 6.5 gold pounds when he became a lieutenant. This amount does not include his share of the spoils from precious metals and equipment seized from the enemy. Altogether, Les and Oppo's actual income over the past 4 years approximates 200 gold pounds, albeit most of it has been allocated to fostering connections and gathering seeds for Maryland. You will need to pay a fee of 10 silver coins. It seems somewhat exorbitant, yet the bank's profitability and operational sustainability relied on such fees. Generally, commoners would not spend 50 silver coins to open an account and pay an equivalent annual maintenance fee. Their clientele primarily consists of merchants and nobles, with transactions typically conducted in gold pounds. No problem. Very well, please sign here. After completing all the formalities and placing the 20 gold pounds into the exquisite black leather pouch that Maria had purchased for him, Les rose to his feet. May I inquire how to access other departments within your bank? Bella hesitated, her complexion turning a shade paler. The complaints department is on the 2nd floor. To the right at the corner by the stairs. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. This job had been hard won. She had left her previous position at the bakery early to undergo extensive training, surviving on nothing but bread and water during that period. Now, barely a month into her internship, was she to face a complaint? Complaint? Les chuckled. How could you think that? I wish to report to the security department. I am the new security chief. Ah? Bella was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she awkwardly fidgeted. The staircase is on the right. The 2nd room on the left is the security supervisor's office. Thank you. In no trouble at all, Bella murmured softly. Les chose not to pursue further conversation, perceiving her as a timid, newly hired employee, overly sensitive to her surroundings. Following the path indicated by the female clerk, He arrived at the door of the security office and gently knocked. "Come in." Les opened the door and stepped inside. The office, rather cramped, housed a portly middle-aged man whose ample physique filled the spacious chair to its limits. "Good day, I am Les Wagner, assigned by Military Affairs to the bank's security department. I received a notification. I am Luke Jackson, the head of the security department. Please take a seat." "Thank you. Would you care for something to drink? Red tea, or perhaps a bit of wine?" Luke inquired with a smile, awkwardly preparing to rise, resembling an amiable superior. "No, thank you, Director." Les quickly waved his hand. "Of course, if you desire, feel free. The West Coast red tea here is quite authentic." He gestured towards the beverage cabinet in the corner. "Thank you. But I am not thirsty." Luke then rang the bell on the table, seemingly summoning someone. "Why not take a break at home? Enjoy the tranquility of your hometown." Luke asked with curiosity. "Staying at home is rather dull. I suppose I have grown accustomed to military life, and my mother insists on taking me out for matchmaking every day," Les replied, wearing a helpless expression. "Ha ha, it seems Mrs. Marilyn is quite eager to become a grandmother." "She may be a touch too hasty," Luke chuckled. Les, surprised, asked, "Do you know my mother?" "My wife and your mother are friends. They both enjoy tending to their little gardens. Your mother has visited our home to discuss how to embellish them, and I came across your family information in the records." "Ah, I see," he nodded in realization. "Quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Luke remarked with a smile. "Actually, it's not much of a coincidence at all. People of similar social standing tend to circulate in the same circles. Lord Roster's rank is slightly lower than Luke's, but their incomes are not vastly different. After all, the Lord possesses considerable business acumen, having acquired several properties at bargain prices during the brief economic downturn in Brand as caused by the kingdom's reformation. He belongs to the wealthier class. Those with comparable income and status naturally find it easier to forge friendships, treating each other as equals. And when shared interests are added into the mix, small circles form." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of Luke's office. A man, nearly 2 meters tall with a scar on his cheek and approximately 30 years of age, entered. "Director, you called for me?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. Luke nodded. "Robbins. Allow me to introduce you. This is Les Wagner. I believe one of your captains was dismissed," he added. Robbins nodded, sizing up his new subordinate. Luke continued. "Robbins is one of the 3 deputy directors of the security department. You will report to him from now on." "Understood, Director." "Robbins. Les and Oppos. As mother is a friend of my wife, I hope you can assist him in quickly familiarizing himself with the work and banking procedures." "Certainly, Director." Luke then glanced at the clock on the wall, slowly rising and stepping out from behind his desk, patting Les on the shoulder. "I have a meeting to attend. Robbins will help you acclimate to the environment. You will officially start work tomorrow." "Thank you, Director." Les respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. There was no need to rely on familial ties to forge connections, as he referred to Mrs. Luke as aunt due to her relationship with his mother. From their earlier conversation, he discerned that Mrs. Luke and Marilyn shared only an ordinary friendship. He informed Robbins that while his wife was friends with Marilyn, this did not render Marilyn his friend. Nonetheless, since she had visited their home, he felt it appropriate to offer guidance regarding her son. If discrepancies arose or mistakes were made, there was no need for excessive defense. After Luke departed, Robbins regarded the young man before him. He was well-dressed and immaculate, his posture upright, with the contours of his muscles faintly visible beneath his fitted attire. What was his strength? A second-level knight. Robbins furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Les, however, maintained a neutral expression, feeling no shame in being a second-level knight. Yet, such a rank was indeed somewhat inadequate within the security department. While he could serve as a team member, his subordinates, the squad leaders, were all 3rd or 4th-level knights, making it challenging for Les to command respect. Director Luke is not a careless individual. He recognizes this lad's insufficient capabilities yet still spoke of support. It seems this captain's position requires assistance, and whether he can earn respect in the future will depend on his own efforts. Having come to this conclusion, Robbins relaxed his brow. "Come with me. I shall first show you the facilities of the security department." With that, Robbins turned and exited. Chapter 17. Non-compliance. The architectural structure of the Ravenclaw branch rises 4 stories above ground, yet it encompasses a total of 6 levels. The 4 floors above ground are dedicated to the storage of account information, the reception of clients from various tiers, and office spaces. The basement houses the security department's training grounds and standby area, while the second level constitutes the bank's core area, the vault. As they made their way to the basement, Robbins introduced less to the branch's significance. Although this is merely a branch of Ravenclaw, in terms of gold reserves, it surpasses even the headquarters of the Brandis branch. The foot traffic here is substantial, generating daily transaction fees amounting to 200 gold pounds, not including the charges incurred by the security department for private escort requests. The headquarters, located in the Commerce District, serves as a nexus of commercial and political activities, where substantial transactions are often settled through bank transfers, minimizing the need for large amounts of cash. In contrast, the Ravenclaw district is predominantly populated by the white-collar to affluent classes, who frequently engage in small-scale deposits and withdrawals. Additionally, the population here exceeds that of both the noble and central districts, with numerous shops, resulting in high liquidity of cash. Consequently, despite being merely a branch, the true treasury of the Kingdom Bank resides here. Thus, the security department of the Ravenclaw branch is formidable, comprising 20 squads totaling 120 personnel, all certified as second-tier knights by the Kingdom Knights Association. Among the squad leaders, 1/3 are fourth-tier knights, while the remainder are third-tier knights who have transcended the extraordinary threshold. The 3 deputy security supervisors are all fifth-tier knights. Les listened with a sense of astonishment. In the military, a second-tier knight can lead a patrol team of 12, with only lieutenants being formal knights. A lieutenant can command a 100-strong unit. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident why knights were scarce in the military, necessitating the establishment of knight academies for replenishment. His salary was 8.5 gold pounds, comparable to that of a military lieutenant. In the bank's security department, devoid of the imminent dangers of combat, offering greater freedom and a more favorable living environment, while still providing an equivalent salary. It was likely that most third-tier knights would prefer not to serve in the military. As Robbins continued to elucidate the bank's general operations, he guided Les to the basement level. Descending the broad staircase and passing through a small door, they were greeted by a labyrinth of corridors and doors lining either side. Les surmised that the space in the basement was considerably larger than that above ground. Being partially underground, the basement featured small windows only a forearm's length in width, resulting in dim lighting, with some areas illuminated by torches. After walking for a while, Robbins pushed open the door to room number 12. Inside, 5 individuals were engaged in conversation at their respective desks. Upon Robbins' entrance, they promptly rose and formed a line in the center of the room. "Good afternoon, Supervisor," the foremost individual greeted. Robbins responded with a nod and then shifted his body, allowing Lairs to stand beside him. "This is Lairs Wagner, your newly appointed captain, who will henceforth be in charge of directing you. Lairs, would you like to say a few words?" Robbins inquired, turning his head. Ordinarily, at this juncture, Lairs would offer a brief introduction and then invite the 5 team members to state their names for a casual acquaintance. However, Lairs shook his head, the soles of his sturdy shoes echoing crisply against the floor as he approached the individual who had just greeted Robbins. This person was not particularly tall, standing around 5 feet 7 inches, yet as a second-tier knight, he possessed a robust physique, complemented by neatly cropped red hair. The focal point lay in his gaze. Although he had to slightly tilt his head upward to meet the eyes of Lairs, who stood at 6 feet, his expression was rife with indignation and defiance. A newly ascended third-tier knight? Indeed. Captain. Discontented? Yes. Discontented. Dobbins was certainly dissatisfied. He had only recently passed the third-tier knight examination a few days prior. The squad's captain had been dismissed by Supervisor Luke due to negligence half a month ago, and Dobbins saw this as an opportunity. He had always been among the most formidable of the second-tier knights, having spent 4 years within the security department. Thus, he vigorously invested a substantial portion of his savings into purchasing beastly flesh, which was deemed beneficial for knightly ascension. And during the interim, when he was temporarily sidelined from escort duties due to the squad and Oppos' incomplete configuration, he trained fervently. In truth, he harbored no grand expectations. For Dobbins was nearing 30 and had previously trained at the Knight Academy, yet after 4 years, he remained merely a second-tier knight. According to the contract, he had accrued some debt from training expenses before joining the bank and Oppos' security department. Nonetheless, everyone occasionally perceives themselves as unique, and Dobbins possessed his own ambitions. A second-tier knight earned 4 gold pounds, whereas the salary of a third-tier knight captain was more than double that amount. Dobbins believed his inability to successfully extract blood energy and become a formal knight was solely due to a lack of nutritional supply. Therefore, seizing the opportunity presented by the captain's vacancy, He resolutely invested in the beastly flesh most conducive to knightly transformation, determined to make a breakthrough. Fortunately, he succeeded. 4 days ago, he managed to extract the blood energy, and 2 days later, eager and somewhat fortunate, he participated in the knight certification, successfully ascending. However, when he applied to the personnel department yesterday to assume the role of captain of his own squad, he was informed that the military affairs department had already recommended a candidate for the position, which Supervisor Luke had approved, even showing him the supervisor's signature. It was then that he noticed Lairs was also a second-tier knight, which further fueled his sense of imbalance. Lairs, however, remained oblivious to the underlying reasons but could surmise that a second-tier knight lacked the courage to express dissatisfaction towards a newly appointed captain who was a formal knight. Only a third-tier knight, considering the vacancy of this position, might dare to voice their grievances, especially when an outsider had usurped what should have been a secure position. In the military, when subordinates exhibit tendencies of discontent, the most effective approach is to communicate through force. The security department of the bank, as a division characterized by its capacity for violence, naturally aligns with this principle to some extent. Discontent is permissible. Les let out a cold chuckle. Director Robbins, may I inquire about the location of the training grounds? Upon hearing this, Robbins raised an eyebrow, realizing only then that Dobin had been promoted to a third-tier knight after Les's inquiry. He was initially at a loss regarding how to address this unexpected development. As a superior, Luke had shown little support for Les, and given that Robbins himself lacked the requisite strength, he was perplexed as to how Les had been assigned to their unit. He had already resolved that if the conflict became overt, he would allow the two to engage in a duel, and thereafter, they would assess the situation. Les and Apos' initiative to propose a sparring session at the training grounds took him by surprise. A newly promoted third-tier knight would not yet have mastered the control of their vigor, as this is a gradual process. If Les were among the elite of second-tier knights, combined with his military background, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 18. The contest. All members of Team 12, accompanied by Robbins, arrived at the training ground. The area was not particularly large, as a significant portion of the space was occupied by the offices of the 20 teams. However, since it was not the designated time for concentrated tasks, there were still over 20 individuals engaged in exercise or sparring. Upon witnessing Robbins entering with his group, many curious eyes turned towards them. Les and Dobin instinctively stepped forward, signaling others to vacate a section of the arena. Aren't you wearing protective gear? Les inquired. Robbins had earlier instructed someone to remove 2 sets of armor and toss them into their midst, but Dobin paid them no heed. You, who have not undergone the 3rd-level assessment, might be unaware that protective gear is prohibited during evaluations. However, you may wear it, considering you are merely a 2nd-level knight. With tensions escalated, Dobin wore a mocking expression as he spoke. I am unaccustomed to wearing armor, for unless one is clad in heavy plate on the battlefield, one is most often doomed to perish, Les replied, unfazed by the derision. He leisurely removed his jacket and unfastened the 2 buttons at the cuffs of his shirt. Rolling them up. Hurry up. I still need to meet my other teammates. Listening to their exchange, the gathering members of the security department gleaned the context through conversations with a few familiar faces from Team 12. They learned that the young man named Les was the new captain of Team 12. According to Dobin, he only possessed the strength of a 2nd-level knight, while Dobin had recently been promoted to 3rd level and had sought the captaincy, only to have it snatched away by Les. Feeling slighted upon their meeting, he had instigated the contest. ISN and Apos, it foolish for a 2nd-level knight to challenge a 3rd-level knight? Someone whispered. Indeed. The standard for a 3rd-level knight is to simultaneously defeat 3 2nd-level knights. Facing just one should be a walk in the park. The crowd formed a circle, murmuring amongst themselves. No one openly mocked, as Les held the position of captain, should Dobin lose, even though Les had no power to retaliate against them. The awkwardness of encountering each other afterward would still fall upon Dobin, who would have to contend with the higher-ranked Les. The ages of the security department members ranged from 23 to 40, well past the time for mere verbal sparring. Dobin shed the standard equipment issued by the bank and beckoned Les with his finger. Let us not waste time. Let me see if a 2nd-level knight like you is worthy of being captain. If you lose, the captaincy shall be mine. Les casually dug at his ear. Only a fool barks before a fight. Your words are tiresome. Let us begin. Dobin's fury intensified at Les' demeanor. His reluctance to strike immediately was fueled by his own ulterior motives. The training ground was populated with numerous individuals from various teams. While he believed defeating Les would be a simple task, the critical factor lay in the attitudes of those in authority. Both Supervisor Luke and Deputy Supervisor Robbins have consented to this fellow assuming the role of captain. Even if one were to triumph over him, it would still amount to defying the wishes of their superiors. Ultimately, whether one ascends to the position of captain hinges upon their approval. However, to achieve this ambition, it is imperative to demonstrate that the current captain, a mere second-tier knight, is inept, preferably forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Moreover, under the scrutiny of all, how can a captain who cannot prevail over his own subordinates claim the right to lead the team? The other captains, drawn to witness the spectacle, would undoubtedly harbor discontent. How can a weakling, unable to best his own team members, stand on equal footing with us? In light of such circumstances, the higher-ups would be compelled to acquiesce for the sake of maintaining morale. Hence, Dobin does not rush to take action. Amidst the increasingly impatient glances from Les, Dobin surprisingly begins to warm up. Was he always this cautious? A team member, unfamiliar with Dobin, inquired of a veteran nearby. The veteran, having spent over 3 years in the bank and being acquainted with Dobin, found it perplexing. This fellow was quite forthright during previous contests, displaying considerable audacity. What had changed? Lorraine Fortress? Did he withdraw from the battlefield? Someone remarked in astonishment. According to Dobin's teammates, that was indeed the case, but regardless of his origins, he remained merely a second-tier knight, incapable of besting Dobin. Not necessarily, an old team member countered. Deputy Supervisor Harold also retired from the military, and he hesitated, casting a glance at Robbins not far away, ultimately refraining from completing his thought. Yet, everyone understood his implication. Harold, one of the 3 deputy supervisors in the security department, was a 5th-tier knight and had consistently triumphed in contests against the other 2 deputies. His military background was evident. It was widely recognized that knights from the armed forces possessed superior strength compared to those like Robbins, who had honed their skills post-academy. Nevertheless, this new captain had yet to attain the status of a formal knight, leaving a significant disparity in strength, and the majority still favored Dobin. Robbins stood silently to the side, observing Dobin in the arena. He understood the man's intentions all too well, yet addressing the situation was indeed challenging. Les was somewhat of a semi-affiliated individual. Supervisor Luke had instructed that he should be appropriately treated if Dobin were to best his captain under the watchful eyes of many. Even if he were to enforce Les's appointment, it would be quite unlikely. After a moment's hesitation, Robbins resolved to step forward and command the contest to commence. The crowd was still relatively small, but if he were to delay, half of the security department might soon gather to witness the spectacle. Just as he prepared to speak, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Robbins, are these 2 your subordinates? Robbins did not turn, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of a bald head. The only 2 individuals in the security department capable of approaching him within a mere 2 meters without his perception were known to him. Yet, only one individual could appear at this moment. Harold, I did not see you at the training ground earlier. I assumed you had exhausted yourself training at home last night. A man, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches with a remarkably well-proportioned physique, approached Robbins, his voice tinged with frustration. I just visited the finance department, and I suspect they have once again deducted from my salary. Upon hearing this, Robbins looked at him with a sense of resignation. I implore you, please refrain from creating further disturbances with the finance department. The previous incident was indeed a miscalculation of half a gold pound. But there is no need for you to intimidate them every couple of days for the next 6 months. Harold gazed at him in confusion. I merely want to oversee them. It is not as dire as you portray. Your oversight consists of sitting behind the accountants, exuding your own aggression, rendering them incapable of even holding a quill? Robbins retorted. This will compel them to work more diligently. When I trained recruits in the military, this was my method. And those young men made rapid progress. Do you realize how many errors have plagued our security department and Oppos' financial reports over the past 6 months, leading to ridicule from the bank's finance department? Supervisor Luke even contemplated hiring external accountants to audit our books. Remember, we are a bank. Harold pondered for a moment. His recent salary had been without issue. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Very well, I shall reduce my visits by 2. On behalf of everyone in the security department. I thank you. Robbins gritted his teeth, knowing that many team members' salaries would be delayed because of him. Don't mention it. Ensuring the accurate disbursement of everyone's wages is my duty as deputy supervisor. Robbins, by the way, who do you think will prevail between these 2? He inquired, directing his attention to the bald giant beside him, as Harold's reliability in terms of strength was quite reassuring. Harold glanced at Les in the ring. his gaze sharpening momentarily before darting to Dobbin, letting out a soft chuckle. "Robbins, are you placing a bet? What will you wager?" Robbins, who had been discreetly observing Harold's expression, asked. 20 gold pounds. Then I can rest easy," Robbins exhaled, relieved. This individual might be somewhat eccentric, but his judgment was commendable. The crucial factor was his financial desperation. He would not wager 20 gold pounds without confidence, which amounted to 2/3 of the salary for a deputy supervisor. Rest easy about what? Are you betting or not? Not betting. Robbins ceased his attention on the auxiliary figure beside him and instead found himself intrigued by Les, who was becoming increasingly impatient. At that moment, Dobbin also halted his warm-up. He noticed that Harold had arrived, alongside 7 or 8 team leaders gathered nearby. Listening to their subordinates discuss the two competitors. This bald giant possessed a straightforward temperament, or perhaps he was somewhat naive. He would intervene whenever he perceived something to be unjust. Thus, he enjoyed considerable goodwill within the security department. Of course, this was also due to his rank as a level 5 knight and deputy supervisor. Otherwise, he would merely be seen as an annoying busybody. Dobbin believed he stood on the side of righteousness. Once he triumphed over the opposing fool, he felt assured that if Robbins refused to acknowledge the outcome, he could simply appeal to Harold for support, knowing he would undoubtedly stand by him. His confidence swelled. It was time to conclude this farce. Without uttering another word of taunt to Laves, he let out a fierce roar, both to alert his opponent and to bolster his own spirit, before charging directly at Laves. Laves, having grown somewhat weary of waiting, remained vigilant, his muscles primed for action, ready to either retaliate or evade. After all, there are those who strike without warning. What should be a contest of honor sometimes devolves into an ambush. However, this Dubin adhered to a sense of decorum. Individuals hailing from the Knight Academy often possessed this inherent flaw, or perhaps this sense of chivalry. They would never resort to an underhanded attack during a face-to-face confrontation. Even if an opponent were to lose focus, that fierce roar served as a timely reminder. Chapter 19. Defeat faced with the ferocious onslaught of Dobin. Les chose not to confront him directly. His strength was approximately double that of an average adult male, around 110 kilograms. Although Dobin had just gained his blood energy, the enhancement granted him strength that surpassed the limits of most ordinary individuals, reaching over 200 kilograms. With a striking force that could attain 400 kilograms, such power, if unleashed upon Les, would not result in broken bones due to the protection of his robust musculature. Yet it would undoubtedly be excruciating. In contrast, knights of the 3rd tier and above possessed innate talents that significantly increase cellular activity, endowing them with a greater capacity to withstand blows when augmented by blood energy. The principle was simple. You strike me, I feel no pain. As long as I land a few hits, you are doomed. This was a key reason why the onlookers harbored little hope for Les. Dobin and Appos' offensive was straightforward. Throw a punch, then another. His speed outpaced his adversary, and his strength surpassed Les and Appos'. A hit to the arm would incapacitate Les and Appos' limb temporarily. A blow to the chest might even fracture a couple of ribs, and as for the head, Dobin dared not strike there. Knights, as a class of the extraordinary, existed within the framework of humanity, and the concept of martial supremacy could never fully influence every aspect of society. It was the ordinary people who firmly held the reins of societal resources, and the laws they established to protect themselves invariably constrained the knights as well. Should a knight intentionally harm another, once discovered, he would not only face arrest by the police but also incur a record with the local knight association, diminishing his employability in the future, as employers would be wary of those with violent tendencies. In instances of deliberate fatality during such sparring matches, the kingdom's laws would classify it as murder. There were no blind spots in combat, no reckless disregard for life, and certainly no privileges for the knightly class. If one were to die, the responsibility lay squarely on the perpetrator, with distinctions made only between negligence and intent. In the former case, substantial reparations would still be required. Dobin was oblivious to the true measure of his opponent's abilities. Should he fail to evade the punch aimed at his head, the force behind it could indeed prove fatal. Yet, he was not particularly concerned for Les's life. If he were to inadvertently kill him, it would spell disaster for Dobin himself. However, it soon became apparent that Dobin's concerns were unfounded. For a full 5 minutes, Les exhibited an astonishing agility, evading every single one of Dobin's attacks without being struck even once. How can this kid be so fast? Dobin pondered, even as he continued to press Les. Indeed, many of Dobin's punches missed entirely, thwarted by Les's nimble footwork. and the few leg sweeps that could not be dodged were deftly neutralized by Les using a unique posture to dissipate the force. How much longer would this continue? Robbins, initially reassured by Harold and Apo's gaze, now found solace in witnessing Les skillfully evade Dobin and Apo's relentless assault, putting his mind at ease completely. He now wishes to swiftly conclude this unexpected encounter and proceed to lunch. Standing beside him, Harold has been intently counting the gold pounds in his purse. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, he glanced briefly at the scene before returning his focus to his money. As Dobbin's anxiety began to mount, he would escalate his offensive, striving to corner the young lad, thus bringing the matter to a close. Robbins nodded, his thoughts mirroring this sentiment. As a fifth-tier knight, discerning the intentions of these lower-tier combatants was a relatively straightforward endeavor. However, since he had previously failed to discern what made Les superior to Dobbin, it would now seem redundant to inquire about the perspective of this bald, avaricious man. Harold, having emerged from the military as a formidable figure, had endured countless real battles. Thus, assessing the dynamics of the skirmish before him was not trivial, though it was certainly apparent. Indeed, after another 7 or 8 minutes, Dobbin's impatience began to surface, having failed to subdue a second-tier knight for over 10 minutes. The squad leaders who had gathered to observe began to mock him softly. No one mentioned that Les was evading like a monkey, nor did Dobbin entertain such thoughts. As agility and speed were, in themselves, assets, just as Dobbin and Apo's strength and explosiveness far surpassed that of his opponent. Their ridicule stemmed from the belief that Dobbin was unworthy of being a third-tier knight. Some leaders even voiced their suspicions, suggesting Dobbin had perhaps compromised himself to a higher-up in the Knight Association, with the opponents assigned to him during assessments being mere weaklings among second-tier knights, questioning whether he had even extracted his blood essence. The closer their words approached the truth, the more enraged Dobbin became, and the pressure within him intensified, compounded by the dwindling of his blood essence. Without it, he was merely a competent second-tier knight. Failing to defeat his opponent now could lead to a reversal of fortunes when his essence was exhausted. Consequently, his strikes quickened, no longer prioritizing precision or power, but focusing on limiting Les and Apo's evasion space to create an opportunity for a decisive blow. The training ground lacked a formal ring, yet hexagonal patterns marked the ground, serving as boundaries. Stepping outside would constitute a loss. This arrangement was reasonable in practical assessments, as one could not always afford to flee without consequence. There would inevitably be moments requiring direct confrontation. Ultimately, Dobbin and Apo's speed and striking capability surpassed those of Les, quickly cornering him. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Les's forehead, his breath becoming somewhat labored, clearly indicative of considerable physical exertion. With inferior stamina and lacking the enhancement of blood essence, his state deteriorated more rapidly than that of Dobbin. Dobbin could not afford to wait for his essence to deplete, and Les was acutely aware of his own diminishing physical capabilities. If the bout extended to its conclusion, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Dobbin inwardly rejoiced. Having successfully cornered his opponent, if he could just close in a little more, this fellow would lose over half of his evasion space. Then, we shall see how he responds. The battlefield is ever-changing. Within a mere 30 seconds, Les found himself cornered. During this tumultuous interval, he withstood 2 strikes to his back, desperately attempting to maneuver behind Dobbin. Yet his efforts were in vain. Confronted with the impending defeat, Les's expression remained unaltered, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent's body, keenly observing his movements. "It's over. You worthless trash," Dobbin exclaimed as he forced Les to the brink of stepping out of bounds. With calculated precision, Dobbin unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Les and Apo's chest. He had anticipated that if this blow went unblocked, it would surely shatter the boy's ribs and incapacitate him, even if it were deflected. The sheer weight of 400 to 500 kilograms behind the strike would send him sprawling out of the ring. Victory seemed assured. However, the exhilaration of imminent triumph dulled his senses, causing him to overlook the subtle smile that crept upon Les's lips. Dobbin's decisive punch met only air. Not only did he miss, but he also found himself sprawled on the ground. What had just transpired? One of the team members inquired, bewildered. It was difficult to discern. It appeared that the newcomer had somehow evaded that heavy strike and had then embraced Dobbin. The newcomer had crouched to avoid the blow and lunged forward, delivering a chop to Dobbin and Apo's neck, striking a major artery, perhaps? A third-level knight speculated. Crouching to evade? Some found this hard to believe. This motion primarily engages the quadriceps and gluteal muscles, which are relatively underdeveloped, even with nightly training. This action cannot be executed swiftly enough to evade the punches of a superior opponent. He anticipated the move and displayed remarkable reflexes. It was a splendid tactical play, remarked a fourth-level knight who had a clear vantage point. No, it's impossible. Dobin lay on the ground, feeling utterly drained. He realized this was due to the impact on the major artery in his neck. In this era, understanding of human anatomy was rudimentary, yet through experience, knights believed that a heavy strike to this area led to such consequences. At that moment, Robbins approached the scene and crouched down before Dobin. First, he felt Dobin's neck, confirming that the vertebrae had not been dislocated, then nodded towards Les. Rising to his feet, he addressed Dobin, who was struggling to regain some mobility and sit up. Do you still harbor any dissent regarding Les's role as the captain of your team? I refuse to accept it. That fool only won through cunning. I demand a rematch. Dobin's rationality was swiftly fading. It is impossible. A loss is a loss. You will serve as the alternate captain from now on. Waiting for reassignment in Team 12, Robbins replied, shaking his head. No, I wish to establish my own team. I am already a third-level knight, qualified to lead a squad. Dobin insisted. Is this your final decision? To leave Team 12? Robbins inquired. Yes, Dobin gritted through his teeth. Robbins nodded impassively once more. Very well, due to your insubordination towards the deputy supervisor and your provocation of your direct superior, Captain Robbins, I, on behalf of the bank's security department, hereby officially announce your dismissal. What? Dobin gazed up at Robbins, his face a mask of disbelief. On what grounds? He shouted in anger. I have already informed you, provoking a superior and disobeying orders. Dobin pointed a finger at Les, who stood nearby. He questioned my compliance. He demanded a contest. So what? You seem to have serious doubts about my decision to appoint Les as captain, do you not? Just moments ago, you declared that if Les were to lose, the captaincy would belong to you, correct? Indeed. Dobin nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Who granted you the authority to decide who should be captain? Who consented to this? Pray enlighten me. Robbins glared coldly at Dobin. This is the protocol. Who established this protocol? The bank. The bank merely stipulates that the captain must be a person of certain capability. It has never stated that a third-level knight who defeats his captain would automatically become the new leader. I am the head of teams 9 through 14. Within the security department, only Supervisor Luke and I possess the authority to appoint or dismiss the captains of these 6 teams. Is it erroneous to state that you have disregarded a superior's decision? Dobin fell silent. Did you not just call your captain worthless? Am I wrongfully accused of provocation and insult towards the captain of my team? Robbins regarded the speechless Dobin and continued. According to the regulations of the bank's security department, specifically Article 2, Clause 17, Security Officer Dobin has disobeyed management and provoked a superior. Consequently, the responsible supervisor has decided to terminate your employment with no possibility of rehire. Gather your belongings and vacate the premises within half an hour. Otherwise, you will be treated as an intruder attempting to breach the bank's vault. With that, he departed the training ground, accompanied by Les. As for the others, witnessing the conclusion of the spectacle, they chatted amongst themselves and began to leave. No one paid heed to Dobin, who sat despondently on the ground, unwilling to accept reality. The management of the security department is hierarchical, with teams operating at an equal level. Tasks are assigned at random from above, with no fixed collaboration teams. And most of the time, personnel remain in their respective offices on standby, resulting in minimal social interaction. Among those who had spent the most time with Dobin, the members of Team 12 found it quite easy to choose between a comfortable job and Dobin. Chapter 20. Team member in the corridor outside the training ground on the first underground level, Les expressed his gratitude to Robbins, saying, "Thank you, Supervisor. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with that troublesome individual." Robbins, however, seemed rather indifferent. "There is no need for excessive gratitude. After your victory, I had already resolved to dismiss him. As a team member ascends to the rank of a level 3 knight, it is customary to report to the superior deputy supervisor and the human resources department. Following this report, the individual remains in their original squad as a team member, albeit with an increase in salary to 6 gold pounds, while awaiting coordination between branches to find a suitable position for transfer, a process that typically takes 3 to 6 months. In Brantness, the security department of the bank is not a place for idleness. The substantial salary reflects the associated risks, and the title of knight does not necessarily imply that all members adhere to the law. However, Dobin was unwilling to wait such a lengthy period. The difference of 2 gold pounds was significant, and he sought an immediate resolution. Upon learning that the new team leader was a level 2 knight, he decided against informing Robbins of his promotion, intending to spring a surprise upon his appointment. This decision left Robbins in a state of anxiety. For this was not merely a regular appointment, but one that involved a direct superior's instructions to look after the individual in question. Dobin's concealment of his circumstances nearly jeopardized Robbins's adherence to Luke's directives. Consequently, Robbins harbored a strong dislike for this individual who had nearly caused him embarrassment before his superior. This presented a legitimate rationale for dismissal. And considering he had not exerted his authority in some time, it was an opportunity he could not overlook. Yet, Dobin and Apos' miscalculation lay in his understanding of workplace hierarchy. Advancement necessitates support from those below and protection from those above. Lacking both, and with his abilities yet to be demonstrated, he was setting himself up for failure. Moreover, he had overestimated the significance of a level 3 knight's status. In the eyes of the security department and the bank's upper echelons, a mere level 3 knight was inconsequential. Robbins, being a level 5 knight, still had to heed Luke and Apos' commands, who was not even a level 1 knight. Lessigan expressed his thanks, remarking that, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was favorable. Your proficiency in the pure hand combat technique is commendable. Who instructed you? Harold's voice resonated from behind. 5 stars. Deputy Supervisor of Level 5, he mused internally. Supervisor, you are aware that I employ the pure hand combat technique? Robbins interjected, noting Harold and Apos' military background. Indeed, I had thought it would be difficult to encounter it after leaving the army, yet here you are, Harold explained. The pure hand combat technique is a military combat style suited for soldiers with quick reflexes and high agility, primarily excelling in techniques for dissipating force and predicting enemy movements to exploit openings for striking vital points, an art of the weak overcoming the strong. Les was unsure if his enhanced reflexes stemmed from the fusion of his memories with those of the original owner, resulting in superior athletic coordination. In this regard, his knightly potential surpassed that of many others, though he lamented the absence of the sheer strength that comes with vigor. The First Legion, Krull? Not familiar. But your learning is commendable, Harold remarked with a hint of admiration. Thank you. Well, I shall take my leave. Harold had come merely to commend Les and to see if the person teaching him was a familiar face from his past military days. Upon realizing he did not recognize him, there was little more to be said. After Harold departed, Robbins continued guiding Les onward. Their destination was the logistics department, where Les would acquire his uniform, weapon, armor, and identification. Would you prefer a dagger or a sword? Inquired the logistics staff. I am accustomed to using a sword, Les replied. Prior to his promotion to second lieutenant, he had always wielded a longsword, as the military only issued them that type of weapon. The longsword, known for its resilience and suitability for slashing, was a practical choice, while a longsword that could effectively combine both thrusting and slashing capabilities required a higher level of craftsmanship. It was not that such craftsmanship was unattainable, rather, it was prohibitively expensive. A longsword meeting these standards would need to be crafted from high-quality steel. Due to the limitations in smelting technology, the steel production across nations had consistently fallen short, keeping the prices of superior steel exorbitantly high. Nevertheless, in terms of quality, it was arguable that it did not significantly lag behind modern standards. Les had previously come across various novels featuring time travelers who, without hesitation, ordered steel blades from Earth, astonishing the ancient inhabitants. However, during the spring and autumn period, steel weapons that exhibited both flexibility and dual functionality were already in existence. By the Han Dynasty, such weapons had been issued to the rank-and-file soldiers, and subsequent dynasties had executed varying degrees of carboizing treatment on their arms, enhancing their surface hardness. It was hardly the case that steel blades could sever iron swords. What form would you prefer? The staff asked again. The First Legion and Apos' 4-style steel sword. Do you have it? This was the model he had used before his retirement, crafted entirely of steel, ideal for both slashing and thrusting. Certainly. The logistics personnel replied with pride. Military weapons posed no issue for the colossal entity that was the kingdom's treasury. Is there anything else you require? Les requested a dagger and a set of throwing darts, then provided his measurements. Please hold on. After a short while, the staff retrieved the items he had requested, along with a set of uniforms. The security department's uniform was a complete ensemble, including a trench coat, outer jacket, inner lining, trousers, leather knee-high boots. and a lightweight steel breastplate. The trench coats were uniformly azure, with a yellow insignia marking the cuffs and collars to denote the ranks, mirroring the military's hierarchical structure. The remaining 4 team members rose promptly to greet them upon their entrance. "Good day, Supervisor." "Good day, Captain." Les turned to the 4 individuals standing before him. "Please introduce yourselves." "Rofi, Bieber, Jack, Obi-Wu," they replied. "Who has been here the longest?" he inquired, gesturing for the individual to follow him into a partitioned area, which served as the Captain and Oppo's small office. The Captain and Oppo's office is a mere 10 square meters, furnished with a single desk and an oil lamp. Its most significant drawback is the scant sunlight. The feeble rays that filter through the small window in the upper corner barely suffice for basic visibility. In truth, the bank is situated on the site of a former prison, which was repurposed over 20 years ago. The bank's management valued the robust underground structure, leading to the reconstruction of the above-ground facilities. Each small team office is essentially a former cell, while the training area has been converted from the prison cafeteria. Jack reached out to touch the desk, noting its slight dampness. "The desk is quite clean. Thank you," he remarked. "It's nothing, really," Jack replied with an awkward smile. He felt that they had been unjustly caught in this predicament. Dobin had expressed his desire to become captain, and their silence had been interpreted as acquiescence. In reality, they were all nearing 30 and had little ambition for ascending to the rank of a third-level knight. They were content to maintain their decent positions until they could no longer work. Who became captain mattered little to them, as it did not directly impact their lives. However, Jack and the others had witnessed Dobin and Oppo's downfall. Deputy Supervisor Robbins seemed quite incensed by Dobin and Oppo's behavior. The new captain likely had connections with the deputy, making it unwise for them to offend him. Moreover, to start one's tenure with a contentious figure would surely cast a shadow over the remaining team members. Finding formally trained knights is relatively challenging, yet second-level knights are readily available, as the Knight Academies annually release a considerable number of vibrant young candidates. Their only deficiency being experience. Les sat in his chair, observing Jack and Oppo's somewhat anxious demeanor, and spoke gently. "Do not concern yourselves with Dobin's actions to the extent that it breeds resentment towards you. However, I do not wish for you to dwell on this matter perpetually. Dobin has always craved the spotlight, eager to prove his superiority over others, and our relationship with him has never been particularly cordial." Jack explained. Les chuckled softly. "In truth, I harbor no ill feelings towards Dobin, even now. I presume you are aware that I hail from a military background. While challenging one's superior is explicitly forbidden, military environments are fundamentally meritocratic, and I do not mind being challenged. However, Dobin and Oppo's subsequent outcry after his defeat is quite irksome. I had believed that the bank's security department would be a bastion of order and rule, where hierarchy is upheld regardless of individual strength. Yet, if Dobin insists on applying military principles here, then I shall impart the military and Oppo's rules to him. The result of his defeat should have sufficed. Does he consider himself a child? Indeed, Dobin brought this upon himself. Jack nodded in agreement. Les, however, shook his head, his hands rhythmically tapping the desk. "You misunderstand my intention. I am not one to be tyrannical. I can abide by the rules. However, there is one imperative that I require of you. You must obey my commands." "Yes, Captain." Jack stood at attention, responding loudly. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. Dobin's temperament was indeed disagreeable, and the other 3 team members shared this sentiment. Nevertheless, Jack had known Dobin for 4 years, and their relationship had been amicable. Such matters can be readily discerned. He had been exceedingly cautious, fearing that the newly appointed captain might engage in collective punishment. Les had long suspected that this Jack maintained a favorable relationship with Dobin, as he had been employed in the security department for the longest duration. Robbins had previously mentioned that Dobin was similarly a veteran. Chapter 21 The First Mission Captain. "It is time for lunch," Rofi gently knocked on the door to remind him. Due to spatial constraints, the original prison cafeteria had been converted into a training ground, leaving no suitable space for nearly 150 staff members of the security department to dine. Consequently, the dining area was established on the 3rd floor, shared with other clerical departments such as the investment department, cashier department, loan department, and human resources department. However, given the substantial number of personnel in the security department, they needed to dine in shifts to ensure that the work of other departments was not disrupted. Les took out a gold pound and tossed it to Rofi, who stood at the door. "Please order from the restaurant next to the bank. Today, I shall treat everyone." No need to worry about leftover change. Rofi, having caught the gold pound, hesitated to accept. Thank you, Captain, Jack exclaimed with delight. Observing this, Rofi exited with the money. At merely 20 years of age and having joined the team only a few months prior, he was still somewhat naive. After Rofi left, Jack explained, when a new leader offers to treat you to a meal, it is a gesture of respect. If you decline, they may think poorly of you. Les, unperturbed, continued, when will we be able to replenish our missing team member? A complete squad is essential for commencing operations. Remaining underground without sunlight is hardly beneficial. Jack pondered for a moment. Supervisor Robbins is scheduled to take you on your first mission tomorrow, which means he will be joining our squad and completing our numbers. Therefore, we can expect task assignments to come in by tomorrow morning. As for our team member, the Human Resources Department will issue a notice to the Knights Association. And we should have a replacement within 2 days. That sounds ideal. Les expressed his satisfaction with the efficiency. The squad's office was modest in size, and the work schedule did not permit drinking. Hence, Les opted to dine alone in his small cubicle rather than with his team. The team members, in turn, felt no discontent. Rather, they were pleased to enjoy the restaurant's delicacies. Dining with a new captain might have made them feel somewhat constrained. Upon returning home, Les went straight to his room and removed his shirt. Large bruises adorned his arms, and his back bore 2 deep red marks. These injuries were sustained during his combat with Mobin. His physical prowess and muscle strength were, after all, inferior to that of a third-tier knight. Despite possessing exceptional reflexes and skills, injuries were inevitable. His choice to forego protective gear was not for show. The essence of the Pirhan military combat technique lies in agility and bodily coordination, and protective equipment significantly hinders flexibility, making evasive maneuvers more cumbersome. This combat style was essentially designed for scouts and assassins. In an unarmed training environment, its full potential could hardly be realized. Pain was indeed a certainty. Les was not an individual devoid of sensation, yet he had long grown accustomed to such injuries. The front lines were perilous when he hastily enlisted. Watching his comrades perish before his eyes, the fear he felt was indescribable for someone who had never even killed a chicken. In order to survive, he could only engage in frenzied training and battles, enhancing his combat experience, while at night, he lay in his tent, alleviating his longing for his former life through the pain of his injuries. This discomfort had become a familiar companion. This superior is rather decent, he mused inwardly. The earliest tram in Bratislava departed at 4:30, catering to the needs of cross-regional workers. Compared to the trams that ran at 8 or 9 in the morning, this hour saw a greater number of passengers. Alighting from the somewhat crowded tram, he made his way towards the main entrance of the bank. The 6 glass doors, each over 4 meters high and intricately designed, remained closed, yet a side door was ajar. 2 security personnel stood guard, inspecting other members of the security team entering the bank. Present your identification, one of the officers instructed. It was worth noting that he had been at the training ground the previous day, donning the bank's security uniform and equipment. However, regulations were strict. He produced a metal card, issued from the logistics department, adorned with anti-counterfeit ink that changed color. The card bore his name and position, and also served as a weapon permit, ensuring he would not be apprehended for carrying a weapon in public. The other officer glanced at it casually before permitting him to pass. He nodded with a smile and proceeded into the bank. At the entrance to the staircase leading underground, Jack was already waiting. Captain, Deputy Supervisor Robbins asked me to wait for you here. Let us head directly to the vault. Indeed, let us go. The staircase leading to the underground vault was secured with an iron gate, typically kept closed, restricting access even for the security department. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they entered a hall bustling with people. Robbins stood at the forefront, addressing his subordinates, all of whom belonged to his team. The bank and Oppos' security department comprised 20 teams, with the 1st and 2nd teams directly under Supervisor Luke, serving as a rapid response force in emergencies. The remaining 18 teams were managed by 3 deputy supervisors, each with distinct responsibilities. Functionally, one was in charge of transportation, another for internal security, and the last for protecting the bank's leadership. However, to ensure fairness and security, the duties of the 3 deputy supervisors were frequently rotated, preventing any team from remaining in a fixed position for too long. Currently, Robbins was overseeing the transportation sector. Supervisor, I have arrived. Very well, join the team. Understood. Les stepped forward to take his position, noting that others had already assembled beside him. He was the last to arrive. It was not that he was late, but rather that his colleagues had arrived early. Among the benefits provided by the bank was housing. Just a street away stood a single-occupancy apartment owned by the bank, offering subsidies for knights of the third level, particularly team leaders. Many single team leaders resided there, finding it convenient for work. Once he joined the team, Robbins continued his address, emphasizing vigilance, without immediately commencing the transportation duties. A few minutes later, a staff member clad in a bank clerical uniform approached from the staircase, presenting Robbins with a stack of envelopes. Subsequently, Robbins began to allocate tasks and envelopes. Team 9 was assigned to the aristocratic district, while Team 10 was directed to headquarters. Les was designated for the port area, which was preferable to the slums. Jack had informed him yesterday that none of the team members were keen on that location due to its inexplicable odor, disordered streets, and complicated environment. The envelopes contained the escort routes, which changed each time. After a brief glance at the route, Les noted that this time it was relatively straightforward, without unnecessary detours. Once the routes were distributed, Robbins instructed the Treasury management staff waiting nearby to disperse the reserve funds. The reserves destined for other branches were secured in a locked steel box, retrieved from the vault by a small team responsible for internal security. The box was quite heavy, and it was fortunate that all team members were second-tier knights, possessing significantly greater strength than ordinary individuals, allowing 2 of them to lift it. Each small team collected their respective boxes and gradually departed from the vault towards the bank's side entrance. Outside the side entrance, 6 elongated carriages were already waiting to transport personnel and reserves. After watching the other teams set off, Robbins took a seat in Team 12, with Les beside him. The driver was B-Bear, renowned for his exceptional skills, while Jack sat next to B-Bear, surveying the surroundings. Rofe and Obi-Wu were also positioned on either side of the carriage, monitoring the blind spots to the side and rear. Les and Robbins were tasked with guarding the boxes containing the reserves, of which they had 2. As the demand for reserves in the port area was second only to that of the Ravank district, the journey to the port area branch would take an hour. Prompting Robbins to ask Les, "What are your thoughts? I now have a deeper understanding of the challenges involved in robbing an escort vehicle," Les jested. "Haha. How difficult is it?" Robbins replied with a chuckle. "Without a 6th-tier knight, it's nearly impossible." Robbins concurred, "Indeed. Only those of 5th tier and above can utilize their external blood energy in conjunction with a steel-cutting sword to breach it. I couldn't manage it myself. 4th-tier knights can concentrate their blood energy on parts of their bodies to enhance defense, while 5th-tier knights can envelop their entire bodies. 6th-tier knights represent a pivotal threshold. They can extend their blood energy through their weapons, thereby increasing their attack range. Furthermore, 6th-tier knights possess remarkable control over their blood energy, allowing it to coalesce into an exceptionally sharp and stable form when affixed to their weapons, combined with their immense strength augmented by blood energy, enabling them to forcibly breach a carriage. Yet, the income of 6th-tier knights typically exceeds 100 gold pounds per month in modern society. It is improbable to entice someone earning a substantial monthly income to rob a bank. Moreover, the armored escort vehicle, akin to an iron turtle, does not necessarily require violent means to breach. The carriage traversed the Ravank district at a swift pace, reaching the port area in less than 20 minutes. But the subsequent journey proved to be far more arduous. Chapter 22. The mercenary along the route devised by Luke for the convoy. They were compelled to traverse a warehouse district. From this juncture onward, the cart could no longer accelerate. Les and Abai, along with Rofi, disembarked and proceeded to cautiously patrol around the cart, urging the workers and freight hauliers who ventured too close to maintain their distance. The choice of such a route was perplexing given the throngs of people present. Rofi, having recently commenced his employment, felt a twinge of anxiety. With a modest sum saved at home, he had directly settled the fees for the Knight Academy, and this was his inaugural job. Thus, he feared any potential mishaps. However, any route would be similar, for the dock area was densely populated with warehouses. Jack had grown accustomed to the scene, surveying his surroundings while engaging in light conversation. Les remained silent, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the crowd. The port workers recognized the emblem of the blue bird emblazoned on the cart and the uniforms worn by the guards, making every effort to steer clear of them to avoid misunderstandings. Although the security department of the Royal Bank possessed no law enforcement authority, they were empowered to enact violent expulsion against any suspicious individuals attempting to threaten the convoy, even going so far as to eliminate adversaries should they come under attack. Yet, just as they were about to exit the congested thoroughfare, a minor incident occurred. A cart had toppled in the middle of the road, scattering its cargo and obstructing their path ahead. Les's vigilance surged, prompting him to advance towards the front of the convoy. Rofi, keep an eye on the rear. Jack, go see if you can expedite the clearing of the road. Understood, Jack replied, hastening a few steps forward to confront the overturned cart. A middle-aged man dressed as a carter sat on the ground, assessing an injury to his leg. You move the cart immediately, Jack commanded sternly. The carter, grimacing in pain, shook his head and pointed at his leg. I cannot stand. I have already sent someone to notify the merchant's overseer. They will be here shortly. Enough of your excuses. Get up and remove your damn cart, Jack shouted, kicking a piece of cargo to the corner in a menacing display. Or else I'll burn your belongings. And the road will be cleared. The carter, incensed by the threat, retorted, how can I clear the road in my current state? What right do you have to destroy my goods? Is this how you privileged folk behave? His voice rose, revealing his irritation and anger. The workers passing by halted to listen, considering his plight. Having overturned his cart and injured his leg, a day in Apos, as inability to work could spell hunger for someone in his position, not to mention the potential claims from the cargo owner. Do you possess no compassion? Those of us residing in the upper district are nothing but parasites. Others chimed in, rallying around him. Indeed, the fruits of our labor invariably end up in their hands. A group of several porters paused, surrounding the scene in solidarity, some brandishing their shoulder poles threateningly towards Jack. Jack instinctively took a step back. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering such a situation would typically prompt him to shout a few commands, compelling these commoners to comply. Did he not wear the security department's uniform today? Les approached him and noticed that around a dozen workers were standing near the overturned cart, yet the cargo remained strewn across the ground, blocking the thoroughfare. With the cart still not righted and 2 horses trapped beneath the weight of the goods. Captain, I told him to move it. But he claimed his leg was injured and he couldn't move. He also said he had notified the merchant guild to send someone to handle it. But we cannot afford to wait that long. The arrival time of the escort vehicle at the branch in the port area was strictly regulated. It could not disrupt the branch's normal operations, considering it lacked a vault or any reserve funds. After listening, Les glanced at the driver, who was still seated on the ground, clutching his leg, and surveyed the growing crowd around them. Frowning slightly, he decisively approached the driver. Get up immediately and move those goods. I've already told you, I can't get up. If you want it moved, you do it. The driver, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, became defiantly obstinate. What are you all going to do? You can move it yourselves. Why should we bear their burdens? With a swift motion, Les drew his sword and pointed it at the driver. Observing this, Jack similarly unsheathed his sword, directing it towards the nearby laborers. On the count of 3, if you do not move, I will sever that injured leg. He then turned to the surrounding workers. Since you sympathize with him and have time to gawk, why not help him move the goods? What pretense of benevolence is this? 1. He began counting directly. The driver, not waiting for him to reach 2, rose and began shifting the cargo off the horses, starting with the cart. The icy gaze from Les instilled fear in him. He was unsure whether the sword would indeed strike decisively once he reached 3. Meanwhile, the surrounding workers resumed picking up their belongings and continued moving the cargo. None stepped forward to assist, as they had yet to earn their own wages. Who had time to help others? Earlier, they had merely sought an opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction with the upper class, questioning why some could wear fine, unblemished clothing and engage in respectable work while they could only toil. However, when faced with the sharp swords wielded by Les and Jack, their anger and resentment dissipated instantly. Indeed, Jack, with a monthly salary of only 4 gold pounds, was perceived as part of the upper echelon in their eyes. For their own monthly earnings barely amounted to 1.5 gold pounds, with some having not held gold pounds for years. Why did you act that way earlier? Robbins asked, his brow slightly furrowed. He had witnessed the entire episode from the cart. The enhanced hearing of a 5th-level knight allowed him to perceive much more through the tension in the air. Sir, that driver was merely pretending, Les asserted confidently. Pretending? Could he be a robber? Robe exclaimed in astonishment. Are they surveying the area? The minds of the group spun with heightened urgency. They had all reviewed numerous cases of armored car heists. The robbers orchestrated distractions to assess the security personnel's response capabilities and handling methods, thereby identifying the vulnerabilities of the escort team and creating opportunities. Uncertain, I sensed their intent was to delay us momentarily. Jack had drawn my attention to this, and the subsequent appearance of those merchants seemed rather fortuitous. However, the rationale behind such actions remained unclear. Was it to provide their accomplices an opportunity for observation or intervention? Or was there another motive entirely? Les elaborated. Supervisor, you cannot see from the carriage, But the driver's hands were remarkably pale, though smeared with mud, giving them a filthy appearance. The stark contrast in color at the exposed wrist revealed they belonged to no ordinary driver. The injury on his leg appeared to have bled profusely, yet he kept it concealed, rendering the wound invisible. Additionally, a fishy odor lingered nearby, likely from fish blood intentionally ruptured within a pouch. The route taken by Team 12 was relatively sound. After traversing the earlier warehouse area, the remaining path lacked similar congestion, allowing them to arrive at the branch adjacent to the largest dock in the port area before the scheduled time of 7:30 a.m. The port branch occupied a substantial area, being the second busiest in terms of cash flow, naturally allowing for more opulent construction. This location also served as the faade of the Kingdom Bank, where numerous domestic and international merchants, upon arriving by ship, would complete their transactions without venturing into other districts. Although the bank had yet to officially open, a line of carriages awaited outside, poised for business. Logically, the business volume in the port area should surpass that of Ravik. However, according to Robbins, previous branch managers and oppos, corrupt practices had restricted transactions exceeding 5,000 gold pounds solely to the branch and oppos' jurisdiction. Coupled with the fact that large trading companies were concentrated in the central district of Commerce, this resulted in the current predicament. Les believed this was more a manifestation of power struggles. Could delegating large transactions solely to the branch truly eradicate corruption? Jack and his companions unloaded a 2-meter-long crate from the carriage, 2 individuals per box, and swiftly entered the bank and oppos' entrance. The port branch and oppos' security personnel approached, forming a protective line on either side. Upon entering the bank, the hall was already populated with several merchants. Their expressions relaxed upon seeing the reserves being transported. Time is money, and they were unwilling to languish in anticipation. "The funds have arrived, finally," shouted an agitated middle-aged man resembling a merchant. "Hurry and process my transfer, quickly." Before the cash vault could be delivered to the back for handover, he began vociferously berating a man seated on a nearby bench. "You filthy wretch. I will certainly file a complaint with the business association regarding today's events. Do not expect to conduct business in Brannies again." The group paid no heed, presuming it was merely a commercial dispute, and proceeded directly to the counter. Given that the port branch lacked a vault, all cash was stored behind the bank's counter, necessitating particularly robust counter windows and entrances. Simply opening the door leading to the counter required considerable effort. "At last, you have arrived. Otherwise, that individual might have met a dire fate at the bank and oppos' entrance." Upon entering the back office, the branch manager lamented, "Robbins, we reached here within the stipulated time, and we encountered a minor mishap along the way." Robbins glanced at his watch, his tone somewhat curt. The Ravenlaw branch, due to its substantial transaction volume and considerable gold reserves, coupled with the presence of its vault, ranked just half a tier below the Commerce's branch within the internal hierarchy of the banking system. As the deputy chief of security, Robbins was only one rank subordinate to the manager, Laugh. Thus, he paid little heed to Laugh and oppos' grievances. What mishap? Laugh instinctively glanced at the intact money chest being opened. Robbins recounted the events that transpired on the road and conveyed Les's assessment. Given the relevance to their work, he withheld no details. Laugh's expression shifted to one of understanding, soon followed by indignation. After listening to Laugh's account, Les and his associates grasped the situation's intricacies. The individual who had been shouting in the lobby had engaged in a business transaction with the young man he berated. The penalty for breaching the contract amounted to a staggering 30,000 gold pounds, a sum that would spell financial ruin for a middle-aged man. Why did he not scrutinize the contract terms more closely? How could such an outrageous agreement hold any validity? Les inquired, perplexed. Laugh nodded in affirmation of its validity. "I was once a commercial lawyer, which is part of the reason the bank employed me. I reviewed the contract, and it stipulated a payment deadline of 2 days. The day before, the man could not come to the bank due to a minor fire at the warehouse, believing that making the payment today would suffice. However, the young man had added a clause that the payment time would be determined by the contract signing time, down to the minute. They executed the contract at 8:15 in the morning, thus the payment deadline was also set for 8:15 this morning. Typically, we commence operations at 8 o'clock. And you arrived around 7:50. So that young merchant had someone delay us. If we were merely half an hour late, that fellow could profit 30,000 gold pounds?" Robbins queried. "Indeed, while the price of that batch of goods was less than 4,000 gold pounds, Laugh responded. Jack and the others exchanged glances, marveling at such a peculiar method of profit-making. Robbins was not overly astonished. having accompanied Luke to various bank-hosted banquets. He had developed a certain familiarity with the mercenary nature of some merchants. Les was even less surprised, recognizing that, in this era of incomplete legal frameworks, the system often strayed from its intended purpose of safeguarding legitimate traders and upholding a fair marketplace, instead becoming a shield for unscrupulous merchants. Chapter 23. Reentry. President Laugh. Transactions may commence, an attendant informed after verifying the reserve funds. Laugh glanced at the clock. It was precisely 8 o'clock. He nodded, instructing the distribution of bundles of gold pounds and silver coins wrapped in white paper to the counter staff. Meanwhile, Robbins assisted Lays in completing the handover procedures. Preparing to depart, Laugh accompanied them to the lobby, not to bid them farewell, but to confront the unscrupulous merchant, Mr. Kelson. Mr. Laugh, how may I assist you? Kelson inquired politely, rising from his seat. Lays stole a glance from a distance. Kelson and Oppo's striking features stood out, his skin a light brown, markedly different from the predominantly Caucasian population of Noah, suggesting a mixed heritage. President Laugh bowed slightly in greeting, his demeanor swiftly shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Fixing his gaze on Kelson, he intoned, on behalf of the Royal Bank, I must advise you that while we do not interfere in disputes and intrigues of the marketplace, should a situation akin to today's arise again, you and your company will be placed on our list of unwelcome entities. I trust this will not recur. A look of confusion crossed Kelson's youthful visage, tinged with a hint of regret as he earnestly asked, What is it you just mentioned? I did not quite understand. In what way has my company violated the bank and Oppo's regulations? Laugh, having ascended to his position as president, was not one to question his own judgment based on the potential charm of another. He maintained his serious gaze on Kelson. You, more than I, should comprehend my meaning. I must take my leave now. He was reasonably certain that Kelson was behind the incident. The peculiar contract served as evidence, even if Kelson were not directly responsible. Laugh refrained from explicitly accusing him of obstructing the bank and Oppo's transport vehicles, deeming it not slanderous. However, the mention of placing Kelson on the unwelcome list was merely a faade of intimidation. The bank would never refuse a client contributing hundreds of pounds in fees annually, rendering his warning unreliable. Kelson remained rooted in place, observing Laugh's retreating figure without betraying any signs of guilt. He paid little heed to Laugh's warning. Even if this transaction proceeded normally, he would sustain no loss, save for the unfortunate penalty of several £1,000s. The news of the failed attempt to halt the transport vehicles had reached Kelson before Lays and the others arrived, and he could only express regret over it. As for retaliating against the security captain who had cost him a substantial profit, such folly was reserved for the idle. What of the captain's name? His capabilities? The powers behind him? Was it necessary to expend resources for such a vendetta? The crux was, following retaliation, would his gold pounds materialize before him? Or perhaps a warning to the Royal Bank, claiming that his obstruction of their transport was a courtesy, only to have them thwart his endeavors, leading to dire consequences? And then be crushed by the influential noble shareholders backing the bank? With these thoughts, Kelson donned his habitual smile and exited the bank, boarding his carriage. The previous coachman had changed into a new set of attire, anxiously awaiting within the carriage. Mr. Kelson, I apologize, No need for further words. He raised his finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, calmly observing the professional swindler he had employed for 100 gold pounds. I will compensate you. But you must vacate Brandis for 6 months and vanish from my sight this very moment. All right. The swindler, taken aback by the employer's leniency, displayed a pleased expression despite the botched job. Kelson settled onto the sofa in his office, poured himself a glass of red wine, and in a fit of frustration, downed it in one gulp. The swift motion caused some of the wine to spill from the corner of his mouth, staining the collar of his shirt with crimson. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no irritation at the plan's failure, yet he resolved not to allow it to cloud his judgment. Boss, should we deal with that swindler to prevent him from revealing anything? The coachman who had driven moments earlier sat across from Kelson. He was not merely a coachman but also a personal bodyguard, possessing the strength of a 6th-level knight. You remind me just in time, Kelson replied, slightly dazed. Lewis, send someone to sever 3 of that fool's fingers, but do not take his life. Let his payment remain untouched. Why? Blocking a transport vehicle is hardly a significant crime. Nor is it illegal. The crux lies in the absence of any losses. Banks are places of business. They are not so petty as to fear the knowledge of others. Severing those 3 fingers serves as a warning to all the great swindlers of Brand is that I, Kelson, do not skimp on rewards. However, Failure demands a blood price to deter amateur con artists from attempting to deceive me and jeopardize my plans. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. In the ensuing days, Les, under Robin's guidance, escorted reserves, traversing the banks of the remaining 5 districts, thereby familiarizing himself with the entire workflow and procedures, as well as meeting the heads responsible for the transition of reserves at other banks. Their team was also supplemented by a new member named Duvan, a 27-year-old with a composed demeanor and little temper, whom Les decided to retain. That evening, Les found himself once more atop the tower in the floating city of dreams. As he had anticipated, the interval had indeed shortened again. Only 7 days had elapsed since his last entry, a reduction of 3 days, at this rate. He estimated his next foray would occur within 5 days. With this thought, a smile graced Les's face, as time was now in his favor. Thank you for your gracious gift, my lady. Before departing the clock tower's summit, Les placed his right hand upon his chest, bowing forward at a 60-degree angle in a gentlemanly salute as a sign of gratitude. Until now, he had been uncertain whether magic could transcend into the real world. But now that it could, the woman standing in the square, receiving the homage of numerous wizards, was likely the mistress of this floating city. It seemed prudent to express his gratitude to her, for he had likely found the right person, navigating the familiar path to the library. He greeted Tom and Jerry as usual before stepping inside. Upon his last entry, the desk lay barren. Yet Les had neglected to tidy away the 2 books left behind during his previous departure. He had grown accustomed to this occurrence, for it had always been thus. The tomes abandoned on the desk, along with the transit that had brought him here, would invariably return to their original state upon his next visit. Les speculated that this phenomenon mirrored that of Internet CAF computers, which, after a reboot, reverted to their initial configurations. Settling into this familiar spot, he retrieved the nearly memorized tome, Meditation Enlightenment, and flipped to the final pages, which detailed the methods for forging a magical well within the mind. The magical well, essentially a reservoir of magical energy, served to store the mana that sorcerers extracted from the air, converting it into potent magical power. The quantity of mana determined the extent to which an individual could manipulate the ambient essence, thus influencing the magnitude of spells conjured. The principle of the magical well was not overly intricate. Its original design aimed merely to prevent the hard-earned mana from dissipating back into the ether, thereby ensuring it remained contained within the practitioner. After a brief examination, Les understood the framework for its construction. It involved harnessing mental energy to form a spherical structure composed of points and connecting lines within the mind. Subsequently, mana would be channeled through conduits on the sphere's surface, guiding its flow in predetermined directions. As neither mana nor substance existed in isolation, collisions would not occur in their primordial state, allowing them to circulate perpetually along the sphere's surface. The effect of the circulation was to firmly bind the mana, preventing it from scattering due to external fluctuations, while also facilitating its retrieval when needed. According to the tome, the construction of a primary magical well featuring 64 junctions would qualify one as an apprentice sorcerer, enabling them to experiment with the release of magical spheres. Upon observing the illustrative diagram in the book, Les noted that the simplest form of a magical well resembled a hollow soccer ball, its structure relatively uncomplicated, and he felt confident in his ability to succeed swiftly. Les combined several desks, lying upon them as he emptied his mind, swiftly entering a meditative state. During the days of being unable to access dreams, he had not remained idle. Each night, he practiced swiftly entering meditation and employing his mental energy to capture the magical essence that lingered in the air, though he had refrained from internalizing it out of caution. In the depths of his mind, against an inky backdrop, countless azure specks floated, akin to a swarm of fireflies dancing in the night. He could not perceive his own physical form. The tome suggested envisioning oneself as a green glowing orb, its surface shimmering with a verdant luminescence, indicative of a slight leakage of mental energy. By manipulating this naturally diffusing mental energy, he aimed to ensnare the surrounding magical essence, imparting a thread of his consciousness to the luminous points. In doing so, these essences would transform into mana under his dominion. He had already attempted this step in reality. Presently, his focus lay not beyond the sphere, but rather within it. Les incessantly pondered the phrase, "Behold my inner self, behold my inner self." After a while, his perspective abruptly shifted, plunging him into a verdant expanse, teeming with intricate network structures. According to the records, this was his sea of consciousness, or rather, the interior of his soul. His very essence and memories resided within this realm. Contemplating this notion, Les dared not move. fearful of causing irreparable damage and becoming a mere shell of his former self. In truth, within this space, he found himself equally immobile. It resembled a concept known in the Huaxia culture as introspection. As Lair surveyed his surroundings, he inevitably uncovered a troubling sight. The entire sphere shimmered in green, with countless threads of the same hue intricately woven throughout the space, akin to entering a spider's lair. Yet, within this verdant domain, a singular area, occupying 1/15 of the total space, stood out in brilliant blue. Chapter 24. Constructing the magic spring. Is this the residual memory of the former self? Les murmured to himself. The hue of each individual's soul lacks a definitive description. He perceives his own soul as green, yet upon observing the souls of others, a myriad of colors may manifest. The striking blue-netted region is evidently not a part of his own essence. It may also be the catalyst that led me into this dream. As dreams are intrinsically linked to the soul, nevertheless, Les is more inclined towards his previous conjecture. This blue-netted area intertwines with his green region, approximately 2/3 of it merging together, reflecting the memories he has inherited from the original owner. This area likely embodies the memories within the soul. After the original owner's demise, the remnants of their memories were absorbed and integrated by me, an outsider. As for whether remnants of the original owner's soul might exist within this area, potentially emerging at a critical juncture to contest for control, Les harbors no concerns. The meditation enlightenment clearly states that disparate souls cannot merge in their entirety. They are akin to two colliding eggs. For fusion to occur, one egg and oppose, as shell must shatter, allowing for a possibility of amalgamation. However, the fragments resulting from a shattered egg are no longer the original. They lose their complete yolk, representing the primary consciousness, transforming into a collection of usable or unusable materials. Les himself has absorbed a portion of the egg white from that broken egg, acquiring fragments of the original owner's memories. Having set aside these considerations, the blue area currently poses no threat. Rather, he requires the common knowledge embedded within these memories. He has also encountered texts regarding souls on the library shelves, and once his power escalates, he will devise a method to sever this region. The primary purpose of his current endeavor remains the construction of the magic spring. With a mere thought, a transparent, hollow filament materializes before his gaze, twisting and rolling in accordance with his will. This is the manifestation of concentrated mental energy. Les is unaware of its origin or its usual state of existence, yet, akin to controlling the dispersed mental energy of a soul, he can directly manipulate the appearance and shape of this filament. Following the illustrations and descriptions gleaned from meditation enlightenment, Les begins to summon additional filaments, interlinking them. The framework for the magic spring is not merely about creating a netted sphere. There are stringent positional requirements concerning the intersections and pathways. These pathways are neither straight nor merely curved, but rather they twist and turn in intricate patterns. The designation of pathway or energy conduit is simply due to the existence of a singular route. Thus, when magical energy is infused into these netted lines, it will generate a magnetic-like phenomenon, containing the freely moving magical energy within, preventing it from escaping. Les feels a profound sense of relief. For his previous life was spent studying architectural design, endowing him with commendable experience in geometric constructions and spatial imagination. The foundation of magic primarily consists of a three-dimensional model constructed from channels of magical energy and mental power. He believed that his pace of learning spells surpassed that of most individuals from the nasal civilization. However, his initial attempt to construct the magical spring model ended in failure. Reluctantly, Les withdrew from his meditative state, extracting the meditation enlightenment, which he had been using as a pillow, to refresh his memory. After half an hour, Les re-entered meditation. 15 minutes later, he emerged once more, until 5 hours had elapsed, gazing at the irregular, mesh-like sphere before him. He finally managed to maintain the stability of his mental energy without it collapsing at the moment of release. Next, I must channel the magical energy into the surface conduits. He shifted his perspective to the surface of his soul, where he felt as though he were a sphere with an awkward, panoramic view of 720 degrees that defied description. Under his control, 8 tendrils composed of emanating mental energy simultaneously extended from the sphere's surface, beginning to capture the magical essence that drifted nearby. Les did not possess the capacity for multitasking. The ability to extend 8 strands of mental energy at once was largely attributable to his unique state of awareness. For instance, if a person gazes at 2 apples on a table and simultaneously picks them up, could that be considered multitasking? Much like a person, parched in the dead of night, reaching for a glass of water with eyes closed, instinctively discerning its location upon contact with either the palm or back of their hand, then retrieving it. The tendrils operated with remarkable efficiency. Within the all-encompassing field of vision, they accurately darted toward their targets. The three tiny bifurcations at their tips effortlessly ensnared the magical essence, attaching wisps of mental energy before drawing it back to concentrate beside the sphere. Had another magician stood beside Les, they would have noticed a halo of magical energy forming atop his head, reminiscent of a legendary angel. This continued for half an hour. He then re-entered the interior of the soul sphere, directing the accumulated magical energy from outside to flow inward, following the instructions in the text to simultaneously inject energy at 4 specific points. For streams of magical energy surged from distinct directions into the mental energy pathways along the sphere's surface, automatically dividing at junctions and rapidly saturating the entire sphere until a unified flow was established. Eagerly, Les drew in some unbound magical essence through a hexagonal aperture, injecting it into the magical spring before sealing the exit. The unrestrained magical essence began to move erratically upon losing its binding. However, none of it penetrated the inner sphere's walls, successfully containing it within. It was a success. Consequently, Les could now capture magical essence from the surrounding air with greater speed. While this added a substantial burden, it also limited the number of tendrils he could create. With the magical spring established, he could directly release 12 tendrils of mental energy to channel the essence into the spring, where it would be continuously refined by the primary mental energy within his soul, transforming it into controllable magical energy with minimal expenditure of mental power. Similarly, it can isolate magical energy from the allure of external magical essence. Otherwise, each mage would shine like a beacon in the collective spiritual awareness of their peers. Such visibility could provoke unforeseen stimuli, potentially inciting chaotic surges of magical essence, resulting in perilous explosions. After 3 hours, Les filled the magical spring, reaching the current limit of his magical capacity. Should he pursue this path, he would be devoid of the energy required to harness magic for spellcasting, becoming a formidable yet utterly ineffective dud with vast reserves of power but no means to unleash his abilities. Content with his meditative experience. Les eagerly opened the tome titled Fundamentals of the Magic Sphere. According to its contents, the magic sphere represents the most fundamental and straightforward skill within the nasal magical civilization. Its simplest structure requires merely a single magical core accompanied by 8 energy conduits, while the most intricate version boasts 360 magical cores and over 4,000 pathways. This latter application serves as the core nexus for the propulsion of floating cities. However, the book merely glossed over this, outlining the magic and oppos as potential and ultimate applications, akin to a recruitment officer proclaiming that graduates from this discipline have constructed the Tianhe supercomputer, only for one to find themselves relegated to the role of a lowly programmer post-graduation. Les did not aspire to lofty heights. The initial stage of the magic sphere was purely an offensive spell, which was precisely what he desired. What use would it be for him to master the propulsion core nexus if he could not even embrace it in a mutual destruction with his adversaries? His total magical energy likely wouldn't suffice to fill even a single conduit. He had previously skimmed through fundamentals of the magic sphere and had already identified a suitable model for novice magic apprentices, the aforementioned foundational spell model requiring a singular magical core and 8 energy conduits. The magic of the nasal civilization is predicated on the rapid attraction of magical essence through the transmutation of magical energy by the mage themselves, subsequently stimulating the magical core to render the gathered essence highly active by overcoming its inherent inertia. The basic magic sphere Les sought to learn harnessed the high temperature and explosive properties of magical essence. By extracting a specific quantity of magical energy from the magical spring and gathering it around himself, he would construct 8 energy conduits centered around this magical energy. These 8 conduits, guided by mental force, would draw a small amount of energy from the magical core. 3 of these conduits would function similarly to the magical spring, temporarily restraining the magical essence attracted by the magical energy, while the other 3 would serve to enhance the activity of the essence, increasing its temperature and pressure to generate shock waves and intense heat. The remaining 2 conduits would act as thrusters, directly interfacing with the volatile magical essence. The spellcaster could then stimulate the magical core through varying frequencies of mental oscillation, intensifying the gathered essence's ferocity, simultaneously by fully operating the 3 conduits for magical essence activation. The tumultuous essence would be propelled through the thruster conduits, rapidly ejected towards the enemy. This impact would induce the collapse of the magic sphere and Appos' spell model, unleashing a wave of high-density, high-pressure magical energy that would instantly manifest as a lethal shockwave and searing heat. It resembled a projectile, though less pondered its true destructive potential. Inspired by a sudden impulse, he commenced his attempt to unleash the magical orb. In comparison, the orb with merely 8 channels was far simpler to conjure than constructing a magic spring. Following the model outlined in the book, a pale blue sphere swiftly materialized in Les and Appos' hand. In truth, it mattered little whether he held it or not, for this entity was an unstable mass of energy governed by his mental prowess. Should he dare to reach out and touch it, his fingers would inevitably pass through the outer confinement channels, coming into direct contact with the activated volatile magical essence. With utmost caution, he observed the phenomenon. The highly concentrated magical energy and essence were discernible to the naked eye. The pale blue magical energy coursing through the outer layer of energy channels, along with the slightly reddish, ever-pulsating activated magical essence that collided against the invisible magnetic field and the deep blue core of magical energy at the center. All were a sight to behold. How exquisite! A glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes, revealing a burgeoning ambition and unwavering confidence. Chapter 25, The Magic Sphere with a Resounding Bang. A burst of red and blue light struck the ground of the library just a moment ago, scattering fragments of stone in all directions at nearly 100 meters per second, hurtling towards the surrounding tables and bookshelves. Taking cover behind an overturned table, Lev cautiously peeked out. Once the dust settled, he swiftly approached the spot 10 meters away where the magic sphere had impacted. A stone slab, measuring 40 centimeters on each side, lay utterly shattered into hundreds of pieces, revealing the underlying bricks and shallow depressions, while the surrounding slabs had fractured due to the tremor. Bending down, Leth picked up a nearby broken slab, 2 centimeters thick and not particularly fragile in texture. This indicated that the potency of the magic sphere was indeed considerable. A third-level knight's physique would not survive a direct hit without losing combat effectiveness, while a fourth-level knight could withstand it with merely minor injuries, easily evading the attack. The flight speed of the magic sphere was approximately 10 meters per second, equating to a velocity of 36 kilometers per hour. To put it plainly, it was akin to a car cruising through the streets in second gear. Leth mused that such a speed would struggle to pose a threat against a fourth-level knight, who possessed blood vitality, protection, and greater agility. In close combat, there was little time to cast spells, and at distances exceeding 10 meters, the knight would have ample opportunity to dodge or defend. After pondering for quite some time on how to effectively wield this device against formidable foes in real combat, he found himself at a loss for a satisfactory strategy. Suddenly, he chuckled and shook his head. It's merely a tool for magic apprentices to hone their skills and for self-defense. I suppose I have been too ungrateful. Among the vast sea of tomes within the library, 2/3 were devoted to the study of magic, although he could currently only glimpse the titles on the spines. He firmly believed that one day he would discover a way to unlock their secrets. Countless powerful spells awaited him. Why fixate on the immediate? Furthermore, the magic sphere was more than capable of dealing with third-level knights, with diligent practice to shorten casting time, and the ability to maintain focus in battle to ensure successful casting. Third-level knights would no longer pose a threat to him. Seizing the fleeting moments afforded by today and Appos' dream, Leth gathered several chairs and stepped out of the library, intending to use them as targets to familiarize himself with manipulating the magic sphere with precision and enhancing its speed. However, as he exited the door, a thought struck him. Tom and Jerry are clearly the golems tasked with guarding this place. I seem to have at this realization. Leth and Appos' stride abruptly halted, his neck mechanically twisting as he looked up at Tom on the left side of the entrance. The streetlight, whose workings he could not fathom, emitted a bright yellow glow, yet the towering golems eclipsed the light, rendering their features indistinguishable against the murky night sky. Then again, he reasoned, if these two and Appos, brothers and Appos, had intended to act, they would not have waited until now. Likely, they were either malfunctioning or dismissing such trivialities. Indeed, he was utterly captivated by the secrets and technologies of this floating city. Just the presence of these colossal golems stirred his imagination. Should they possess the formidable power described in novels, even a 9th-level knight wielding 2 5-meter swords would struggle to withstand their might. Regrettably, he was unable to access other places, such as a building known as the Potion Research Institute, which he yearned to explore, and a vacant lot on the street. Les practiced casting magic orbs for an hour, successfully releasing over 20 of them. He became somewhat familiar with the trajectory of the magic orbs as they arced from his shoulders and the sides of his body, ensuring a reliable hit on a target the size of a human within a 10-meter range. His magical reservoir had only diminished by 2/3 during this exercise. The magical advantage of the nasal civilization lay in the fact that the energy required to cast spells predominantly derived from the magical essence present in the air, leading to minimal personal consumption. The limitation on a mage's casting frequency was primarily dictated by their mental fortitude. Each time a magic orb was cast, a portion of the mental energy used to construct the model framework was also expended, with the more potent spells requiring a considerably larger framework. Les ceased his practice not only due to the exhaustion of his mental energy, but also because of a dull, tearing sensation in his head and a pronounced fatigue that urged him to rest. Sitting momentarily on the solitary surviving target, he suddenly felt a sensation of falling, marking the end of this dream. However, it was also the time for him to prepare for work. The security department of the Royal Bank was never granted the luxury of sleeping in, a consequence that came with the relatively generous salary. Les appreciated this job. With a monthly income of 8.5 gold pounds, supplemented by rental income from 2 apartments he owned, his total earnings approached 13 gold pounds. Presently, he had no pressing need to save money, and the over 200 gold pounds in his account served as emergency funds, yielding a bit of interest. His monthly salary sufficed to cover his daily expenses comfortably. The servants would take a while longer to rise and commence their duties. Les was not a helpless individual devoid of assistance. Ascending to the third-floor washroom, he turned on the faucet to cleanse himself, donned his uniform, and then stepped outside. Mr. Les, I apologize for the wait. Upon boarding the carriage, he encountered the same ticket collector from his initial ride, who was responsible for this particular route near the Les residence. It was not a matter of being somewhat affluent that made him particular. The desire for more comfortable service is a universal sentiment, especially considering the overcrowded front cabin where many commuters were left standing. With his financial means, there was no reason for him to endure discomfort. He promptly paid 2 gold pounds and 80 silver coins. Over the past few days, the 2 carriages he frequented had become familiar with him, and he no longer needed to present a monthly pass. Settling into the plush leather seat, Les fell into contemplation. When he got up earlier, the fatigue from practicing the magic orbs had seemingly vanished, yet upon attempting to meditate, he found no trace of the magical reservoir within his soul. In the dream, he distinctly sensed a depletion of his mental energy, confirming that his soul had indeed entered the dream state. Otherwise, constructing the magical reservoir would have been impossible, as the ability to manipulate mental energy required the soul's involvement. Les found this perplexing, but he deemed it a fortuitous circumstance, preventing him from feeling weary during the day, and thus chose not to dwell on it further. Draped in a flowing black gown with a deep V neckline, she adorned her head with a matching sheer sun hat. Her alluring visage, exuding a hint of languor, reclined gracefully against the chair opposite him. In her hand, she ignited a tuft of cotton, bringing it to her crimson lips as she savored the cigarette. Noticing Les and Apos' gaze upon her, she inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to escape gently into the air, before speaking with a touch of apology in her tone. Forgive me. I noticed you were lost in thought, so I refrained from interrupting. Would you mind if I indulged in a smoke? Not at all. I believe no one would object to a small request from such a beautiful lady. Les replied with a gentlemanly smile, his eyes sweeping over her strikingly pale complexion. Thank you. Your eyes are quite perceptive as well, she said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she smiled, leaving it ambiguous whether she was grateful for his compliment or subtly mocking his earlier gaze, which was distinctly masculine. Les, however, felt no shame in her potential insinuation. He believed such reactions were merely instinctual for any normal man. Moreover, he had yet to experience the pleasures of the flesh since arriving in this world. The conversation lapsed into silence as Les gazed out at the streets, eager to become acquainted with the city, should he need to evade pursuit in the future. Supervisor. Here we go, let us join the team. Yes. After joining the team, Robbins began to speak. Today marks settlement day, so everyone, please remain vigilant. Understood. Settlement day was not a day for banks to conduct large transactions. Rather, in the commercially developed city of Brantis, the payroll dates for employees had been largely standardized over the years, whether they were clerks at major trading houses or dockworkers. A significant portion of wages were dispersed on this day. Consequently, business owners across various districts would experience a heightened demand for cash, and the pressure on banks to dispense funds would surge dramatically. Harold's security team, which he recently oversaw, would also allocate personnel to ensure the safe transport of considerable sums in pounds. in affluent areas like the central and noble districts. The high standard of living necessitated 2 armored vehicles and 3 large safes. Les, however, remained indifferent. He had already received his envelope early today, thanks to Jack. Team 12 was responsible for the Orinus district, commonly known as the slum area. He had visited there 2 days prior, where they were transporting 2 large boxes of high-denomination silver coins. The impoverished population of that area rendered its consumption levels exceedingly low. The reason why Brandis had yet to unify its wage settlement day was due to the fact that most lower-tier employees could not afford to wait an entire month for payment. If they did not receive their wages today, they would face hunger by nightfall. Should they be deprived of pay again the following day, they risked fainting from starvation. Thus, wages in those areas were typically settled daily, or, less commonly, weekly. The same predicament applied to the Port District, where a significant portion of workers hailed from the slums. However, upon inspecting their cash box, Les noted its considerable weight, as there remained a segment of the population with relatively higher incomes. Brandis, as a seaside commercial city, possesses a certain level of expertise in urban planning. The residential districts are organized such that the lower-class neighborhoods occupy the southwestern corner, while the impoverished areas are situated in the northwest. The Port District stretches along the coastline, claiming the northeastern corner, and the northwest is designated for the noble district. The middle-class area takes on an irregular circular form, neighboring all 4 districts and encircling the central zone. To Les, the middle-class district resembles a protective shield. In the era of feudalism, the central area belonged entirely to the great noble lords, while the middle-class district was comprised of lesser lords who pledged their allegiance to them. The current noble district was originally a garden area, intended for scenic enjoyment. After the kingdom underwent reform, the municipal hall, subordinate to the parliament, supplanted the defiant great noble who ultimately met his demise, relegating the accommodating nobles to the garden district to appreciate the vistas. However, nothing else has changed. The middle-class district continues to bear the brunt of discontent and anger from the lower-class citizens of the 3 adjoining districts. The areas bordering these districts have historically suffered from poor security, attracting gangs, desperate criminals, and destitute individuals who seek refuge there. Chapter 26. The Wild Mage and the Gang Clash Captain. Have you heard? Obi-Wu whispered mysteriously to Les beside him as they sat in the moving escort vehicle. Heard what? Les inquired, intrigued. Obi-Wu exaggeratedly raised his voice, emphasizing each word. In the slums, a person has appeared who can conjure fireballs out of thin air. Really? Les was taken aback. Knights cannot perform such feats. Could there be a mage? Though he was eager to learn more about this peculiar occurrence, Les maintained a facade of mild curiosity. He retrieved a handful of dried fruit from his pocket, sharing some with Rofi, Obi-Wu, and the newcomer, Ofeng, before popping a piece into his mouth. Do tell, he encouraged. Dried fruit, coated in syrup, served as a delightful snack that could quell hunger while indulging in gossip. I hail from the slums, as you know, Captain, Obi-Wu teased, seemingly intent on weaving an elaborate tale. Les, however, remained composed, nodding slightly to indicate he was listening. Obi-Wu, an orphan from the impoverished district, was lean and wiry but possessed a sharp intellect. He had always understood the importance of steering clear of the underworld's gangsters to secure a better future. Utilizing his connections from working at a slaughterhouse, he had built a robust physique and eventually enrolled in the Knight Academy, culminating in a position at the bank. Now, he shared an apartment near the bank with the driver, Bibbo, each paying 1.5 gold pounds monthly, seemingly intent on establishing roots in this new life. Come on, hurry up and tell us. Don't drag it out, Rofi urged, chewing on his dried fruit. The security team responsible for the escort had little personal time, and Obi-Wu's interesting story had piqued their interest. Be patient, I need a moment to gather my thoughts. His friend, a low-level gangster, had recently informed him that a brawl broke out in the slums between 2 gangs over territorial disputes. Initially, it was just a typical scuffle, involving about 20 individuals, usually resulting in minor injuries and, at most, a couple of unfortunate fatalities. However, this incident took an unexpected turn. A newcomer among Obi-Wu's friends, participating in his first gang fight, found himself cornered and desperately fleeing after being slashed twice by an opponent wielding a knife. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently unleashed a burst of fire that struck his pursuer. At this point, Obi-Wu seemed to grimace, as if the sourness of a dried fruit had caught in his teeth, drawing the attention of the others. They waited in silence, but he remained uncommunicative. Les reached into his pocket for another piece of dried fruit, offering it to him while asking, "And then what happened? What about the one who conjured the fireball?" After unleashing the flames, he simply ran away. "Oh, is that it? Didn't your friend inquire how that fellow managed such a feat?" Rofi complained. Looking at him with exasperation, Obi-Wu shook his head. "The individual in question is a newcomer, previously unacquainted with my friend and Appo's Street, and he is unknown to him as well. However, it has been reported that this lad has been elusive for the past few days. Quite intriguing indeed. What do you suppose could account for this?" Roif, youthful and most curious about such matters, could not restrain himself from inquiring further. "I have witnessed the magical performances of a circus before. They can conjure flames from their hands. Yet these are the secrets of the illusionists," remarked the taciturn O and Appo's Vaughn. "That lad likely possesses a timid disposition. He probably concealed a bit of gunpowder on his person, clenching it along with a flint, and with a firm grip and a sprinkle, it would suffice. I surmise his absence is due to his seeking treatment for the burns on his hands, or perhaps he has fled," Jack's voice interjected from the front. Having overheard O and Appo's, Vaughn and Appo's earlier remarks. You may be onto something there," Roif mused in sudden realization. "What else could it be? Is it possible that this individual can truly summon fire from thin air?" Jack scoffed, yet his gaze drifted toward the captain, who held a hefty handful of dried fruits. Upon noticing this, Les decided to pass the dried fruits through the window. "Remain vigilant. Do not let idle chatter distract you." "Yes, Captain," Jack replied, munching on the dried fruit and then feeding a small handful to the driver, Bieber, while speaking with a grave demeanor. If one overlooked the snacks perched on his lips and the muffled sound of his speech. Such small tokens of goodwill to foster camaraderie among subordinates should not be distributed unevenly. Otherwise, it would be better to withhold them altogether. His attention had momentarily strayed from Ovon's words. Well, that's reassuring. His concern was not for Ovon's mental state, but rather for the geographical location mentioned. Canopy Street lies on the outskirts of the slums, directly opposite Maple Street. Perfect. Rent collection day approaches. I shall take the opportunity to investigate, Les contemplated. He had long suspected that in a world where magical essence exists, it could not be the case that he alone possessed the ability to sense it. Where, then, were the other magicians? The person Ovon spoke of might just be the key. "Captain, it appears we have a situation," as Les pondered how to discreetly locate this individual. He was jolted back to the present by Jack's voice, accompanied by the raucous sounds emanating from outside the carriage. Peering through the observation slit at the street, he discerned a gathering of at least 60 to 70 thugs brandishing knives and clubs, clamoring towards them. "Captain, I have numerous gang members on my side," Roy shouted, while preparing a signal flare, ready to call for reinforcements at a moment's notice. "Captain, the road ahead is also crowded. We are being blocked," Jack yelled, as the carriage began to slow its pace. "If we proceed, we shall collide with the throng. Charge through," he commanded coldly. The horses pulling the escort carriage were active-duty war horses procured from the military. The current situation did not warrant a loss of control. However, the heavy iron carriage lacked the momentum to turn swiftly, and without sufficient speed, success was not guaranteed. Just as his words fell, the gang members on either side surged toward them. Upon witnessing this scene, Rofi, without waiting for Les's command, decisively activated the signal flare through the observation window, unleashing a plume of red smoke accompanied by a thunderous sound from above the carriage. Jack and Bieber had already drawn their swords, leaping to the ground to position themselves on either side of the carriage, prepared to confront the impending threat. The iron door, 5 centimeters thick, could only be opened from the inside, and based on their understanding of the new captain over the past few days, it was improbable that he would unlock it solely to save their lives. Escaping was equally out of the question. The penalties from the banking inspection department were exceedingly severe, a burden they could scarcely bear. Just as the two braced themselves for an uneven and brutal confrontation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 2 groups of gangsters, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, clashed violently, igniting a chaotic melee involving nearly 200 individuals that engulfed the entire street. Jack and Bieber, standing outside the carriage, fended off a handful of bloodthirsty assailants while exchanging relieved glances, thankful for their survival. Although the majority of these ruffians were mere commoners, the few capable of reaching the level of a first-tier knight were small-time leaders. Yet, should all 200 converge upon them, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. "Captain, what now?" Rofi inquired, drawing his dagger with a hint of panic in his expression. Les, observing the situation through the front window of the carriage, realized that they had been mistaken. The gangsters lining the streets were not allies. Their earlier shouts were directed at each other, not at the escort vehicle. Unfortunately, They had unwittingly positioned themselves amidst the brewing confrontation as the two factions prepared to clash. Earlier, while Jack and his companions chatted, possibly drawing Bear's attention, no one had noticed the precarious situation. Otherwise, the escort vehicle would have had the authority to alter its route. It was too late to voice any concerns now. They found themselves encircled, paralyzed by fear. Should they attempt to break through, many of the gangsters would likely be sent flying, prompting the bloodthirsty mob to retaliate against the drivers, Bear and Jack. The signal flare had already been fired, ensuring that they would not reach the Wanister branch on time. There was no need to expose them to unnecessary peril. Contemplating this, Les instructed everyone to remain vigilant, waiting for assistance from the Wanister District Police in response to the distress signal. A brawl involving hundreds of individuals would not easily conclude. Pain and blood would awaken the primal urge for violence within the human heart, and adrenaline would surge in such circumstances, dulling the sensation of pain and heightening aggression, resulting in a rapid heartbeat. Les observed the carnage outside with an impassive expression, devoid of any emotion. He had participated in 2 such battles involving thousands. In contrast, Rofi trembled at the sight of the chaos, questioning how the bank could have employed such individuals. He even contemplated whether he should expel Rofi from his squad. If this was indeed an assault targeting the escort vehicle, Rofi's presence would serve only as a hindrance. Jack, come help me. Damn it, a formidable lunatic has arrived. Lairs cast his gaze back, but could only perceive Jack and Bear struggling against an adversary at the side of the carriage, with a wound already marring Bear and Apos' left shoulder. This caused a furrow of concern to etch itself upon his brow. Both Jack and Bear were seasoned veterans among the second-tier knights. Although their combat experience may not rival that of the street toughs who often engaged in brawls, they possessed exceptional physiques and had undergone systematic combat training. Just moments ago, the duo had dispatched 6 or 7 thugs approaching the carriage without sustaining a scratch. How could they suddenly find themselves injured? The observation window of the carriage was rather limited, presenting significant blind spots at close range, rendering Lairs unable to discern the overall situation outside. The thugs who could compel both Bear and Jack to unite in confrontation were likely at least second-tier knights themselves. Thugs of that caliber could easily ascend to the ranks of gang leaders. Would such individuals truly fail to recognize that this was an armored transport? Were they unaware that their target was a bank's armed escort? One does not attain muscle through mere brute force. A lack of intellect would preclude one from understanding the efficient cultivation of strength, making it implausible for them to possess the prowess of a second-tier knight. Chapter 27. The Cold Arrow, you scoundrel. We are the security personnel of the Royal Bank. Do you wish for death? Jack exclaimed, brandishing his sword to block the heavy downward strike of the burly man before him. Die? The man, his face flushed and smeared with blood that had splattered from an unknown source, appeared grotesque. Clad in a long robe typical of dockworkers, it too was stained with various dirt and blood. Ignoring Jack's words, he glared with bloodshot eyes, relentlessly swinging a thick-backed short knife originally intended for butchering beef. What a fool. Where did this madman come from? Jack and Bear took refuge behind the escort vehicle, struggling to fend off the deranged assailant, soon sustaining minor injuries. By the heavens, how can this brute possess such strength? Bear shouted in disbelief. His own shoulder bore a wound, a result of underestimating the man's force during an attempted block with his long knife. Captain, help! Jack called as he passed by the vehicle's window. These ruffians were not after the money in the escort vehicle. Rather, they were simply caught up in the gang violence that frequently erupted in the slums. He believed that in such a chaotic situation, opening the door to assist them would be harmless. After all, it was far worse to perish from gang crossfire than from a robbery, as the bank would offer no compensation for such misfortune, an unbearable loss. However, Les held a different perspective, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate what exactly felt wrong. After Jack and Apos' second plea for assistance, he resolved to investigate. It was not his style to hide away like a turtle while witnessing his subordinates fall. Obiwo, the vehicle is in your charge. Once I step out, close the door immediately. Do not open it unless you see my face, Les instructed, drawing his steel sword from his waist. Though Obiwo was young and also hailing from the impoverished district, he was not entirely trustworthy in this tense situation. Yet, there was no alternative. Lofi's expression indicated that he was incapable of handling the crisis. Judging by his countenance, the absence of a breakdown and frantic screaming was already his utmost effort. As for Ofeng, who had only been on the job for 2 days, he was even less reliable and thus needed to be taken out. Ofeng, come with me to support Jack and the others. Ofeng nodded silently. With a swift motion, Les unlatched the 3 bolts and opened the door wide enough for one person. Ofing dashed out first, followed by Les with his steel sword, while Obiwa quickly shut the door, securing it with the 3 bolts. Stepping away from the cramped confines of the vehicle, Les surveyed the surrounding chaos from the driver's platform. The street was littered with fallen bodies, some lying in pools of blood, clearly beyond help, while others continued to wail in agony. Yet, it seemed that the outcome of the conflict was not immediately apparent. As sporadic latecomers joined the fray, his gaze shifted to Jack and the others. After exiting the vehicle, Ofing rushed to assist the two, and the relentless giant, who had been fixated on them, found himself overwhelmed by the trio's coordinated assault. Just as he contemplated descending to assist and swiftly resolve the conflict, a glint of cold light flashed at the corner of his eye. The keen reflexes honed over 4 years of military service compelled his head and upper body to instinctively jerk backward. A sharp ding resonated as the steel arrowhead struck the side of the carriage, carving a deep gash before embedding itself into the earthen ground. Bang! The anguished cries and the sound of Les's body collapsing onto the carriage floor echoed almost simultaneously. Captain? Obiwu, who had been observing the exterior after closing the door, witnessed the captain suddenly crumple to the ground shortly after his departure, and upon hearing the sound of the arrow striking the carriage, he urgently called out. His frantic emotions caused him to overlook a crucial detail. Since he had heard the arrowhead collide with the door, it indicated that Les had not been struck. Obiwu, do not approach the window, there are archers. After escaping the archers' line of fire, Les promptly alerted Obiwu. Captain, you're alive? That is wonderful. Obiwu's voice, filled with excitement, resonated within the carriage but sounded muffled through the heavy iron plating. Enough chatter, keep an eye on Rofiai. Les discerned the genuine thrill in his voice and felt a wave of relief. If this fellow had been a traitor, the situation would have become dire. After instructing Obiwu, he began to search for the silhouettes of Jack and the others. Upon entering the fray, Ofing had seen the large man they had previously subdued retreating in a panic, now distanced from the wagon. However, the recent cold arrow proved that this gang fight was evidently problematic, that mad and fixated on Jack and Bibbo was indeed targeting them. Les finally grasped the underlying anomaly. In such a large-scale gang altercation, how could there not be someone in charge? Were the thugs so blinded by rage that their leaders had lost their wits? How dared they blockade the bank's escort vehicle here? Especially when their wagon had already entered this street prior to the conflict? This was a premeditated gunfight, designed to create chaos and confuse the security team's response. Realizing this, Les understood that the man who had lured them out surely posed a significant threat. His strength was beyond what Jack and the others could contend with. He hastily sought the figures of Jack and his companions. In his search, Les stumbled upon another dire sight. Bibbo lay on the ground, his lightweight steel chest armor nearly shattered, revealing a deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest, crimson blood seeping profusely, while his mouth bubbled with a copious amount of blood. There was no hope. Les cast a quick glance and reached his conclusion. The scream that had pierced the air when Les was shot had originated from Bibbo. At that moment, Jack was overwhelmed with fear. He did not wish to die. He had a wife and a daughter not yet 4 years old. What would become of his family if he perished? He found himself utterly baffled by the unfolding situation. Shortly after Ofing arrived to assist them, the large man they had previously subdued suddenly surged in speed and strength, catching Bibbo off guard. His weapon was knocked aside, and a short blade swiftly struck his chest. Fortunately, Ofing's swift reaction allowed him to seize the opportunity, inflicting a considerable wound on the right arm of the burly man wielding a knife, enabling the two of them to barely resist under the circumstances of the giant and Appo's clumsiness with his left hand. However, this could not serve as a long-term strategy. Jack sensed that this adversary surpassed them in both skill and strength, far more formidable than the Tier 3 knight captains within the security department. He might well be a seasoned veteran, akin to the captain, having retired from military service. The growing number of wounds on their bodies attested to this fact. The burly man was visibly enraged, having underestimated them. He presumed that these academy knights, lacking battlefield experience and the blood of combat, would be easily dealt with. A sudden, overwhelming attack would surely quell their fighting spirit after dispatching one of them. Yet, he miscalculated a critical aspect. The knights trained at the academy, although they rarely encountered bloodshed or faced life-and-death battles, were nonetheless instructed by professional mentors, honing their skills according to the teachings of higher knights. What they lacked was merely the courage and ferocity of spirit. It was evident that the offensive of the academy knights was feeble, as they lacked the fierce determination. But in terms of defensive techniques, They far surpassed the majority of knights emerging from the military, who had not undergone systematic training. A Tier 3 knight from the army might dispatch an enemy knight of the same rank with a single stroke. Yet he would find it challenging to eliminate an academy-trained knight with such ease. The academy knights were typically characterized by a deficiency in aggressive tactics. Yet they excelled in maintaining their ground. In the earlier encounter, the burly man indeed found himself in a rather precarious position when besieged by the three. And it was through the giant's momentary lapse that he swiftly achieved a kill, only to be met with a counterstrike from Ofing. Nevertheless, their plan had progressed smoothly thus far. A transport cart is guarded by 6 individuals. I have 3 here, and my companion should have seized the opportunity while one of the guards exited the compartment after inflicting a wound upon himself, successfully eliminating one. Only 2 remain inside the cart. As for them, I have prepared oil to pour in, and a single fire will resolve the matter, provided I control the amount properly. The steel safe won't easily be melted away. Today is the settlement day. There are at least 10,000 gold pounds within, and I can pocket 2,000. Ha. The burly man mused internally, his laughter growing increasingly exuberant as he wielded his knife with greater swiftness. A glint akin to that of before flashed through the air, striking the burly man who was lost in thoughts of impending wealth. With a muffled grunt, he looked in the direction from which the throwing knife had come. Was there someone else? Upon realizing that the burly man had indeed concealed his strength, he refrained from directly aiding Jack and the others. For on the right side of the cart, an archer was undoubtedly aiming at his position. Jack and his companions had already distanced themselves from the cart. If he were to provide support, he would inevitably expose himself to the archer's arrows. The archer would not dare to shoot at Jack and Ofing amidst the chaos, fearing the risk of collateral damage. Yet in the course of his own approach to the two, the archer would at least have the assurance to release an arrow. He was unwilling to gamble on whether he could evade another shot. The distance between Les and the battlefield of the three was more than half the range of the archer. His original troop type was a reconnaissance unit, specializing in frontline patrols, which naturally provided him with a certain level of proficiency in the accuracy of throwing knives. As for the potential to hit a teammate, that could only be deemed unfortunate fate. Jack and Yvonne's continued resistance would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Fleeing would result in the best scenario being a hefty fine from the inspection department, leaving them with no hope of recovery in this lifetime. He aimed low, ensuring he would not strike their heads, and the remaining risks should be within the tolerable range of the two. Moreover, should he succeed, Les would certainly refrain from disclosing his lack of complete assurance at the time of the throw. The knife had initially been aimed at the broad chest of the burly man, but at the last moment, in an effort to evade Jack's counterattack, the man shifted his body slightly, resulting in a glancing blow to his shoulder. Yet, the issue was still resolved, with his right arm injured by Yvonne and his left shoulder grazed by the knife. It was now impossible for the man to rely on sheer strength and speed to eliminate Jack and his companion, provided that no further unforeseen events occurred. This premeditated robbery plan was destined to fail. The burly man shared the same realization. The plan had collapsed. This was indeed a reckless scheme. And while there was backing behind them, in practice, it was merely the two of them. Surely, upon witnessing the incapacitation of his left arm, the archer ally on the opposite building had fled without hesitation. With this thought, the man gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, swung his weapon to repel the already weary Jack and Yvonne, and began his retreat. Jack and Yvonne, witnessing this, refrained from pursuit and instead sighed in relief. Capturing and eliminating the robber would yield a substantial reward from the bank. However, the adversary was a third-tier knight, and both men bore numerous injuries, although none were critical. The cumulative loss of blood was significant, particularly for Jack, who was truly on the verge of collapsing. "Come here quickly, there's an archer." While the two were relieved to have survived the ordeal, Les called out from beside the cart, uncertain if the archer above had fled. If he decided to take out his wrath on the two before leaving, it would be a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, the two hurried to the side of the carriage, leaning against the wheel. "Captain, you say there's still an archer?" Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Les nodded, still shaken, pointing to the arrows on the ground. "Had it not been for my luck, I would have bid farewell to this world. Without your knife throw, I suppose Jack and I would have met the same fate." Yvonne echoed his sentiments. "By the way, why hasn't the backup arrived yet?" Jack gasped, the pain from his wounds intensifying, feeling a mix of fear and anger towards the police and the security department of the local branch. In this society, where communication methods were primitive, the bank did possess a relatively swift emergency response plan. The signal flare ignited by Rofi initially produced a considerable amount of smoke and noise at an altitude of 80 meters. The bank had established 8 observation points in each district, employing staff from various shops and commercial enterprises to undertake this task part-time. Upon sighting the signal, they would pull a cord buried in a subterranean conduit, directly alerting the security department of the bank and the local police station. The response time typically averaged around half an hour. However, from the moment the gang began their clash and Rofi activated the flare, to the time Jack and Bibber had been entangled with the thugs for over 10 minutes, and finally, the arrival of a burly figure, more than half an hour had elapsed. Notably, their current location was merely a 10-minute horseback ride from the police station and the bank. As Jack finished speaking, the sound of hooves and whinnies resonated. The 3 men turned towards the source of the noise, which was in the direction they had come. To their astonishment, the reinforcements from the bank were arriving faster than they were. Damn it! Jack cursed loudly. Simultaneously, they witnessed a figure soaring 3 meters into the air before crashing to the ground. Soon after, through the chaos of the ongoing skirmish, Robbins emerged, galloping towards them. He was holding the previously fleeing thug, who had been severely injured after being kicked away. Robbins, while leading his team to respond to the situation, fortuitously encountered the thug at the street corner. The dagger emblazoned with the bank's emblem, embedded in the thug's shoulder, likely remained there to prevent excessive bleeding, and was fortuitously struck by the furious Robbins. Meanwhile, the outer thugs, upon witnessing the 2 squads of 6 cavalry charging towards them without the slightest hint of slowing down, finally snapped out of their violent frenzy and began to flee. Thus, the brawl came to an end. The street was left with more than 30 corpses, aside from Les and his companions who had arrived as reinforcements. Upon throwing the thug to the ground and dismounting to approach Squad 12, Robbins felt an immediate tightening in his chest. Bibber's uniform was easily recognizable, while the bloodied appearances of Jack and Ovan filled him with concern. His worry was not unfounded. It was for the reserve funds in the transport vehicle. The last incident involving Branna's bank had occurred 6 months prior at the Port District branch, resulting in the security head and the bank manager being taken away by the supervisory department. Although the money and the criminals were eventually recovered, both were dismissed after it was confirmed they had no ties to the robbery. If an incident were to occur under his watch during this transport, he too would face dismissal. Though a 5th-level knight may seem formidable, even they required sustenance. Losing a job that could yield 50 gold pounds monthly in wages and bonuses would be challenging to replace. Supervisor. As Robin strode forward, Les and his companions promptly lined up, though they remained within the cover of the carriage. Les, what is the situation? Robbins inquired urgently, reporting to the supervisor. The reserve funds are intact, but Bibber, who was also serving as the driver, has sacrificed himself, Les replied with a hint of sorrow. Of course, Les was merely feigning. A person, whom he had known for merely 4 days, had passed away. For someone accustomed to the specter of death in the military, this might not stir much emotion. However, there are moments when one must consider the feelings of others. Jack had worked alongside Bieber for a considerable time, and Obi-Wu had cohabited with him for a year. Well, Robbins declared heavily, finally releasing the burden from his heart. Yet, the utterance of that single word felt somewhat awkward to the 3 who heard it. By the way, Supervisor, there is an archer atop the apartment building to the west. I wonder if he has fled, Les reminded. His position provided no cover from the carriage. Upon hearing this, Robbins looked up but felt no trepidation. As the 5th-level knights began to assemble, some had already begun to sense the murderous intent and the imminent threat directed at them. Although Robbins could not match Harold, a man of military background, in combat, he had endured countless life-and-death situations as a mercenary in foreign lands years prior, honing such instincts. Furthermore, since dismounting, the bloodlust had long since permeated beneath his skin. Ready to surge forth at the slightest provocation, he was far from defenseless. With a wave of his hand, 2 squads of heavily armored knights, following Robbins, charged into the apartment building Les had mentioned. The only drawback was the expense, each set costing 50 gold pounds, allocated solely to these 2 squads, as they were under the direct command of Supervisor Luke. Upon witnessing their entry, Les emerged from the shadow of the carriage, unconvinced that the archer would dare to confront them under such circumstances. Reaching the door, he gently knocked twice. Obi-Wu hastily opened the iron gate and dashed towards Bieber's lifeless body nearby. Upon seeing Bieber's vacant gaze and the wound on his chest, he slumped helplessly before the corpse. Ron also exited the carriage and stood to the side, his complexion slightly pale. Robbins personally boarded the carriage to inspect the seals and locks of the money chest ensuring everything was intact before descending again. He patted Les on the shoulder and smiled. Just as Les was about to speak, two teams hastily approached. The security department of the Wonister branch and the police had finally arrived. Chapter 28. Conclusion. The supervisor from the branch's security department arrived with a 6-member team. In contrast, there were more than 20 officers from the police station, led by an inspector. However, the disheveled uniforms of the police raised serious doubts regarding their competence. After their arrival, Les recounted the sequence of events in detail. Why didn't an oppose TU allow the two team members outside the vehicle to enter at the outset or take decisive action when they were attacked? Such measures could have prevented casualties. As soon as Les finished speaking, the police inspector sternly reprimanded him for his oversight. It was apparent that this corpulent man sought to deflect blame from his own failure to provide timely support and maintain public order, though his intellect seemed lacking. The inspector's usual air of authority faltered, his expression darkening instantly. It is common knowledge that the transport vehicle's doors cannot be opened recklessly during a mission. Sir, please do not insult our bank's esteemed personnel with your ignorance, Robbins mocked loudly. What is this attitude? I am investigating the circumstances and uncertainties surrounding this case. The inspector, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Robbins. Seeing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Robbins and Oppo's eyes. He seized the inspector and Oppo's outstretched finger, exerted force, and twisted it sharply. Crack. My hand. It hurts. How dare you? The inspector and Oppo's complexion shifted rapidly, contorting in pain as he clutched his dislocated right hand. The officers accompanying him, witnessing their leader's injury, were momentarily at a loss. Some gripped their weapons, others prepared to assist their superior, while a few discreetly took a step back. What are you? Have you grown arrogant in the slums? Robbins scornfully wiped his hands with a handkerchief, discarding it onto the ground as if it had become exceedingly filthy. The police station in the impoverished district was the most inept and corrupt in Brandis, notorious for graft, colluding with thugs, and acting as a protective shield, essentially indistinguishable from the rampant gangs in the area. Despite the inspector holding a mid-level position within the kingdom's police system, here, he was utterly worthless, having sold his integrity countless times. This man, clearly well-versed in accepting bribes, had purchased his position with ill-gotten gains, lacking even the most fundamental knowledge of bank security. The deputy supervisor has discovered bows and flammable oil in a room on the 4th floor. The individuals have long since fled, reported the captain of Team 1, who approached Robbins with the findings. Robbins examined the canister filled with oil before hurling it at the inspector's feet, his voice rising in fury. This is precisely why we must ensure there are team members outside. Do not claim that the transport vehicle's craftsmanship prevents a perfect seal, even if it were airtight. The installation of retractable iron plates on observation windows would be futile. Armed robbers can easily procure blacksmith tools and, with the strength of a third-tier knight, quickly create an opening. At that moment, pouring in the kerosene and lighting a cigarette to invite the security personnel in the carriage to join in a smoke would leave no one daring to refuse. The bank had not neglected preventive measures in the design of the armored vehicle. Beneath the floor of the carriage lay various fire-extinguishing tools, such as specially crafted non-flammable rattan cloth and sand. Yet, it was well understood that these precautions were merely a token gesture. Within the security plan of the bank, the escort team was never the pivotal solution to the problems at hand. Their sole duty was to delay time, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. The safety of the reserves was the ultimate triumph. Thus, while there might have been some issues in Les's earlier command, it did not undermine the fact that under his leadership, the security team successfully safeguarded the armored vehicle. Otherwise, should the robbers succeed in seizing the vehicle, locating it again would prove exceedingly challenging, particularly in the complex environment of the impoverished district, with its myriad of alleyways, granting the robbers a day to dismantle the carriage. By the next day, they could vanish from Brantis, never to be found again. Now, go investigate who the two groups involved in the brawl earlier were, why they chose to clash at this time, and whose idea it was. Robbins commanded his subordinates beside the inspector. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to heed his orders. The escort vehicle of Team 12 resumed its journey, once again under the personal protection of 3 cavalrymen and a level 5 knight. Given the safety of the reserves and considering the heightened demand for cash at the bank today, it was imperative to deliver the reserves to uphold the bank and Oppo's reputation and credibility. In reality, by the time they reached the branch in the impoverished district, it was merely half an hour past schedule, indicating the sluggish response of the local branch's support. The security supervisor of the impoverished district branch appeared visibly distressed. He recognized the grave dereliction of duty within his security department. However, he could not bear the entirety of the blame. Prior to the alert about the assault on the armored vehicle, an unusual congregation of impoverished individuals had amassed outside the bank. They were not even clients of the bank, and the previous payday had nothing to do with them. For reasons unknown, they had gathered there today. To prevent the business owners coming to withdraw their wages from being besieged, he had been leading his subordinates in dispersing the crowd, which had resulted in several conflicts and consequently delayed the support. And where are the people you mentioned? Robbins glanced around the somewhat vacant entrance of the bank, where aside from clients waiting for service, there were no signs of the mob he had referred to. This left him momentarily stunned. There had been at least 100 individuals gathered at the bank entrance just moments ago, and now they had all vanished. Well, I care not whether you were genuinely detained or merely fabricating excuses for your neglect. That is of no concern to me. The bank's inspection department will inquire about this. Hand over the reserves immediately, Robbins stated coldly. For the impoverished district branch, which had the poorest performance and the lowest rank, they were, much like the district itself, at the very bottom of the bank and oppos, as hierarchical disdain. Robbins had no desire to engage in any semblance of camaraderie with them. The mere fact that he refrained from berating them as he had with the inspector was already a concession considering their shared status as colleagues. Returning to the Ravenclaw branch, Les alighted from the carriage in the rear yard of the bank, glancing at a scratch on the left side of the carriage door. The fact that he managed to evade that arrow was a fortunate confluence of luck and skill. Les was merely a second-tier knight. How could he have dodged a projectile that had already been loosed? The issue lay in the archer and oppos' errand aim. It is not to imply any profound conspiracy. Rather, it is a matter of normalcy. Even Olympic archers cannot guarantee a perfect score with every shot, let alone the inferior quality and consistency of military arrowheads in this era. Missing the target is a commonplace occurrence, unlike the narratives that suggest a miss is merely an act of mercy from an opponent, regardless of skill. The arrow had landed a couple of centimeters too far forward, and it was only through a fleeting reflection, catching sight of the archer's silhouette as they took aim, that Les barely managed to evade the arrow aimed at his head. What are you looking at? Robbins approached. The arrowhead appears to be from a military-grade longbow. Indeed, I have seen such in the army, Les confirmed. Supervisor, what is the background of these individuals? They possess military weaponry and can indirectly manipulate the gang. Robbins nodded in agreement, sharing the same suspicion. Only 2 individuals posed a direct threat to Team 12, yet without the gang altercation that had halted the carriage. Those 2 alone could not possibly catch up to a transport wagon drawn by 4 warhorses. Had the personnel at the slum bank not been detained, even the burly man with merely third-tier knight capabilities would have been swiftly dealt with. Robbins sighed and inquired, by the way, where is that burly man? Upon Robbins and Oppos' arrival, Les had observed that the robber he had thrown to the ground was still alive, and he had not turned him over to the slum police, barely clinging to life. The inspectorate had already arrived and taken him for interrogation. While still alive, they could extract whatever information was possible. Robbins' tone was somewhat awkward, initially. The man had merely sustained injuries to his arms and lost some blood, as a third-tier knight's physique is not easily extinguished. However, the furious kick Les had delivered had shattered the robber's arms and fractured 4 ribs, severely damaging internal organs. Now, he was merely surviving through sheer will and robust constitution. Robbins had not anticipated that there were only 2 robbers, with one having fled, neglecting the necessity of leaving a captive. Once the inspectorate completes their questioning of the robber, they will be seeking out your team for individual interviews. Do not conceal anything. Speak freely about what you know. If details are unclear, say so. If uncertain, express that as well. Avoid making guarantees or being vague. Robbins had approached him to offer guidance on how to handle the inspectorate. That group falls under the direct management of the branch, wielding considerable authority, and their performance bonuses are directly tied to the number of negligent employees they uncover, leading them to occasionally stir up trouble. Upon returning to the team office on the lower level, Obi-Wu and Rofei sat quietly at their respective stations, while Jack and Ovan had gone to the infirmary to tend to their injuries. Obi-Wu, can you reach out to B-Bear's family? Les leaned against the wall, his tone somber. Obi-Wu, who had been staring down, slightly nodded, lost in contemplation. Certainly. Previously, I assisted him in collecting letters sent from his hometown, which he kept in the drawer of his room. Very well, you shall compose a letter tonight and dispatch it to Bieber's hometown tomorrow. inquiring whether his family wishes to come to Brant is for the memorial service, as well as addressing the matter of his insurance benefits. I understand. Obi-Wan lifted his head, appearing somewhat invigorated. Bieber was his friend, and ensuring that his affairs were settled, along with delivering the monetary compensation he had earned with his life to his family, constituted his final act of assistance to a friend. Upon returning to his small compartment, he seated himself and exhaled deeply. This world is perilously treacherous. Although he had long become accustomed to the specter of life and death on the battlefield and had narrowly escaped death on several occasions, he had previously harbored the belief that should he strive for survival and ultimately fail, he would bear no resentment. Such was the mindset he maintained. However, here, he could experience an entirely different existence. Just as he managed to validate the existence of magic, he nearly met his demise, an experience that was indeed chilling. It is akin to a destitute individual stricken with cancer, facing death with a certain nonchalance, thinking, I have long grown weary of this world. Nothing concerns me. If it comes to it, I shall embrace death, for I am tired of living. Yet, upon informing him that he is about to inherit a fortune exceeding millions, he would undoubtedly muster every effort to cling to life, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. The events of today have intensified his yearning for power. A mere third-tier archer had the audacity to intimidate him into submission, while a fifth-tier knight, like Robin, scarcely deigned to acknowledge him. This disparity struck a painful chord within Les. To suggest that leaving the bank's security department would afford him safety is a fallacy. 30 lives were lost in a gang confrontation in the impoverished district, yet all present, including the police, chose to turn a blind eye to the tragedy. In this era, human life holds little value. Even among the upper echelons of society, there are frequent reports of hired assassins targeting them. Furthermore, he requires this relatively generous position to sustain his livelihood. Chapter 29. The tavern. The inquiry from the bank's inspection department commenced swiftly and concluded just as promptly. Members of Team 12 engaged in individual discussions, ultimately reaching the conclusion that the security personnel had not exhibited any negligence during the robbery of the armored vehicle. Bieber was deemed to have died in the line of duty, and a final compensation amount was calculated based on his years of service and the standard sacrifice indemnity, totaling 573 gold pounds and 85 silver coins, the price of Bieber's life. In accordance with protocol, the bank would send a letter to the family address left by Bieber, notifying them to collect the compensation or to transfer it into their accounts through bank channels. Those without an account could retrieve it at the nearest branch using a passphrase. It can be said that, in this regard, the bank demonstrated a commendable level of humanity. A few individuals emerged from the inspection department. Abu was relieved. This sum would suffice for Bieber's family to live comfortably in their hometown for an extended period, and it could be advantageous if invested in a small business. Robbins, their superior, had been present during the entire inquiry, now standing at the entrance of the inspection department. Our finance department will soon calculate your rewards along with Bieber's compensation, instructed Supervisor Luke. For now, we will advance the payment from the security department's account. Take a few days to rest. Team 2 will temporarily assume your duties. Thank you. Supervisor, Les expressed on behalf of the team. Supervisor, Captain, I have something to report, Rofer interjected at this moment. What is it? Have you recalled any leads regarding today and Appo's robbery? Robbins inquired. Les had already suspected Rofer and Appo's forthcoming statement and was curious to hear it. No, it's not that. Rofer's expression grew somewhat awkward, his tone hesitant. I wish to resign. He was genuinely shaken by the day and Appo's events. He had initially taken this job because he was required to find work after graduating from the Knight Academy. Additionally, he had been drawn to the allure of the bank and Appo's security uniform, the prospect of carrying a weapon in public, and the seemingly mundane tasks of patrolling the city in a carriage, which felt quite relaxed. Now, however, this job appeared excessively perilous, prompting him to withdraw and decisively choose resignation. Resign? Robbins looked at him in astonishment, then turned to Les, the team leader. Rofer is not suited for this role. I respect his decision, Les stated plainly. I personally approve your resignation request. Supervisor, what do you think? The supervisor considered the situation. This young man had only been employed for a few months, barely in his 20s, and had yet to handle any unexpected crises. Today's encounter, witnessing the sacrifice of a teammate and the near-total annihilation of their team, had revealed his timid and cowardly nature. Thank you, Supervisor, Rofer murmured. His gaze fixated on the ground as he made his way to the underground security department to complete the necessary procedures. Jack and the others remained silent, quietly observing Rofer's solitary departure. Though they were not seasoned warriors themselves, they at least possessed the courage to confront the enemy. Whereas one wondered how he had graduated from the academy. In the sweltering heat of August in Brandes, the body of Bieber could not be left unattended for long. Once the finance department calculated the compensation, Abu hurriedly withdrew 30 gold pounds. With the assistance of Jack and others, they transported it to the cemetery in the outskirts using the bank's carriage. The cemetery was well equipped with tombstones and coffins. And after factoring in the cost for the Grey Keeper and the rental fees, 30 gold pounds barely sufficed. Les, who accompanied them, could not help but reflect that, whether in modern times or now, without a bit of money, one could scarcely afford even to die. Bieber had few friends or family in Brandes, and the higher-ups at the bank had no intention of portraying him as a model citizen, let alone organizing a grand memorial service. After they borrowed shovels and personally buried Bieber, they held a rather hasty farewell ceremony before departing. Upon returning the carriage to the bank, Les observed other carriages leaving the bank's courtyard, signaling the onset of the evening shift. "Todd, what brings you here?" Les approached him, clad in armor. "Les? Haha. I was just about to look for you." Todd embraced him warmly. "Today it's my turn to stand guard here. And I was thinking of asking when you finish your shift." Finally, a stroke of good fortune. "Come, let us find a suitable place." Pulling Todd towards a pleasant tavern near the bank, they settled in a corner where Les recounted the events of the day. "Truly fortunate. You are quite the survivor," Todd exclaimed, raising a glass of beer with a thumbs up. "Do you have nothing more to say? After all, you are a policeman," Les playfully nudged him. Todd shrugged and replied, "The gang leader was bought off by the robbers, who then organized a group of impoverished individuals to blockade the bank, all while knowing your movements. This time, the robbers had someone with wealth and cunning behind them. If you hadn't dodged that arrow, they would have succeeded." Les nodded, acknowledging that the crux of the robbers' plan was to eliminate their small team to facilitate the theft of both people and goods, or even to douse them in oil. The next step was to investigate the two gangs and locate the compromised leader. "I suspect their boss is entirely unaware of this plot, after all. How could a gang dare to rob a bank?" he mused, pointing to the police stationed in the slums, knowing their inquiries would ultimately lead to no resolution. Todd scoffed, expressing disdain typical of a Ravencourt officer towards those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. "By the way, how did you end up standing guard at our bank?" Les inquired while snacking. "I plan to bring my mother and Warlisa to live with me. Standing guard here earns 10 silver coins a day. Most of the third-tier knights at the police station are required to participate in rotations. Today was supposed to be my shift, but I need to save some money." Todd sighed. What Yaster said that day was not without merit. The police welfare apartment prohibited commercial activities, and cleanliness was strictly monitored by designated inspectors. While the living conditions would be far superior to the leaky shanties of the slums, finding employment here would prove to be a considerable challenge for them. "If you need it, I can go ahead." "No, Les, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require it at the moment," Todd interjected. "This is merely to ensure your family enjoys a better life," Les insisted. Todd hesitated for a moment, but ultimately declined. Observing this, Les chose not to press further. In his view, Todd was somewhat excessively proud. "How did it go when I suggested you participate in the casework to earn some merit?" Les inquired. "The Major Crimes Unit looks down on me. It consists entirely of seasoned officers with over 5 years of experience. They believe someone like me, a brash rookie, lacks the necessary investigative skills. Moreover, while standing guard at the bank is tiring, the 10 silver coins are quite appealing," Todd replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Les could only nod in reluctant agreement. Todd and Appos, his current role resembled that of a special police officer on Earth. He was seldom seen unless a significant case arose, particularly when the opposing force exhibited considerable strength. The security in Ravenk district was relatively stable, with rare occurrences of criminals taking hostages or barricading themselves in buildings. Most of the time, minor thefts either ended with the perpetrator fleeing or being swiftly apprehended by the police. The promotion system within the precinct was derived from military structures, making it nearly impossible for someone of Todd and Appos' background to ascend without merit. Les, considering his friend and Appos' future prospects, offered him advice. Yet Todd remained steadfast in his desire to provide a better life for his mother and sister. Consequently, the lucrative bank guard position had become appealing to him. "Enough about me. How are things at the bank?" Todd inquired. "Oh, don't mention it. Today marks my 4th day officially on duty, and yet half my team has already left." Les recounted how he was challenged by a subordinate on his first day, and to add to his misfortune, that individual was a newly promoted third-tier knight. On his fourth day, he encountered a robbery of an armored vehicle, something that would occur only a few times a year in Brandis. Ha ha ha, you and Oppos, VE made me laugh. So, in just 4 days, you and Oppos, VE lost 3 team members? Are the remaining 2 seasoned officers trembling in fear? Tot jested. Dobin was dismissed, B-Bear sacrificed, and Rofi voluntarily resigned rather than be expelled by Les. Indeed, since Les assumed command, 3 of his subordinates had departed. Les's management style was quite military-like. Those who resisted were dismissed, and those lacking capability were swiftly shown the door. He didn't consider attempting to win over Dobin or provide psychological support to Rofi. Anyone unsuitable for his team was encouraged to leave promptly. Have you found a girlfriend yet? I hear the female staff at the bank are quite attractive. Tot teased with a mischievous grin. Coming from a poor neighborhood, Tot was notably mature for his age. In their previous drinking sessions, he often painted vivid pictures of adult society, leaving Yaster and Les blushing with disdain while secretly yearning for such experiences. Later, Yaster tasted the forbidden fruit, yet Les's upbringing was too stringent. The original owner dared not stay out late, and, being timid, managed to maintain an unblemished reputation. Tot assumed Les would react to his teasing with the same indignation as before, but Les, like a seasoned veteran, first shook his head in regret, then nodded in acknowledgement. I had only been at the bank for a few days, lacking the opportunity to make my move. However, it is indeed true that during recruitment, the attractiveness of female bank clerks is a criterion, and they are quite appealing. In truth, Jualisa is a commendable young woman. Over the past 2 years, she has become increasingly remarkable, nearly matching my height. Tot once again extolled the virtues of his sister. This was not merely due to Les's family background. Tot had always regarded Les's character favorably, someone with a thief's heart but lacking the courage, and with a family that did not struggle for sustenance. Lord Lost and Lady Marissa were both admirable individuals. If his sister could marry Les, their future would surely be secure. Let it be. I have no plans for marriage in the near future, Les politely declined. A friend's sister, should he ultimately abandon her, it would be a matter of shame, and Tot would undoubtedly seek retribution. The crux of the matter was that Jualisa, as Tot's sister, was someone he had naturally encountered, a short-haired tomboy with a fiery disposition, possessing a certain fierce tenacity typical of women from the lower quarters. Such a girl was ill-suited for him. Listen to me, Jualisa has changed immensely over the years. I managed to scrape together funds to enroll her in a welfare secondary school in the impoverished area. Her grades are commendable, and she has become considerably gentler. After listening to Tot's boastful monologue, Les remained unmoved, for such words had echoed in his memories countless times. If the original owner's memories could be tagged, Tot would undoubtedly bear the title of sister pusher. Seeing that Les was not yielding, Tot clicked his tongue and said, "You may not fancy my sister, but should you encounter her later, do not regret it. At least you are a decent person. Had it been Wild or Yaster, I wonder if I would have ever introduced them. I will keep an eye out for you, ensuring that Jualisa meets an excellent peer. No need for that. I can find someone myself. Not to mention, our deputy director fits my criteria perfectly." Tot poured wine for the 2 of them, his words beginning to ramble. "That's Sergei?" Les shot him a glance, as if to question whether he could even be interested in your sister. Tot spoke with a hint of respect in his tone. "Really? It seems many people are fond of him." "Of course, the future Marquis, who speaks to us mere mortals with kindness, instilling a sense of respect, and advocating for our improved treatment. Who wooed and amp. Oppos, to appreciate that?" Les internally scoffed. The nobility still wielded a degree of influence in this nation post-reform, beyond their amassed wealth. They had invested considerable effort in maintaining their perceived superiority in the hearts of ordinary people. The nobility may have lost their privileges, yet when they speak to you in a courteous manner, it still evokes a sense of astonishment. However, one should never forget that conversing with others on equal and polite terms is, in fact, a fundamental quality that every citizen of a civilized society ought to possess. Chapter 30. The hero saves the beauty layers, and Tot conversed for over an hour. "Waiter, the bill please." Tot called out, then reached for his purse, only to find his expression change abruptly. He had forgotten to bring any money. Today, he was tasked with standing guard at the bank. Before departing from the police station in the morning, he had donned half armor, leaving his clothing and purse in the station's changing room. "Sir, the total comes to 36 silver coins," the waiter announced, standing before their table with the bill in hand. Lairs tossed him 2 20-coin pieces, signaling that no change was necessary. "Next time, it's on me." Once the waiter departed, Tot sheepishly remarked, "Of course, you'll treat me next time. I merely covered your tab this time." Hearing this, the embarrassment on Tot's face dissipated, and he joyfully draped an arm around Lair's shoulder. "Haha. I'll be sure to remember to bring money next time. And next time, I want tea bring a single copper coin. You mustn't forget." Lairs chuckled. "Even if I forget again, it's no matter. I'll just wash a few dishes again." "Haha. Do you recall that time we both forgot our money? I believe you ought to remember it more vividly. You said it was your first time washing dishes, and you ended up scrubbing for an entire afternoon." Indeed, Wilde also remarked that once he had the funds, he would hire a dedicated dishwasher. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. "You filthy wench. I invite you all for drinks, and you dare to ignore me." This was accompanied by the sound of a bottle shattering on the ground and a woman's terrified scream. Lairs glanced over and then nudged the oblivious Tot. Heading toward the disturbance, Bella was feeling rather uneasy and somewhat frightened. Today marked her 30th day working at the bank, and in the afternoon, she had received notification from the HR department that she had successfully completed her probationary period, officially becoming a bank employee. To celebrate her new status, and at the urging of her colleagues at the counter, she had invited a few female coworkers who had looked out for her to a nearby tavern after work. Little did she expect that as they were preparing to leave after enjoying themselves, a group of men from a neighboring table approached, attempting to flirt and offering them a bottle of wine. Naturally, Bella and her companions, seeing that these men were clearly inebriated, ignored them and firmly declined their advances. However, the men persisted, blocking the path of the departing women, insisting they sit down and drink more. Bella and her colleagues vehemently disagreed, leading to a heated exchange. One particularly hot-tempered co-worker, angered by their refusal to leave, hurled insults at them, which only incited the men's fury. "Finish that bottle right now, or no one gets to leave." A man with a scruffy beard slammed a bottle of liquor onto the table, defiantly addressing the youngest and most attractive Bella. Yet, today she was the host, and with trouble brewing, she knew she had to take responsibility. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a voice erupted. "Drink, you wretched fools." A familiar male voice echoed through the air. Bella looked up to see that the drunken man who had just confronted her had been sent flying by a swift kick from a shadowy figure in blue, crashing against the decorative pillar of a nearby tavern. The three companions of the man with the little mustache, upon witnessing this scene, wore expressions of rage and charged at the figure wielding bottles and chairs. In a matter of 2 to 3 minutes, they all found themselves airborne, colliding with several unoccupied tables. It was a bit delayed. Although Les was not exceptionally formidable, he was a second-tier knight with a military background. Faced with mere civilians, he refrained from holding back his strength and targeted their more vulnerable areas. With a stroke of bad luck, he could seriously injure them with a single kick. Meanwhile, Bella and her colleagues, after their initial gasps of surprise, began to watch with a certain relish. "These security personnel from the bank, aside from teasing us in the cafeteria, do have some use," remarked an older employee named Nafi with a light chuckle. Les's uniform was easily recognizable. After all, they worked in the same bank. Although their shifts rarely overlapped, the security team often occupied half of the cafeteria during lunch, even when dining in staggered groups. "Who is that guy? He looks rather handsome." Bella pondered. Les. She recognized him, recalling the day she mistakenly thought he was going to file a complaint against her. As she was nearing the end of her internship, she had been particularly sensitive and nearly burst into tears, which made his name stick in her mind. Les, the captain of Team 12, my boyfriend, who is also a security captain, mentioned him while we were eating in the cafeteria the other day. He just a second-tier knight, but he managed to take down a newly promoted third-tier knight who had been disrespectful to him. I heard he has a military background. He certainly has a masculine charm. Is he from a wealthy family? My boyfriend heard from the HR department that he is the son of an honorary baron, living on Zieging Street. That is not too shabby. In the world of bank tellers, who predominantly belong to the ordinary white-collar class, they handle business for countless wealthy individuals daily, dealing with substantial amounts of gold pounds. Each property on Zieging Street costs at least 6,000 gold pounds, so in their eyes, it's merely not too shabby. Meanwhile, the little mustache regained consciousness from his pain, only to discover his friend sprawled on the ground, groaning, while the man who had kicked him was approaching. "Don't come any closer. You're attacking me. Someone help," he shouted as he retreated. Unfortunately, although many onlookers had gathered, much like when they ignored the earlier scene of his friends blocking the beautiful women from leaving, no one came to his aid now. Les casually picked up an unopened bottle of white liquor that had fallen indeed. The security department of the bank lacks the authority to enforce the law or to employ violence when not on duty. Should they resort to physical aggression, they would be subject to the applicable legal repercussions, potentially jeopardizing their employment. If only I can scare him off, I and Oppos. LL hire a lawyer to ruin you. The man thought grimly. Les cast a glance at him and nodded slightly. Speaking of the police, I have a matter I wish to discuss with them. Pretending to scan the surroundings, he suddenly brightened and waved at Todd, who was amidst a crowd of onlookers not far away. Officer, I have some crucial information to report. Todd, stifling a chuckle, donned a serious expression and hastened towards them, the surrounding crowd parting to create a path. His half-armor bore intricate patterns and a conspicuous badge, adorned in the deep blue designated for police uniforms, making his identity easily recognizable. Upon seeing a real officer present, the group of small mustachioed men immediately began to shout. Officer, he assaulted us. Yes, officer, apprehend him. He is committing a crime. We were merely enjoying our drinks when he approached us unprovoked. Tot reached their side and feigned an examination of their injuries before addressing Les in a grave tone. Sir, why did you resort to violence against others? Are you aware that this is a serious violation of the law? Officer, this precisely is what I wish to report. Today, while escorting bank funds, I narrowly escaped a robbery attempt by a gang of ruffians. These individuals appear familiar. I believe I have seen them at the scene of the robbery. I suspect they are likely accomplices of the robbers and have recently engaged in harassing women, indicating they are certainly up to no good. Les stood up, his demeanor earnest as he explained. What? Todd exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he drew his sword. You are all under arrest, he declared, pointing his sword at the small mustachioed men with righteous indignation. Upon hearing they were to be taken to the police station, the men panicked. Officer, we are not robbers. Indeed, we are not. We have just arrived in Brantis for business today. The small mustachioed man, however, remained silent, silently grabbing the bottle of liquor that Les had set beside him and downing it in one go. Gulp, gulp. He then began to violently retch. Les observed this with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, acknowledging one and Oppos' mistakes and standing firm in the face of punishment demonstrated a certain resolve. Well, it seems we are done for, right? The small mustachioed man said weakly after he had finished vomiting, leaning against a pillar. Officer, I sincerely apologize. I must have misremembered, Les said, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Todd, in a fit of rage, retorted, What? How can one misremember such a thing? Truly absurd. However, he then turned to the small mustachioed men with a more amiable demeanor, smiling, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. You may carry on now. By the way, you just arrived in Brantis today? Welcome. Thank you. The small mustachioed man managed to stand with effort, pulling his friends along as they exited the tavern. Little Mustache realized that the police were in cahoots with that man and that he was no match for them. He and his companions were procurement officers from an out-of-town trading company, visiting Brantis for the first time. After being captivated by the city's splendor and wealth, they had indulged a bit too freely in drink, losing all sense of restraint. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, they could only accept their fate after being taught a lesson. Dear ladies, are you all right? Les adjusted his attire and approached his colleagues. Ah, Captain Les, have you taken a fancy to one of us? Such a gallant hero coming to the rescue, teased a seasoned employee named Nafi, who was in her 30s yet still exuded charm. You have misunderstood me. As a member of the security department, it is my unwavering duty to ensure the safety of my colleagues, Les replied with a light chuckle, his gaze unmistakably drifting toward Bella, who sat in the center. The female employees, all around 24 or 25, exchanged knowing glances and giggles. Bella, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality today. Me too, farewell. Soon, the colleagues attending the gathering departed, playfully waving at the blushing Bella, leaving her quite flustered. Thank you, Mr. Les, Bella said softly, stepping closer to him. Bella was petite yet had an appealing figure, dressed in a custom white lace gown from the bank. Her delicate, alabaster neck and slender waist were striking. But what captivated Les most were her large eyes and shimmering silver hair, which perfectly embodied his fantasies of a Western muse. Any gentleman of merit would surely extend a hand to a lady as beautiful as you, he remarked, his eyes glimmering with warmth, a slight smile gracing his lips. I do not yet know your name, madam. I am Bella Forrest, she replied, her gaze lowered and voice barely above a whisper. Of course, thank you. Bella shyly nodded, fully aware of his intentions, yet finding no offense in them. Les snapped his fingers. Waiter, the bill. Instead of the waiter, a well-dressed, middle-aged man approached. wearing a polite and apologetic smile. "Good day, sir and madam. I am the manager of this establishment. I sincerely apologize for the incident. Your expenses today are entirely on the house, and future visits will enjoy a 10% discount." Behind him, the waiter presented a tray filled with silver coins. Bringing it to Les. Les regarded them coldly, retrieving 2 golden pounds from his pocket and placing them on the tray. "No need for that. This is compensation for the damage to your establishment." "And how much did this lady spend here?" The manager appeared taken aback. He had not intended to mention the damages caused by the earlier altercation. The waiter had previously informed him of the events, how the men who had been assaulted had initially harassed the patrons, and the staff had failed to intervene promptly, leading to the situation that this lady had bravely resolved. As Les remained silent, he cast a glance at the items on Bella's table. Being a regular patron of the tavern, he easily calculated the cost to be around 70 or 80 silver coins. He tossed a gold pound to the server and gestured for Bella to accompany him. She willingly took his left arm, and together they stepped out of the tavern, leaving the manager and staff in a state of bemusement. "Why did you not accept their apologies?" Bella inquired curiously while they awaited the tram. She frowned, reflecting on the unfortunate incident, and shook her head. "Neither did I. Thus, we shall never truly enjoy their discount, and the damaged tables and chairs were indeed my doing. The tavern deserves compensation for that. This way, when I speak ill of this establishment in the future, I can do so with a clear conscience." The tavern was well positioned, and its decor was of a decent standard, indicating that considerable thought and funds had been invested. The proprietor appeared to be genuinely committed to running the business. However, when patrons encountered difficulties, the tavern staff failed to address the issues promptly, which is not the level of service one would expect in a respectable area like Ravenclaw. At that moment, a server stood nearby, but refrained from intervening with the troublesome patrons, seemingly expecting the guests to resolve the matter themselves. From a customer and Oppo's perspective, Les found little incentive to return. Spending dozens of silver coins should at least afford one a peaceful experience. While his disdain for accepting the tavern and Oppo's compensation was one reason, he also wished to display his assertiveness and financial prowess before the lady he intended to pursue, which is a common trait observed in the courtship rituals of the animal kingdom. "You seem quite displeased with the tavern," Bella remarked with a light laugh. He shrugged and regarded her gently. "It's not that significant. On the contrary, I owe them a debt of gratitude for providing me with the opportunity to play the hero, in contrast to the bolder and more liberated romantic ideals of other women." Bella, a girl in her early 20s, had a shy disposition. After graduating from a secondary school, she only worked at her aunt's bakery until she secured a position as a bank teller. Having little exposure to society and no experience in romantic relationships, despite some suitors expressing interest in her, none had truly captured her heart, and she often declined their advances firmly. Yet today, something felt different. In the presence of Les, whom she had only met twice, she found herself reluctant to reject him. Chapter 31. Holiday. As he alighted from the tram, Les escorted Bella to the foot of her building. Bella and Oppo's residence was located in the Ravenclaw district, albeit in a more secluded area, a modest 6-story apartment complex. Thank you for today. Goodbye," Bella murmured softly before darting inside without another word. Les shook his head with a bemused smile, watching her as she disappeared up the staircase. A little courtesy would have sufficed. A simple invitation for tea wouldn't he hurt. Undeterred, he turned away with a casual elegance. This was only their second encounter, and Bella's demeanor suggested that she was simply a reserved girl, one he was certain he would win over in due time. Bella hurriedly ascended the stairs, her eyes fixed on the small leather heels adorning her feet, and paused outside her door to steady her inexplicably anxious heart. When bidding farewell to Les, she had contemplated the impulsive desire to plant a swift kiss on his cheek as a gesture of gratitude. Would he think me impolite? Would he interpret it as a rejection? Oh dear, what am I thinking? I never intended to embark on a romance so soon yet. Les truly seems like a commendable match, polite, a gentleman, with a respectable income and lineage. Not to mention his admirable courage. The crucial point is that he appears to have feelings for me. Lost in her reverie, her cheeks flushed, Bella retrieved her key from her handbag and unlocked the door. Upon entering the living room, she discovered a somewhat frail, middle-aged woman seated in a chair, meticulously organizing documents under the glow of an oil lamp. This was her mother, Asina, a rigid and conservative mathematics teacher. Asina regarded her daughter with a stern expression. Her slightly gaunt face bore more wrinkles than that of her contemporaries, and her silver hair, coiled at the nape of her neck, had taken on a somewhat ashen hue, lending her an air of age. Initially preoccupied with her own fluttering emotions and fearful of her mother's discerning gaze, Bella suddenly recalled that she had yet to share her joyous news of securing a position. In this era, bank tellers commanded impressive salaries, as they also served as currency verifiers, a role requiring proficiency in cryptography and material discernment. With one parent as an accountant and the other as a mathematics teacher, Bella had inherited a natural aptitude, coupled with extensive training at the bank, which had enabled her to become a qualified teller. She was the only one in her cohort to achieve this distinction. Upon hearing Bella and Apos' news, Asina's face broke into a faint smile, and she spoke to her daughter with a note of pride. Congratulations. A position at the bank is quite stable, ensuring your future security. I can rest easy knowing I can visit your father. Bella's father had passed away 6 years prior, and since then, the family's financial situation had been precarious, exacerbated by the loss of his income as an accountant. Their home was rented, with monthly expenses approaching £3 Previously, her father's salary had comfortably sustained their livelihood, but solely on Asina's teacher's salary, making ends meet had become exceedingly challenging. Typically, in middle-class neighborhoods, families facing such financial hardships, due to the loss of their breadwinner, corporate layoffs, or business closures, would seek to alleviate their economic burdens by relocating to more affordable areas, where the cost of living was significantly lower, thus easing their financial strain. However, the well-educated Asina deeply understands the significance of a nurturing environment for a child and Apos' development. The educational quality at Ravenclaw Primary School far surpasses that of the downtown area, and Bella has made far superior friends here. Thus, gritting her teeth, she manages to sustain a respectable life for herself and her daughter in the Ravenclaw district with a modest monthly salary of £400, supplemented by tutoring affluent children and assistance from her sister-in-law. Mother, what are you talking about? At such a young age, why are you thinking about death? I want to provide you with a grand house and a life where servants attend to you daily. Foolish girl, with your salary. When will we ever live in a grand house? Asina chided with a smile. Bella, with a mischievous glint in her eye, leaned on her mother's shoulder and playfully suggested, then I could find a wealthy boyfriend to buy it for us. Can the head of security at your bank afford it? His family is quite affluent. Suddenly, Bella's demeanor stiffened. Mother, how do you know? Humph. Asina's expression turned stern. I was tending to the bonsai on the balcony, and that lad has been escorting you from the station to the building. I saw you holding hands. Mother, how could you spy on me? I was merely concerned for your safety. Les, why didn't Apos, do you go to work today? This morning. The members at the Wagner family dining table expressed their astonishment at Les's unexpected presence. I forgot to mention it last night. The bank has granted me a 3-day leave. Les replied, swallowing his food. Why a leave? Didn't you say that the supervisor of your team wouldn't get time off unless other tasks were assigned? Lord Lost asked. The security team does have leave, as Harold and Apos' internal bank security only requires 4 squads, and the 6 teams responsible for protecting the bank and Apos' as higher-ups are often without tasks. Thus, when my superior is assigned to other duties, a more substantial leave becomes available. Les reflected for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. We encountered an incident during our escort mission yesterday morning. An armored vehicle was robbed, and one of my team members perished. Due to the incomplete staffing and considering our emotional state, we were granted a 3-day leave. That is truly perilous. Les, you ought to resign, Lady Marilyn exclaimed. Mother, I am no longer a child. Honestly, I have witnessed such events frequently in the military, and I have never faced death myself. Your son is resilient. Lord Lost's brow, however, was unusually furrowed. Typically, he would not react so strongly as a military man. Les found this peculiarity somewhat unsettling. Les, Lord Lost set down his knife and fork. Father, when is your rotation? Probably in about 10 days. We rotate every 2 months. Be cautious, the Lord advised earnestly as his brow relaxed. Understood. Les, do you have any plans today? While quietly enjoying her breakfast, Faya suddenly inquired, What's the matter? My classmates are coming over today for a small tea gathering. She replied vaguely. So what? They were quite taken with the sky stone statue you gifted me and are curious if you have any more. Faya felt somewhat conflicted. After bringing her sky stone statue to school, her classmates expressed considerable envy, and even the history teacher borrowed it for a closer examination. She had encountered references to it in historical texts, but had never seen one in person. As all fragments that fell upon the capital of Jamilan were collected by the Ares army, Fia's dilemma lay in the fear that if her brother possessed another sky stone, her female classmates might become enchanted by it and persuade him to part with it. If that were to happen, her sky stone statue would no longer be unique. "No. Yours is the only one in my possession," he stated, shaking his head. It was implausible to claim that all sky stones had been taken by Ares. After the meteorite fell, countless spies from various nations had come to investigate, and while the largest piece remained suspended in the air, fragments scattered among the ruins would undoubtedly have been taken. Not to mention, considering the distance from Brantis to the Ares capital, he wouldn't dare to provoke danger with his modest stature. "Oh, very well." Upon hearing this response, Fia felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that the alluring foreign trinkets and snacks would remain out of reach. Having replenished his magical energy late last night, coupled with an extended meditation, his focus was not at its peak, thus he refrained from attempting to conjure a magic sphere in reality. Now, feeling well-fed and invigorated, Les deemed it the appropriate moment to master magic in the tangible world, enabling him to confront unexpected perils with greater confidence and to instigate mischief. Chapter 32. The visitor. The pale blue magic orb reappeared in Les's hand, but this time it existed in reality. Its radiant glow illuminated his face and pupils, casting a sprinkle of brilliance. Les gazed at the orb in a daze, feeling somewhat bewildered. The magical essence within the orb was on the brink of complete chaos, teetering on a fragile balance with 3 suppressive channels. This equilibrium relied upon his mental energy to maintain the integrity of all the magical pathways within the model. He was uncertain how to restore the raging magical essence to its usual inert state, and he could not simply discard it in the room. After some contemplation, Les cautiously transported the magic orb to the balcony. At that moment, the backyard was deserted. Lank had driven his father to work, and the old stableman was catching up on sleep, his age making restful slumber elusive. Noticing the absence of others, he decisively hurled the magic orb into the air. As the magical essence erupted from the rear propulsion channel, it produced a hissing sound as it sliced through the air, swiftly striking an empty patch of grass in the backyard. Bane, the steward, possessed keen hearing, and such unusual noises would undoubtedly draw his attention. Sure enough, it was too long before Bane arrived in the backyard. The magic orb had created a shallow pit approximately 60 to 70 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters deep in the grass. Aside from the displaced soil, there were no remnants, leaving the area pristine and untainted. Bane scanned the surroundings with sharp scrutiny, particularly the backyard's walls. Upon confirming that there were no anomalies, he crouched down to pinch a handful of soil from the pit, bringing it to his nose for inspection. The earth still retained some warmth, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred remnants, and the surrounding blades of grass appeared to have endured a scorching heat. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that of black powder explosion. However, the singular issue was the absence of any lingering gunpowder scent. Bane catalogued the surrounding conditions and resolved to inform the master later that evening, pondering whether this could be a threat or warning from someone. He then instructed a servant to fill the pit, relocating a patch of pristine sod from the edge of the lawn to restore the area to its original state. Miss Fia's classmates were due to arrive in the afternoon, and he wished to avoid any incidents that might tarnish the Wagner family's reputation, giving the impression that they could not even maintain a clean and level lawn. His current thoughts revolved around finding a location where he could train without disturbance, allowing him to familiarize himself with his magical skills. The creation of the magic orb had taken him 10 seconds. The pathways within the model's framework were exceedingly twisted and irregular, yet the characteristic of being constructed from mental energy enabled him to conjure a complete image in his mind, allowing for effortless manipulation, at least for the moment. The structure of this magic orb would not present an issue of failing to form a coherent conceptual image in his mind. Nevertheless, this speed was still too slow. While a typical third-level knight would suffice, Les felt confident that he could handle himself, thanks to his training in the military. However, a fourth-level knight's short-term explosive speed could easily reach 4 to 5 meters per second, without the need for a running start. In the majority of battles, the engagement distance is approximately 20 meters. Within 3 to 4 seconds, one can swiftly approach him, who is engrossed in conjuring a magical orb. Whether one chooses to snap his neck with bare hands or strike him down with a blade, there is ample time. To execute a direct combat application, one must at least release a spell every second. If one can achieve half a second, even a fourth-tier knight could be easily vanquished. He has already begun to formulate ideas on how to reduce this time. It essentially boils down to the speed of mobilizing one's mental energy, while envisioning the shapes in his mind occurs rapidly. The extraction of magical power from the magical spring to create the core of the spell and the mental projection of the spell model into reality requires time. His goal is to shorten this particular duration. How to accomplish this? Quite simply, through conditioned reflexes, by frequently releasing magical orbs. He aims to train his subconscious to become accustomed to and memorize this sequence of operations, so that upon a mere thought, his mental energy will outline the framework and inject the core of magical power, activating the entire sequence of procedures to unleash the magical essence. In Brantis, where might one find a room capable of muffling the explosive sound of a magical orb? Les thought of a certain location, the basement. In the apartment building on Maple Street, there seems to be a basement. He snapped his fingers. This would suffice. The upcoming days marked the quarterly rent collection period, and he had intended to meet with the tenants to inform them about the rent increase. Sir Lost had recently acquired a commercial property on Maple Street, registered under FIA and Oppo's name, and currently, Marilyn is managing the design, renovation, and procurement of musical instruments. The cost of this property exceeded Les's expectations, totaling over 3,400 gold pounds after taxes and renaming fees, depleting a significant portion of his family's savings. According to Lost information, the announcement regarding the construction project of the Music and Opera Academy will be made in half a month's time, inevitably leading to a surge in property prices in the vicinity. However, the establishment of this academy is not merely in response to conventional educational demands. It serves a far greater purpose. As a transport-centric commercial city, Brantis attracts merchants and travelers from across the continent, effectively acting as a calling card for the Kingdom of Noah. Nevertheless, Brantis, having been founded for less than a century, lacks cultural depth and heritage, resembling a parvenu among cities. Other cities boast rich histories, enchanting legends, or poignant love stories, not to mention a few renowned figures that emerge from their midst. In contrast, Brantis possesses little beyond wealth and large commercial enterprises. The mayor of Brantis and many high-ranking officials harbor some concerns regarding this perception. They aspire to alter the notion that arises when outsiders mention Brantis, shifting the first impression from high prices and substantial living pressures, albeit with abundant goods and views of the sea and ships, to something more profound. The Academy is not an ordinary music and opera institution. Under the auspices of the Municipal Hall, bolstered by extensive connections and considerable financial resources, the finest opera masters and musical luminaries from the continent have been summoned. Furthermore, a number of highly experienced instructors from the capital and Oppo's Music Academy have been recruited, with the ambition that the Brantis Academy of Music and Opera, once established, will ascend to become the premier institution for the arts not only within the kingdom but across the eastern continent. This initiative not only enhances Brantis and Oppo's visibility in various respects but also serves as a commendable achievement for the officials of the Municipal Hall, potentially facilitating their election to the kingdom's parliament and elevating their status and authority. Les holds great confidence in the Academy's potential to garner a stellar reputation and attract a multitude of affluent students. This optimism is largely inspired by the appointment of the Academy and Oppo's director, the illustrious Francis Owen, who enjoys a remarkable reputation across the continent. At the venerable age of 65, this distinguished gentleman has composed an array of breathtaking musical works throughout his artistic career and is a staunch opponent of warfare. Born into a small nation ravaged by a lord and Oppo's rebellion, Francis and Oppo's childhood was marked by affluence yet fraught with instability. Tragically, when he was just 16, his father perished in battle, and his mother, consumed by grief, took her own life. In the wake of this tragedy, Francis renounced his claim to the family estate, offering it to the king, and with the funds he secured from the royal treasury, he departed his homeland for the land of art, Usgraman, where he enrolled in the capital and Oppo's artistic academy, Cyanic. There, he showcased his innate musical talent, and within a mere decade, his compositions and the ensuing musicals captivated the entire continent. It is even rumored that his works moved the hearts of the kings of two warring nations, thereby saving countless lives. Although Les remained skeptical of such melodramatic tales, suspecting that those nations were merely seizing an opportunity, the reality remains that an eminent artist, a distinguished guest from over a dozen countries, will soon be teaching just a stone and Oppo's throw away from his properties. This fact alone is sufficiently compelling. Thus, an increase in rent is undeniably warranted. Dressed in the black knee-length coat and tailored trousers selected for him by Marilyn, complemented by a black waistcoat beneath, Les adorned his green hair, styled in a ponytail, with a black bowler hat, presenting a striking visage as he gazed into the brass mirror. Quite dashing. He mused to himself, indulging in a moment of self-admiration before turning to descend the stairs, intent on making his way to Maple Street. Meanwhile, the doorbell of the Wagner residence chimed. Butler Bain, with a measured yet brisk gait, approached the door, initially anticipating an untimely visit from Miss F.I.'s classmates. Upon opening the door, however, he was met by two men clad in police uniforms. "Good morning, gentlemen. You are at the Wagner residence. Whom do you seek?" "Hello, Uncle Bain. Do you remember me? I am Les and Oppo's friend, Todd. This is my colleague Dalton. We have some work-related inquiries for Les. Is he at home?" Bain cast a glance at Todd, and soon retrieved from memory the scene of his visit to the tavern in search of his young master. The name and visage quickly aligned with the police officer before him. "I am not certain whether the young master left home this morning. However, please do come in," Bain said, opening both doors wide to invite the two inside. Todd expressed his gratitude and followed his colleague through the threshold. Bain led them to the sitting room, where they took their seats. After summoning a maid to serve refreshments, he slightly bowed and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall check upstairs to see if the young master is at home," though he was quite certain the young master was indeed at home. He wished to have an excuse ready should Les prefer not to meet these two visitors. However, before Bain could turn away, Les descended the stairs, preparing to leave. "Uncle Bain, did the doorbell ring just now?" "Oh, Todd?" Without Bain's announcement, Les immediately spotted Todd in the sitting room. "It is a pleasure to welcome you to my home. However, why did you not inform me of your visit yesterday?" Les smiled as he approached the sitting area. And Todd, along with his colleague, rose politely. "I am not here as a guest," Todd replied, shaking his head before introducing his companion. "This is my colleague and superior, Inspector Dalton Edward." "Good day, Mr. Les." Dalton extended his right hand after Todd and Oppo's introduction. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Inspector Dalton," Les replied warmly, shaking his hand before gesturing for them to sit. He himself settled into a single armchair to the side, taking a moment to appraise Dalton. Standing approximately 1.76 meters tall and around 25 years of age, his physique was well proportioned, his features handsome and sunlit, and his attire and hair impeccably neat, suggesting a disciplined character. In contrast, Todd, possessing the strength of a third-level knight, held merely a nominal position as a sheriff in the police department. Dalton, displaying great courtesy, was the first to speak, offering a slightly apologetic smile. "Mr. Les, I apologize for the presumption of this visit, which is primarily to seek further clarification regarding a robbery case. I originally intended to visit you at the bank. However, upon learning from Todd that you were on leave, I took the liberty of requesting his assistance in bringing me here. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. Typically, individuals from a middle-class background, such as the Wagner family, would never confuse their home attire with their going-out clothes, and it was evident that Les's formal attire signified his intention to depart. Dalton, true to his profession as a police officer, astutely observed this detail and was the first to express his apologies. Les smiled, indicating he did not mind, but then inquired with a hint of confusion, "The robbery occurred in the Wannis district. I recall that the local police station had already taken over the case. Why? Why would you, as a member of the Ravenclaw police station, involve yourself in this matter?" This was the underlying implication in Les's tone, for his time was indeed quite precious. Upon hearing this, Dalton, with a hint of embarrassment in his tone, elucidated that Director Sergei harbored doubts regarding the capabilities of his colleagues in the Wannis district. Ultimately, the resolution of this case was the responsibility of the entire Brandis Police Department, thus he appropriated the case from the Wannis district. "Oh, he must be quite the vigilant director," then, Les interjected with newfound interest. Having heard that Sergei was recently intent on rigorously addressing the security issues surrounding Ravenk district and vigorously combating cross-border gangs. Indeed, Director Sergei is notably driven. "Very well, Mr. Les, let us commence the inquiry promptly to avoid unduly prolonging your time." "Certainly." With that, Dalton retrieved a small notebook and a charcoal pencil, preparing to take notes. "Do you recall the appearance of the archer who ambushed you upstairs?" "It's not a matter of recollection. I didn't even catch a glimpse of a shadow," he candidly recounted. "As I exited the carriage, the archer was on the upper right side. After narrowly dodging an arrow, I rolled off the carriage and concealed myself on the left side." Never having seen him at all, Dalton, undeterred, produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket, which he unfurled to reveal a character sketch. "Have you seen this individual?" "Apologies, I have not. Who is this portrait of, and who created it?" he inquired, intrigued by the robust, realistic style of the artwork. The figure depicted in the drawing had met his demise the previous day in an alleyway of the Ones district. Nearby residents discovered the body and reported it to the police. Based on the calluses on his hands and the military insignia on his uniform, we deduced that he might be the very archer who attacked you. Chapter 33. Daily affairs. Had he perished? A wave of despondency washed over Les. Indeed, his throat had been slit by a dagger, a single strike that proved fatal. Was it a collaborative act? Given the absence of any signs of struggle at the scene, it was highly likely. This is rather troublesome, he pondered. The robbery that transpired yesterday, when viewed from a broader perspective, was audacious. Set against a backdrop of a brawl involving 200 gang members, prior organization had seen hundreds of impoverished individuals converge upon the bank, leaving the security team understaffed and hesitant to act. Yet, only 2 individuals executed the heist. Upon reflection, though they nearly succeeded, it felt somewhat anticlimactic. Now, with the archer's demise, there lingered an ominous sense of a hidden puppeteer orchestrating the silence. Was this assault merely a trial run? A means to gauge the bank's response time and the escort team's operational capacity? Damn it, have they discerned our team's capabilities? Will they target us when they decide to strike for real? And Oppos, had those 2 gangs been thoroughly investigated? Les could not help but inquire. Dalton sighed regretfully, stating, "We have, to a certain extent, uncovered the details. These 2 gangs wield considerable influence, each led by 4 or 5 leaders commanding hundreds of followers. After the incident, we apprehended the 2 culprits through the gang leaders, who had been promised 1,000 gold pounds by an unknown individual, with an additional 1,000 contingent upon their participation in a specific confrontation. They were previously unaware that the bank and Oppos' escort vehicle would pass through there. Can we trust their words?" Les expressed his skepticism, wondering if they had merely been scapegoated by their leader. Dalton refuted this notion but refrained from elaborating, perhaps out of embarrassment. The overall income of the gangs in the slums was not negligible. The 2 larger gangs mentioned earlier collected between 4,000 to 5,000 gold pounds in protection fees monthly from shops and businesses. However, should they attempt to rob a bank and be discovered, the bank and Oppos' stakeholders would ensure they understood that justice exists even in the slums. To muster a force of several hundred, those leaders were no fools. None dared provoke the true wealthy individuals of Brantis. Dalton recalled that the day they apprehended the 2 leaders, they encountered representatives from the bank's inspection department seeking the gang leaders. Dalton witnessed the 2 bosses nearly kneeling before the inspectors, pleading their innocence. The gang leaders, who required introductions from their associates to meet the inspectors, were compelled to speak with utmost courtesy to the 2 bank inspectors who held no enforcement power, which caused Dalton to waver in his childhood resolve to combat crime. The funds we transported that day amounted to approximately 10,000 gold pounds, even if they resorted to murder to silence witnesses. 2,000 gold pounds would inevitably be lost. Do they not consider the profit margins when robbing a bank? Les remarked in disbelief. A bank heist could yield 5-fold profits, and there was no need to squander 300,000 to print 200,000 in counterfeit currency. In light of this, I suspect they harbor ulterior motives. This was merely a probe to assess the security strength of the escort vehicle. Dalton concurred, believing this was not an isolated robbery scheme. By the way, have we investigated the formidable archer from the military? Les reminded. After some inquiry, there were no significant findings. Generally speaking, the police department in Ornest exists within an environment rife with gang activity, due to vested interests and professional sensitivities. They should be well acquainted with the smuggling routes and black markets controlled by these gangs in Blantis. However, the police department of Ornest appears utterly incompetent. Their relationship with the gangs resembles that of close friends, often merely accepting bribes without concern for the gangs and Oppos' dealings. Dalton, relying on his connections, made inquiries in the black market but discovered that no one had recently procured military-grade bows. Well, that and Oppos, that's all I know. Les checked his pocket watch and noted that it was nearly noon. Dalton sighed quietly to himself, despite not harboring great expectations for this visit. Leaving with no results at all was somewhat disheartening. Thank you for your assistance. We shall not impose further. Farewell, he said as he rose and offered a slight bow. Les also stood, escorting them to the door. Not far off, a clean and aesthetically pleasing carriage awaited, which surprised him somewhat. After expressing his gratitude once more, Dalton stepped ahead to provide a moment for Tot and Les to converse. Hey, you're not trying to find me work just because I left you behind yesterday, are you? Les rolled his eyes at him. After performing a duet with Todd at the tavern the previous day, he had gone directly to meet Bella, completely forgetting about his companion upon escorting Bella away. Todd, feeling slightly awkward, smiled and explained. Dalton is not only the leader of the major crimes unit but also the squad leader of our night brigade, being a level 4 knight himself. He helped me secure approval from the logistics department to bring my mother and sister over. Les nodded, understanding the value of such connections. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Why not stay for lunch? No, I must accompany Captain Dalton to continue the investigation. He is quite supportive of me. Todd replied with a hint of enthusiasm. Having the opportunity to make a contribution was certainly preferable to standing guard at the bank. Very well, goodbye then. Watching Todd board the carriage and depart, Les inexplicably smiled. There was something intriguing about Dalton. From their earlier conversation, Les discerned that Dalton seemed rather dismissive of the esteemed Sergeant Shellgate, even infusing his tone with a hint of derision. Les pondered how to contend with Shellgate, the deputy chief, a level 6 knight, and a marquis's son. Perhaps Dalton is an opportunity, he mused inwardly. The police department's carriage functioned somewhat like public transport. Only those of certain ranks were entitled to one. However, in this era, carriages were more prestigious, reserved for the highest-ranking officers of the police department. Dalton's position and credentials were evidently insufficient for such privileges. That carriage was his personal property, given his youth and the position of inspector he has attained. Coupled with his commendable family background and potential dissatisfaction regarding Sergei, there lies an opportunity to investigate him further, to ascertain the possibility of collaboration. Young master? Bain inquired, observing Les standing at the doorway, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, Uncle Bain, please proceed inside. I have an errand to attend to. Very well. I wish you all the best. Thank you. At noon, Les arrived at Maple Street via the tram. He first sought a restaurant to satiate his hunger, leisurely perusing a newspaper. Around 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at the apartment building housing his 2 residences. Noticing the caretaker blissfully dozing at the entrance, he opted to forego visitor registration and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Apartments 1201 and 1202, situated opposite each other, were his coming-of-age gifts. Originally belonging to a proprietor who had faced business failure, they were hastily sold off for a mere £1,000, a bargain indeed. He knocked on the door of 1201. Who is it? A middle-aged woman opened a small window in the door, her demeanor cautious. Good day, I am Les Wagner, the landlord of this residence, he replied with a courteous smile, inclining slightly. Ah, indeed, the rent is due these days, but it has always been a butler named Bain who collected it. A look of uncertainty crossed the woman and Apos' face, as if she found it difficult to trust this unfamiliar countenance immediately. In truth, he had intended to bring Bain along, which would have clarified to the tenant who would henceforth be responsible for rent collection. However, he had other matters to attend to, and Bain was preoccupied with preparations for FIA's class gathering, thus he had to come alone. I see. The woman remained skeptical. The neighborhood had a reputation for being rather unsafe, and she hesitated to open the door or hand over the rent. Les understood her concerns and was fortunate to have brought the property deed and rental agreement with him. Retrieving these documents from the inner pocket of his coat, he unfolded them for her inspection, which finally assuaged her fears, proving he was neither a swindler nor a thief. Please come in, Mr. Les. The woman opened the door, ushering him into the living room. A maid was washing a large basin of clothes near the restroom, a temporary hire compensated by the hour or per task. Typically, a regular household would employ such help weekly for about 10 silver coins. Les took a moment to survey the interior. The furniture remained as it was when his parents acquired the property nearly a decade ago, bearing the marks of time, with scratches and fading that were unavoidable. The current tenants lacked the inclination to replace them, resulting in a somewhat dilapidated appearance. However, the occupants were not of high income, and thus their expectations for living standards were modest, making them indifferent to the state of their rented abode. No coffee or tea was served, as hot water needed to be boiled, and since Les was merely there to collect the rent, he did not intend to linger. Les took the rent and placed it on the table before him instead of pocketing it. He spoke. Madam, my visit today is not solely to collect the rent. Due to the impending market shifts, I have decided to raise the rent. The woman, though not entirely surprised, felt a pang of discomfort. There was a vacant lot in the nearby impoverished district that had remained undeveloped for years, but recent whispers suggested the municipal hall intended to construct a school there. This news had led to a flurry of shop transfers and rent increases along Maple Street. She had noticed that many formerly thriving businesses had closed for renovations, and had expressed her concerns to her husband regarding the looming rent hike. "So, Mr. Les, what will the new rent be?" Les pondered for a moment before responding, £6 gold. "What?" The woman instinctively raised her voice. This was more than a threefold increase. She silently cursed Les's avarice. Yet, she could not voice her discontent directly and instead remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Mr. Les, the previous rent was only 180 silver coins. This increase is excessive." Les chuckled. "I believe you are aware of the school being built nearby. Allow me to inform you that it is a music and opera academy staffed by highly paid professionals, destined to become the premier institution for music and opera in the Kingdom of Noah and surrounding nations. Families capable of nurturing artistic talents will surely be inclined to seek out accommodations far more comfortable than mere dormitories." Upon concluding his statement, a grin spread across his face, revealing a man consumed by greed. He feared that his concealed resentments and secrets would force him to masquerade as an impenetrable figure, stripping him of the essence of a normal young man in his 20s. What meaning does such a life hold? The longer one wears a mask, the harder it becomes to remove. Thus, he often needed to peel it away to breathe freely. A rent of £6 gold was beyond the family's means. The woman was a full-time housewife, responsible for her husband and their school-aged son. Although her husband earned £7 gold, it was still insufficient to cover such housing expenses. Without hesitation, she stated, "We cannot afford such exorbitant rent. Please rent it to someone else." Les nodded with indifference. The woman was somewhat taken aback and expressed her gratitude. She had initially thought Les would grant them only a few days to vacate, prompting her to swiftly seek suitable accommodation. Finding housing in Ravenclaw district was no easy feat, especially for rents below £2 a month. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating where else, aside from Maple Street, there might be affordable housing. In truth, there were many tenants in the apartment buildings along Maple Street facing similar circumstances. Although Brant is home to impoverished districts and gangs, this does not signify that the poor here are condemned to perpetual darkness. As an economic hub, it necessitates a substantial influx of business talents and mid-level managerial personnel. The residents of the lower-class areas are not devoid of avenues for advancement. With capability and a touch of fortune, one can gradually ascend from the slums to the middle-class neighborhoods. A prime example of this is Abiel, who emerged from the slums. In this regard, Brandis indeed embodies a city brimming with opportunities, where social classes have not entirely solidified. After leaving their home, Les approached the adjacent door, preparing to knock on another tenant's residence. In truth, it may be somewhat premature to raise the rent at this moment. The plot of land that the municipal hall has its eye on was originally a villa belonging to the Lord of Brantis during the feudal era, constructed by top-notch craftsmen and architects, with a style leaning towards the artistic and aesthetic. After over 2 decades of vacancy, the main structure remains largely intact, having been weathered and enriched by time and the coastal environment, bestowing it with a sense of nostalgia. The municipal hall selected this site partly because most of the existing buildings can be preserved, thus reducing costs while retaining a sense of gravitas. The reason for proposing a rent increase now is that Les intends to evict the current tenants and move in himself. The practice of magic requires a dedicated space, and his home is certainly not suitable. Why would he seek to rent when a ready-made house is available? As for the tenants of the opposite house, Les has no intention of raising their rent prematurely. He plans to inform them of the increase at the end of the next quarter, giving them ample time to find suitable new accommodations. Not home. Les furrowed his brow. According to Ben, this house was rented to an elderly couple, whose children seemed to have passed away prematurely. The couple, both in their 50s, once operated a shoe store and now rely on their savings as they age. This was also the reason he chose to evict the previous family of 3. He wished to perform a small act of kindness and show consideration for the elderly, without impacting his own situation. Out, Les thought to himself, feeling unfortunate for having made a fruitless visit. He had intended to collect the rent for the upcoming quarter and inform them of the impending increase, allowing them sufficient time to find a new home. Just as Les was preparing to descend the stairs to ask the administrator to convey a message to the couple, a faint odor of decay wafted through the window, reaching his nostrils. The application for the lease has been approved. In the afternoon, he received a brief message, completed the paperwork, and submitted it. Now, he must await the review and the contract to be sent. This being his first signing, he was unfamiliar with the process. However, he humbly requests support for his work, as he currently has less than 200 recommendation votes. The votes refresh daily, so he kindly asks for assistance in casting them. Although he is not well versed in operations, He believes that recommendation votes are crucial during the initial release of a new book. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 34. Sergei half an hour later. Two patrol officers summoned by the administrators, with the permission of Les, hacked open the door with their blades and discovered two lifeless bodies, already cold to the touch. The evidence of murder was irrefutable. The elderly couple had not succumbed to suicide or disease. The wounds on their bodies and the extensive bloodstains on the floor testified to the heinous act. The woman had perished on the bed, while the man lay dead at the threshold of the bedroom. It was evident that a thief had stealthily entered through the kitchen window in the dead of night to commit theft, awakening the slumbering occupants. As the elderly man emerged from the bedroom to investigate, he was brutally slain, followed by the merciless killing of the unsuspecting woman still dreaming in her bed. To prevent detection by neighbors or patrolling officers, quickly notify the station. One patrolman urged his companion. Sir, please refrain from leaving for the time being. Our chief may wish to inquire about certain matters upon arrival. Les, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. Mr. Les, may I inquire if you and Oppos V heard any rumors regarding Maple Street? The administrator, Tom, presented a cup of inferior red tea in a plain teacup, his demeanor obsequious. Les graciously accepted, taking a polite sip before placing it back on the table. If you speak of the redevelopment of the noble residences in the civilian area, I have indeed heard of it. Tom rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile blossoming on his face, despite his 30-something years. Well, since you are aware of this matter, I presume you can ascertain its authenticity. It is indeed true. A music and opera academy is to be established there, and the Maple Street area is poised for prosperity, he stated matter-of-factly. Tom, after a moment of contemplation, decided to be forthright. Mr. Les, I have served as an administrator here for 5 years, and the consensus is that I have performed admirably. However, I am aware that the owners of this building will soon be changing, and I wish to continue in this role. Les understood immediately. The Happiness Apartments comprised 3 interconnected 4-story buildings, unlike modern residential complexes, and lacked a property management entity. Routine tasks such as cleaning the hallways, filling the rooftop water tank, unclogging drains, and recording visitors were the responsibility of each building and Oppos' administrator. The choice of administrators was determined by the 8 owners of the building, who shared the maintenance costs and the administrator's salary. To be candid, despite the lack of prestige associated with this role, Tom's remuneration was quite satisfactory. Repairing drainage systems was a skilled trade, and combined with other miscellaneous duties, he earned a monthly wage of 4.5 gold pounds. Moreover, with a small cubicle in the administrator's lounge providing accommodation, he had no housing expenses, allowing him to save more than many tenants, including Les. However, the Happiness Apartments were on the brink of a transaction period, and the current owners, faced with soaring property values, might opt to sell. The incoming owners may not necessarily retain his services. Les held 2 apartments in this building, granting him a quarter of the decision-making power, thus wielding significant influence over the appointment and dismissal of the administrator. The upcoming purchasers of properties here are predominantly merchants or financially stable families. They do not intend to inhabit the residences themselves. Rather, they prefer to lease them out. Should you desire to remain, it is imperative to enhance your professional demeanor, projecting yourself as a competent administrator. Coupled with your familiarity with this building, retaining your position should pose no challenge. Where should I begin to improve? Tom inquired. Les pointed to his own attire. I understand that both your work and living spaces are here, yet one cannot dress as if at home. Acquire a tailored black butler and Oppos' uniform, consistently wear white gloves, and ensure your inner lining is also white. Maintain an immaculate appearance. This will foster a positive impression among the owners. Moreover, meticulously record all visitor logs and remain vigilant to any unusual sounds, addressing them promptly. This will assure the residents of your commitment to their safety. Afterward, he scrutinized Tom's physique. Do you possess a knight's level of fitness? It is quite common, after all. Everyone aspires to be an esteemed knight, earning a handsome income. However, only a handful are endowed with the necessary talent and resources, while many abandon their pursuits. Dedicate some time to exercising and building muscle. It will at least provide the residents with a sense of security, Les advised. Tom nodded vigorously. Very well, sir. Thank you for your guidance. Les casually acknowledged him, seeking merely to foster goodwill. By the way, I recall the apartment has a basement? Indeed. The building was designed with a basement intended as a storage area for residents. Is it spacious? Ah, I see. This space will suffice for practicing magic spheres. Subsequently, With nothing pressing to attend to, Les engaged Tom in a discussion about the happenings on Maple Street. An hour later, the sound of hooves drew nearer, indicating a substantial arrival. Intrigued, Les stepped out of the administrator's lounge, eager to observe how these officers would unravel a homicide case, sans scientific instruments or solid theoretical foundations. To his surprise, among the officers entering was a familiar figure. Sergei, clad in a pristine police uniform, led his team upstairs, guided by the patrol officers to the crime scene. He had just returned from a municipal meeting concerning the security measures following the establishment of the Music Opera Academy, which would fall under the jurisdiction of Rampant District. At the meeting, he assured the city officials that he would eradicate gang activities in the vicinity of the academy. The higher-ups had commended him for his recent efforts to curb gang activities around Rampant District, reiterating the necessity of a stringent crackdown on gang presence near the music academy. They emphasized the importance of creating a secure environment, ensuring that parents visiting for preliminary assessments did not perceive and oppose dangerous atmosphere for their children, and oppose, less cast a long, contemplative glance at Sergei's ascending figure, striving to suppress his emotions and quell the rising tide of animosity within him. Knights of the 5th rank and above possessed the ability to perceive the murderous intent of others, with a certain discernment based on proximity and intensity. He must not reveal himself here, lest he raise the other's suspicion. Upon entering the crime scene, Sergeant Shergate instinctively covered his nose with his hand. It has been ages since I last encountered such a putrid odor. It is indeed exhilarating. His sturdy leather boots echoed on the aged floor as he approached the corpse step by step. Who reported the incident? Where is he? I am here, Your Excellency. Les stepped forward from the waiting officers outside, removing his hat and bowing in respect. Recently discharged? He inquired directly. The demeanor of a soldier freshly returned from the battlefield is unmistakable, even though Les typically exudes a gentlemanly politeness. Perceptive veterans like Harold and Shergate can discern the truth at a glance. Indeed, Les admitted with an impassive countenance, I served 4 years in the 1st Legion. As a lieutenant. Oh. Shergate's expression shifted slightly with surprise, followed by a warm smile. It appears we are comrades after all. I too served in the 1st Legion. It must be said, this man and Oppos, his appearance and tone readily engender goodwill. His serious expression does not impose pressure, while his sincere and amiable smile evokes a profound sense of respect. Were it not for Les's awareness of Shergate's true nature, he might have easily been deceived. Colonel Shergate's reputation is immense among us lower-ranking soldiers. We all hold you in great esteem. My comrades and I were discussing when you might become the youngest general in the Legion, only to be met with the news of your retirement. Upon hearing such words, a fleeting shadow of anger and sorrow crossed Shergate's gaze before he swiftly composed himself. Speaking in a measured tone, the battlefield is not the sole avenue for one to realize their worth. Throughout my military career, I have witnessed far too many lives lost, with my comrades continually sacrificing themselves while I remained powerless. To be candid, I feel weary, which is why I requested a transfer to the rear to refresh my spirit. Yet, I still aspire to benefit this nation and its people through other means. Striving to avert tragedies like this one, this is the principle I intend to uphold for the remainder of my life. Clap, clap, clap. Les initiated the applause, a look of admiration upon his face. The surrounding officers followed suit, their gazes towards Shergate brimming with respect and affection, with some young, justice-driven officers becoming particularly animated. Shergate raised his hand to quell the applause. Thank you all, however. Let us first examine this case, shall we? This gentleman, the landlord? I am called Les. Mr. Les. Are you familiar with the situation of the tenants? They were an elderly couple without children, formerly operating a shoe store in the lower town, now living off their savings. Do you frequent this place? Not at all. I own 2 properties here. The one opposite is also mine, both of which are rented out. I collect the rent quarterly. Then, Parsi, please summon the building's administrator. Sergei instructed a young officer at the entrance. Tom did not venture to search. He had just arrived with Les to observe the commotion. Greetings, I am Tom, the administrator of this building. He nervously stepped forward, as the imposing presence of the police chief instilled considerable apprehension among ordinary civilians. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to gather some information regarding the elderly couple, Sergei said with a gentle smile, placing a reassuring hand on Tom's shoulder. The amiable tone and warm smile eased Tom's unease. He had heard rumors of certain officers coercing confessions without evidence to maintain their clearance rates, which heightened his fears. The Peter couple had resided here for nearly 3 years, rarely venturing outside. Occasionally, Mrs. Peter would sit on the bench downstairs, basking in the sun while distributing candies and snacks to children in the vicinity. Mr. Peter, though somewhat stern and perpetually serious, occasionally offered to polish neighbors and oppos shoes free of charge. They were genuinely good people. Tom felt a pang of sadness as he recalled being invited to dinner at their home on several occasions. Did they have any conflicts with anyone? Sergei inquired. None that I am aware of, Tom replied. The last time I saw them was approximately 6 days ago. Yes, definitely 6 days ago. He paused for a moment before confirming. Do you have any suspicions? Sergei pressed. It is unusual for residents not to be seen entering or exiting for several days. Moreover, I do not spend all my time downstairs. With the rainy season approaching, I have been repairing the roof to prevent leaks, Tom added. Brother Bloom, do you have any findings? Inquired a seasoned officer from the Ravenk Police Department, the head of the Major Crimes Unit, who possessed extensive case experience. Bloom, an ordinary-looking man but somewhat weathered, approached and organized his thoughts before reporting. The corpse was covered with numerous fly eggs, which have yet to hatch. Given the current temperature in Brandis, the time of death likely falls between 1 and 2.5 days ago. Upon examination, we discovered that the money pouch and jewelry box in the room were completely emptied, suggesting a random burglary or robbery, considering that such crimes typically occur at night. The incident likely transpired between midnight and 4 a.m., either 3 or 2 night. Chapter 35, Shama Bloom, as a seasoned officer, exhibited a level of professionalism far superior to that of Sergei, who had only recently taken on the role 2 months prior. The former was adept at deducing significant details from the traces left at the crime scene, while the latter could merely emulate the inquiries of a rookie in the Major Crimes Unit, posing fundamental questions to those involved in the case. Sergei's strengths lay in his inherent capabilities and the organizational skills he had acquired from his military background, a fact he was acutely aware of. For the head of the Major Crimes Unit, whose responsibility was to maintain the department's case resolution rate, cultivating a rapport with key figures was essential. This was evident in his choice to address Bloom not by his official title, but rather to lower himself and refer to him as brother. Brother Bloom, the forthcoming investigation is entrusted to you. I shall extend the utmost assistance within my authority. But it is imperative that we resolve this case swiftly to allow the souls of these 2 elders to rest in peace. He stated with a tinge of sorrow in his expression. Understood, Director. Bloom replied, standing tall and responding decisively. It appeared that this pivotal figure within the precinct held a considerable respect for the newly appointed deputy director. Sergei nodded in acknowledgement before departing with a contingent of officers. The entourage had numbered over 20, a presence that felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, the deputy director's personal visit to the crime scene warranted a show of significance, which would also draw the attention of the public. Once Sergei departed, Bloom instructed his subordinates to begin interviewing the other residents of the building, inquiring whether they had heard any unusual noises or witnessed any suspicious individuals during the estimated time of the incident. Bloom took it upon himself to question the building manager, delving into aspects of neighborly relations and their financial circumstances. His inquiries were meticulous, as he did not discount the possibility that the perpetrator might be a neighbor familiar with the deceased couple, aware of their retirement savings. As for Les, he had little further involvement, aside from being informed that the apartment could not be cleaned or disturbed for the time being. To prevent the loss of any clues or evidence, Bloom did not engage him further. Les, having avoided causing any discontent, remained at the crime scene, despite the unforeseen circumstances. His concerns regarding the apartment were effectively resolved. Upon leaving the Happiness Apartments, dusk had begun to settle. Checking his pocket watch, he noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. I should still have time. Les quickened his pace towards Red Maple Street, which led into the impoverished district. The location of Red Maple Street bore the characteristics of a vital thoroughfare, situated at the confluence of the working-class area, slums, and middle-class neighborhoods, bustling with foot traffic and dotted with numerous shops. The environment was notably complex, with rival gangs from the 2 lower districts operating within, and residents barely scraping by to meet the living standards of the middle class. The relationships among these groups were steeped in mutual disdain and contempt, often leading to conflicts and confrontations. Some of the first and second-tier knights who had attempted to train in the area had spontaneously organized to resist. Many of the leaders of this resistance faced brutal reprisals, drawing the attention of the city hall and presenting a recent opportunity for Sergei to distinguish himself. Adjacent to the slums, the street bordering Red Maple was named Canopy. Les's purpose for coming here was straightforward. He sought to find Obu's acquaintance. hoping to extract information about the whereabouts of the young ruffian capable of igniting flames. After half an hour of walking, Les arrived at the Lyman Dairy Distribution Company's warehouse. From the information extracted from Obawu, he learned that his gang associate, Shama, was employed here, tasked with delivering barrels of milk from the warehouse to various districts each morning, from where they would be distributed to scattered shops awaiting customers or home deliveries. The decision to establish the warehouse in this impoverished area was motivated by low rental costs and the proximity of the dairy farms located just south of the slums. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Les raised the collar of his trench coat to obscure his face and tucked his long hair beneath his hat as he approached them. When the guards noticed his approach and prepared to scrutinize his features, Les pulled out a handkerchief and began to cough violently while covering his mouth. Cough, cough, my apologies. I may have caught a cold. Good evening, gentlemen. The guards instinctively took a step back. Distinguishing between a viral cold and one caused by exposure was not straightforward. And while they may not have known the difference, they understood that someone with a cold could potentially infect others. Just stay there. What do you want? One of the guards commanded, halting him 5 meters away. I'm here to find someone. Who? Shama. He mentioned he worked here. Cough, cough. He asked at the tavern next door, drinking, the guard indicated with his black baton. Les followed the direction of the guard's gesture. The oil lamp hanging at the tavern's entrance shone brightly against the encroaching darkness. Thank you, gentlemen. Make haste. We don't want to catch your cold, they replied. Wary of the illness, knowing that in Brandis, 1 in 10 cold sufferers could meet a grim fate, Les promptly turned and entered the nearby tavern. The Kingdom of Noah boasted an abundant fruit yield, which was also utilized for brewing. The low alcohol content made the drinks affordable, catering to the cravings of those who could not afford imported spirits. The tavern in the slums was far from clean and tidy, with tables and chairs missing limbs. Yet it was bustling with patrons. Some tables brazenly displayed psychedelic mushrooms, a substance strictly prohibited. Standing at the entrance, Les pondered how to discreetly locate Shama when he happened to overhear a server calling out for Shama to settle his previous debts. Got it, you damn debt collector. I'll have someone else in the impoverished district. The likes of the Shama gang do not instill fear. Even gangs adhere to a code. If daily squabbles resulted in violence, this place would be devoid of souls. The tavern owner, once a member of the underworld, had retired from his former life to run this establishment, and he would not permit any ruffians to owe him for their drinks or cause disturbances. Ignoring them, Shama swayed towards the counter and tossed a gold pound to the server. Just keep a tab for now, he remarked before heading to the tavern's rear door, intending to relieve himself. Alas, he had not ventured far when a shadow darted from a nearby alleyway, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before he could scream or collapse, a powerful force yanked him into a darkened box. Who are you? Whatever you want, we can discuss it calmly, Shama pleaded. His head pressed against the wall by Les, who held a dagger at his waist. Fear rendered him immobile, and he could only beg for mercy. Les remained silent, driving the blade's tip forcefully into Shama's side. A muffled grunt escaped Shama's lips as he attempted to discreetly draw a knife from his clothing. The sound of metal clattering echoing in the air. Do not presume that a petty thug is as defenseless as a stripped maiden, easily plucked by anyone who fancies it. In this life, lacking cunning and decisiveness would have long led to demise amidst gang conflicts. From the moment Les pressed him against the wall, Shama incessantly repeated his earlier words, while his unrestrained hand subtly crept towards his pocket under the guise of struggle. All right, Shama stammered in response. Les wasted no time and inquired directly. What about the brawl you were involved in a few days ago? Indeed, there was a little troublemaker from our side who stirred up some chaos, but then vanished. The little fireball he conjured was not potent. The opponent merely singed an eyebrow. Suffering no harm, Shama replied, revealing a hint of cleverness. Les appeared momentarily stunned. Has anyone else inquired about this matter? His surprise quickly shifted to realization as he pondered why 2 separate groups had sought information on the same incident. Who were they? Les's speech quickened instinctively. 2 men clad in black. They came directly to my residence, asking if I had indeed witnessed that little rascal Henry conjuring a fireball, and inquired about his whereabouts. By the way, I suppose you wish to know where he resides, right? It's at the end of the street, in that row of single-story houses. The one with the red roof. It's a rented place, that's all I know, Shama disclosed, demonstrating his quick wit. His earlier near attack had taught him the importance of remaining silent to avoid drawing attention, as a cry for help could have resulted in his demise. What distinguishing features did those men have? Were they wearing any insignia? Les pressed further. None, nothing at all. They wore all black, Shama replied. Repeat their questions verbatim, he commanded. With a sense of resignation, Shama recounted the few words he had exchanged. In the end, they bestowed upon me a gold pound, which I had just used to settle the tab. He hesitated before adding, at this juncture, preserving my life is paramount. Since they insisted on an exact repetition, naturally, I had to mention the payment. Yet, I was apprehensive that the individual behind me might suspect I intended to extort money from him, which made me stammer. Did they threaten to kill you? No, they merely obstructed my escape when I attempted to flee. As Shama recalled the incident, he felt a twinge of pain in his thigh, a result of a kick from one of the men in black. However, the ache in his waist and abdomen was far more acute. Les pondered for half a minute and concluded that this fellow knew little else. So he pressed down on Shama's head, compelling him to crouch. Do you know what to do? Yes, I understand. Close my eyes and pretend I've never seen you. Whoever asks, I will say I have never encountered you. Good. Count to 100, then be gone. Les released his grip and slowly retreated deeper into the alley. As he prepared to turn and make a swift exit, he hesitated momentarily, retrieving a gold pound from his inner pocket and tossing it towards the crouched Shama. He adhered to his principles, regardless of whether Shama was a mere petty thug, having aided him and sustained a minor injury in the process. The reward he deemed appropriate must be given. Chapter 36. Encounter. Exiting the alley from the opposite end, Les made his way cautiously toward Henry's residence, his mind racing with the discoveries he had just made. Someone else was searching for Henry. What could be the reason behind this pursuit? Aside from the fireball he had conjured, were there other motives at play? This indicated that he was not the sole practitioner of magic. Others were aware of its existence and were actively seeking those who wielded it. What could their intentions be? Which factions did they belong to? And what was their stance toward sorcerers? Henry's abode was relatively easy to locate. Although Carnaby Street lay within a slum, the buildings were predominantly 3 to 4 stories high. Concrete had emerged in this world decades ago, and combined with fired clay bricks, low-rise structures could be erected at a modest cost. The streets of Brandeis were lined with buildings of roughly 4 stories, accommodating the substantial populace. Amidst the towering edifices, the several single-story houses at the end of Carnaby Street were particularly conspicuous. The characteristics described by Shama were unmistakable, for there was only one house with a red roof. Venturing into the narrow alley formed by the collection of bungalows, Les swiftly identified Henry and Apo's home. Henry and Apo's residence lacked a yard. It was merely a stand-alone cottage with a pointed roof, its entrance facing the street. The wooden door bore signs of wear, and the lock lay discarded on the ground. It appeared that the 2 cloaked figures had indeed paid a visit. Les gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cottage was modest in size, encompassing around 50 square meters, with 2 rooms. He lit an oil lamp, revealing a room in disarray. Clothes and various cooking utensils were strewn about the floor. Les lamented the unfortunate timing of his arrival. Entering the bedroom, he found only a bed and a writing desk, atop which lay a few disheveled books. He picked one up and examined the cover, The Fairy Tales of Kadusha. Flipping through its pages, he discovered a collection of whimsical children's stories, primarily depicting fairies dwelling in the forest, capable of emitting radiant colors from their mouths. There were also tales of mysterious wizards who wielded the forces of nature, conjuring thunder, flames, and hail, or causing the earth to rise and creating tumultuous tsunamis, all to aid humans in repelling beastly attacks or to dominate the villagers. The origins of these stories could be traced back to legends that had circulated across the continent for centuries, crafted to satiate humanity and Apo's yearning and fantasies of mastering the forces of nature. He then perused a few other volumes, each filled with mythical tales or absurd legends. Did this Henry spontaneously sense the magical essence and, driven by curiosity, gather a few fairy tales for reference? Les found himself both amused and inexplicably envious. Without the aid and guidance of meditation techniques, he had managed to perceive the magical essence in the air during moments of mental vacancy and had fortuitously succeeded in conjuring a fireball. Henry's mental aptitude must be extraordinarily strong. Had he been in the civilization of Nasal, he would certainly be regarded as exceptionally gifted. After meticulously searching the bedroom, he concluded that the brick and stone structure was unlikely to harbor any hidden compartments, and given his lack of expertise in such matters, he ultimately left empty-handed. Henry and Apo's home was in utter disarray, leaving Les unable to ascertain whether the lad had been seized by the cloaked figures. As he pondered whether to continue the search for Henry, he prepared to depart, conscious that time was of the essence. If he lingered, he might miss the last tram. However, before he could reach the door, a realization dawned upon him. Henry had not been captured. Why? Because two men in black stood vigil at the entrance, their gaze fixed intently upon him. This gang is still lying in wait for Henry. The two figures at the door were unmasked. One was tall and imposing, a long sword hanging at his side, appearing to be in his 30s. The other was of average height, thin, and notably younger. They flanked the entrance, silently scrutinizing Les. Did you uncover anything? The higher-ups have just dispatched me to assist you in preventing this troublesome Henry from escaping, Les suddenly declared. Inside the room, two windows were barred with wooden grills. Breaking through would not be overly difficult, yet it would undoubtedly delay his movements. Should the unknown strength of these two converge upon him, capture would be imminent. Coincidentally, Les had donned black attire for his nocturnal endeavors, inadvertently mirroring the appearance of the two men. An idea struck him. He would attempt to pass as one of their associates, hoping to lower their guard. Indeed, he observed the younger man and Apos' posture relaxed slightly, his facial muscles softening. The higher-ups informed me that a senior assistant was dispatched. Why do you lack the blue stripes on your uniform? The tall man inquired, his tone rigid. Les sighed inwardly. The charade could not be maintained any longer. Although the man's eyes betrayed no suspicion, the slight tremor of his shoulders revealed his intent to spring into action. Indeed, I am the senior assistant sent by the higher-ups. But my uniform was soiled, and I borrowed this attire temporarily. You are mistaken, for I am a junior assistant, and my uniform should not feature blue stripes, as those are reserved for execution-level agents. The crux of the matter lay in his uncertainty regarding whether the other party was deliberately misleading him or merely expressing genuine confusion. It was not so simple to fortuitously align in understanding. Les clung to the hope of a blind chance encounter. If they could be lulled into a moment of inattention, he might seize the opportunity to escape, for being trapped within the confines of the room was exceedingly perilous. As Les fell silent, the previously relaxed young man discerned the truth. The individual before them was not a colleague. Stand down and raise your hands, the tall man commanded coldly. Les scoffed, drawing a dagger from his waist. You think I would submit quietly to capture? What are you imagining? Brother Barnard, I suspect he is akin to us. Allow me to test him first, the young man said, a glimmer of confidence in his smile as he produced a set of chainmail lining and steel gloves made of cowhide from his pocket. The towering man known as Barnard fixed his gaze intently on Les, speaking in a low tone. Do not underestimate him. He is likely of knightly caliber. Let us engage together. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly drew his long sword, executing a precise thrust aimed at Les, who silently lamented his misfortune. In the face of the approaching steel blade, Les, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and keen observation of his opponent and Apos' movements, sidestepped, simultaneously launching a fierce strike toward Barnard and Apos' neck. Barnard retreated a step, effortlessly evading the lethal blow, and countered with a sweeping motion of his sword. Though he had not brought the security-issued weapon for his outing, he was left with only a defensive dagger to contend with the incoming longsword. It was painfully evident that attempting to parry a lengthy weapon with a mere dagger was a precarious choice. Barnard did not expect to secure a swift victory. His aim was to force his opponent into retreat, as the confined space of the room left little room for maneuver. If Les were to evade this attack, he would soon find himself cornered and vulnerable to both Barnard and his colleague's onslaught. Yet Les, forged in the crucible of battle, was not one to easily succumb to peril. Rather than retreating, he advanced, disregarding the glinting blade, and with a deft twist of his wrist and arm, he struck again with the dagger, targeting Barnard's neck once more. In that split second of decisive ferocity, his military training shone through. The sweeping longsword posed no real threat to his life, for beneath his vest, he wore the lightweight armor issued by the bank, which shielded his left side from the blow. While it was clear that a knight like Barnard could cleave through the armor, the horizontal swipe lacked the force to inflict serious injury. Conversely, Les's dagger was poised for a lethal strike. Faced with Les's cold gaze and the imminent peril of the blade, Barnard deftly leaned back, narrowly escaping the deadly thrust. The motion of his sword altered, losing much of its momentum, and merely grazed Les and Apos' left arm, leaving a shallow 4-centimeter wound. As Les forced Barnard back, granting him a fleeting moment to regain his balance, a faint blue orb of light caught Les's peripheral vision. Surprised, he instinctively sought to evade, but it was too late. Behind him, a spiraling blue orb, held tightly in Iron Hand's grasp, grazed his back, sending a jolt of searing pain coursing through him. Quickly suppressing his astonishment, Les utilized the momentum from Iron Hand's push to roll toward the side entrance of Henry's bedroom. He swiftly discarded several books he had previously perused as makeshift projectiles to hinder the advance of the two pursuers. Barnard stepped forward, using his sword and arm to deflect the incoming books, only to realize that his opponent had shattered the bedroom window and escaped. Les staggered to his feet outside, quickly scanning for an escape route and bolting in a random direction, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. In the slums, there are no streetlights, and the moonlight is dim tonight. If I can slip away into a corner out of their sight, they will surely lose track of me. Regrettably. After running a few steps, he muttered another curse of misfortune. Why have you stopped running? A youthful voice echoed from behind them. Before them stood a wall. Behind the Henry residence lay a dead-end alley, and in his haste, Les had chosen the wrong path, unfamiliar with the terrain. With a resigned sigh, he turned to face the two individuals standing 10 meters away, raising his arms parallel to his sides. His gaze fell upon the faintly glowing blue orb of magic in the hands of the young man opposite him, rendering him speechless. The pain still resonated in his shoulder. Likely, a palm-sized area had been scraped, though the muscle damage was not severe, as he had managed to evade the impending strike. What is that thing? Les inquired. You don't know? Don't feign ignorance. If you had sensed the force before and released it in moments of heightened emotion, what reason would you have to seek out Henry? The young man challenged. Les maintained his open-arm stance, signaling his non-aggressive intent, and casually replied, I merely heard that there were individuals capable of magic in such a wretched place as the slums, so I came to see for myself. To my astonishment, I have indeed encountered someone who can wield spells. What do you call that in your hand? Truly remarkable. Haven and Oppos. You heard of the Merlin orb? It is one of the representative spells of wizards, the young man instinctively retorted, as if it were common knowledge. Oh, right. You were just a wild wizard. Who is Merlin? Merlin, he is the forerunner of wizards, the guide for all, the pioneer of the second extraordinary path, the greatest wizard of the last 20 years. The young man's face was obscured by the dim light, yet his fervent tone conveyed to Les a deep reverence for this Merlin. With that, he took 2 steps forward. Are you called Moran? I wish to share something with you, Les inquired with a smile. What is it? The young man, holding the magic orb, followed closely behind Barnard as they approached slowly. The Merlin you speak of, well, he does not represent all wizards. He is merely a person of great talent and fortune. And the fundamental representative spell of magic is not the spiral sphere you hold, but rather, this. Chapter 37. The evacuation. As the words left his lips, before either of the two could comprehend the situation, Les suddenly leaped aside, revealing 2 magical orbs that had been deliberately concealed behind him, their blue and crimson hues shimmering. The propulsion tubes embedded within these orbs activated under Les and Oppos' mental command, unleashing a torrent of volatile magical essence that propelled them swiftly toward the astonished Barnard and Moran. With a thunderous boom, the orbs detonated almost simultaneously, accompanied by the agonized cries of the 2 men. At a mere 5 or 6 meters apart, they had no opportunity to react before being engulfed by the concentrated magic. The shockwave from the explosion hurled them over a meter away, crashing to the ground. Barnard lay sprawled on the pavement, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, as intense pain and a searing sensation radiated from his chest. Without needing to look, he understood that the thin steel armor he wore had deformed, caving inward and fracturing several of his ribs. He heard the faint rustle of footsteps approaching and struggled to open his eyes, his right hand fumbling for the longsword he had dropped. A commendable fighting spirit, a youthful voice remarked. He had never encountered flying magical orbs of such devastating power. The records in his department only referenced advanced spells that could be released from a distance in the wizarding city, but none with such formidable force. When had someone developed a spell capable of grievously injuring a third-tier knight without any preparatory incantation? What do I care? Les thought. He had merely intended to observe how others wielded magical essence, yet fate had led him to these 2. He felt for the unconscious Moran's neck. The lad was still alive, his breastplate far less deformed than Barnard and Oppos', seemingly composed of specialized steel. What faction do you belong to? Why are you capturing wizards? He inquired, giving Barnard a gentle shake. He was bewildered as to why such a powerful wizard would refer to himself as merely a magician. However, as a soldier, he held steadfast to his professional ethics and dignity, vowing to divulge no information, even at the cost of his life. With a resigned shake of his head, Les began rummaging through their belongings. He discovered 2 metallic identity cards, a signal flare, specialized binding ropes, and over 10 gold pounds in cash, nothing more. After a moment's contemplation, He pocketed these items, removed the gloves from the unconscious Moran, and promptly activated the signal flare toward the sky. He then made a swift exit from the scene. After navigating through the vibrant streets lined with red maple trees, he boarded a tram at another intersection. At this juncture, Les was clad in a common burlap robe typical of the impoverished districts, his black coat marred by 2 tears and wounds, which he had torn into strips for rudimentary bandaging. To avoid drawing attention, he opted not to sit in the first-class compartment at the back, instead finding a secluded corner. The tram was sparsely populated at that moment, and no one paid heed to the man dressed in fine trousers and leather shoes, whose upper half was draped in a coarse burlap robe, topped off with a short formal hat. As he neared the last stop before Zeeging Street, Les disembarked early, opting to complete the remaining distance on foot while diligently attempting to evade the gaze of passers-by. After more than half an hour, drenched in sweat and enduring pain, he finally arrived at his doorstep and rang the bell. "Young master." Bane hurriedly stepped forward to assist Les. "Speak softly, Uncle Bane. Is there anyone in the living room?" Bane refrained from idle chatter, promptly supporting him upstairs and into the bedroom. With Bane's assistance, Les gritted his teeth against the strain on his back muscles as he raised his hand to remove his robe. Bane examined his injuries, noting that the wounds, wrapped in strips of fabric from a black overcoat, were seeping blood. Furrowing his brow, he spoke sternly. "Young master, we should go to the clinic." "No need. The wounds are not deep. Once the bleeding stops, they are manageable. Please fetch the medical kit," Les replied through clenched teeth. Going to the clinic posed too great a risk. The peculiar injury on his back resembled a blend of abrasions and twisted lacerations, and the organization behind the assailants likely had official backing. A thorough investigation would leave him with no escape. Bane pondered for a moment, then agreed, turning to retrieve the medical kit. However, before doing so, he intended to inform the master of the house. At that moment, Lost was already in bed, leaning against the headboard, holding a document detailing his wife and Oppo's plans for renovating a musical instrument shop, including suppliers and artisans for customization and engraving. He needed to make a final decision. The family's savings were dwindling. He had to discuss the most economical plan with Marilyn. Just then, a knock on the bedroom door interrupted his thoughts. Lost rose to open the door, finding Bane standing outside with a grave expression, whispering in his ear, "Unclear. The young master did not specify and refuses to go to the clinic, opting to handle it at home." "Very well, then let us fetch the medical kit," Lost replied, glancing back at his slumbering wife before departing the bedroom with Bane. When the two entered Les's room with the medical kit, he had already shed his upper garments, and the bleeding had subsided due to the action of blood platelets. There was no longer a need to bind the wounds with fabric. The butler offered him a bottle of liquor, suggesting he take a swig to numb the pain, but Les declined. The events of the day remained too muddled. He could not afford to dull his senses. Seeing this, Bane swiftly opened the medical kit, retrieving tweezers and cotton balls, which he soaked in high-proof alcohol before beginning to clean Les's wounds. In this era, medicine had developed healthily, untainted by the church's bloodletting practices. Clinic doctors typically utilized various herbs to treat patients, while the application of high-proof alcohol to wounds had originated from the military. They discovered that injured soldiers, while drinking to alleviate pain, inadvertently spilled alcohol on their wounds, which did not lead to the common issues of infection and pus. Sir Lost stood quietly by, observing as his son grimaced from the sting of the alcohol on his wounds, the ghastly scars marring his skin causing him to clasp his arms tightly around himself. The wound on his left arm was swiftly attended to. After all, it was merely a sword cut. Following disinfection, a herbal powder was applied, and it was securely bandaged with gauze. However, the injury on his back proved to be more intricate. The damage inflicted by the Merlin sphere, as mentioned by Moran, resembled a flaky pastry, with layers of his skin and superficial muscles torn in a spiral pattern, resulting in extensive, spiral-shaped injuries. Fragments of shredded clothing were entangled in the wounds, necessitating careful extraction with tweezers. The superficial damage was severe, and even with healing, it would leave a scar the size of a palm. As a seasoned veteran, Bane was well-versed in treating wounds. After 20 minutes, he had meticulously cleaned and bandaged the injury. "Who did this?" Baron Lost asked as Bane tidied up the medical kit. "Father, have you heard of sorcerers?" Les inquired directly. "Sorcerers?" Lost's gaze sharpened suddenly. "You encountered them. Do you know of their existence?" Les's heart surged with joy. This was splendid news. "I know a little." Lost nodded slightly. "Then why have I never heard of their existence?" Les queried in confusion. "According to legend, Merlin adhered to the notion that secrecy was a facet of power. Under his guidance, most sorcerers discovered within the borders of Qingkong remained exceedingly discreet. They did not relish displaying their magic in public. Moreover, for reasons unknown, sorcerers predominantly hailed from Qingkong, which had fallen under the military blockade of the Ares Empire. Rendering the matter a closely guarded secret, all the heads of our government departments were summoned for a meeting. With strict orders against disseminating information regarding sorcerers and a requirement to comply with the demands of the secretive agency. What is the name of this department? Les asked. His tone oddly curious, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The Royal Seventh Bureau, directly overseen by the monarchy. Les was familiar with the origins of this designation. Following the institutional reforms of the Kingdom of Noah, the power of the royal family had been somewhat diminished. To ensure the king's influence over the realm, the monarchy had vigorously passed the establishment of a special agency, the Royal Advisory Bureau, during a parliamentary session. Although termed a bureau, its scale and authority far exceeded that of a typical departmental agency, comprising 6 divisions responsible for intelligence, lifestyle, security, think tank operations, logistical support, and asset management, all dedicated to serving the royal family. The 7th Bureau, however, stood as the only overt military institution of the Advisory Bureau, effectively exceeding its designated purpose of serving the monarchy. The metal card found on Barnard and Moran bore the inscription of the 7th Bureau. This revelation aligned perfectly. What does the monarchy seek with those possessing magical talents? Considering Moran's combat prowess, he is no match for a fully armed third-tier knight. As long as he is not ambushed, his and amp, oppos, spiral sphere and amp, oppos, essentially becomes a melee skill within a knight and amp, oppos, s repertoire, easily evaded. Les mused inwardly. Les, how did you provoke a sorcerer? Lost inquired gravely. I dawn and oppos. No, I was simply walking along the road when I was attacked, he replied. Lost took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to strike the injured, and said with irritation, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well. And refrain from informing your mother and sister about your injuries, lest they become worried. Also, to be cautious when walking in the future. Very well, father. Take care, Les replied, rising and taking a few steps to watch them depart from his bedroom. The contract was sent out yesterday. It seems the status will need to be revised. A timely investment now could yield some easy profits, though I am not well versed in investments. I merely wish to offer a word of caution to everyone. Chapter 38. Grudges seated cautiously at his desk, Les gently stroked the 2 metal plates in his hands. The gloves he had pried from Moreland were ordinary iron ones, seemingly intended to protect the hands from accidental magical harm. To his surprise, he had anticipated that they might possess some enchantments or enhancements. The 7th Division, indeed an official organization. His suspicion had taken root after Shama recounted the tale of the 2 cloaked figures. Such entities could only be backed by official endorsement or supported by the highest echelons of power. His decision not to eliminate the 2 was driven by a fear of inciting the wrath of such a formidable organization, and he could not guarantee his identity would remain concealed, especially after employing the unique magical techniques derived from the nasal civilization today. What course should I take next? Should I consider joining this organization? Les pondered deeply. Being a lone wolf was hardly a wise strategy. The study of magic inherently discouraged solitary endeavors. In the vast realm of magic, mastering all techniques and unraveling every conundrum as an individual was an insurmountable challenge, as was attaining proficiency across various schools of thought. The tomes he encountered in the dream library spanned a multitude of subjects, including potions, magical formations, enchantments, combat, puppetry, magical architecture, spell development, and essence theory, among others. It was not a matter of humility, with his limited energy. The ambition of crafting a floating city akin to the pinnacle of nasal civilization's magical creations, synthesizing the finest techniques across disciplines, was a distant dream, requiring centuries of effort. Even with steadfast determination, he wondered if the library contained any techniques for bloodline transplantation from turtles. Moreover, upon discovering Henry and Moreland's prodigious talents, squandered through their reckless utilization of magical essence, a desire to impart wisdom and a sense of superiority began to stir within him. While he had yet to witness Henry's application of magic, Moreland, appearing to have received some form of lineage, employed pure magical energy to coalesce spells, superficially exploiting the cutting properties of magical essence under certain conditions. It was a lamentable waste of his painstakingly accumulated magical power and exceptional gifts. The inventor of spells, Merlin, had only studied magical essence for 2 decades, Fully grasping and utilizing the various properties generated by vibrational frequencies of mental energy was beyond reach, resulting in the creation of such an incongruous magical sphere. Now is not the time. I shall contemplate this after dealing with Sergei. For the moment, I can only conjure a mere magical sphere, lacking sufficient means for self-preservation, and must remain inconspicuous, less resolved to prioritize enhancing his strength and avenging his fallen comrades, rather than concerning himself with the 7th Division or the nascent development of local magical civilization. As for the root of his enmity with Sergei, the matter was quite straightforward. Ultimately, it all stemmed from a mission undertaken by him and his subordinates. The destruction of Nicomedia, once the capital of Gamelin, and the occasional fragments of skystone that surfaced, had long captivated many, including Colonel Sergei of the 1st Legion. 10 months prior, without notifying his superiors, he leveraged his authority to withdraw 20 small teams from the frontline patrol units and personally ventured to the ruins of Nicomedia for an investigation, although labeled as an inquiry. In truth, Sergei's intention was merely to behold the capital of a once mighty nation and to explore the desolation wrought by a meteorite. The decision to select personnel from the frontline patrol unit stemmed, in part, from his position as one of their commanders. Additionally, the patrol teams frequently traversed the rugged mountains along the borders, acquiring substantial experience in wilderness survival, reconnaissance, and stealth. Unfortunately, the squad to which Rest belonged was among those chosen. At that time, they were unaware that this was merely Sergei and Appos' private endeavor, believing instead that it was a classified mission issued by the highest echelons of the Legion. Although they regarded the undertaking as perilous, military orders are paramount, and they had no choice but to clandestinely accompany Sergei. The mission spanned 4 arduous months, during which they stealthily navigated through warlord-controlled zones outside the Lauren fortress and the territory occupied by Ares, enduring countless trials and tribulations before finally reaching the Nicomedia ruins, a mere 80 kilometers behind the front line of the King Kong Parliament against Ares. In reality, the site was merely a vast and majestic expanse of ruins, lacking any extraordinary features. Ares had begun preliminary excavations of several grand residences belonging to parliamentarians and merchants, but soon abandoned the effort upon realizing the overwhelming difficulty involved. 2 decades later, there was not even a single Ares detachment stationed there. A fortuitous encounter led a supply convoy of Ares to discover their group, who were disguised as merchants. Initially, the Ares soldiers harbored no suspicions regarding their identities and intended only to extract some profit from them. However, one squad leader coveted the ring worn by Sergei, who was masquerading as the merchant leader, and sought to seize it. Ordinarily, regardless of the item's significance, one would simply relinquish it. They found themselves deep within Ares-controlled territory, hundreds of kilometers away from the Lauren fortress, with several hostile warlord factions in between, making detection utterly unacceptable. Yet, whether the ring was of particular importance or the pampered son of a marquis was excessively spoiled, Sergei not only dismissed the Ares soldiers' demand but also commanded the annihilation of the 100-strong supply convoy. After suffering the loss of over 20 comrades, they succeeded in exterminating their assailants, yet their movements were now compromised. Before they could cover another 50 kilometers in disguise, they were pursued by Ares' tracking team, commencing a formal flight for survival. The Ares forces in the Jingmelin control zone were already dispersed due to the need to suppress frequent civil unrest. Although each pursuer was equipped with 2 horses, the majority being infantry, they faced a significant disadvantage in numbers and stamina. They had to perpetually flee. For if Ares' stationed troops received word and dispatched a trained cavalry unit to join the blockade, Rest and his companions would find themselves completely cornered. Throughout the journey, Les found himself embroiled in countless battles, with 7 of his 11 soldiers having sacrificed their lives, 2 of whom were dear brothers who fell in defense of their captain. Initially, Les believed he harbored no fondness for this unpredictable world, nor did he possess a sense of belonging to his military identity. His kindness towards his soldiers was merely a means to exert control over them and ensure their obedience to his commands. However, when they stood resolutely before him, shielding him with their bodies from the deluge of crossbow bolts unleashed by the cavalry of Ares, and when they urged him to flee, shouting, "Captain, go," he realized he had been mistaken. These soldiers, with their unique eyes, were not merely colleagues or subordinates, nor were they primitive, ignorant natives of a lesser civilization. They were his comrades, his brothers. He despised his powerlessness to prevent the sacrifice of his brethren, loathed the senseless mission that had brought them to this fate, and harbored a deep animosity towards Sergeant Sergei, the cowardly officer who had abandoned his men and fled with a handful of loyalists. As their situation unfolded further, their anger only intensified. They discovered that Sergei had acted without the orders of the Legion and Oppos' leadership, violating regulations by commandeering over 200 soldiers to serve as his personal escort on a nearly 700-kilometer journey, merely to witness the famed meteor crater and historical ruins of Nicomedia. In doing so, he leveraged his position as commander of the patrol unit to justify this unauthorized troop movement under the guise of reconnaissance. This also provided him an alibi for his 4-month absence from duty without detection. Sergei had claimed to his superiors that he needed to delve into the warlord's territory for intelligence gathering, to accumulate information regarding terrain, military affairs, and civilian conditions. In a bid to curtail military power, the Royal Council had strictly limited the authority of the military. Thus, even as the Legion seethed with fury against Sergei, who had long since abandoned his military ties, they were powerless to execute him. Les later learned of the Council's decision regarding Sergei's fate. The charges against him were to be handled by the civil court in his home jurisdiction, Brandes, and the proceedings were to be conducted in secrecy. However, a civil court lacked the statutes to address the misconduct of a military officer, and with Sergei's father, Marquis Kachi, being a member of the Royal Council, the case resulting in the unjust death of 196 soldiers ultimately concluded with a mere charge of negligence against a government official. Sergei was sentenced to pay a fine of 100,000 gold pounds, which did not reach the Legion but was instead received by the municipal office of Brandes. In this manner, Sergei evaded justice and, a few months later, under his father's influence, re-entered the political arena of the kingdom as the deputy chief of the Ravenk district police. This incident had little impact on Sergei and his marquis patron. Shortly after the kingdom and Oppos' reform, the calamity known as the Divine Retribution occurred, teaching a lesson to the noble factions within the Jimilan army, who had been responsible for a betrayal. Henceforth, the nobility's representation within the Legion's command structure was limited to a mere fifth. As the son of a marquis, Sergei could ascend to no higher rank than that of a major general within the Legion, commanding a force akin to that of a colonel, approximately 10,000 troops. The Kachi family regarded this with indifference. Even the commander, who had journeyed alongside Les for several months, was unfamiliar with him. This was perhaps unsurprising, as Sergei had never directly issued commands to the 20 captains, delegating such authority to trusted aides instead, indicating his lack of concern for which soldiers had been taken or who had perished in the fray. Les seethed with barely contained rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The Legion and Marshal Gondorlev ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that a mere second lieutenant could wield no influence. Following the Legion's fruitless protests in the Parliament regarding this matter, they ceased further inquiries, for the military held little sway in such political arenas. All surviving personnel were unconditionally promoted by one rank. Accompanied by a compensation of 200 gold pounds, the fallen were posthumously honored as martyrs, with their pensions doubled upon an elevation of rank. However, in light of this disgrace, the Legion mandated that all soldiers privy to the details remain silent, forbidding them from disclosing any information. Like Les, the majority of the survivors opted for retirement after this incident, disillusioned with the Legion and disheartened by their military careers. Lost and Bain believed Les had fared well within the military, achieving the rank of lieutenant at such a young age, yet in truth, it was merely a form of hush money and compensation from the Legion. He understood that the kingdom's reforms did not equate to genuine equality among the nobility and the common folk. These individuals continued to possess immense invisible privileges and influence. Sergei himself was a 6th-level knight, adept at perceiving danger, with armor forged from blood that rendered him impervious to blows for several minutes. He could easily crush a man with a single hand. Yet, Les felt these were not reasons to abandon his resolve. He was not one prone to impulsive fervor. Had their squad emerged unscathed, he would not have possessed the courage or motivation to seek vengeance against Sergei. The injustices faced by others were not his concern. However, he found himself frequently haunted by dreams of his life in the army, where the faces of his subordinate soldiers bore expressions that seemed sycophantic, yet were filled with genuine respect. He dreamed of leading his men on patrols, hunting, and preparing sumptuous meals from the spoils, watching as his comrades savored the dishes with delight. Moreover, he recalled their bitter cries of defiance and pleas for him to escape as they faced their demise. This debt he owed to Sergei was one he intended to settle with utmost clarity. Chapter 39. Daily life in the quiet, pitch-black alley. They must have escaped through the window. The sound of footsteps echoed as 5 men clad in black leapt from the bedroom window of Henry's house, dispersing in different directions to search. Bernard, leaning against the wall, heard the noise and, with great effort, struck the nearby stones with his longsword, feeling a sense of relief. After waiting for an hour, they finally arrived. Beside him, Moran remained unconscious. Bernard had assessed his injuries. The young man was fortunate, as his assailant had underestimated him, casting a spell with insufficient power, leaving his ribs unbroken. However, it remained a mystery why he had not yet regained consciousness. Both Bernard and Les had made erroneous assumptions. The two magical orbs Les had concealed beneath his cloak possessed equal potency. Although the wizard was rare at the 7th level, he was not superior. His armor was identical to Bernard and Athos. Moran, with the physique of a mere first-level knight, had escaped with intact ribs due to a subconscious maneuver, using his Merlin orb to collide with the incoming magical sphere. While technically outdated, the Merlin orb and Athos' low magical efficiency was counterbalanced by its solid nature, as it was composed entirely of magical energy. This made it significantly sturdier than the spheres from the nacelle civilization. The magical energy within the orb rotated under Moran's control, resulting in a denser formation and greater mental manipulation. From a physical standpoint, this made it harder, despite not being able to withstand the explosion entirely. The impact was mitigated as the shockwave first passed through the iron gauntlet Moran wore before reaching his chest, significantly reducing its force. The reason Moran remained unconscious lay in the substantial amount of mental energy mixed within his Merlin orb. When the orb fragmented, he was unable to withdraw his mental energy in time, resulting in a backlash, and he would likely remain in slumber for several more hours. Bernard, how are you faring? All right, I will fetch 2 stretchers from the carriage. What of Moran? We only have 6 wizards in our division. He must not perish. Another inquired. He's fine, merely fainted. It might be that soul energy issue. He once mentioned that making a significant error while learning spells could render him unconscious for hours. The following morning, Les descended the stairs, seemingly unfazed, to join his family for breakfast. His 2 injuries were primarily painful, but did not impede his movement or risk reopening the wounds with slight activity. Where have you been? Visiting a friend. A male or female friend? Marilyn, who had initially asked the question casually, suddenly became intrigued. A male, the one you mentioned I should pursue, Wendell. Les offered a wry smile, aware of his mother and Amp, Athos' strong desire for him to find a girlfriend and settle down. Wendell? Oh, I remember him. What is that young man doing now? As a child who had always been compared to others, Wendell's name resonated deeply in her memory, having been mentioned countless times. He has taken on the role of a public prosecutor and is currently employed by the court. However, several prestigious law firms have extended invitations to him, and it is believed that within a few years, his name will grace the pages of newspapers. Upon hearing this, Marilyn expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Had I known earlier, I would have invited him to review the transfer contract for FIA and AMP, Athos' instrument shop, rather than unnecessarily paying £2 to an outsider. To avert potential disputes and considering that most individuals seldom engage with the intricacies of contract drafting, parties involved in substantial transactions typically hire attorneys to negotiate and document the agreed-upon terms in legally protected formal language. For such a contract, legal fees generally range from £2 to £4. The transfer contract for the Wagner family, being a straightforward transaction with a one-time payment and no additional stipulations, incurred only the minimum fee. By the way, how is the renovation of FIA's shop coming along? Les inquired with concern. It hasn't officially commenced. Your father has not yet decided on a construction team, and their price differences are significant. Indeed. I need to consult acquaintances to ascertain the reputations of these firms before making a choice. Lost interjected. Les observed his father, noting that he seemed unperturbed by yesterday and Athos' events, maintaining his usual solemn demeanor. Due to Les and Athos' work schedule, they rarely had the opportunity to sit together, with most of their interactions occurring during breakfast and dinner. FIA blinked at her parents and then shook her head, indicating she had no strong opinions. As for the notion of becoming the owner of the instrument shop, she had little concept of it and was indifferent. Moreover, she knew that her parents would likely disregard any opinions she offered. For instance, she had previously wished to decorate the shop in a horror castle theme, believing it would create a uniquely vibrant atmosphere. Thereafter, her parents ceased discussing such matters with her. Lost merely asked out of courtesy, expressing respect for his daughter and Athos' wishes, acknowledging that it was indeed her shop. However, if she were to suggest painting the walls a sanguine hue again, he would simply pretend he had never asked. After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways. The Baron headed to work, Marilyn and her husband departed together, and after dropping off Lost, the carriage would take her to meet friends. FIA2 had classes to attend at school. This was the typical routine for the Wagner family members. Since achieving a successful state of meditation, he has been able to release his mental energy in a manner reminiscent of that ethereal state, which is a prerequisite for casting spells. The training, hampered by the constraints of the venue and the inability to dispel the formed magical spheres, is somewhat incomplete. He could only practice the rapid construction of spell structures without infusing them with magical energy to avoid attracting nearby magical essences, thereby preventing the necessity of actually releasing magic with every practice session. During the next 2 days of holiday, he remained at home, honing his skills and swiftly constructing spell models. Once his mental energy dwindled to 1/3, he transitioned into meditation to accelerate his recovery, then resumed his practice. On the 3rd day, he returned to work once more. Another character is a woman named Sophie, aged 22, with an appearance that is rather unremarkable. According to Robbins, her abilities are commendable, having reached the level of a 3rd-tier knight in terms of skill, though her physical condition still leaves much to be desired. In the realm of knightly training, women face inherent disadvantages primarily in the early stages. Their bodies are naturally weaker than those of men, and their ability to absorb nutrients is somewhat inferior, resulting in a prolonged period needed to accumulate both nourishment and muscle. However, as time progresses, the slight advantage that men possess tends to diminish. There are indeed female 9th-tier knights on the continent, and female knights do not face discrimination, however. Due to the violent nature of the profession and the arduous training it entails, few women choose this path. Les sparred with her and discovered that Sophie's techniques were quite solid, and she possessed a degree of real combat experience, demonstrating a fierce tenacity in her strikes. Upon inquiry, he learned that this woman had previously worked as a mercenary abroad, which took him by surprise. Sophie's father, a mercenary traversing various nations, boasts the strength of a 4th-tier knight. Under his tutelage, she began her knightly training at a young age and started accompanying him on jobs by the age of 18. Over the years, she honed her combat skills. The profession of mercenary is not perpetually linked to warfare. In some feudal states, where lords cannot afford to train many knights, they resort to temporarily hiring these individuals when conflicts arise with neighboring territories. Many 3rd-tier knights, freshly graduated from knight academies and yearning to become top-tier warriors, voluntarily join the ranks of mercenaries, enduring the trials of life and death to enhance their fortitude and experience, while also benefiting from the substantial commissions that support their continued training. In addition to small-scale warfare, they engage in various other activities, such as exploration, bodyguard duties, and intelligence gathering. As more nations on the continent adopt reforms inspired by the Geminland, internal conflicts among lords have significantly decreased, primarily due to the dwindling number of nobles possessing private armies. Consequently, a large number of mercenaries have shifted towards protective roles. Sophie's father exemplifies this trend, frequently accompanying merchant caravans through war-torn and lawless regions, receiving compensation from merchants that far exceeds the income of equivalent knights in the banking security sector. However, these endeavors come with considerable risks. Last year, Sophie's father encountered a particularly harrowing protective assignment. The merchant caravan that hired him fell victim to sabotage by competitors, enduring 4 waves of bandit attacks. In the course of this mission, he lost an arm and a leg. Sophie and her mother expended their life savings to save him, and the doctor advised that he should reside in a warm and pleasant climate for a proper recovery, which led them to the temperate and relatively stable environment of Brandis. After depleting their remaining savings to rent a small house in the Revink district, Sophie initially intended to continue her mercenary career, but her father vehemently forbade it. He did not want his daughter to follow in his footsteps and become like him, thus prohibiting her from engaging in dangerous work. Yet, the cost of living in Brandis is exceedingly high, and aside from the knightly skills instilled in her by her father and the combat experience gained while working alongside him, Sophie possesses little else. Ultimately, the two reached a compromise and applied for positions within the bank's security department. Although there was no explicit regulation against hiring female employees in this department, it was generally discouraged due to practical inconveniences, as most lower-ranking female knights did indeed lack the strength of their male counterparts. However, considering Robin's prior experience as a mercenary, coupled with Sophie's undeniable qualifications, they were accepted into the fold. Chapter 40. Bonus: the spirits and mindsets of Jack and his companions have notably improved. Aside from Obi-Wu, whose expressions and words have diminished somewhat, everyone has emerged from the ordeal of that day. Jack, Ofing, how are your injuries? Les inquired with concern as they sat in the escort vehicle. "I'm nearly recovered, Captain," Jack replied, raising his arm in a gesture of reassurance while driving alongside Obi-Wu. "I'm fine too. Thank you, Captain," Ofeng chimed in from his seat beside Jack. "That's good to hear," Les nodded. "Furthermore, I wish to clarify that I am not blaming Biber or Jack, but had you both detected the issue sooner and altered your course promptly, the subsequent events might have been averted. Obi-Wu, I understand you are still grieving for Biber, but please remain vigilant regarding the road conditions and inform me of any anomalies." "I understand, Captain. You can count on me," Obi-Wu replied firmly. "By the way, how is the matter of Biber and Appos? Is compensation progressing?" "The bank has already dispatched the notification via airship. I wrote the letter you requested, which I submitted to the bank along with the notification, and it should reach Biber and Appos' family today," Obi-Wu reported. "The commercial airship company also handles mailing services while transporting goods, albeit at a steep cost of around 20 silver coins." Fortunately, Obi-Wu's letter managed to hitch a ride, saving that expense. "Captain, I heard about what happened a few days ago. Is such an occurrence common?" Sophie, who had recently joined the squad and arrived in Brantis, asked. Les pondered the information he had and reassured her, "Not often. Typically, in a city like ours, fewer than 20 such incidents occur in a year. The instances that cause injuries to the security team can be counted on one hand, and successful robberies happen just once or twice a year. There's no need for excessive worry." "Oh, so it's uncommon. I heard that the bank offers substantial rewards for capturing robbers," Sophie remarked, her disappointment evident. Sophie was in dire need of money. Her family and Appos' savings had been spent on her father and Appos' medical treatment, while her mother stayed home to care for him. She bore the responsibility of covering the cost of his rehabilitation and the family's high living expenses. To her, robbers seemed akin to walking gold coins after her years as a mercenary. Les chuckled softly, sharing a bemused glance with the others. While most would steer clear of such dangers, this young woman seemed keen on encountering robbers more frequently. The mention of rewards sparked Jack and Appos' memory regarding their successful defense of the escort vehicle, knowing the bank would also provide a bonus. "Captain, when will we receive our bonus from this operation? How much will it be? By the way, Supervisor Robbins mentioned that the reward for capturing that brute amounts to 30 gold pounds, which will also be shared with us. I propose that both rewards be considered as Biber and Appos' share. Once they are distributed, his portion will be sent to the bank to be delivered to his family." The bank's rewards were not allocated per individual, but rather distributed at the captain's discretion, under the supervision of higher authorities. The third-tier reward amounted to 30 gold pounds. And Les's distribution standard followed the customary practice. The captain received 2 shares, while each team member received 1. The burly bandit distributed rewards based on merit, with even a third-level knight receiving 30 gold pounds. Consequently, Les was entitled to 20 gold pounds, while each of the other team members would receive 10. As for Rofi, not only did he perform poorly, but he also did not participate in the battle. Moreover, he had long since resigned. Thus he had no share in the bounty. Regarding whether to allocate a portion to Biber, a tactful leader would typically solicit the opinions of the team, blending a touch of persuasion and sympathy into the discourse. Yet the outcome would remain unchanged. Even if a vote were taken, Abai would undoubtedly agree, while Ofeng, still in the probationary period, despite receiving the same pay, could be dismissed by Les at a moment and Appos' notice, as he would not dare to contradict the captain's wishes. Under such circumstances, even if Jack disagreed, it would bear no weight. However, Les was disinterested in such machinations, as the captain, as long as the distribution was fair and no personal gain was involved. Dissent from the team held little significance. This was not only to solidify his authority, but also to win the hearts of his comrades. At first glance, it seemed that by granting Biber a share, Jack and the others would receive 2 gold pounds less each, yet the matter was not as straightforward. This bounty was intended to reward them for safeguarding the transport vehicle, and though Biber had received substantial compensation, he was the most deserving of this particular sum for his participation in the battle and the sacrifices made. More importantly, no one could guarantee that they would not meet a similar fate as Biber in the future. The captain's consideration for a colleague's family would ensure that, should they encounter any misfortune, their loved ones would receive additional financial support, thus easing their burdens. Jack and his companions shared this sentiment, and thus they felt no resentment. Les observed their expressions and nodded inwardly. As the old saying goes, 100 kinds of rice nourish 100 kinds of people, and indeed, The world is home to all manner of individuals. Should anyone think that since Bibber's family had already received over 500 gold pounds in compensation, there was no need for them to part with 2 of their own, or if they believed that such robberies occurred infrequently, questioning why they would be the ones to encounter such a fate, Les would not hesitate to expel such individuals from his ranks. His team had no room for the selfish or those who relied on luck. Jack and his companions gazed at the 10 gleaming gold coins on their small table. And even the most discontented among them, Abim, could not suppress a smile. Who does not appreciate money? Noticing the envy in the expressions of the newcomers, Lind and Sophie, Les clapped his hands and declared, "This afternoon, I shall treat you all to a fine meal. Jack, please reserve a table at our bank's restaurant. As a welcome for our new members and to celebrate our little windfall." "Absolutely, Captain," Jack responded eagerly, taking the 3 gold pounds Les handed him and hurrying off. Les then turned to the 2 newcomers to explain, "Though we are dining in the cafeteria, our chef was hired at great expense by the bank. The quality of the food can rival that of any external restaurant, as the bank's higher-ups dine here as well." Lind and Sophie quickly expressed their gratitude, insisting that it was unnecessary to go to such lengths. As it turned out, with sufficient funds, the cafeteria could indeed serve exquisite meals. And both Les and his team were quite satisfied, expressing their appreciation once more. Ordinarily, he would exit through the bank lobby, as the carriage station was conveniently located at the front entrance. However, today he felt a trepidation about encountering Bella. "Bella, why are you so swift today? Do you have plans for the evening?" Nafi inquired with curiosity. Faced with her colleague's inquisitive gaze, Bella's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, "No. It and Oppos. It's just that my desk is a bit untidy, and I wanted to take a moment to tidy it up." "Oh, would you like me to assist you?" "No. Thank you, Sister Nafi. There's no need for such formality." After dismissing her colleague, Bella tilted her head and continued to peer through the gap in the counter railing towards the staircase, only to find that most of the security personnel and tellers had already departed, and she still did not see the figure she longed for. Feeling a pang of disappointment and an inexplicable sense of grievance, she left the bank with her head bowed just as the lobby was about to be locked. Chapter 41. New Spell, Dreaming Floating City. Les awoke once more from the clock tower, greeting the sorceress in the square before making his customary way to the library. Standing beneath the first bookshelf where he had initially discovered meditation, enlightenment, and fundamentals of the magic sphere, Les gazed in astonishment at the 4 tomes in his hands. He had intended merely to retrieve the 2 volumes that were on the verge of wear from frequent use. Yet he was suddenly drawn to the sight of 2 additional volumes nearby, their magical radiance having vanished. These tomes bore the titles Body Enhancement Technique and Overview of Apprentice Spells. Eagerly, Les seated himself and began to peruse the contents, impatient to uncover the new spells. After 2 hours of devoted reading, he had garnered a sufficient understanding of the spells documented within these volumes. Body Enhancement Technique, as its name suggests, is a spell of enhancement devoid of level prerequisites. This implies that both magical apprentices and the grand sorcerers, whose magical prowess radiates in the plaza, can hone this skill. It is a universal growth spell that scales with one's strength, amplifying its effects accordingly. The creator of this spell remains untraceable, as the text reveals that the descendants of the Nethouse civilization lack the capacity to optimize or refine its structure and principles, hence the absence of an author's name. The underlying principle involves constructing a magical structure within the body, subsequently channeling magical energy into a unique form of energy through a specific resonance of mental power. This energy possesses the characteristic of reinforcing muscle cells, significantly augmenting the caster and Oppos' physicality and resilience in a brief period. Les perceived a resemblance to the knightly vigor. Yet upon closer examination, he discerned that this enhancement technique did not quite rival the fortification offered by blood vigor. The special magical energy produced by the enhancement could be roughly compared to diesel fuel. This technique, however, carries certain side effects. Thus, for safety, the tome explicitly delineates a time limit on the spell and Oppos' used to avert irreversible cellular damage. Yet, within it, Les discovered a method best suited to his own needs. His knightly rank could be elevated. However, he deemed it unnecessary, for should he engage in a contest of strength, lacking the boost of blood vigor would expose him nonetheless. With body enhancement technique, the scenario would differ. Although it does not match blood vigor, it can similarly enhance physical attributes comprehensively within a short span, provided one meticulously regulates the duration of use and endures the subsequent pain and fatigue in the muscles. They acknowledge Les and Oppos' genuine prowess, yet traditionally, The squad leader of the security department has been a third-level knight, while the captains of the first and second teams were fourth level, with even formal knights among the ranks. Thus, Lest and Oppo's knightly rank remained conspicuously apparent. The overview of apprentice skills encompasses 6 skills that apprentice-level magicians may cultivate, namely, mental perception, basic magical alertness, array inscription, external magical element restraint, ignition technique, and sound suppression. The first 4 skills are specifically designed to synthesize a singular spell. The basic magical alertness is merely a planar array diagram, capable of establishing a stable mental structure that allows it to extend slightly away from the caster. The magical orb of Less will detonate autonomously if it strays beyond a distance of 15 meters, regardless of whether it encounters any obstacles. As the mental structure within the orb loses control at this range, the structure of the alarm spell allows it to exist independently for several days. However, since the alarm spell is purely energetic, its prolonged existence in reality necessitates its inscription upon a physical medium. The art of inscribing magic arrays teaches one how to engrave boards capable of sustaining both mental and magical energies. This spell can be applied to locks, bolts, windows, and any other location. Should an unsuspecting intruder inadvertently damage these items, the residual mental energy will disperse, alerting Less, who, having acquired heightened environmental sensitivity through mental perception, will become aware of the disturbance. In essence, it functions as a theft alarm. Less holds little interest in this, yet he is not particularly disappointed either. The fire ignition technique utilizes a miniature magical structure to convert magical essence into high temperatures, thereby igniting a flame. The external magical constraints resemble the principles of the magic spring within his mind and the magical orb, serving the purpose of artificially producing items enriched with magical essence, which can be utilized to acquire basic spell materials. For instance, the aforementioned alarm spell requires a specific board to support it. This board cannot be composed of ordinary wood or stone, as it must provide the energy necessary to sustain the spell. By employing the knowledge of external magical constraints, one can construct an area rich in magical essence, placing ordinary items within it, which will transform into a disposable basic magic array board after 2 or 3 days. It can be said that this tome, Overview of Apprentice Skills, primarily serves the function of an alarm system. However, the last spell did elicit some surprise from Less. The silence spell. Upon being cast upon an object, it can completely isolate sound from the inside and outside, initially enveloping a person, with only 2 factors affecting its difficulty: the amount of magical power you possess and the extent of your mental energy to construct the model. This spell is indeed formidable, at least for the present. In the civilization of Nasal, the silence spell may merely serve to prevent eavesdropping, as its release generates magical fluctuations akin to a bulb in darkness. Yet, in Less's world, where mages are scarce, knights rely on their eyesight and hearing, aside from that somewhat mystical sixth sense, to perceive enemies. Casting a silence spell upon oneself to ambush an unsuspecting knight who has yet to awaken their sense of danger proves to be exceedingly advantageous for him, an optimal skill for stealth, assassination, theft, and eavesdropping. Subsequently, driven by insatiable curiosity, Less sought to discover whether any additional tomes were accessible, but ultimately returned empty-handed. He remained uncertain whether consciousness existed within this dreamscape or if the library functioned solely as an institution for training magical apprentices, permitting access to more books only when certain criteria were met. For the remaining 10 hours, Less diligently studied the newly emerged skills. He currently has no intention of bringing the 4 books he possesses into reality, as the duration of his entry into dreams is becoming increasingly brief. It may soon reduce to just 2 days, and the next time, he might be able to enter every night. In such a scenario, since he has no time to cultivate during the day, he might as well master spells within his dreams and focus on accumulating mental and magical energy in reality. His immediate goal is centered on the physical enhancement technique. As for the highly regarded silence technique, Less cast a couple of glances at it. He surmised that it is perhaps the most challenging spell among the apprentice-level spells, comprising 3 magical cores and 10 energy channels. The sight of those twisted lines caused him a headache, reminiscent of grappling with advanced geometry. This offensive spell is unsuitable for his current condition and cannot be mastered in just 2 or 3 days, so he decided to set it aside for now. He remains troubled by the incident involving the robbery of the escort vehicle, feeling that the matter is far from resolved. Thus, prioritizing the enhancement of his physical prowess is essential. Meanwhile, while he diligently studies magic, a significant meeting related to him is taking place within a 6-story government building in the Central District. In this building, which entirely belongs to the 7th Division. Over 20 individuals clad in black gather in a conference room. Bernard, who has recently undergone rib correction surgery, still feels somewhat weak but strives to speak in a steady voice that everyone can hear as he recounts the encounter with the mysterious wild sorcerer that day. Beside him sits Moran, whose demeanor remains somewhat listless, still not fully recovered from the backlash of mental energy. This situation highlights the shortcomings of the indigenous magical civilization. The Nasir civilization extensively utilizes external magical essence to enhance magical energy efficiency and prevent mental backlash. However, the local mages, led by Merlin, stubbornly insist on internalizing magical essence and expending vast amounts of mental energy to manipulate it, resulting in excessive control and increased risk. The room fell silent after the report, with the scent of tobacco lingering heavily in the air. The 20-plus individuals present represent the entirety of the high-end forces of the 7th Division in Brandis, 16 Level 4 knights, 4 Level 5 knights, and a speaker. The highest-ranking official of the 7th Division, who is Level 6. Each Level 4 knight commands 2 Level 3 knights, and Bernard, a Level 3 knight, would not normally qualify to be present here were it not for his involvement in the case. These individuals hail from the Royal Knight Academy in the military, enjoying benefits and resource allocations far superior to those of their counterparts in the police department, which also falls under government law enforcement. Should Les witness the power configuration of the 7th Division, he would undoubtedly exclaim that the royal family truly is the royal family, capable of deploying such formidable forces within a single city solely based on their own merit. The most pressing matter at hand is to uncover the identity of this individual and understand why his spells surpass those of the sorcerers in our 7th Division. A bearded man stated, casting a disdainful glance at the few individuals seated across from him. Those individuals are the only sorcerers they currently possess, totaling just 6, including Moran. They usually act so arrogant, a bunch of fragile beings who look down on us knights. What does it matter if their spells pack a punch? A mere wild sorcerer can easily outmatch you all. This is not merely the sentiment of the bearded man, but a reflection of the thoughts of the other knights present. His name is Charlie, a wizard hailing from King Kong, who holds the second highest position in the 7th Division. The royal establishment of the 7th Division aims to comprehend the nature of wizards and master the methods of their cultivation, as this emerging extraordinary power possesses significant potential. King Kong and Ares had recognized this fact long ago. The legendary first wizard, Merlin, had already garnered the full support of the King Kong Council. Upon learning of this through spies within King Kong, Ares began to prioritize the collection of wild wizards within the territory of the original Guming Lan, endeavoring to decipher this power. The kingdom became aware of this development a year ago, and while they found it astonishing, they specifically gathered information on the subject. Discovering several reports of suspected wild wizards casting spells within the kingdom, which had been dismissed as mere magic performances and thus overlooked. Driven by the notion that others possess what we must not lack, the kingdom, after a preliminary understanding of this new power, began to seek the cultivation of wizards. The royal family seized the opportunity, intending to enhance their own strength through this endeavor. Consequently, wizards became highly sought after. Their scarcity within the 7th Division elevated their status, allowing them to enjoy treatment comparable to that of knights, despite their practical skills being inferior to those of their knightly counterparts, and in some cases, even superior. Chapter 42. Daily Affairs. Do we possess any clues regarding the identity of this enigmatic individual? Inquired another. The earlier tension had merely been a minor interlude, a means for the assembled knights to express their discontent. In a departmental meeting, if discussions perpetually dwelled on such trivialities, what purpose does the establishment of this institution serve? We have uncovered a fragment of information. He boarded at the tram station adjacent to Carnaby Street. The ticket collector recalled him to a degree, yet could not recall where he disembarked. However, since that line operates within the Ravink district, it is likely he resides here. Barnard. What do you estimate this person's age to be? Someone questioned. Barnard pondered momentarily before responding. He is probably between 20 and 30 years old, possesses a knightly background, and strikes with great ferocity, clearly employing a lethal approach. I suspect he has military experience, particularly with a unit that frequently engages in combat. Could he be a retired member of the First Legion? Queried another. The Kingdom of Noah has only seen the First Legion stationed at the Lorland Fortress engage in regular battles. Other regions have not encountered conflict with Noah in over a decade. There is no need to consider him a local, as I have stated. He must have arrived from King Kang or Ares. Aside from these two nations, no other power could cultivate a mage capable of launching missiles, Charlie interjected. This complicates our investigation. The assembly felt somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. A suggestion arose. What if we conduct a thorough investigation in Ravik? Morin asserted that his spell indeed struck this individual's back. Such a distinctive scar cannot be concealed. Absolutely not, exclaimed a well-dressed government official seated at the back. He was the deputy director of the municipal secretary's office, and per the regulations of the kingdom's parliament, the actions of the 7th Division must be coordinated with the local city hall, which requires their involvement and has the right to be informed. Thus, he had been dispatched to attend. Do you realize that the residents of the Ravik district are the elite class of Brantis? They control 2/3 of the city's wealth, and the city hall cannot bear their reproach. Furthermore, under what pretext would you conduct such an extensive investigation? Pursuing fugitives? Notorious murderers? How would that reflect on the competence of the city hall in the eyes of the public? The individual who had initially proposed the idea shrugged, lowering his head in silence. Dalton, having listened to all of this, do you have any thoughts? Inquired Browning Arnold, the highest-ranking official of the division, softly addressing the young man seated behind him. This young man was Dalton Edward, whom Les had previously encountered. He was still clad in his police uniform, having been summoned for this hearing for reasons unknown. Director Browning, I merely possess a modest opinion, Dalton said with a humble smile. Oh, Browning raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do share. I had a feeling you would have some insight. Old Edward and I have been friends for 20 years, and I am aware that your father has always been adept at noticing subtle clues. Otherwise, he could not have risen to the position of chief advisor to the kingdom and Oppos, as police department. As his progeny, you must have inherited this talent. Dalton first expressed his gratitude for the compliments regarding his father, then organized his thoughts internally. I had previously visited the scene of the altercation and witnessed this. He produced a small piece of black fabric from his pocket and displayed it before the assembly. This fabric originates from King Kong, a cornerstone of their nation and Oppos' foreign trade. Mr. Charlie, could you confirm this? Charlie rose to take the fragment of cloth, examining it before concluding. This is velvet produced by a King Kong textile machine. The fabric is dense and has a firm texture. Due to its durability and abrasion resistance, as well as its excellent breathability, it is typically used for high-end menswear. It seems this enigmatic wizard is not lacking in financial means. Indeed, based on this fabric, I surmise that the mysterious individual enjoys a comfortable economic standing. As I inquired at clothing stores, and such imported fabric is quite expensive, with a complete suit costing around 5 gold pounds. Furthermore, this piece of cloth appears quite new, showing no signs of wear even under magnification, indicating it was purchased in Brantis. Thus, the clothing stores in the Charlevink district, while it may seem far-fetched, it remains a lead. How many individuals have purchased garments made from this fabric this year? The questioner fell silent. Identifying one person among 1,000 who merely shares a name is indeed a daunting task. Dalton continued, my suggestion is to investigate how this individual became acquainted with Henry. It may relate to the gang members present at the time, or perhaps they possess their own intelligence network in the Onus district. Seeing that no one had a promising idea, Browning summarized, as it stands. We know that this self-proclaimed wizard currently resides in the Ravenclaw district and is in good financial health. However, I wonder if you noticed Moran's report. This individual may not be familiar with the Merlin and Oppos' sphere, which leaves open the possibility of their affiliation with another faction. They took the identification documents of Barnard and his associates, possibly to probe into our situation. Should they realize that we are merely recruiting wizards, there is a chance they may reach out to us. But we cannot remain idle at the 7th Division, Dalton. You speak. He rose to his feet, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Bella, as was her routine, gathered her personal belongings from her workstation into her small bag, preparing to await the end-of-day notification. Ever since her encounter with Les at the tavern, she had indeed found herself anticipating his subsequent invitation. However, 2 days passed without any sign of Les, leading her to wonder if her initial impression that he was pursuing her had merely been a figment of her imagination. It was not until the previous afternoon during lunch in the cafeteria that she accidentally learned Les's team had been attacked, resulting in a 3-day leave granted to them. Bella felt a surge of hope. After all, how could a charming flower such as herself be merely caught in the scent, without stirring any interest? She calculated the days, noting that yesterday marked Les and Oppos' return to work. If he harbored any interest in her, he would surely seek her out after hours. Yet, after an interminable wait, The one she longed for did not appear, leaving her profoundly disheartened. In truth, it was not an insurmountable issue. Les's absence on his first day back did not preclude the possibility of him seeking her out in the future. However, when an individual harbors immense expectations or prepares extensively for something, the outcome that fails to meet those anticipations can render even the most trivial of setbacks profoundly disheartening. Bella is a girl of somewhat naive disposition, prone to feelings of insecurity, which has left her devoid of vitality throughout the day. After work, I shall reward myself with a few cream puffs from the dessert shop, Bella thought to herself. This sweet treat is her absolute favorite. Yet each one costs 5 silver coins due to the high price of cream, making it a luxury she seldom indulges in. Nevertheless, Bella has a habit of treating herself to sweets or shopping during melancholic times to dispel her gloomy mood. Paradoxically, the pain of an empty wallet serves as a distraction from her emotional turmoil. As she contemplated which clothing store to visit after purchasing the cream puffs, she heard footsteps approaching from behind the counter. "Welcome to the Kingdom Bank. How may I assist you? I require the company of a lovely lady for dinner. Might you be able to assist me?" Les, holding a bouquet of roses, smiled gently from across the counter. Bella gazed at him, clad in a tailored suit, momentarily taken aback before responding with a radiant smile. "Of course. Handsome sir, I shall finish work shortly. At Ravenclaw and Appos, S finest restaurant." Les had arranged for a couple's table by sending Jack on an errand earlier that afternoon. "Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Bella inquired, feigning displeasure as she savored the delectable dessert that was so delightful it made her wish to swallow her own tongue. During their meal, they exchanged numerous personal anecdotes. Les expressed admiration and sympathy for Bella and Appos' struggles after losing her father and her mother and Appos' tireless efforts to raise her. Bella, intrigued by Les and Appos' experiences in the military, gasped in surprise at the scar near his eye as he recounted his past. This sharing drew them closer, subtly solidifying their budding romantic relationship. Sitting opposite Bella, Les swirled his wine glass, wearing an expression of mild exasperation as he explained, "I sustained a minor injury. Yesterday was my day for a dressing change, and our bank's closing hours are quite late, so I feared the clinic would close before I could attend." "You were injured?" Bella instinctively exclaimed. "Is it serious?" "You shouldn't drink alcohol if you're hurt. It's nothing grave. I'm nearly healed. Thank you for your concern." Once the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee, their meal approached its conclusion. As Bella's mother awaited her return home, he refrained from mentioning the opera. "Regarding the suit, due to my limited vocabulary for describing attire and a desire to avoid excessive irrelevant details, I have directly employed the term. The word suit may sound like a modern concept, yet my research reveals that this style of clothing emerged among lower-class coachmen around the 18th century. Its close fit, ease of movement, simplicity, and dignified appearance caught the attention of a nobleman who slightly modified it, leading to its spread among the upper class and its eventual adoption as attire for formal occasions and business professionals. This garment is, in fact, a type of jacket, however. I must mention that the protagonist is donned in a fitted, waist-cinching, and figure-enhancing open-collared attire, which I fear may not be easily comprehensible to everyone. Chapter 43. Reunion. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Team 12 recently underwent their bi-monthly rotation. Harold and his 6 subordinate teams, previously responsible for the internal security of the bank, were reassigned to safeguard the leadership of the branch, with Robbins taking over internal security duties. Meanwhile, Gascoigne, the deputy supervisor who had been tasked with protecting the leadership, along with his team, were relegated to the most arduous escort duties. Les's daily commuting schedule remained unchanged, yet his workload became significantly lighter. Internal security was primarily divided into 3 sectors. 2 security teams were stationed year-round in the vault, a position Les found most undesirable due to the absence of sunlight and poor ventilation. However, this duty was not his to bear. The teams stationed in the vault were required to be led by a captain with over 2 years of experience, thus he was not eligible. Les's team was stationed in the corridor on the 2nd floor, serving as a visible presence since the heads of various departments conducted their business there, and a considerable number of merchants frequented the area. Occasionally, they would also stand guard in the bank lobby, observing for any suspicious individuals among the clientele. Regardless of whether they were on the 1st or 2nd floor, as the captain, Les was not required to stand rigidly. He could comfortably find a spot to sit, enjoy a cup of coffee or tea, and peruse the newspaper, allowing the morning to pass effortlessly. After lunch, he would repeat this leisurely routine, making for a rather relaxed day. It was no wonder that the security department mandated rotations. If those on escort duty witnessed internal security operating in such a leisurely manner, it would surely create an imbalance in morale. Seated in a small cubicle adjacent to the stairwell on the second floor, Les jested with Jack and Uven. It was unnecessary for the entire squad to be present for patrols. Obi-Wu, Sophie, and Lind could simply take a couple of laps in the corridor, and after 2 hours, Les and the other 3 would relieve them, allowing for some physical activity. Meanwhile, Teams 13 and 14 have already been granted leave. It seems the supervisor has given them 10 days off, Jack said enviously. Uven merely nodded in agreement with Les's remarks, continuing to sip his tea while engrossed in the book he had brought along. Robbins and Oppos, as Teams 9 through 14 did not need to be fully engaged in internal security. As 6 teams were stationed in the basement during the day, should a significant incident arise, they were certainly not idle. The security department and Oppos' rotations coincided with internal security duties, allowing for a prolonged break. Given that Les's team had not executed a task for an extended period due to a prolonged vacancy in leadership, and he had only assumed command half a month prior, they were not included in this rotation. Robbins assured them that before the next task rotation, they would be granted a 5-day holiday. However, just as they were reveling in their leisurely work, fate intervened to provide them with a task. An employee clad in the bank's formal uniform, sporting glasses, entered and glanced at the 3 men in the cubicle. "Is your captain present?" he inquired in a flat tone. Bank clerical staff, typically graduates from esteemed institutions, often held a low opinion of the security department, viewing them as mere brutes, and their tone reflected a distinct lack of warmth. However, they did not overtly display their disdainful attitude. For those who had previously done so had been met with the brutal repercussions from certain audacious and ruthless criminals after hours. Upon hearing this, Les rose and inquired, "What is the matter?" "I am Aiden from the Vault Services. A client requires the retrieval of items from their safety deposit box for transportation to a specified location. The application has been duly completed and signed by your supervisor. I require 3 personnel," he explained. The bank provides safety deposit services along with accompanying private security transport services. Typically, minor items are managed by internal security, though it is rare for individuals to invest the sum of 5 gold pounds for escort services. "Very well, Jack. You 2 come with me," Les responded, adjusting his uniform trench coat. After a brief exchange, the trio approached the entrance, while the bespectacled man accompanied the client to retrieve items from the small vault. Upon reaching the bank's entrance, their attention was immediately captured by an opulent, elongated carriage. The term Indopos, luxurious Indopos, was not solely attributed to its size or the intricate carvings and decorations adorning its exterior. Rather, the key feature was the lavish application of gold dust that coated the 4-horse-drawn, 4-wheeled vehicle. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered with golden brilliance, seemingly enhanced by the addition of diamond powder, which rendered it even more resplendent. "I say, Captain, how much does that carriage cost?" Jack inquired. "I'm uncertain. I would estimate around 10,000 gold pounds, Les replied. "This carriage cost me a total of 21,326 gold pounds to commission. If you believe it is worth only 10,000, it is indeed disheartening and leaves me with a sense of having squandered such a substantial amount," he added. The young man was none other than Kelson, whom Les had encountered on his first day at the Port District Bank, the one who ensnared individuals with contractual traps. "I apologize for my lack of understanding," Les said, bowing slightly in apology. "No, I do not consider you ignorant. I merely think that when commissioning this carriage, the craftsmen were instructed to create a piece that would lead others to believe its value exceeded 30,000 gold pounds. It seems they have failed in that regard," Kelson remarked, wearing a look of exasperation before breaking into a grin. "So, are we ready to depart?" Les asked. A sense of caution arose within him as his gaze shifted towards the box held by the bespectacled man. Could it be that he intended to pilfer his own belongings and then extort compensation from the bank? Les's suspicions did not escape the astute businessman, prompting Kelson to respond with a bemused smile. "May I boldly inquire, what is the value of these promissory notes?" Just as the bespectacled man prepared to halt Les prying into the client and Oppos' privacy, Kelson interjected. "Not much, all totaled, perhaps over 40,000 gold pounds," he replied nonchalantly. "Such a significant item necessitates the deployment of a 6-man team from the security department," Les remarked, turning to the bespectacled man. How could he take it upon himself to request only 3 guards from security for such crucial items? The bespectacled man, feeling indignant under Les's scrutinizing gaze, retorted firmly. This was Mr. Kelson's own request. Lairs cast another glance at the unscrupulous merchant, who was indeed up to no good. Typically, I do not carry cash when I venture out, and the bodyguard responsible for expenses had to leave urgently. The 5 golden pounds that hired you were, regrettably, all I could muster from the carriage. However, rest assured, should we encounter an insurmountable adversary, I shall permit you to escort me away first, relinquishing the chest to them, as stipulated in our contract. The bespectacled man nodded in affirmation. Lairs found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was a service already agreed upon, and unless there were significant issues, he had no grounds for refusal. He was quite reluctant to accompany the merchant on this venture. If he possessed the promissory note for over 40,000 golden pounds, he would either have discreetly retrieved it or brought a cadre of bodyguards for protection. Now, making such a grand declaration without adequate security was concerning. Furthermore, retrieving the note surely indicated that the other party intended to repay or engage in another transaction. If they harbored malicious intent, they would likely strike en route. Yet, these were not valid excuses. The security department was tasked with executing missions, not assessing their difficulty. Since the supervisor had already signed off, he had no choice but to comply. Lairs and Offing boarded Kelson's lavish carriage, while Jack remained outside to monitor the situation. Seated beside the coachman, although in his 30s and somewhat boisterous, Jack was seasoned enough to sense potential issues beforehand. The interior of the carriage was spacious and opulent. The walls were adorned with embroidered cotton padding to prevent passengers from injury in case of sudden jolts. Apart from the entrance, 3 sides were lined with plush seating, and a glass coffee table with remarkable clarity and purity occupied the center, likely worth 100 golden pounds. After placing the suitcase beside Kelson's seat of honor, Lairs and Offing took their places on either side. Would you care for a drink? Kelson cheerfully produced 3 cups from a drawer beneath his seat and opened another long drawer filled with soft cotton padding, revealing 5 or 6 bottles of various brands of liquor. Upon seeing the packaging, Lairs realized that each bottle would cost him a month's salary. Slightly taken aback by the extravagance of the wealthy, he politely declined. I apologize, but we are not permitted to drink during work hours. Please enjoy at your leisure. Quite all right. I shall abstain as well. This imported red wine is exceedingly expensive, over 10 golden pounds a bottle. I rarely indulge in it myself, Kelson replied, as if relieved. Smiling. It was astonishing to hear such humble words from a businessman who seemed unperturbed by his carriage worth over 20,000 golden pounds and the promissory note of 40,000. The usually taciturn Offing could not help but inquire, with such wealth, why do you concern yourself with a few golden pounds? This carriage could purchase 1,000 bottles of wine. Lairs harbored the same thoughts. However, Kelson raised a finger and shook it gently. It is not so simple. While this carriage is indeed costly, I seldom use it for travel. Do you have any idea how much dust accumulates on the streets in the port area where I reside? Every time this carriage is cleaned, a layer of gold dust inevitably washes away, which represents a significant loss. Its primary function lies in facilitating meetings with other merchants and attending various high-end gatherings. A carriage of considerable value provides onlookers with a tangible impression of my financial prowess, leading them to believe in my substantial capital and trustworthiness. Les scoffed inwardly. Its greater purpose was to facilitate the deception of others, enabling one to swindle their trust and exploit them in business dealings. Captain, I believe this is not our first encounter, is it? Kelson, with a keen memory, acknowledged an essential trait for any merchant. The bank in the port district? Ah. Now I recall. Your memory serves you well. We never formally met before. Naturally, I remember vividly as I lost a lucrative deal worth 30,000 gold pounds that day. I also formed a lasting impression of your profit-making methods, Mr. Kelson. Kelson detected a hint of mockery in that statement and disdainfully replied, as a merchant, one deserves to be deceived if one fails to scrutinize the contract terms. I merely provided him with a lesson, though regrettably, there was no fee for the instruction. Les did not contest this assertion. It is indeed the destiny of merchants to be driven by profit, for otherwise, they hardly deserve the title. Merchants who succeed in their benevolent endeavors often embody 2 distinct identities, that of a businessman and a philanthropist, which should not be conflated. His sympathy for the unfortunate soul on the brink of bankruptcy stemmed merely from a sense of injustice rooted in his past life. Chapter 44. An incident his residence was comparable in size to Les's, albeit merely 4 stories tall, lacking the opulence and splendor of his carriage, adorned only with a few sculpted embellishments. As he watched Les and his companions depart, Kelson lingered at the entrance of his home for a moment. A modest public carriage approached from a distance and came to a halt before him. The driver was none other than Lewis, his sixth-level night bodyguard, who had trailed behind the luxurious carriage to ensure his employer and Appos' safety. Remarkably, they had refrained from intervening. Upon disembarking, Lewis Cuden and Appos' helped but scoff. Kelson's piercing gaze swept across the pedestrians and porters on the street. "Be cautious. There may be knights of similar strength eavesdropping," he advised. "Rest assured, my perception is among the finest for sixth-level knights. Otherwise, how could I justify your substantial annual fee for my services? Within a 50-meter radius, there are absolutely no fifth or sixth-level knights harboring murderous intent towards us," Lewis replied confidently. "Better safe than sorry. Besides, you can only ascertain that no one wishes to harm us. Let us head inside. I pay you 10,000 gold pounds a year. Not for you to argue with me." "Very well. Who am I to argue with a wealthy man?" Upon returning to Ravenclaw Bank, Les exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Kelson did not strike him as a benevolent individual, especially with his somewhat elongated eyes that narrowed into slits when he smiled. Such a person was best avoided. Les's suspicions regarding Kelson's dubious actions left him fearful of potential repercussions, even contemplating whether Kelson's wealth and greed were linked to the recent ambush of the escort vehicle. However, although Les and his companions emerged unscathed from their ordeal, the bank faced a significant crisis. Another escort vehicle had been successfully robbed. Earlier that morning, an escort vehicle en route to the branch in the Commoner District was attacked as it entered the area. The entire squad, led by a fourth-level knight captain, was annihilated, including a newly promoted third-level knight awaiting assignment. The signal flare was never activated, and the bank only learned of the incident through reports from local citizens to the police, who dispatched an officer to relay the news. "Truly fortunate. What a stroke of luck," Robbins proclaimed from his second-floor office, addressing Les and another captain stationed on the first floor, who had come to inquire about the situation. "Indeed, exceedingly fortunate," Les and his colleague echoed in agreement. This was no mere flattery. Robbins was relieved that he had just completed the handover of the escort duty before the incident occurred. Had the rotation been delayed by a few days, he would have found himself in a similar predicament as Gascoigne in the adjacent office, cursing furiously as he dashed out. The two squad captains were equally fortunate. Who could tell whether they would have been the unfortunate ones had the rotation been postponed by a couple of days? "Captain, what will be the bank's losses this time?" Les inquired curiously. Robbins estimated, "Next month marks the biennial brand as goods exhibition, and the influx of merchants coming to our establishment for travel, shopping, and trade has been steadily increasing. As for the Commoner District, I anticipate a reserve loss of around 50,000 gold pounds." Les exchanged a glance with his colleague, Captain Fengza, both silently astonished. A substantial sum of 50,000 gold pounds has gone missing, and the branch's performance growth targets for this year are now moot. A shakeup among the higher-ups is imminent. "Robbins." The door to the deputy supervisor's office was flung open with great force, revealing the imposing figure of Supervisor Luke before the three individuals. Instantly, the trio, who had been seated around the desk, rose to their feet in salute. "Good day, Supervisor," they chorused. "The police station in the civilian district is undoubtedly understaffed. You must also participate in the search. The armored car has been stolen, and you now possess the authority to enforce the law. Do not shy away from confrontation. The branch and Appos' board of directors will support you. Should you encounter any resistance, eliminate a few." Luke and Appos' once amiable visage had transformed into a grotesque mask of fury. "Understood," Robbins replied decisively, a glint of savagery flickering in his eyes. In a place like Brantis, where the underclass struggles to earn even 2 gold pounds, his monthly income of 50 gold pounds is not solely due to his status as a fifth-level knight. At critical junctures, the interests and directives of the bank must take precedence over the law, a truth that must be well understood. Brantis may appear to be a civilized and affluent medieval city, characterized by enlightenment, warmth, and a welcoming spirit for visitors and their cultures. Yet, as a medieval society, it inevitably harbors its share of violence and bloodshed. Gang brawls, resulting in the deaths of over 30 individuals, are merely the norm for the underprivileged, an occurrence prevalent throughout history. However, the bank, a bastion of civilization and governance, has a security supervisor capable of issuing orders for murder, orders that are swiftly executed. The so-called parliament and legal system serve merely as a facade. The security department essentially functions as the bank's private militia, as long as the shareholders of the Brantis branch's board provide cover. The vast majority of security personnel are willing to resort to violence, motivated by their generous salaries. No one desires to lose their job. Thus, The branch is equipped with 123 security guards, supplemented by an average of 60 personnel from each of the other 5 district banks. The bank can easily deploy 10 5th-level knights, 24th-level knights, over 40 3rd-level knights, and more than 200 properly trained 2nd-level knights within Brantis. In contrast, the Brantis Police Department, the city's most formidable yet singularly violent entity, is only 3 times as powerful as the bank's security force. It appears that the previously speculated series of crimes may indeed be true. What a stroke of luck. It seems we are in for a thrilling spectacle. For this puppet master will not be easily dealt with. Sergei, one of the shareholders of the Brantis branch, relished the prospect of witnessing his rival and Oppo's misfortunes, albeit still contemplating a strategy to counter his adversary. "Captain, it's time for lunch," came Sophie's voice from outside the partition. "Understood." Upon stepping out, he found Jack and the other 4 waiting for him, and the group proceeded directly to the 3rd-floor cafeteria. The dining schedules for the internal security and clerical staff coincided, and by the time he arrived, Bella was already awaiting him at the entrance. Jack and the others wisely separated from Les, who accompanied Bella to collect their lunch before descending to the 2nd-floor partition for their meal. Due to the previous rowdy behavior of the security department, who were prone to harassing female employees during meal times, the bank was compelled to allocate a designated seating area for them, prohibiting their proximity to the clerical department. Consequently, Bella and Russ, wishing to share lunch and engage in conversation, had to venture out, thereby avoiding the eavesdropping of their colleagues. "What did you do this morning?" Bella inquired, her tone reminiscent of an interrogation. Ever since Russ had flirted with some of the other beautiful clerks while picking her up from the opera, Bella had taken it upon herself to remain vigilant over him. "I completed a transport task and earned 50 silver coins on the side. Just enough to buy you some snacks tonight." "Pfft, as if I care," Bella retorted, though a sweet smile danced at the corners of her mouth. "What about you? Are you tired today? Is that so? Then let me give you a massage," Russ said, taking her small hand and beginning to knead it. "How annoying. You always take advantage of me. Not effective? Then perhaps a kiss will do. Once that's done, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Get away. That's disgusting." Meanwhile, in the commoner district, chaos reigned. In a narrow alley, Robin stood with several team members before 2 lifeless bodies sprawled upon the muddy ground, while 2 others dangled from ropes, with his team interrogating them. "Where's the transport vehicle hidden?" I don't know." One of the men bore a bruised visage, struggling to support himself on one leg, while the other was clearly broken. It would be a grave error to assume they were innocent victims. All 4 were gang members, involved directly in the heist of the transport vehicle. Robin soon realized that the vehicle's theft stemmed from 2 primary factors. First, the squad members under Gascoigne had not executed a transport task in 6 months, leading to a sense of complacency. The abrupt change in their routine left them unprepared. The transport team was far from full strength, with 2 members arriving late due to oversleeping. Gascoigne, aware of this, nevertheless permitted the execution of the transport mission by the 4 members of the 16th squad. Secondly, the incident had direct gang involvement. More than a dozen disguised gang members split into 2 groups, taking advantage of the security team's lack of vigilance regarding their external surroundings. They surged forward, simultaneously severing the connection between the horses and the carriage while hurling numerous ignited smoke bombs through the observation windows. The gray smoke grass, a type of dried and useless weed, was notably flammable, producing considerable gray smoke upon combustion, hence its name. Gangs often prepared such materials for brawls, utilizing them as an escape route when facing defeat or when law enforcement approached. The smoke bombs they threw into the carriage were laced with poison, which was inhaled by the 4-tier knight captain and the newly promoted 3-tier knight inside as the smoke enveloped them. In the confined space of the carriage, the ventilation was exceedingly poor. The thick smoke produced by a dozen burlap sacks rendered visibility nearly non-existent, and breathing became a strenuous endeavor. They had no choice but to fling open the carriage door and flee. At that moment, the main force of the assailants made their entrance, 2 third-tier knights. While this level of strength would normally pose little challenge to the captain of a squad of 4th-tier knights, the inhalation of smoke laced with toxic gas had undoubtedly weakened them. Although knights possess robust physiques and the poison was not of a lethal caliber, their combat effectiveness had been significantly diminished. Furthermore, the gang members nearby resorted to the most unscrupulous tactics, employing quicklime, lassos, and even a makeshift crossbow. Consequently, after sacrificing 5 or 6 of their own, the bandits successfully eliminated 4 members of the escort team and reharnessed the unscathed war horses to the cart. vanishing into the labyrinthine and chaotic alleys of the civilian district. Upon hearing this, Robbins felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Gascal, with his knack for currying favor with the higher-ups, had proven himself utterly incompetent, having dared to dispatch a mere squad of 4 into such a perilous situation. The purpose of leaving 4 individuals in the carriage was to enable them to promptly dispose of projectiles or block the observation windows. A lesson learned after a previous bank escort had been ambushed, yet Gascal had completely disregarded it. The responsibility for this debacle lay squarely on his shoulders as the one accountable. Within the security department, Robbins aligned himself with Luke. While Gascal had earned the favor of 2 vice presidents at the branch, Harold, though indifferent to all, was the most formidable of the lot. His military background fostered an unwavering obedience to orders, and the president favored taking him on outings for the assurance he provided. The 4 individuals before him were the fruits of his labor over the past hour. 3 of them were affiliated with a gang. Yet they had not actively participated in the incident. They were apprehended because a witness recognized one of them, a gang member named Bell. When they arrived, the 4 were busy packing up, intending to flee, with unused smoke grass still present in the room, a clear case of catch in the act. Bell, is it? What do you have to say for yourself? Robbins demanded. I know nothing, replied the youth, no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Robbins had just executed 2 of his companions before his eyes, leaving the last one hanging nearby, barely clinging to life. Robbins gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Yet both of them claimed you were paid to monitor the escort vehicle south movements at every street corner. Even with a knife to their throats, they maintained the same story. Bell fell silent, and after a moment and Apos' hesitation, as if to bolster his resolve, he shouted defiantly, I will never betray my brothers. Oh, Robbins responded with a smile, genuine delight flickering across his face. It seemed that Bell possessed knowledge of information far more significant. The term brother inherently carries a noble connotation, but when appropriated by those in the underworld, it becomes a mere label. This one is a brother, and that one too. If you truly had so many fraternal bonds, would you still be nothing more than a wretched insect in the sewers? He grasped the hair of the hanging individual beside Bell, forcing him to lift his head towards Bell. The resemblance between them was striking. The person in my grasp is notably younger, merely around 14 or 15 years of age. Their body, a frail testament to prolonged malnutrition, trembles incessantly. Though this young lad is not of much age, he differs significantly from the 2 sprawled on the ground. No matter the blows he endures, he remains silent. Tell me, is he your brother? With a long blade drawn, I press it firmly against his back. Is this youth in my hands truly your brother? Or is he the one who abandoned you, failing even to inform you to flee when trouble arose? Chapter 45 and Apos, good brother and Apos. Bell was born in a working-class neighborhood. His father served as a foreman at the docks, managing a handful of dock workers, with a monthly income exceeding 3 golden pounds. His mother was a prostitute. Yes, that was indeed the case. However, in the working-class district, such circumstances were not particularly scrutinized. In the even poorer slums, it was an all-too-common vocation. Bell and Apos' father had affection for his mother, and after saving up some money, he married her, allowing her to perform simple household tasks. Subsequently, Bell and his younger brother Beck were born. With renewed motivation, Bell and Apos' father began to hire additional dock workers, offering cheaper rates for cargo ships and warehouses, thus securing a steady stream of work and increasing his earnings. Bell vaguely recalls that during his 8th and 9th years, the family's living conditions were quite satisfactory, enjoying meat 3 to 4 times a week and receiving new clothes each season. On one occasion, his father even gifted his mother a set of silver jewelry. However, this fortunate period was short-lived. When Bell turned 10, his father's competitive pricing for labor incited discontent among others. During a dispute, Bell and Apos' father was fatally stabbed in the spleen and died shortly thereafter. His untimely demise left the family bereft of their sole source of income, forcing them to sell their home to survive. Bell's mother sought employment but, lacking skills, ultimately resorted once more to the flesh trade to provide for her 2 sons. More than a year passed, and Bell's mother succumbed to a sudden plague, cremated alongside tens of thousands from the lower city, with her ashes cast into the sea. From that moment on, the orphan Bell assumed the role of caretaker for his younger brother, resorting to begging in the working-class district for sustenance. Eventually, he joined the Sean gang, earning a modest income of 1.5 golden pounds each month. Though scant, it allowed him and his brother to enjoy black bread at every meal, sparing them from hunger. If any funds remained by month's end, He could indulge in a small piece of chicken, no larger than a child's palm. Within the Sean gang, he encountered an individual who shared a similarly tragic past, and they quickly became close brothers. Yet, before long, this companion was apprehended for theft in the middle-class district and sent to inland mines for labor. Bell believed he would never see his good brother again, until, unexpectedly, 3 months ago, the man reappeared before him. After 4 years apart, their circumstances had diverged drastically. His good brother donned a well-tailored suit, adorned with a fine pocket watch, and sported a slick hairstyle, radiating confidence and success. In stark contrast, Bell remained a struggling petty criminal in the working-class district. Remarkably, his good brother did not look down upon him. Instead, he proposed a grand endeavor to Bell. Just how grand? He revealed that if successful, Bell would acquire an inexhaustible fortune in golden pounds. Bell could hardly fathom such wealth, he mused. At least enough to purchase a 2-story house, employ a chef skilled in roasting meats, hire 2 maids, and find wives for both my brother and myself. Perhaps 2,000 golden pounds would suffice. For Bell, who had never ventured into the middle-class district, this constituted the limits of his imagination. Bell felt a profound joy at the realization that his brother still remembered him, a testament to their strong bond. Even now, as he grappled with the pain of a broken leg and witnessed his brother threatened with a knife, he retained this sentiment. His brother had previously warned him to flee swiftly after their actions, yet he had delayed in order to retrieve his sibling. At this moment, confronted with the fear and trepidation reflected in his brother's gaze, Bell ultimately succumbed to despair, feeling a deep sense of shame for betraying his loyal brother. His brother, Pierre, had once been a member of Sean's gang, exiled to the mines 5 years prior for theft. Uncertain of how he ended up in Brandis, Pierre had approached Bell with promises of a lucrative venture. Robbins, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired about Pierre and Apos' whereabouts. Their previous meetings had taken place in an apartment building, though Bell was unsure if Pierre resided there. Quickly, tell me the address. Meanwhile, Robbins and his accomplices hastily made their way to the apartment Bell had mentioned. Unfortunately, despite the police's thorough search, they found nothing. The room Bell described was devoid of personal belongings or remnants of food. It was merely a rendezvous point. In a hidden basement within the civilian district, 2 figures stood before an ironclad transport cart. One of them regarded the cart and the 3 steel money boxes placed before it with unexpected astonishment. The boxes had been violently pried open, revealing neatly arranged bundles of gold bullion wrapped in paper. He bent down, picked up a roll of gold, and with a forceful twist, the bullion scattered across the ground in a dazzling display. I can hardly believe it. We truly succeeded, he remarked to the middle-aged man beside him. The man, adorned with a tattoo he often caressed, had fidgeted 5 times in the mere 10 minutes they had stood there. What had begun as a ploy to distract the bank had unexpectedly turned fruitful, as the 2 individuals they had sought possessed considerable intellect. With the manpower Bell had introduced, they had managed to pull off the heist. The middle-aged man's tone was laced with astonishment as he continued. Our luck is remarkable. This transport was only guarded by 4 men, and the 4th-level night captain was utterly inept. The Night Association increasingly favors opportunities for profit. The night ranking system had significant loopholes. The 3 lower-ranked knights tasked with confronting them were unpredictable, leading to the situation where, as long as one met the basic bloodline requirements and was willing to pay, there existed room for manipulation. What should we do now? Inquired a young man, clutching a handful of scattered gold. That is quite well. How much will I receive? The young man's voice brimmed with excitement, though his expression remained somewhat unimpressed. Here, take 10,000. Don't dismiss it as little, since we unexpectedly acquired this wealth. I intend to use it to solidify my relationships with the influential and to secure the lives of the expendables. That's inconsequential, it's merely small change. What about the 2 robbers you recruited? Have they seen you? Yes, the young man replied nonchalantly. So what if I have seen him? He does not appear in public. Have you seen me? It is unclear, but the last time they reported their plans, they came here to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Therefore, they cannot remain, to avoid any further discovery of clues. Additionally, have the individuals you are searching for all reached the outpost outside the city? Certainly, there is ample time to escape. Except for one named Bell. It appears that he must have been captured. Indeed. Are you not concerned? He is only aware of my name. I mean, does he not concern himself with his own safety? You often speak of the term good brothers, yet those you seek are quite taken by such notions. Only a fool would believe in the existence of true brotherhood within the confines of a gang. The following day, in the conference room of the Ravenclaw branch, with the branch manager away at the capital and Apos' headquarters for a report, The branch is now overseen by two vice presidents seated side by side at the head of the table, attentively listening to Luke and Apos' briefing. In truth, there is little of significance to report, as the information at hand is exceedingly sparse. Where is this individual now? I'm uncertain. Where is the armored vehicle? It remains uncertain. However, through the meticulous examination of numerous eyewitness accounts, they managed to uncover the hideouts of all the gang members involved in the operation. In a secluded textile workshop in the countryside, the police arrived only to discover over 20 lifeless bodies, victims of poisoning. It appeared that under the pretense of a celebratory feast, toxins had been administered in the food and drink to silence them. At this juncture, all leads vanished completely. Luke, what plans does your security department have in place? Luke inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Our bank's carriage is laden with special spices, and my subordinates are currently tracking it with hounds. I believe we shall soon locate the escort vehicle and uncover new clues. The hounds have been meticulously trained and are specially bred by the Department of Supervision. The spices are uniquely formulated, possessing a scent that lingers for an extended period, lasting 3 to 4 days. However, this very characteristic presents a challenge, as the varying escort routes each day leave many areas of the civilian district saturated with this aroma, complicating our search. We hope to suspend the dispatch of escort vehicles and reserves to the lower town for the next 3 days, allowing the previous scent to gradually dissipate while the lingering odor of the stolen escort vehicle becomes more pronounced. Yet, we truly find ourselves devoid of alternatives. Incompetence. Luke, with a pallid complexion, lowered his head and refrained from retorting. At that moment, another vice president remarked, "This morning, I visited the branch, and due to this matter, a board meeting was convened at the behest of higher management. The shareholders are exceedingly displeased with the situation. 50,000 gold pounds is not an insignificant amount. Our branch can certainly absorb such a loss. However, we must not allow this breach to occur, for it would give the impression that a few petty thugs can devise a scheme to pilfer such a substantial sum from us. The last incident of this nature in Bran has occurred 4 years ago, and you can only imagine how many desperate souls resorted to reckless measures in the 6 months that followed. Thus, the bank must exhibit the most formidable demeanor, instilling fear in all nefarious wrongdoers. Let Apos' first deal with the gang these ruffians belong to. If the police intervene, it would suggest our bank lacks authority. Luke, gather your team and eliminate this gang." Chapter 46. Capture in the dead of night. Within a 6-story apartment in a civilian district, Sean stood in the living room, urging his trusted subordinates to hastily move their belongings downstairs. His current state of mind was beyond description. It could only be likened to a calamity uninvited. An orphan raised in the slums, Sean had cultivated a ruthless and cunning nature amidst the chaos and danger of his environment. By chance, he had encountered a powerful figure who, with his support, enabled Sean's gang to expand rapidly, gradually extending their influence throughout the entire lower district. However, that was merely a polished narrative. Sean was acutely aware of the reality. The major gangs in Zone 3 of the lower city were backed by formidable forces, and their operatives were seasoned outlaws, honed through years of experience. In contrast, Sean's gang, having started later, comprised individuals lacking the courage to fight for their lives, preferring to avoid hard labor. Thus, he refrained from encroaching upon the primary sources of income of the larger gangs, such as protection fees, casinos, psychedelic mushrooms, and brothels, all of which were highly lucrative ventures. Instead, he set his sights on the impoverished and individual small business owners at the bottom of the social ladder. These individuals, with their meager incomes, were overlooked by other gangs, yet Sean believed there were still small profits to be gleaned from them. Over the past 4 years, while Sean's gang was not considered strong among the criminal factions, it boasted a large number of members and a significant presence, making them the most despised group among the residents of the lower city. Moreover, Sean himself had amassed substantial wealth in pounds and assisted his powerful benefactor with various illicit undertakings. He found a degree of contentment in this arrangement. Although he had once harbored dreams of becoming the underground emperor of Brantis, the true sovereign of all gray industries, he had long since recognized the truth. In Brantis, gangs were merely the pets of the elite, and when two gangs clashed, it was akin to neighboring dogs fighting, with the elites observing for their own amusement. Indeed, when his subordinates participated in the robbery of an armored vehicle, the powerful figure behind him swiftly discarded him, severing all ties. Had it not been for Sean's keen awareness and quick thinking to hide, he might have already been apprehended by the police. The apartment he stood in was a prepared refuge for his escape, A significant portion of his savings accumulated over the years was hidden here. A precaution against the day disaster would strike. I can no longer remain in Brantis, Sean mused as he descended the stairs, cursing internally. He lamented the so-called powerful figure who dared not even plead with the bank on his behalf and berated his subordinates for allowing such audacious miscreants into their ranks. He was pitifully unaware of the names of the very individuals who had brought him to this plight. Enough of this, he reassured himself. I've made quite a bit over the years. Perhaps I shall find a place inland to engage in legitimate business and steer clear of this damned underworld. However, just as he reached the ground floor, a wave of despair washed over him. Robbins, accompanied by over 30 security personnel wielding torches, formed a circle, while those who had been guarding the carriage and transporting valuables downstairs knelt in submission. The police station in the civilian district, after all, was not entirely inept. They had some degree of infiltration into the local gangs, much like the informants among the 10 trusted aides accompanying Sean. Recognizing the futility of his situation, Sean was engulfed in despair, which soon morphed into a furious contempt for everything around him. He seized a long knife from one of his loyal men and shouted to his subordinates, "It's death either way, brothers. Let us fight them. Yes, let us fight." Sean's loyal followers, nurtured by his generosity and constant rapport, rushed forward, undeterred by the well-armed and trained knights they faced. Robbins made a subtle gesture, and the knights, having undergone formation training at the academy, swiftly divided into two teams. The rear team of 10, brandishing knives in one hand and holding torches in the other, encircled the front, providing illumination. After all, they were the larger contingent, and visibility was their advantage. The front team of 20 formed a four-man battle formation, with the foremost member wielding a large shield, while two others partially shielded themselves behind it. The rear members, armed with sidearms, awaited the opportune moment to strike. Such a grand display was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut against Sean's mere 18 men. However, the show of force was not solely directed at the gang, but also intended for the residents of the apartment buildings lining the street. The prominent bluebird emblem on the shields and the knights' cloaks would serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of offending the Kingdom Bank. In an era marked by low crime resolution rates, violence and bloodshed remained effective means of enforcing order. As Sean's group collided with the bank and Oppo's personnel, Robbins called out, "You join in as well, lest we accidentally lose a few of our own. That would be quite embarrassing. Let us end this swiftly." The 5 squad leaders behind him echoed their agreement, drawing their weapons to join the fray. Their objective was to apprehend the 3 third-tier knights that Sean had recruited, including Les. This was a collective mission, with more than just their 30 members participating. Deputy Supervisor Gaskell was also leading another team, intent on dismantling Sean's operations and hideouts based on intelligence provided by the police station. The battle concluded swiftly, with 5 security personnel sustaining minor injuries but no fatalities. Sean's gang, composed of desperate rogues, suffered the loss of 11 members, while the remainder were bound and taken to the independent prison of the bank located outside the city. After securing the gang members in the carriage, the team politely knocked on the doors of several nearby residences, purchasing their emergency water supplies, and began to clean the bloodstains and gather scattered remains. This was not merely a gang skirmish. They could not afford to leave behind a scene of carnage and depart without consequence. During this time, Robbins approached Les. "Have you attained the rank of third-tier knight?" Though he had refrained from intervening, he had been observing the battlefield, vigilant against the emergence of a 4th or even 5th-tier knight among the rabble, which could lead to casualties. Although it is uncommon for formal knights to involve themselves in the affairs of gangs and tarnish their reputations, it is indeed possible for Sean to hire a formidable bodyguard with his wealth. Thus, he observed that Les had chosen not to employ a guerrilla-style tactic this time, but instead confronted and decisively defeated a level 3 knight under Sean and Oppo's command. Should one assert that Les could slay a level 3 knight, Robbins would readily believe it. He had heard of Pierre and Oppo's combat techniques specifically designed for military scouts and assassins, which could indeed allow the weaker to triumph over the stronger when facing a level 3 knight unable to bolster their defenses with blood energy. Indeed, the supervisor had successfully extracted blood energy a few days prior, but had yet to authenticate his level. Les smiled. "At your age, achieving the standards of a formal knight with such proficient combat skills is commendable," Robbins remarked. In truth, Les had not attained the level of a 3 knight nor extracted blood energy. His strength as a formal knight stemmed entirely from the technique of body enhancement learned within his dreams. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, Les had begun to master this enhancement spell, enabling him to maintain the strength of a level 3 knight for approximately 15 minutes without severe side effects, contingent upon resolving battles swiftly in the future. Although Robbins was a level 5 knight, the knightly vocation did not thrive on mental acuity, rendering him unable to perceive the magical fluctuations emanating from Les. Even if Morant stood there, he would fail to detect the magic flowing solely within Les's body. Upon entering the office of the supervisory department, the gang leader readily divulged everything, including the misdeeds he had committed over the years, the powerful allies he had, and the names of informants within the police department. However, the bank's primary concern was not these revelations, but rather information regarding Pierre. This individual had joined during the early days of Sean's gang, and Sean recalled him well. Pierre had previously approached him, proposing a grand collaboration, which Sean had declined, sending him away. The bank subsequently acquired several addresses and the names of Pierre's contacts, passing this information to the police department, as locating individuals was not the bank's forte. Currently, the bank was understaffed, leading to a compromise in the coming days. The transport vehicles heading to the civilian districts would not carry special spices, but would be accompanied by additional personnel. Half of the team responsible for protecting the leadership and the idle transport squad during the day were reassigned to assist in the search operations overseen by Robbins. The following morning, Les was assigned the task of leading his team to escort Sean and the remaining surviving confidants to an independent bank prison located in the outskirts. Due to the staffing shortage, even those idle personnel from the 12th squad stationed on the second floor were called into action. The Royal Bank operates legitimate independent prisons across its branches in major cities, aimed at punishing employees who violate work contracts and conspire with outsiders to defraud the bank. Its authority lies in its power to adjudicate independently. Employees who violate banking regulations and deliberately inflict losses upon the institution are no longer afforded legal protection. Their fate lies entirely in the hands of the bank. Thus, when Lays entered this place, he was met with the sight of numb embezzlers confined in cells on either side, accompanied by the echoes of their mournful wails. The bank does not hastily execute these individuals. Rather, it subjects them to relentless torment and frequently organizes tours for its staff. The purpose of this cruelty is not merely sadistic. The bank aims to instill a sense of caution in its visiting employees, prompting them to ponder whether they too might end up like these wretched souls in prison, stripped of their humanity. After all, in this era, for a bank to thrive, it must rely heavily on human resources. However, when faced with the temptation of easily attainable wealth, the human heart often falters. Fear, therefore, serves as a potent emotion, effectively shielding them from the allure of money. Chapter 47. Dukong and Mule's Lairs paid little attention to these individuals. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, he harbored a belief that one could engage in any action, yet must bear the consequences that ensue. These individuals were fully cognizant of the repercussions prior to their transgressions, yet they naively believed they would evade detection. Their current predicament is hardly deserving of sympathy. One must acknowledge their errors and withstand the repercussions. This sentiment resonated deeply with him. Following the prison guard to the administrator's office, he presented the written confirmation issued by the bank to the prison warden. This individual was not part of the banking system, but rather an officer dispatched by the municipal police department, tasked with overseeing the bank and Oppos as prison operations. Thus, all staff under the oversight of the prison were nominally accountable to him. This protocol was instituted to mitigate excessive power held by the bank, preventing the unjust incarceration of innocent individuals under the guise of managing internal personnel. Upon confirming that these individuals were indeed associated with the armored car heist, the warden affixed his signature, consenting to their admission into the prison. Subsequently, Lairs continued to follow the guard from the oversight department to the cell designated for Sean and his companions. The prison cell block was sparse, as there were increasingly fewer daring souls willing to pilfer from the bank, rendering even the solitary tier of cells somewhat desolate. Observing Sean and his cohorts enter the cell with trepidation, Lairs could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for them. They were merely unfortunate pawns in a cautionary tale for the bank employees, and their future lives would undoubtedly be grim. With the task accomplished, Lairs prepared to depart, eager to escape the damp, dimly lit, and odorous environment. However, at that moment, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of magical essence. After honing his mental perception, Lairs could now detect the irregular flow of magical essence around him without meditative focus. The anomaly stemmed from a centralized gathering of magical essence, converging towards a specific point. Curious about the occupants of the cell, he inquired about the individuals confined therein. Inside were two youths, both appearing despondent. One with his right leg bound to a wooden splint, evidently fractured. Before Lairs could utter a word, Sean, who had been sulking, suddenly sprang to his feet, pounding the iron bars separating him from the two brothers. "You scoundrel! You've robbed me of everything. You are Bell." Upon hearing the voice of his former leader, Bell instinctively raised his head, only to be recognized by Sean. This revelation ignited Sean and Appos' fury further. He recalled Bell as one of the earliest members of his crew, having joined before Sean and Appos' rise to prominence. However, due to his frail stature and inability to fight, Bell had gradually been sidelined, and now it was he who had betrayed Sean. Bell merely cast a fleeting glance at Sean before lowering his head once more. Engulfed in the anguish of betraying his and Appos' brother and Appos', Pierre, too preoccupied to acknowledge anyone else. Furthermore, as a veteran of Sean and Appos' gang, his own circumstances were hardly enviable. Upon his initial joining, he had received 1.5 gold pounds, yet after 4 or 5 years, he had merely accumulated 2 gold pounds, barely sufficient to sustain himself and his brother. He felt that Sean was utterly indifferent to camaraderie, not a true brother in arms. He bore no sense of guilt regarding the troubles he had caused, which had indirectly led to the arrest of over 100 individuals by the police and bank security. "Quiet down, you filthy insects," bellowed the prison guard, striking the iron bars with his baton. Les did not pose any further inquiries. Instead, he fixed a long, penetrating gaze upon the brother of Bell, who remained with his head bowed. "Let us depart." Days passed, and at last, the bank located the position of the armored vehicle. It was not through the keen nose of a bloodhound, but rather through Sean's confession that he had dispatched someone to trail Pierre, which provided the critical lead. The precinct's officers, utilizing the names and addresses gathered, identified a number of individuals who had interacted with Pierre. These individuals fell into several categories: real estate agents, gangsters, idle or unemployed citizens, and lower-tier knights dissatisfied with their current earnings from various clubs and mutual aid societies affiliated with the Knights Association. Pierre had employed these connections to amass manpower and seek out concealed locations. Surrounding this area were expansive apartment complexes and alleys wide enough for wagons to navigate. It sufficed to obscure the wagon from prying eyes, provided that local residents, who might occasionally notice, remained silent. It became evident that, with the right monetary incentive, such discretion could indeed be secured. Under pressure from the police, households in the vicinity that were occupied during the day received a hush money of 1 gold pound, while the police, in their extensive searches, never mentioned the prospect of a reward for information. For those with generally modest means, the choice was an easy one. The armored vehicle had been located, yet it was regrettably devoid of its precious cargo, with nearly 50,000 gold pounds in reserves vanished without a trace. As for the individuals connected to Pierre, the trail had gone cold. They adamantly denied that Pierre had approached them with intentions of robbing the armored vehicle, asserting that they had done nothing wrong and were thus released. However, the bank learned that Pierre had been seeking contacts the day before the incident, subtly hinting at a lucrative opportunity. From this, the bank surmised that the robbers would strike again. With the Brantis goods exhibition on the horizon, the bank's reserves would be significantly distributed. To ensure the security of these funds and showcase the bank's strength, the internal security force canceled all leaves, assuming full responsibility for the bank and Appos' protection. The privileges afforded to the leadership were temporarily revoked, freeing up 4 small teams, in addition to the idle teams 1 and 2, along with reinforcements dispatched from branches to replace personnel in Team 16. As Les approached his home, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Upon Bain opening the door, he informed the bank of a task at hand, indicating that there was no need to keep the door open that night. He changed into another outfit and turned to leave once more, heading towards a tavern in the civilian district. The tavern was named the Wind Whisperer, a term that evokes the image of bards carrying tales from distant lands, much like the wind carries sounds to far-off places. Before enlisting, Les had often relished gathering with friends at this establishment, indulging in drinks while listening to the various bards weave extraordinary tales. Upon entering, the tavern owner, who was greeting guests in the hall, immediately spotted him and waddled over on his short, stout legs. "Ah, look who has come. It's been a while, Uncle Pang." Les embraced him briefly and then chuckled. Uncle Pang was a warm-hearted, middle-aged, portly man of upright character. His establishment never diluted its spirits with water. Although his prices were higher, his tavern was quite popular among the more affluent residents of the commoner district. "Well, here I am. Is room 7 available?" That had been their previous favorite spot. A look of concern crossed Uncle Pang's face as he replied, "I'm truly sorry, but room 7 is already occupied. They are here waiting for friends. However, do not fret, I renovated the tavern a couple of years ago, and the views from the other rooms have improved significantly. Plus, I've hired several lovely dancers." Les, rather than feeling disappointed, wore a smile. "No need. I'm the one they are waiting for." And I suggested that spot to them. Afterward, he ordered a selection of snacks and 2 bottles of wine, instructing Uncle Pang to send them up shortly. Before ascending the stairs with ease, the Wind Whisperer Tavern was situated within a residential building, a common layout in Brandis. The first and second floors were designated for commercial purposes, while the upper levels served as living quarters. The number of households on each floor depended on the developer's vision. In the lower town area, most residential buildings accommodated a dozen households per floor, with each unit merely spanning 30 to 40 square meters, sharing bathrooms and kitchens to cater to the substantial housing demands and modest purchasing power of the common folk. Having operated the tavern for over a decade, Uncle Pang had acquired the first 2 floors for commercial use and had integrated them into one space. The first floor featured small round tables accommodating 4 to 5 patrons, while the second floor was converted into private rooms to meet the needs for privacy and tranquility of wealthier clientele. Upon reaching the door of room 7, he knocked in a rhythmic pattern, and the door swung open. A tall, slender man in his mid-20s greeted him, sporting an ordinary appearance and short hair, exuding an air of sharpness. "Captain." "Yes." Stepping through the opening created by the man, Les entered the room, only for the latter to suddenly extend his head outside before shutting the door, casting a quick glance down the corridor to ensure their privacy. "Dewey, you remain as vigilant and meticulous as ever," Les remarked with a smile after sitting down. "The captain taught me well," Dewey replied, taking a seat opposite him with an air of nonchalance. Les nodded in acknowledgement of this rather terse compliment. "And Moa?" He went to the restroom. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door once more. Dewey rose to answer it, and a burly man entered. "Captain, I've missed you terribly." "Mu and Appos," exclaimed upon spotting Les in the main seat, joyfully striding forward to envelop him in a bear hug. Les, feeling rather like a child, was pulled into the embrace but quickly pushed him away, steering the conversation elsewhere. Was the journey smooth? To his dismay, he received 2 contrasting replies. No issues arose. "It has not been particularly smooth. The provisions of the Legion's transport convoy are exceedingly meager, and we are prohibited from hunting for ourselves. Over the past fortnight, I have grown increasingly gaunt from hunger." Chapter 48. The Vengeance Squad. Dukong and Muir are soldiers of his squad, both survivors of that dreadful mission. "You are so robust. What harm would it do to forego meat a few times? Be cautious, or you may become too corpulent to run, destined to remain a mere second-tier knight," Les teased. Muir, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular physique, found the army's meat supply adequate, yet it scarcely met his voracious appetite. During patrols, he was the most enthusiastic hunter among them. "Captain, you do me an injustice. I have extracted my blood essence. The meat I consumed was not in vain," the burly man protested, feeling quite wronged, for he was no mere glutton. Les, upon hearing this, gazed at him with a mix of astonishment and joy. "When did this happen? Just in the past 10 days? Indeed, am I not impressive?" Muir replied, brimming with pride. "Very impressive," Les commended, as if praising a child. Among his squad members, Muir was the youngest at only 17. Despite his imposing stature and the serious demeanor of a soldier, to Les, he resembled a child. At 14, Muir had been sent to the military due to his excessive appetite, as his parents could no longer afford to support him. After basic training, he was directly assigned to Les's command. At that time, Muir and Appos' disposition was more childlike, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of a small bear. Yet he would occasionally display a childlike affection, giving off an air of innocence. However, Muir was no fool. It was merely his earnest nature and youthful naivety that rendered his speech direct, creating a dissonance when juxtaposed with his formidable appearance. They began to discuss Muir's activities over the past month and a half, a topic that piqued his interest. For someone of his character could not conceal his thoughts and had a great desire to share. Les was more than willing to play the role of the attentive elder brother. Unfortunately, their conversation was soon interrupted by Dewey. "Captain, has that scoundrel made any moves?" he inquired coldly. Les sighed inwardly at Dewey's atmosphere-dampening presence. He was indeed talented but had little respect for his superior. Les had always believed that it was impossible to win everyone in Appos' loyalty solely through personal charisma. during their first encounter. There had been instances where a rallying call had inspired loyalty among subordinates, but such occurrences were often a matter of fate. In his squad of 11 soldiers, only 6 were willing to entrust their lives to one another, 4 of whom had perished at the hands of the Ares army. The remaining 2 were Dukong and Muir. Yet they were quite different. Muir, with his simplistic nature, received great care from Les, viewing him as an elder brother. He would heed every word and execute orders without hesitation. Dukong, however, had enlisted alongside his brother, who had sacrificed himself to shield Les from harm during battle. In theory, the bond between the brothers was profound. One perished for the other, while the surviving sibling continued to serve Les. One could envision a poignant tale of loyalty forged in the fires of battle, yet such narratives are often deceptive. Dukong was a man of strong convictions. His brother, Duze, may be willing to sacrifice for Les, yet that does not imply that he shares the same sentiment. In truth, he has always held a certain disdain for Les. Dukong is a prodigy, at least in the realm of knightly training. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a 3rd-level knight. Such aptitude cannot be compared to that of the nobility, who receive training from an early age. But within the common class, he is quite remarkable. Were it not for Dukong and Apos' lack of leadership qualities and his scant knowledge in other areas, compounded by his concern for his underwhelming brother, he would have long since departed from Les's small squad and achieved an equal standing. Thus, he harbors little respect for Les, who he believes he will never surpass. His sole motivation lies in avenging his brother by eliminating that scoundrel, Sergei. Les, being not only more astute but also a local power within Brandes, commands his respect to the extent that he still refers to him as captain and follows his directives even after retirement. Upon observing Dukong and Apos' demeanor, Les felt a tinge of disappointment. Both of them are commendable individuals, and he had envisioned Dukong continuing to serve him in the future. Alas, it seems he lacks the requisite charisma. Nevertheless, their mutual objective of dispatching Sergei remains paramount, and at this juncture, he can still dictate Dukong's actions. I am currently serving as the head of security at the Rampant branch of the Kingdom Bank. He began to provide context. Upon hearing this, Dukong furrowed his brow. This diverged from their original plan. They had already gathered intelligence indicating that Sergei serves as the deputy chief at the Rampant police station before leaving the military. The initial strategy was for Les to leverage his post as a returning officer to gain proximity to Sergei and observe his movements, thereby gathering pertinent information to devise a counteraction. Les explained, "If I enter through the military affairs office, the police station will only receive a simple resume and my battle achievements. However, should I apply independently, the personnel department will demand a more comprehensive set of documents, which could draw the attention of those with ulterior motives." Shaking his head, he continued, "I have already encountered Sergei. As we anticipated, he does not recognize me. Those soldiers who perished due to his selfishness likely do not occupy his thoughts." Upon hearing this, Dukong's breath quickened, his heart ablaze with rage. Nearly 200 soldiers lost their lives because of his avarice, and this scoundrel has not even contemplated the possibility of someone seeking retribution. I have also gleaned another insight. Sergei appears eager to elevate his status. In the 2 months since his appointment as deputy chief, he has led several operations against the gangs in the lower districts and has garnered the loyalty of most officers, achieving commendable internal and external acclaim. It seems he will soon be promoted to chief, with aspirations to either join the city management bureau or take over the municipal police department. What must we do now? Dukong inquired. Although he doubted his captain's capabilities, he recognized his sharp intellect. Recalling how Les had orchestrated several tactical ambushes in the army that inflicted considerable losses on rival warlords, earning accolades from superiors. "I have assigned you a task that is both challenging and arduous. Prepare yourselves," Les said, leaning back in his chair, gazing sternly at the two. "Challenging. I dread difficult assignments." Mur expressed his frustration, remarking that it was not a matter requiring much thought. Les shot him an exasperated glance, clarifying that the crux of the matter lay in Dukong's task, which was considerably more challenging. "Speak plainly, as long as we can ultimately eliminate Sergei. The difficulty of the task is inconsequential," Dukong declared with unwavering conviction, undeterred by any potential challenges or dangers that might arise. Les nodded and commenced assigning responsibilities. "Very well. Starting tomorrow, Mur, you shall be in charge of directly monitoring Sergei and Apos' movements. Dukong, your role will be to keep a watchful eye on Mur, ensuring he remains undetected." Mur froze momentarily. His reconnaissance skills were nearly non-existent, raising doubts about his ability to carry out the surveillance. Mer, your naive disposition and lack of animosity towards Sergei render you less conspicuous. No matter how acute the danger perception of a sixth-level knight, they will not penetrate the innocence in your gaze, hence your assignment. Dukong's tracking abilities far surpass Mer's. Yet the emotional turmoil stemming from Du's demise would likely compromise his judgment should he encounter Sergei. Therefore, the task assigned to him was to guarantee that Mer, devoid of any hiding instincts, remained unnoticed. Upon hearing Les and Amp, Oppo's directives, Dukong and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted. This truly was a formidable challenge. Mer and Amp, Oppo's imposing physique was conspicuous, and given his nature, he would likely stand steadfastly watching, making it all too easy for anyone to detect something amiss. He realized that devising a foolproof strategy to ensure such a noticeable figure went unnoticed would require considerable ingenuity. Surprisingly, Mer displayed no dissent regarding Les and Amp, Oppo's arrangement, accepting it with ease. He harbored no deep-seated hatred for Sergei, akin to the feelings one might have for a parent who would cast them out. Originating from one of the few remaining tribes in the saline marshes of the Kingdom of Noah, he viewed life and resentment with great indifference. Frequent skirmishes among tribes led to the loss of kin, and witnessing such death dulled his emotions. In his mind, Sergei was merely an indirect agent of their near demise. And with Bran as being so distant, he reasoned he could always settle the score at a later date. However, others in the squad, be it the captain, Dukong, or the two teammates who had opted not to retire, had all expressed that Sergei deserved to meet his end, and sooner rather than later. Thus, in Mer's eyes, if his friends felt so strongly, it was indeed imperative that Sergei perish swiftly. When his highly respected captain sought his assistance, he readily acquiesced. Initially, he had joined the military simply to stave off hunger. Now, with ample strength, he was no longer concerned about sustenance. Since the captain required his aid, he would oblige. Very well, I shall need a horse-drawn carriage, and 3 days to ascertain Sergei's residence. Dukong reluctantly accepted the task. As the son of a noble and a sixth-level knight, none of them anticipated being able to confront Sergei through sheer force or by exposing any illicit activities for judicial punishment. Yet, doing nothing and awaiting his natural demise was not an option. They could only begin by understanding Sergei's daily life, seeking an opportunity for vengeance. A carriage was not inexpensive, and factoring in the cost of feeding and housing the horses, it amounted to a substantial sum. Les was acutely aware that Mer was seeking funding for this endeavor. Les felt an obligation to cover the expenses, being the captain and the brother of Dukong, who had perished in the endeavor to save him. He believed it was his responsibility to bear the costs of vengeance entirely. As for Muir, his assistance was already quite generous. He had no particular desire to kill Sergei, and expecting him to contribute financially would be rather ungracious. After calculating the balance in his bank account and the recent bonuses he had acquired, Les remarked, I still have approximately 350 gold pounds in savings. It is sufficient to purchase a cart, but considering the numerous future operations that will require funding, it would be wiser to rent one. Dukong pondered for a moment and nodded. That would be prudent. 2 carts would be ideal. 3 would be even better. To prevent the same cart from frequently appearing near our target and raising suspicion, Les retorted, I am not a treasury keeper. Where would I procure such funds? Do you have any notion of the rental costs for a cart in Brantis? Upon hearing this, Les was rendered speechless. In your hometown, where carts are unadorned and serve dual purposes, they are not permitted on the streets of Revank. Did you not notice this when you arrived? How much, you ask? A modestly decorated, unremarkable cart costs 6 or 7 gold pounds monthly. Dukong, upon hearing this, fell into thought. That is rather expensive. Expensive is an understatement. My monthly salary is a mere 8.5 gold pounds. Les silently grumbled to himself. Chapter 49 Untitled for them. Hiring a carriage was an absolute necessity. Even if it came at a steep price, it had to be rented, or else the prospect of tracking would be rendered futile. Although Les's savings could temporarily cover this expense, it was not sustainable in the long run. What left him speechless was that Durkin, being unaccustomed to the burdens of household expenses, spent others and Oppo's money without a shred of remorse. They tentatively decided on 2 carriages. One would be rented from the livery, while for the other, Les suddenly recalled someone. I shall devise a means for the second carriage, thus sparing the need to hire a driver. One should not presume that a soldier is adept at everything. Maneuvering a carriage smoothly through the streets requires a certain finesse. Upon concluding this thought, He extracted a handful of gold pounds from his purse, his entire cash reserve, amounting to approximately 40 gold pounds. Initially, he had withdrawn 20 from his account. The bank had rewarded him with another 20, and he had seized over 10 from the two individuals at the 7th location as compensation for medical expenses and emotional distress. Over the course of nearly a month, he had accrued around 60 gold pounds. However, various expenses had also taken their toll: the monthly fare for the tram, his sister's extortion, treats for Bella, and 2 meals he had treated his teammates to. After counting, he found that having over 40 left was quite decent. Muir cheerfully stowed the coins into his large pocket. Being tall, his garments were ample, allowing his pockets to accommodate more than others. "Captain, may I borrow a bit? I haven't savored tender lamb for quite some time," Muir said, his mouth watering at the mere thought. Les looked at him incredulously. "With your retirement and compensation, you should possess at least 250 gold pounds. Where is your money?" Muir sheepishly scratched his bald head and remained silent. Durkin could not help but chime in. This fool squandered all his money before leaving Lauren, commissioning the armory to forge him a complete suit of armor, along with a shield and an axe. Muir had a penchant for weapons and armor, particularly those made of iron, which Les was well aware of. However, he had not anticipated that Muir would expend all his funds to acquire them. This was indeed a considerable portion of the fortune he had amassed over 4 perilous years. The tribal civilization in the salt marshes was quite primitive. They could smelt iron, yet their methods were rudimentary, and ore was scarce, rendering iron goods exceedingly valuable there. Many merchants braved the miasma and venomous creatures to venture deep into those lands, trading weapons for furs and precious herbs, often at exorbitant prices that yielded profits of 6 or 7 times their initial investment, filling their coffers to the brim. Muir and Imp, Oppos, as complete set of gear would be viewed as an unattainable treasure in the eyes of the tribes in the salt marshes. Only the chieftains could afford to purchase such items from merchants, and even then, the quality was inferior to that produced by the armory. However, in most of the already civilized cities of Brantis, not only were weapons regulated, but armor was similarly controlled. While it could be deemed suitable for special occasions or as a collector's item, wearing it openly in the streets was reserved for law enforcement or those with substantial affiliations, lest it be confiscated. Muir's armor had not seen the light of day since leaving the Lauren fortress, and in the strictly regulated environment of Brantis, it was utterly inconceivable to wear it. That heap of iron would have to gather dust in its chest. Out of pity for his plight, Les agreed to bestow upon him 2 golden pounds, enabling him to procure a tender lamb, much to Moore's delight, who spun around joyfully several times. "By the way, when did you arrive, and where are you staying?" Les inquired, disregarding the dim-witted giant. "We arrived last night and found a lodging in the commoners' district before making our way to your abode to leave a mark," Dukin replied. "Staying at an inn is rather inconvenient. Why not rent a room in the apartment across from the Ravenclaw police station? Although the price is somewhat steep, it would facilitate surveillance, and there is designated space nearby for parking carriages, alleviating your watch." However, upon reflection, Les realized that aside from saving a bit of money, it bore no advantages and would expose their connection to those with ulterior motives, potentially unraveling their objectives. A little expenditure is worthwhile. 300 golden pounds can sustain us for half a year without issue. By then, the academy will be completed, and the rental income will offset this expenditure. 50,000 golden pounds. The Royal Bank has seldom incurred such a loss in recent years, Dukin remarked, astonished, as he had been pondering the same. Posters of Pierre adorned the entrances of the 3 city gates and the docks, the authenticity of which was uncertain, yet numerous policemen were stationed there to conduct screenings. Occasionally, one could spot individuals in bank security uniforms scurrying about alongside the police. Indeed, the bandits we encountered this time are backed by formidable forces. It appears they possess considerable influence. Within a fortnight, they managed to strike twice, the first encounter nearly costing me my life. That was merely a reflection of your lack of prowess, Dukin scoffed. Previously, his brother held less in high regard, preventing him from confronting the captain directly. Now, unrestrained, he felt compelled to voice his frustrations. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I am now a 3rd-tier knight," Les casually stated. Were you not deemed talentless? Your family sent an abundance of beast meat, and despite your prolonged training, it yielded little effect." Dukin frowned, realizing that Les might indeed pose a challenge to the captain. "Shall we spar?" Les proposed. "Forget it. The noise would be excessive," Dukin declined. Their combat styles differed, with Dukin-s being more suited for the brutality of the battlefield. In close-quarters combat within confined spaces, if Les truly possessed the vitality boost, he would not stand a chance. with a dagger in hand. Les might even manage to dispatch both him and more within this very room. Les remained silent, having heard the footsteps of the rotund proprietor approaching. I sincerely apologize. The influx of foreigners in Brandes has increased recently. Our humble establishment has garnered some notoriety, resulting in a surge of patrons, and the service for drinks has been somewhat delayed. Not to worry, please attend to your duties, Dukan responded. Thank you. Once the proprietor departed, Moore leaned in once more. Captain, is this imported? He inquired, gesturing towards the 2 bottles of approximately 500 milliliters of liquor on the table. Les nodded. This wine, at its origin, was worth merely 20 silver coins, yet upon reaching Noah, its price escalated to 70 silver coins. However, with its elevated cost came a superior flavor compared to that produced by the Legion's breweries, as Noah's brewing techniques had not flourished due to the limitations of grain production. Drink up. This bottle is all yours. He took a wine glass from the tray and tossed it to Moore, who, after catching it, found little use for it. He set the glass aside and uncorked the bottle, drinking a quarter of it directly. Then, he grabbed a handful of dried fruits and moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to eagerly watch the dancers performing below. Ignoring Moore's loud exclamations, Les opened another bottle and gestured to Dukong, asking if he would like a drink. Dukong inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wine wafting through the air and nodded in agreement. Les promptly poured 2 glasses, clinking his with Dukong's before downing the contents in one go. Although he was not particularly inclined to drink spirits, Dukong, being a soldier, had a penchant for such libations. Les hoped to foster a closer bond with him, contemplating the possibility of keeping him close should their plans come to fruition. As long as his intentions remained undetected, the scoundrel was destined to meet his end within 2 years. Les was merely preparing for the unforeseen, recognizing that he lacked a clear direction for his future. However, he deemed it prudent to cultivate a network of allies, as he did not wish to be a lone wolf tackling every endeavor alone. Dukong was also fond of wine. For their constitution, 2 gin of spirits could hardly be deemed sufficient revelry, prompting Les to order 3 more bottles. After all, the proprietor had mentioned a 70% discount for the day. During this time, Les shared with Dukong some insights about Brandes, its general topography, and how to reach him. He provided Dukong with the address of the Red Maple Street apartment and the key to the room he intended to occupy, assuring him that he would prepare essential supplies, such as first aid kits and bandages, to serve as a safe haven in case of emergencies. Dukong quickly memorized this information, and with him directing Moore's actions, Les felt considerably more at ease. The following day, after commencing his duties, Les sought out Bella. You're still at work. What brings you here? The supervisor might not take kindly to your presence, Bella whispered to Les, amidst the teasing laughter of her colleagues. Les, feigning innocence, spread his hands in a gesture of protest. I merely came to withdraw some funds. I am, after all, a client now. Withdraw? How much do you intend to take? Bella inquired, somewhat puzzled. She was aware that Les had previously received a Tier 3 reward from the bank, amounting to 20 gold pounds, and had personally facilitated his account withdrawal and exchange just under a month ago. Have you exhausted such a large sum already? Bella felt a pang of concern for him, curious about how he had spent his money. With his busy work schedule, rising early and returning late each day, where could he possibly have spent it? My friend requires capital for a business venture and has turned to me for assistance. Oh, I see. How much do you wish to withdraw? Just leave 1 gold pound for the annual fee. I intend to withdraw the rest. All of it? Indeed. I am investing as my friend assures me that if the business succeeds, it will be news that reverberates throughout the city. Oh, make it discreet then. Bella refrained from further inquiries, as they had only known each other for a little over half a month, not yet at the stage of discussing financial matters. 342 gold pounds were withdrawn, with 1/3 exchanged for denominations of 10, while the remainder was bundled into 3 money rolls, placed in a bag generously provided by the bank. One advantage of being a bank employee was the exemption from the 0.5 withdrawal fee, which would have otherwise cost him nearly 2 gold pounds. To his surprise, he spotted Sergei entering the banking hall, this time without an entourage, but rather alone. What could he possibly want? Les wondered with curiosity. Sergei confidently ascended to the 2nd floor, and Les leisurely followed suit. The safe deposit department? Is he depositing something in the vault? Les mused as he observed Sergei entering the office of the department manager. Sophie, who was meandering in the corridor, greeted him. Yes. You all take a break for a moment. I'll keep an eye on things here. Thank you, Captain. After dismissing a few individuals, Les contemplated and silently cast a sound-dampening spell upon himself. 10 days prior, he had been able to enter the dream realm daily, and after honing his enhancement skills, he had promptly begun studying the sound-dampening technique. This spell was not without its challenges, yet in the dream realm, time flowed at twice the speed of the outside world, allowing him to grasp it adequately over the past several days. The principle of the spell was to create a barrier that insulated sound from the outside, enveloping himself within it, thus preventing the disclosure of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeat, which might attract the attention of higher knights. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the corridor was devoid of personnel. He swiftly approached the door of the safe deposit department manager and Oppo's office, pressing his ear against the thin wooden door to listen intently. After inviting Sergei into the office, the manager likely began with pleasantries, and just as Les reached the door, they commenced discussing business matters. "I am here to access safe deposit box number 3. Please prepare the necessary documentation promptly." "Of course, sir. I am uncertain whether you wish to deposit or withdraw." "Withdraw. A commodities exhibition is to be held soon, and my father intends to attend. He wishes to exchange several collectibles at the affiliated auction, some of which are currently housed in the bank vault." "Understood. I shall promptly have the necessary procedures initiated." With that, the supervisor hastened towards the doorway. After exiting, he cast a glance at him but offered no acknowledgement, proceeding directly to the large office diagonally opposite, where he instructed his subordinates to handle the paperwork and retrieve the keys. "Captain Les, please find 2 individuals to accompany me to the vault. The client needs to retrieve their belongings, and your assistance in transporting them would be appreciated." At that moment, Sergei and the supervisor, holding the paperwork and keys, emerged from the office, leading to another encounter between the two. "Have we met before?" Sergei inquired. "Indeed, about half a month ago." At the crime scene of the incident at the Happy Apartments on Maple Street, Les reminded him with a slight bow. "Ah, now I remember," Sergei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "What a coincidence. I did not realize you worked here." "Precisely, a position arranged through the Military Affairs Department." Sergei engaged in amiable conversation, continuing to chat with Les as they made their way to the vault. "The properties on Maple Street are about to appreciate significantly. Why do you still work?" "I believe one must engage in some endeavor while alive, no matter how arduous it may be. It would be a pity to forsake one's aspirations merely because life is comfortable due to a possession. Much like yourself, as the son of a marquis, you still shine in your role within the police force, do you not?" These words resonated deeply with Sergei. The military position was nearing its zenith, and he felt no remorse in relinquishing it. His sights were set on the political stage of the kingdom, where he believed his talents as a future marquis should be showcased and power seized. Marquis Kachi had already conferred with him, intending to leverage family influence to secure his promotion to the police minister of Brandes within 2 years, and to ascend to the position of mayor within 5. Aiming for a seat in the kingdom and Oppo's parliament by the age of 40, acquiring one of the 49 parliamentary seats. Kachi deemed this sufficient, however. Sergei harbored grander ambitions. He aspired to become the speaker, to ascend as the most powerful individual in the nation. Les and Oppo's words aligned perfectly with his aspirations, bringing him considerable pleasure, for in a sense, he felt acknowledged. Nevertheless, he had no intention of befriending the head of security. The disparity between them was too vast. Unbeknownst to him, Les's ambition was, in fact, a veiled pursuit of vengeance. At the iron gate leading to the basement level, the supervisor presented the documentation to the security captain stationed at the vault. The latter swiftly opened the iron door. Les exchanged greetings with his colleagues before following them through the reserved distribution hall, which he frequented every morning, arriving at the vault and Oppo's entrance. The door was unremarkable. Forged from black iron, lacking the grandeur of the towering, high-tech circular doors depicted in films of the past, it was merely a thick iron door, 2 meters square. The 3 vault administrators meticulously verified the documentation and Sergei's identity before simultaneously inserting 3 keys, unlocking the vault door in the presence of witnesses. At this moment, Les also took note of the formidable thickness of the iron door and walls, an impressive 30 centimeters. It remained uncertain whether they were encased in iron or forged from pure iron, yet their appearance alone instilled a sense of trepidation about attempting to breach them. Even a 6th-level knight like Sergei, wielding the finest steel sword and bolstered by his vitality, would find it a considerable feat to carve a passage after 3 or 4 hours of relentless effort. The security team stationed at the vault comprised merely 2 4th-level knight captains, accompanied by 2 vault administrators, Les himself, the vault supervisor, and Shelst. Upon circumventing the imposing vault door, Les uncovered the rationale behind the bank and Appos' investment in such robust fortifications. Before him lay an expansive chamber, measuring approximately 70 to 80 meters in length and width, with a ceiling soaring 6 to 7 meters high, illuminated by an abundance of oil lamps. In the center of the vault, stacks upon stacks of gold ingots and silver coins gleamed under the flickering light, while several staff members busily cradled boxes, filling their arms with wealth to be sorted and accounted for at a nearby table. However, despite each of them packing an entire box, it amounted to less than 1% of the overall treasures. It is often said that money possesses a sort of magical influence. The power of a single bill may be negligible, yet a considerable sum can profoundly sway human reason. What, then, of a veritable mountain of wealth? Les considered himself not particularly avaricious. All he desired was a comfortable home, a few servants, and the luxury of delectable meals at each sitting. Truly, it required little fortune. Yet, as he gazed at the towering pile of riches before him, an involuntary yearning to possess it surged within him, his eyes fixating on the treasure for half a minute. "Ha ha, enough staring. Even if you wish, it is not yours," remarked a nearby fourth-level knight, playfully tapping his shoulder. "Indeed, it is quite tempting," Les mused. "Yes, we felt much the same upon our first encounter," the captain agreed, nodding in affirmation. The other captain who had entered alongside them added, "This is a privilege reserved for the leaders of our security forces. The average person may never behold such wealth in a lifetime." Les shook his head, replying, "Not seeing it is perhaps a blessing. It allows us to admire from afar, and moreover, it will undoubtedly increase our workload tremendously." The two captains concurred with this sentiment. Rumor had it that Ravank Bank and Appos' vault harbored millions in gold pounds. They could only speculate about the quantity before them, estimating it to be substantial. If the destitute from the lower districts were to discover such riches, a horde of desperate souls might descend upon the bank to seize it. One of the administrators supervising nearby scoffed, having grown weary from overseeing the staff managing the inflow and outflow of reserves daily. To him, the sight of gold ingots had lost its allure, and only this group of simpletons remained in awe. "Enough chatter, come help with the loading," beckoned the vault business supervisor. Moments earlier, he had led Sergei to unlock the iron door within the vault, which belonged specifically to Sergei and Appos' personal safe. The ordinary vaults for storing clients and Appos' belongings were located elsewhere, on the second underground level. Within the vault, only 10 safes were designated for the bank and Appos' shareholders, their usage entirely at their discretion. The Marquis of Catch, among the most distinguished aristocrats of the kingdom, was forcibly relocated to Brantas after the kingdom underwent reformation, a move intended to sever the influence of such prominent nobles over their original territories. At that time, the valuable possessions of the Catch family remained in their noble villa, as each aristocrat retained a portion of elite power, placing greater trust in their own kin. The Marquis deposited his collection of artworks and certain asset documentation in Brantas, thus alleviating his concerns. Chapter 51. The Return of the Bandits' Lairs, and two captains entered the vault. Sergei was inspecting the condition of various items. Some artworks were fragile and required specific humidity and temperature. Upon noticing layers in the others, he casually gestured towards a collection of statues and large objects to their right, indicating that they should be moved. Lairs quickly understood why the supervisor had requested his presence. The area Sergei pointed to was filled with substantial artifacts, including half-length plaster statues, heavy armor, translucent large jade minerals, and even a massive siege hammer. Be cautious. These items are either the works of the late artistic masters or weapons used by historically significant war heroes. Many of these items were among Sergei's favorites. Yet his recent financial situation was precarious, and maintaining the facade of nobility was exceedingly costly. After the team assured him they would handle the items carefully, they began to lift the larger objects out of the vault. Seizing the opportunity, Lairs observed the contents of the vault. There was nothing particularly remarkable aside from various oil paintings and a collection of land deeds displayed on a small central table. Before departing, he discreetly retrieved a small notebook from the inside of his garment, solemnly placing it on the table. Then, after watching the others exit, he was the last to leave the vault. The vault's supervisor, the administrator, and Sergei each removed their keys after the large door closed, then departed from the premises. "Thank you all for your assistance," Sergei said courteously to Lairs and the two others as they stood by the carriage outside the bank. "You are too kind." "It is our duty," Lairs replied. Sergei merely acknowledged this with a slight nod before boarding his carriage, which departed with two accompanying freight wagons. "Captain, did you see that?" One of the captains inquired. "See what?" Lars looked at her in bewilderment. The war goddess armor. The 9th level knight Aristide wore it 500 years ago while single-handedly battling 2 knights of equal rank in front of 100,000 enemies. "Did you not notice the name engraved on it?" "Oh, did he perish in the end?" "Indeed. But he killed 1 knight and severely wounded another before valiantly contending against 2,000 cavalry for half an hour before succumbing. What a pity. Yes, such a formidable knight. Yet he fell to an ambush." Lars chuckled softly, remaining silent thereafter. What he lamented was that he had not taken the opportunity to move that suit of armor. Had he known of Aristide previously, he would have employed his mental prowess to discern the materials that comprised this battle-worn armor, which had endured for so many years without degradation. Over the past fortnight, he had ventured into the floating city and Apos' library each night. With ample time at his disposal, he meticulously examined the 6 enormous bookshelves to ascertain which tomes could be removed. To his delight, he indeed discovered several books that could be taken down. However, most of them were not spellbooks. Rather, they consisted of treatises or historical records. Among them, one titled An Introduction to Material Science piqued his interest. The nasal civilization has made significant advancements in the realm of materials and botanical extraction. Their rudimentary potions largely depend on the inherent properties of the medicinal plants themselves. If Les could acquire a tome on pharmacology, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. However, this is not nasal. In 2 disparate worlds with distinct ecosystems, the evolutionary trajectory of plants is bound to differ. Besides the various fundamental elements present in metallic materials, there exist numerous alloys and unidentified substances. Although Les's knowledge in this domain is exceedingly limited, he must strive to identify materials that bear similarities or identical characteristics across both worlds for future research in pharmacology and magical materials science. This endeavor is not overly arduous. Despite the absence of scientific instruments for analyzing elemental composition, An Introduction to Materials Science documents the properties and spiritual perceptual images of several common substances in nasal. By engaging in close proximity and probing with his mental faculties into the substances of this world, Les can broadly assess whether they possess analogous properties to those of nasal materials, thereby establishing connections between similarly named substances across the 2 worlds. Les feels that the aspiration to thoroughly integrate the technological advancements of nasal civilization into their current era is indeed a formidable task. That evening, Les returned to the Wind Whisperer Tavern, intending to hand over the extracted gold pounds to Dukin. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as his hands received conflicting commands to release and to grip tightly. Dukin tugged a couple of times but failed to wrest the bag away, raising an eyebrow before exerting considerable force, pulling the hefty bag of gold pounds towards himself. "With your family's wealth, does this little amount truly matter?" Les felt a pang of discomfort as he bid farewell to his 300 gold pounds, subsequently casting an irritable glance at Dukin. "The money of my family is distinct from mine. Can they be equated? Come on, you've only been retired for a month. How have you turned so miserly?" "You were quite generous back in the barracks," Dukin remarked, perplexed. Les's previous generosity stemmed from the perilous nature of the front lines, where offending someone could lead to a knife in the back, or during a crisis, being pulled to safety. Moreover, the sum he spent over those 4 years amounted to merely 40 to 50 gold pounds. Now, however, he had relinquished the majority of his fortune in one fell swoop, leaving him financially depleted and anxious. "Be frugal. I want to be able to support you financially in the coming months." For the first time, the notion of accumulating wealth dawned upon Les. In the countryside of this era, one could sustain oneself with minimal expenses through early farming and late hunting. Yet in Brantis, one could hardly move an inch without money. Dukin cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Humph, don't think we're solely reliant on you to procure funds. Surprisingly, your locale is brimming with opportunities. Today, while wandering the streets with the big oaf, someone approached us." Les frowned at this revelation. "Didn't I instruct you to act discreetly? How could you attract attention? What opportunity could that be?" Dukin and Muir were not the types to remain idle. With a few days before they could commence tracking Sergate, they began familiarizing themselves with the city's layout. They initially set their sights on the lower city's 3rd district, hoping to make contact with the black market for some suitable weaponry. 2 individuals, one sharp and astute, the other robust and imposing, clearly not ordinary folk, were approached by a young man as they wandered aimlessly, seeking answers. This man discreetly beckoned them to a corner, inquiring if they were in search of employment. Dukong ambiguously acquiesced. For their garments, worn for several years since their military service, appeared somewhat tattered. Their inquiries into the underworld and black market led others to perceive them as two newcomers to Bran as lacking funds and preparing to delve into illicit dealings. The young man disclosed that he had a perilous job opportunity that promised substantial rewards, yet he was uncertain of their trustworthiness and courage. This sentiment struck a familiar chord with Les, who murmured to himself, "The armored transport heist you mentioned before," Dukong reminded him. "Indeed," Les exclaimed. "The orchestrator of that heist recruits in such a manner, specifically targeting capable yet fallen knights. However, what an uncanny coincidence it is for them to have found you," Dukong sighed, explaining, "You cannot fathom how disheveled Muir appears. He goes a month without washing his clothes. The stench is discernible from afar. It is entirely reasonable for them to mistake us for destitute knights." After a moment of contemplation, Les suggested, "I propose we deliberate further and request his contact information." The young man provided an address, stating that they could visit when convenient, as it was a gathering place for like-minded individuals. "I discreetly visited there earlier. It's a small tavern in a slum, quite secluded. The crucial point is that I noticed those entering exhibited some prowess, having at least undergone knightly training. I observed 5 or 6 throughout the afternoon. Hence my suspicion that they belonged to the gang you mentioned." This description indeed aligned with the notorious band they had heard of. "What was the young man's name?" Les queried. "Could it be Pierre?" he asked, harboring admiration for the audacious rogue who had successfully robbed the bank. Courage and intellect accompanied by fortuity were commendable traits. Dukong shook his head. "He did not disclose his name, but I doubt it's him." Les merely speculated, not genuinely believing it was Pierre. Moreover, he continued, "Although the wanted posters drawn from others' descriptions may not be entirely accurate, that scoundrel would hardly dare to show himself in public. If the individual seeking you is indeed someone Pierre dispatched to recruit, they may be planning something considerably larger. Shall we involve ourselves?" Dukong's tone bore a hint of excitement. "According to a person named Fei Bao, 60% of men experience a fleeting thrill of bank robbery at some moment, with 20% having contemplated concrete steps within their minds. Yet, 90% of these men lack the interest to actualize such notions." Dukong was not faint-hearted. Indeed, those daring enough to engage in such ventures far exceeded 1% in this era. Les playfully kicked him, prompting an irate glare from Dukong, who refrained from retaliating, wary of receiving a beating. That kick had already exceeded the limitations of a second-tier knight, revealing that their captain had indeed advanced in rank. Les looked speechlessly at Dukong as he climbed back up from the ground and settled himself once more. This lad truly dared to contemplate anything. The combat capability of the bank and Oppos' security department, when sufficiently assembled, was not significantly inferior to that of the kingdom and Oppos' regular army. He certainly did not wish to expose himself to the danger of being hunted down afterward. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Dukong. "I am still uncertain about my involvement. You should manage things with them for now. Head to that tavern and gather some intelligence to ascertain their intentions and why they have gathered such a multitude." Chapter 52. The coachman Dukong expressed his indignation. "Have you not considered why you would kick me?" He proposed to intervene, acknowledging the disarray of their current endeavor. Yet, in the fervor of youth, who does not harbor a few delusions, aspiring to accomplish something grand? To initiate with a kick, only to later claim the need for contemplation, was perplexing. "I suddenly recalled an incident. I encountered Sergei again this morning," Les explained. He would not admit that his intention was merely to fabricate an excuse to kick Dukong, seeking retribution for the disdainful glances Dukong had often cast upon him in the barracks. "Are you not at work? How did you come across him?" Upon mentioning Sergei, the indirect murderer of his brother, Dukong's focus sharpened. Sergei's family possessed a safe within the bank's vault, containing a considerable amount of wealth. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the small booklet he had placed inside. Judging by his demeanor, it might hold great importance. Dukong's mind raced. Did it perhaps contain some secrets? If obtained, it could aid in his demise. Les shared this sentiment. Thus, "I propose we contemplate whether to engage with Pierre and his associates. My suspicion is that they may be plotting to rob the bank's vault." "The bank vault?" Dukong exclaimed, astonished. The Ravencroft District Police Station was a mere 2 streets away from the bank. Should anything occur at the vault, a throng would arrive within half an hour. The bank's own security was substantial, and the vault, being fortified, posed a formidable challenge to breach. The complications of dismantling the vault's door and absconding with an unwieldy sum of gold pounds would be monumental. Only a fool would attempt such a heist. Les understood the difficulties of robbing a bank vault far better than Dukong, having recently witnessed the thickness of the vault's construction. Yet, he possessed an intuition that Pierre's crew was evidently dissatisfied with a mere 50,000 gold pounds and was amassing more manpower. The basis of his conclusion was the presence of at least 10 individuals of knightly stature frequenting that tavern. While not all would ultimately partake, it was evident that they sought to recruit those with criminal records from the Knight and Oppos association, individuals discontent with their current circumstances, desiring ill-gotten gains, and inherently reckless. He surmised that at least half would consent to join. This represented a stark contrast to the previous combination of 3 or 4 formal knights alongside street thugs. Moreover, having personally experienced a robbery, he speculated that the assailants targeting their escort carriage were not engaged in a mere gamble for a singular success. The elimination of the archers reinforced his belief that there were unseen hands orchestrating events. At the time, he suspected their squad had been attacked merely to gauge the strength of the bank's escort forces, and that further incidents would ensue. As fate would have it, just half a month later, the escort carriage was ambushed once more. Initially, one might presume the affair concluded, with the perpetrators having successfully absconded with 50,000 gold pounds, likely long gone from Brantis. Yet, Du Kong's earlier remarks suggested that such a sum fell woefully short of satiating their greed. In less than a month, 2 assaults on the escort carriage had occurred, prompting the bank to elevate its vigilance and bolster security. The patrolling officers on the streets were now more attentive to the movements of the escort. Thus, what purpose would the recruitment of additional personnel serve? Aside from the vault, the bank holds no other objectives worthy of their efforts. Less's target is not the money within the vault. That would be too hot to handle, even if acquired. However, what if they possess some assurance? What if they have an advantage unbeknownst to them? Should they succeed, with Dukan and more embroiled in the operation, might the crucial booklet within the third vault, significant to Sergei, be within reach? This is the crux of Less's hesitation regarding Dukan's involvement. Close-range suppression of murderous intent proves challenging, and he is reluctant to endure it indefinitely. Monitoring Sergei and Oppos' movements has been a desperate measure, and Less is prepared to adopt a gradual strategy, given the emergence of the booklet, which may contain information surpassing what Dukan and his team could glean from 6 months of surveillance. It stands to reason that if Pierre and his associates possess a degree of confidence, they might venture forth. After pondering for over 10 minutes, Less addressed the ever-patient Dukan. The original surveillance plan remains unchanged, but you may visit that tavern occasionally. Seek to gather intelligence on their plans without arousing suspicion. If it can be confirmed that this group is indeed summoned by Pierre and genuinely intends to rob the bank vault with reasonable certainty, I believe we could seize the opportunity. Understood, Dukan replied, his voice tinged with excitement. The prospect of robbing a bank while simultaneously expediting the demise of Sergei greatly piqued his interest. By the way, have you devised a strategy for monitoring Sergei? Not yet. But I have some ideas. Very well. It appears we must expedite matters regarding the carriage. Less refrained from inquiring about his specific methods, trusting Dukan's competence in this area. Confident there would be no missteps, he produced a card and handed it over. Go to the address on this card and contact a young man named Jesse Walton. He possesses a carriage and can drive. Dukan glanced at the card, committing the address to memory before stowing it in his pocket. Is he trustworthy? Monitoring the son of a marquis, the deputy chief of the Revink District Police, and plotting mischief is not a venture for the faint of heart. I'm uncertain. But this lad is quite astute and eager to earn. Once you locate him tomorrow, use the pretext of needing a carriage to bring him to my residence in the evening. I will speak with him. Understood. The Brandis Goods exhibition enjoys immense renown across the eastern continent, attracting merchants from over a dozen nations who present their most prized and potentially lucrative products. Concurrently, they seek to familiarize themselves with distinctive goods from other countries. If a market prospect exists in their homeland, they will readily pay a deposit and sign a letter of intent on the spot. Furthermore, they must carry a special certificate from their national bank, guided by a representative to establish a special transnational account at a bank in the Kingdom of Noah. The bank will directly provide the merchants with Noah gold pounds for transactions among international traders, after which they may present the provided documentation to their own national banks to withdraw funds. Amidst this, there lies the issue of exchange fees for different currencies. As the exhibition is held in Brandis, direct transactions among merchants from various countries using different currencies can lead to a myriad of complications. Thus, the Royal Bank of Brandis acts as an intermediary, facilitating the exchange of diverse currencies into Noah pounds for the merchants. Following their transactions, The merchants then convert their Noah pounds back into their respective national currencies. The fees for this service are quite substantial, amounting to 7 per thousand. The annually held commodity exhibition allows the bank, local shops, and the labor force of branches to reap considerable profits. Furthermore, after selling their goods, merchants, burdened with a multitude of Noah pounds, often prefer to spend their earnings directly within Noah to avoid incurring additional exchange fees, thereby benefiting branches as well. The merchants express little dissatisfaction with these costs, as the geographical and transportation advantages of branches and the Kingdom of Noah foster an open and convenient commercial atmosphere. There is scarcely a better venue for marketing their wares than this exhibition. Those wishing to profit must come, and those who hesitate are compelled to join as well. Consequently, the bank's operations have become exceedingly hectic. With the influx of people, a diverse array of characters emerges. Well-dressed merchants often find themselves embroiled in disputes at the bank and Oppos, as service counters, where Les, accompanied by his team, tirelessly mediates and diffuses the tensions, leaving him utterly exhausted by the end of the day. The Ravink branch also handles small currency exchanges, and Bella finds herself counting money to the point of cramping her hands, developing calluses on her fingers. During lunch, she incessantly complains about her arduous work, pleading with Les to procure some delicious food as comfort, yearning for a feast. Shortly after returning to her room, Les hears the distinct call of a cuckoo. This world bears no cuckoos, and he understands that it signals the arrival of Dukong. Over the past 4 years, Les has taught them many peculiar things. Dressed appropriately, he descends the stairs and steps outside, coincidentally encountering Lostre ascending. "What are you doing out so late?" he inquires, eyeing his son's formal attire. "Meeting a friend." "You should rest early," Lostre replies, placing emphasis on the phrase "on the way," clearly referencing his previous flimsy excuse for his injury. All right." At this moment, Dukong's arm rests on his shoulder as he nods towards Les. Meanwhile, Jesse's expression turns somewhat sour as he warily observes Dukong and the approaching familiar customer. Chapter 53. Jesse obediently followed the orders of the elderly patron in the rear carriage, steering the vehicle towards the outskirts. Along the way, he contemplated the notion of escaping should the carriage overturn. Alternatively, he considered leaping from the vehicle as they passed a police booth, sprinting towards the officers for assistance. Another thought crossed his mind, drawing the concealed dagger hidden within the seat cushion and striking the man beside him, who introduced himself as Dukong, before simultaneously stabbing the horse and leaping from the carriage. The uncontrollable steed would then gallop frantically, leaving those within the carriage too preoccupied to pursue him. Such perilous thoughts plagued Jesse's mind because he regarded himself as no fool. He recognized the gravity of his predicament. The dock workers bore a significant workload and required a hearty meal at noon to replenish their strength and salt, lest they falter in the afternoon and Oppos' endeavors. However, not all laborers could afford the luxury of a home-cooked lunch. This segment of workers resorted to purchasing inexpensive fare to stave off hunger. Among the multitude of lunch vendors, Jesse's business thrived the most, for he was generous with salt and willing to invest in sugar. The salt extraction techniques employed by Noah's coastal waters were inefficient, merely ensuring that the populace would not suffer from salt deficiency-related ailments. Prices remained elevated, unaffected by proximity to the sea. Other vendors were reluctant to enhance their offerings with salt or fish. Yet Jesse understood the imperative of possessing a distinct advantage amidst the throng of stalls in the bustling dock area. The laborers, engaging in strenuous physical work, rapidly depleted their bodily salts. A lack of salt meant a lack of energy. Thus, if the salt was insufficient, the workers would be lethargic. This lethargy would inevitably lead to unfinished tasks in the afternoon, resulting in inadequate wages. Understanding this, Jesse generously added extra salt to his fish soup. He maintained a cordial relationship with the owner of a fishing vessel, securing the most affordable selection of small fish and shrimp. Each day, he prepared an exquisite sweet soup using the costly sugar for those single men who, lacking familial responsibilities, were comparatively wealthier. Since 6 months prior, the row of vendors in front of the docks could only commence their businesses after Jesse's stock had been entirely sold out. Other vendors eventually mimicked his strategy of adding extra salt to attract customers. However, Jesse's prices remained extraordinarily low, yielding minimal profit while still drawing a multitude of workers to his stall. Fortunately, he was aware of the pitfalls of excess, preparing only enough food for 100 workers daily, thus avoiding significant animosity. Jesse was not engaged in philanthropy. He sold affordable lunches to laborers merely to increase his earnings from their patronage. Each evening, as the workday concluded, he would set up his stall again. This time, prices aligned with the market rate, yet due to his provision of economical and substantial lunches, most workers would still frequent his stall. Coupled with his eloquence and the ever-present warm smile upon his lips, his business flourished. Should lunch prices soar, workers would refrain from purchasing. Selling at market value was essential for volume. As a lone operator with other daytime commitments, Jesse could not afford to prepare excessive quantities of fish soup, and the carriage could not accommodate an overabundance of bread. Each day, he sells merely 100 affordable lunches. Yet he garners the admiration of far more than 100 individuals. In the evening, he peddles everyday goods and garments, earning a profit of several copper coins per item, which significantly surpasses the 30 copper coins he makes from each lunch. Even though the workers possess limited purchasing power, he manages to earn about 10 silver coins daily, expending only the hours of breakfast, lunch, and dinner times when he is not working. During the day, he ventures to the airship station to attract customers. Although it requires a stroke of luck, his overall monthly earnings amount to nearly 5 gold pounds, a remarkable sum for a 17-year-old boy without parents. Jesse diligently saves this money to cover his sister's medical expenses and daily necessities, despite the exhausting challenges of dealing with demanding customers and gang entanglements. He finds life relatively comfortable. Unfortunately, he senses that this comfortable existence may soon slip away. This afternoon, as he was preparing to purchase black bread from the bakery near his home to sell at the docks, he encountered a formidable young man. The young man introduced himself as Dukong, stating that Mr. Les Wagner required transportation and requested Jesse to drive him there. Jesse felt a twinge of confusion. He remembered Les and the handwritten card he had given him, as Les was one of the few who hadn't discarded or rejected it on the spot. Jesse had merely ventured to try his luck, never imagining that a wealthy man residing on the affluent Zijing Street would employ someone like him and his rickety cart. As a small merchant frequently entangled with gangs, Jesse was cautious and astute. He declined the request, citing his need to set up his stall at the docks during lunchtime, and sincerely apologized. However, Dukong's demeanor shifted abruptly. He seized Jesse and compelled him into the cart, directing it towards the affluent district. Throughout the journey and the wait, Jesse pondered what could have drawn someone in Apos' attention to him. He was just an ordinary boy from the common district, with perhaps a modest talent for earning money. What could he possibly offer to warrant such interest? Even when Dukong's blade pressed against his waist, he remained perplexed as they traveled along the rural road. Upon reaching the desolate outskirts, Les raised the curtain to observe the scenery outside. Realizing they had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness, he then tapped on the front compartment of the cart, commanding, "Stop." Dukong, hearing the signal, barked at Jesse to halt the cart. Obediently, Jesse brought the cart to a stop by the roadside, carefully extending his hand to retrieve the oil lamps hanging from either side of the cart's roof. He disembarked and stood at the door, illuminating the way for Les. In the city, he had been apprehensive of risks, failing to decisively implement the various self-preservation strategies that had crossed his mind. Now, in the countryside, those thoughts had dissipated entirely. Jesse was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of knightly prowess, and he understood that he stood no chance of resistance against the two men before him. His last opportunity to escape, utilizing the terrain and the police, had vanished when he failed to act decisively before leaving the city. Les alighted from the cart, accepting a lamp from Jesse and Apos' hand, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, signaling him to wait. After exchanging a few words with Dukong, he approached the anxious young man. "My boy, we meet again." He smiled gently and spoke. Jesse took a deep breath to calm the unease and fear within him. "Your Excellency, how may I assist you?" Without questioning the why, without pleading or threatening, Jesse maintained a tone of utmost composure. Life and death lay in another's hands, and he knew he had no alternative. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. Les was quite pleased with the boy's demeanor. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries for help were futile here. Obediently following orders was the wisest course for anyone in such a predicament. "I wish to accomplish a task, but I lack sufficient manpower, hence I have summoned you." Jesse offered a wry smile, saying, "Your Excellency, I truly do not see what merits you see in me." "You are astute and perceptive," Les replied. "Thank you for the compliment. Have you agreed?" Jesse shrugged, resigned. "Do I have any other choices?" "Of course not," Les replied, shaking his head with an air of certainty. Jesse had no options. Les had not provided him with any, or merely offered him the stark choice between life and death. On Earth, he was an ordinary man who had never even killed a chicken. Yet here, he had already taken the lives of dozens. And it was likely he would kill more enemies in the future, under the heavy demands of the times and the indulgence of subjective consciousness. The once law-abiding youth was gradually fading away. Les had heard a saying, "The law is the baseline of morality." He no longer considered himself a moral person by universal standards. Although he still had a baseline, he would not kill for amusement or commit genocide for profit. He felt he could take a life or two for his own purposes without hesitation. If Jesse truly refused, a grave would undoubtedly emerge in this wilderness. The boy knew his name and address, and should he attract the attention of the police. Although such unsubstantiated matters would not land him in prison, they could raise unnecessary scrutiny. At times, even a slight suspicion could be detected. He would not gamble with the safety of himself, his comrades, and his family. "How much do you earn in a month?" he inquired of Jesse. Les was not one to rely on threats to achieve his aims, for he believed that human hearts were not easily predictable. To gain control over someone, discussing interests might not be the most thorough method, but for most, it was undoubtedly the most effective. Les and Dukong were somewhat taken aback. During their time in the military, their highest salary had been 5 gold pounds. This young man, though not long in the world, managed to earn such a sum in the civilian sector, which, to be frank, surpassed their own earnings. "Haha, I knew I had not misjudged you," Les laughed. "A clever person can rise above their circumstances, no matter where they are from." Dukong had briefly shared information gleaned from the bakery's business card. He knew Jesse held 3 jobs daily: carriage driver, lunch seller, and vendor of daily necessities. However, the pay of a dock worker was not easily earned. And with the gang and Oppos' influence deeply rooted there, it was clear that he possessed some capabilities to retain such substantial earnings. Chapter 54. A brief reflection. I must acknowledge that this is indeed my oversight. The narrative structure of this book is such that the first volume serves to establish the world in which the protagonist exists, detailing how they assimilate into the civilization of this era, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for future revelations regarding the kingdom's political landscape and the power struggles among various social strata. The protagonist's journey in mastering magic is also intended to intertwine with these political developments. Additionally, I have dedicated considerable text to the introduction of several characters, which can be seen as foreshadowing. As for the reason behind this approach, it has rendered the progression of the plot rather sluggish and seemingly superficial. As a reader myself, I harbor a slight grievance regarding the convenience with which characters appear precisely when the protagonist requires their presence, often establishing their relationships, be they antagonistic or amicable, rather abruptly. This evokes a sense that such characters exist solely to serve the narrative, which strikes me as rather implausible. Therefore, I opted to introduce characters who will play a role later, leaving a lasting impression. Moreover, as a novice, I harbored somewhat unrealistic aspirations when I began writing, particularly in my desire to flesh out secondary characters, striving to animate them. However, such endeavors are typically reserved for seasoned authors. Writing too extensively about elements that lack immediate relevance during the early stages of a book can be detrimental for a newcomer. Furthermore, my attempts to delve deeply into character portrayals have not yielded satisfactory results. I should have prioritized advancing the plot instead. Regarding the aspects of excitement and the delayed introduction of the magical theme, I confess that I struggle to write compelling moments of exhilaration. I too appreciate novels that deliver high-level thrills without resorting to cliché tropes, such as magic, Ascendant, or Lord of the Mysteries. Crafting such experiences necessitates a profound understanding of the readership, discerning what dialogue at which junctures can evoke a sense of awe in the protagonist, allowing readers to immerse themselves without feeling contrived. Unfortunately, I lack the skill for this. I am unwilling to resort to writing lowbrow antagonists. Thus, I find myself caught in a liminal space, unable to achieve my desired effect while simultaneously dismissing the lower-tier options. Consequently, I have temporarily set aside my concerns regarding excitement. As for the delay in addressing the magical theme, my vision for this novel encompasses the depiction of the zeitgeist and the clashes and struggles among differing factions. I intend for the protagonist to rise with the burgeoning winds of magic in this tumultuous era, ultimately guiding the indigenous magical civilization into the world and portraying the landscapes of diverse cultures. Therefore, the slow pace of character development is also a fault of mine. To summarize, the upcoming narrative will pivot towards a stronger focus on magic after his demise. There will not be an excessive quantity of it. This is not due to a reluctance to reveal more of my manuscript, but rather my personal aversion to witnessing the initial stages of development. I had released content rather hastily at the outset. Within just 23 days, I had produced 200,000 words. Nevertheless, I had applied for a contract after 100,000 words and revised the status at 150,000 words. The first promotional push is set for this Sunday, while the exact date for the official release remains uncertain. Yesterday, I inquired with the editor about amplifying the updates to advance the plot. He suggested that I continue writing normally, with the possibility of moderate increases in frequency. Finally, for those who find my book worthy of a glance, I would appreciate your kind votes. A heartfelt thank you to the Rin Tion reader for their detailed suggestions. I am truly grateful. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to point out the genuine issues present in my book, please feel free to do so. As long as the discourse remains respectful, I will not delete any posts. Rest assured, there is no need for trepidation. Chapter 55, Subjugation. I offer you a monthly salary of 10 gold pounds. Take your carriage and work for me, Les stated calmly, his face betraying no emotion, though internally he was racked with concern. Naturally, he intended to provide compensation for the labor. Les recognized that this young man possessed a modicum of business acumen, capable of earning a sufficient living through sheer intellect. Therefore, to inspire Jesse to work with a sense of agency rather than mere obligation, he resolved to tempt him with a wage that was double what he could earn through his daily toils. Initially, Les believed that for a lad residing in the impoverished district, earning 3 or 4 gold pounds a month was a lofty expectation. He was taken aback by the sudden influx of budgetary opportunity. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his decision to offer a doubled salary, for no one ever complains about having too much money. Surely, the prospect of a monthly income that doubled would entice Jesse. Indeed, upon hearing of the 10 gold pounds monthly wage, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jesse's eyes. Currently, he was laboring relentlessly just to earn 6 gold pounds, with his sister's medical expenses consuming a significant portion of it, leaving him incapable of affording her education. 10 gold pounds would undoubtedly liberate his family from the shackles of poverty. Thank you for your generosity. What must I do for you, my lord? Jesse inquired, bowing slightly, a fervent smile gracing his lips. Les lit a cigarette, perched on the steps of the carriage, and exhaled a plume of smoke, leisurely posing. I require someone to be surveilled for an extended period. Sergei Catch. Are you familiar with him? Indeed, he is the deputy chief of police in Rampant district. The son of a marquis, a significant figure, Jesse replied, though he had never personally encountered the man. He enjoyed perusing newspapers to glean information about Brantis and to identify business opportunities. Sergei and Apo's name frequently adorned the pages, detailing his latest endeavors in dismantling criminal enterprises, confiscating contraband, and apprehending notorious offenders. Les nodded, acknowledging the man's prominence. He is indeed a notable individual, possessing a keen sensitivity honed from military experience. I require 2 carriages to alternate in surveilling him, and you will be responsible for driving one of them. Understood. Are you not curious as to why I wish to monitor him? Les continued. Since you do not seem to care, I shall refrain from divulging the extent of his transgressions or the depths of his depravity. It suffices to say that we have a score to settle. I will tell you this. He must die. Les and Apo's voice brimmed with a murderous intent as his gaze turned icy towards Jesse. I do not relish the need to issue warnings repeatedly. I will say this only once. Should you dare to disclose this matter to him in a bid for his protection, it matters not. In due course, you will come to realize the folly of your decision, and you and your sister. What was her name again? Melody, Dukong interjected from beside him. Yes, Melody, Les echoed. Then continued, neither of you can rely on Sergei's protection indefinitely. One day, perhaps in a few months, you may find headlines announcing the tragic demise of the brother and sister within their home. Jesse, who had previously worn a smile, felt a surge of fury upon hearing his sister and Apo's name. No one can harm her. He shouted emphatically at the man before him. Then he was abruptly kicked to the ground by Dukong, clutching his abdomen, instinctively curling up. It seemed that Dukong's strike was rather forceful. Les sat quietly, observing Jesse on the ground, his gaze devoid of any visible emotion. Is this how you protect your sister? You cannot even withstand a kick from a third-tier knight? Dukong mocked. He was reminded of his brother, Duz. In their childhood, whenever they lost a fight, it was always Duz who held him close in a corner, enduring the wrathful beatings from their opponents. Dukong had often told Duz that when they grew up, he would protect his brother. Yet Duz was gone, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Despite having grown stronger than his brother, he failed to safeguard him. Jesse's words echoed in his mind, reminiscent of what he had once said, but the outcome was different. Jack gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Les. I won't betray you. Whatever task you assign me, even if it leads to my demise, I will accept it. Please do not harm my sister. Les stood and approached him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. I do not see you as mere cannon fodder. Your task is quite simple. Accompany my friend to monitor Sergei, as you are well acquainted with the routes here. I have heard your sister is ill. What affliction does she suffer from? Jesse turned his head to glance at him and murmured, She fell from a wall when she was young and is paralyzed from the waist down. Les stroked his chin thoughtfully. A nervous system injury, huh? He tightened his grip around Jesse's shoulder and spoke with earnest confidence. If we succeed in eliminating Sergei, I promise to heal your sister in the future. What? Jesse suddenly broke free from Les' embrace and faced him squarely. You can heal my sister? In the library. He had come across a tale of an ordinary man who pleaded with a high mage to take him as an apprentice in order to cure his nerve degeneration. Moved by his plight, the high mage provided him with magical education, and after the ordinary man became a junior mage, he created a potion unprecedented in the ancient civilization of Nasal, capable of repairing human nerve damage, ultimately restoring his paralyzed legs. This man was known as Deokit. And Les had seen a collection titled The Complete Compendium of Deokit's Potions on the library shelves. Although Les had yet to grasp the true distance between high mages and junior mages, he believed the gap could not be insurmountable. For one need not possess formidable strength to concoct magical potions, as long as he could access that collection. He was confident he could formulate such a potion within a decade. I understand, thank you. Jesse replied softly, his tone lacking excitement. He did not truly believe that Les could heal his sister's legs. He had never heard of anyone paralyzed regaining the ability to stand. Every day, Jesse racked his brain to earn money solely to provide his sister with adequate nutrition and to hire a doctor from the clinic to care for her. Massaging her atrophied legs, Jesse and Apos' greatest aspiration was to ensure that his sister could live a life free from want, allowing her to pursue her musical dreams. The thought of helping Meraidi rise again was beyond his imagination. However, the scene that unfolded next ignited a flicker of hope within him. A sudden burst of azure light emerged from an unknown source, illuminating the dim terrain and his eyes. Glancing upward, he beheld Les, whose eyes were solemnly closed. Surrounded by 4 ethereal orbs of deep blue, tinged with crimson, gently swirling around him. Jesse stood in astonishment, having never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle before. Dukong, expressionless beside him, gazed in wonder at the luminous spheres encircling Les. Now, do you believe? Les inquired slowly as he opened his eyes. What is this? Jesse asked, a hint of urgency and excitement lacing his voice. What do you think? Les countered. Is it a wizard? Jesse's tone was charged with palpable eagerness. Desperate for answers, myths and legends are universal to every civilization, reflections created by ancient peoples that encapsulate their understanding of nature, humanity, and Apos' relationship with it, and the social structures of their time. The movements of celestial bodies, the cycle of day and night, the occurrences of droughts and floods, and the inevitability of life and death bewildered, astonished, and frightened them. Such natural phenomena were intricately linked to the lives of primitive humans, who yearned to comprehend and harness the forces of nature, thus conjuring fantastical beings endowed with extraordinary powers based on their own existence. As civilization progressed and enlightenment flourished, humanity and Apos' understanding of their world matured, transforming myths from sources of spiritual solace and fantasy into stories meant for the enlightenment of children. Naturally, Jesse had heard numerous tales of this kind in his youth, but as he matured and gained knowledge, he had long ceased to believe in wizards and fairies dwelling within the forest or in professions more wondrous than that of a knight. Yet now, doubt crept into his mind. Standing close to the glowing magical orbs, Jesse and Apos' vision became acutely sensitive to the light within the dim surroundings. He distinctly observed the shimmering motes of light within the spheres surrounding Les, the product of activated and concentrated magical essence. So beautiful, so radiant. It stirred within him an inexplicable thrill. Noticing Jesse's entranced gaze upon the magical spheres, a flicker of amusement danced in Les's eyes. He then strained to control the magical orbs, directing them to strike the earth 5 meters away. Simultaneously managing 4 magical orbs was his utmost limit. To create this effect, he had exerted all his focus and mental energy, barely managing to construct 4 structures of psychic force at once. A brief display for Jesse to convince him was all he intended, for sustaining this feat could very well lead to his collapse. The embarrassment of such a failure would be immense, and Jesse might even expose him as this unreliable wizard. Wizards? No, this is magic. I am a mage. Les declared with conviction. Witches are figures from ancient legends, often depicted with a toad in tow, delighting in the collection of women's menstrual blood, animal flesh, and other peculiar ingredients to concoct potions, all while bearing a visage marred by festering sores. In contrast, wizards do not rely heavily on external substances. Their intrinsic mental fortitude serves as the finest medium for spellcasting. Regardless of whether the man before Jesse is a witch or a wizard, his thoughts are consumed by a singular desire. The witches in the tales possess the ability to resurrect the dead. Could it be that Niles holds the power to restore his sister to her former self? Chapter 56. Siblings as long as you can heal Moriarty. My life will belong to you. Jesse suddenly knelt on one knee before Les, his right fist pressed against his heart as he declared loudly. This was the posture of ancient knights pledging their loyalty. Have you made up your mind? Les inquired, his gaze calm as he regarded him. Yes. Very well, rise. Nodding with satisfaction, he gestured to Dukin, who approached with understanding and pulled a cigarette from his pocket to offer it to him. Les observed him, his expression one of exasperation. Money. He pointed at Jesse, who was just standing up. Oh. Dukin glanced at him with resignation, wondering why he hadn't mentioned it sooner. He then retrieved a small pouch of gold pounds from his pocket and tossed it to Jesse. There are 20 gold pounds in this, in advance on your salary. Clean up the exterior of the cart, and with the remainder, take your sister to a better apartment. Starting tomorrow, take Dukin with you to find a place with a good view across from the police station, and then follow his arrangements. Understood, Jesse replied succinctly. Today, having been abruptly taken away by Dukin, he had no opportunity to inform his sister, who must be quite worried by now. Moriarty's face still bore the traces of concern as she shook her head and said, You need not deceive me any longer. After you left at noon, you were captured. Weren't you? How did you know? Jesse asked, somewhat astonished. I watch you leave each day from the window. I saw everything that happened at noon, Moriarty replied. Her eyes, previously shed of tears, now welling up anew as she choked out. Brother, please do not return to the dock area to sell goods. In less than half a year, this is the third time you have been taken away. Jesse's business flourished, and naturally, the gangsters sought to extract more profit from him. His two trades required him to pay Sean and Amp, Oppo's gang, and also to provide what they termed a management fee, essentially a protection fee, to the gang in the dock area. The territories of gangs frequently changed hands, and at times, Jesse simply could not afford to pay them, resulting in him being cornered downstairs and beaten twice, incidents that Moriarty witnessed. I am but a burden. Do not hire anyone to massage me or procure medicine, nor buy so many snacks and fruits. Each month, despite earning so much, it all goes towards me, an unworthy burden. Jesse scrimped and saved for himself, yet lavished care upon his sister. Every day, she had fruits and desserts. And a massage therapist visited every 3 days to prevent Moriarty's muscles from atrophying and to promote blood circulation, ensuring her legs did not resemble two withered branches, which would only darken her already somber mood. Moriarty shook her head. She dared not report to the authorities, for her brother had previously warned her that the police found it difficult to intervene in gang matters, and even if they punished them, the siblings would face retaliation. Jesse exhaled in relief. He wished to avoid any contact with the police. If it provoked less misunderstanding, given the man's prior tone, he might indeed act decisively. Why did they capture you? He asked, relieved that there was no mention of injury. It was merely a misunderstanding. Let us not discuss it further. I will go prepare some food for you. You must be famished. He gently stroked his sister and Oppo's head, rising to make his way to the kitchen. Melita grasped his hand. I have already eaten. I cannot finish the snacks you bought me. Stay with me for a while. Jesse sat back down, and Melita leaned against his shoulder, picking up the harmonica beside her pillow and began to play. The melodious notes soon calmed Jesse's spirit, alleviating the burdensome thoughts of the day. As the tune came to an end, Melita lifted her head and gazed at her brother. After each of her performances, Jesse would offer his critique, yet this time, he remained silent, his eyes drawn to the small feet peeking from beneath Melita's long dress. They were marred with veins in a faint hue, the skin appearing somewhat shriveled and sallow. Following his gaze, Melita's expression darkened. What girl does not cherish beauty? She did not consider herself overly vain, yet the sight of her unsightly legs was difficult to bear. Melita? Yes? If one day, if you could rise to your feet and live like a normal person, what would you wish to do? Of course, I would study music. You know, my greatest idol is Jacqueline du Piar. She is the most magnificent female musician. I aspire to learn the cello. Melita had never played the cello. Her modest musical knowledge was imparted by their father during her childhood. Their father had once been a wandering minstrel, playing the accordion. He encountered their mother while traveling to Brantis and chose to settle down, performing in a tavern band. As a child, Melita often visited the tavern to find her father, and over time, she learned a bit of harmonica and flute from the other musicians. She also discovered how to compose rustic melodies. At that time, the movement for female independence from King Khan was just beginning to gain momentum, and Jacqueline was one of its prominent figures. Her speeches at concerts and the spirited gestures while playing left a lasting impression on Melita, who idolized her. Unfortunately, Melita later suffered a tragic paralysis, followed by the loss of both parents to the Great Plague. Had it not been for Jesse's keen intellect and perceptive nature in business from a young age, the two of them might have been reduced to begging in the slums. With a gentle smile, Jesse brushed the strands of hair from Melita's face. "It will come to pass. It surely will." "Yes." Melita nodded vigorously, her face brightening with hopeful anticipation. "Time for sleep. It is getting late." "All right, good night." Jesse retrieved bedding from the cupboard, laying it out on the floor before lying down to sleep. Their home consisted of two small 10-square-meter rooms, one serving as the kitchen for boiling the fish soup Jesse sold, perpetually infused with the scent of fish due to the frequent preparation of small fish and shrimp. The other was their shared bedroom. The space was too cramped to accommodate two beds, compelling Jesse to sleep on the floor. Melita lay on her bed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The siblings have engaged in countless discussions about dreams and the future, akin to mutual encouragement, instilling confidence in each other to persevere. Jesse aspires to become a prominent businessman, selling his goods across the globe, while Melita's greatest dream is simply to see her brother happy. Thus, during their conversations, she forces a smile, feigning anticipation for what lies ahead. However, the only reason she continues to endure with her frail body and crippled legs is due to Jesse's stern declaration during a previous suicide attempt, where he expressed that her existence was the very motivation for his survival. With nothing left but each other, her absence would extinguish his will to live. Jesse, too, is awake, fully aware that his sister's smile is merely a facade for his benefit. "Your legs will heal." He has repeated this phrase to Melita countless times, a shared act of self-comfort. Jesse is astute and rational. He does not harbor absolute faith in Les's ability to heal his sister's legs. Yet, the spells Les performs bear a striking resemblance to those of wizards in stories, rendering his words not entirely implausible. In moments devoid of hope, Jesse remains composed. But now that a glimmer of light has appeared, he is determined to seize it, regardless of the cost. In the room where Dukin and Muir are temporarily staying, Dukin inquires, "Captain, have you become a 6th-level knight?" After Les instructed Jesse to bring them here, he dismissed him, aware that Dukin would have many questions. "No. It was truly magic," Les replied with a smile. Dukin scoffed, clearly skeptical. In the continent, the term magician is often associated with circuses, referring to highly skilled illusionists. Those who perform acts like conjuring flowers or producing flames from thin air are labeled as magicians. The term magic is merely their own branding, as in the continent and Apos' language. Mag signifies mystery, while law denotes natural forces and principles. Together, they imply a master of mysterious natural powers, abbreviated as magician. Most people regard the term magician as synonymous with circus performers, with only children believing in the existence of true magic. Compared to fairy tales and perceptions of circus magicians, Dukin finds Les's sudden emergence as a 7th-level knight capable of manipulating blood energy to be more grounded in reality. "Give me your hand." "What for?" Dukin queried, puzzled. "To demonstrate something." Reluctantly, Dukin extended his left hand, eyeing Les with suspicion. Les concentrated for 6 or 7 seconds, casting a silencing spell on the palm before him. "Tap the table with this hand." "What does that mean?" "This spell does not require full activation of magic essence." Leaving Dukin feeling foolish as he held his hand out before the captain, waiting for a change that never came after more than 10 seconds. "Can you not comprehend such a simple instruction as to strike the table with your hand?" "Just one tap, and you will understand," Les remarked with impatience. Ducong, feeling helpless, complied. "What are you doing?" The human senses are constantly absorbing external information, enabling the brain to perceive its surroundings. However, Ducong heard no sound. Assuming it was an illusion, he struck again, yet still, silence prevailed. "Try the other hand." A sound emerged. His hearing was intact. Ducong stared in astonishment at his left hand, then at his captain. Silencing spell, a minor enchantment at the apprentice level, quite convenient at times. Les explained before Ducong could inquire further. "Do magicians truly exist?" Ducong asked in disbelief. "Indeed. What about those in the circus?" "Oh, they are not." Les shook his head. The essential energy of a magician, known as magical essence, emerged over 20 years ago, following the year of divine retribution. Now, some individuals on the continent can harness this energy. They call themselves sorcerers, though I prefer the term magician. Magical essence? It is an energy present in the air. A magician must rely on it to cast spells. It is akin to the vitality of a knight. Once the magical essence is depleted, a magician becomes an ordinary person. Though knights are somewhat stronger, as they can still fight with their physical prowess. Dukong nodded, somewhat understanding, and asked, "Where did you learn this?" During their time in the army, they patrolled and fought together daily. Yet he had never witnessed less employ this so-called magic. Magical essence is ubiquitous in the air. Some individuals with potent souls can occasionally sense it and utilize it. Self-taught? Indeed, less admitted without shame. He possessed a talent for magic, as his soul was enhanced, making him far stronger than the average person. Even without the advanced knowledge of the Nathar civilization, he would eventually encounter sorcerers or sense magical essence himself, provided he remained alive, albeit at a slower pace. "Can your silencing spell render all my sounds imperceptible?" Dukong, with his military background and a keen sense for combat, immediately contemplated the application of this spell in stealth operations. If all three of them could eliminate sound, their chances of ambushing and eliminating Sergei would significantly increase. Intermediate knights cannot rely solely on instinct. They must discern and evade attacks from behind through the sounds of air currents and footsteps. Les recognized his thoughts and, with a hint of regret, said, "It is futile. Even if I cast the spell upon you, I would still control it. It will not move with you. I was controlling the spell to follow the movement of your hand just now. If we were to attack in a triangular formation, the distance between us would hinder my focus during combat, making it impossible for me to manipulate the spell simultaneously. An ambush is feasible, but it must be a lethal strike." Les did not believe that the three of them could conceal their murderous intent while delivering a fatal blow to a single target. With the mastery of blood energy that a 6th-level knight possesses, one can mobilize this energy to form a defense within a mere fifth of a second upon the emergence of killing intent. Their strength, however, is insufficient to pierce through blood energy of this caliber with a single strike. "Could you teach me?" Dukong inquired hesitantly, despite his initial reservations. Although Noah did not adhere to the adage of not easily passing down techniques, he nonetheless held a deep reverence for various skills, cherishing them dearly. This sentiment was equally shared by the military and the Knight Academy. The combat skills imparted by instructors and veterans were conventional and formulaic, with only a select few soldiers deemed worthy of receiving advanced techniques. Dukong was acutely aware of this. Under different circumstances, he would not have broached the subject. However, the matter of the silence technique was critical to avenging his brother. If both he and Muir could independently unleash their powers, the three of them might have a chance to wear down Sergei's blood energy through persistent ambushes from behind. Resigned, Les gazed at Dukong, whose face was etched with desperation, and gently shook his head. "I initially intended to guide you towards becoming a mage, but I remain skeptical about resolving matters solely with the silence technique against Sergei. Firstly, mastering magic requires innate talent, which you may not possess. Secondly, you are far too impatient. With the combined strength of the three of us, Sergei could easily dispatch us with a single blow. Do you truly believe you can outmaneuver him until his energy is exhausted? I understand your eagerness for vengeance, but I will not consent to a reckless endeavor that amounts to self-destruction. We can at least give it a try," Dukong insisted stubbornly. Les sighed. "Very well. Bring me paper and a pen. I shall write down a meditation method." The room lacked these supplies, prompting Dukong to hastily rise and seek them from the innkeeper downstairs. After more than 10 minutes, Les had inscribed the relevant portion on meditation from the book Meditation Enlightenment, a text he had read countless times until he had mastered its contents. He refrained from noting some unrelated information, deciding that if Dukong were to become a mage, he would omit anything concerning Nasal, sharing only the pertinent details. However, if Dukong lacked the requisite talent, he saw no point in providing it to him. "Make a copy for Muir as well, to see if he possesses any talent." Les added, given Muir's robust physique and straightforward nature, he might, following the tropes of novels, advance rapidly in his magical pursuits due to his so-called pure heart. With Muir's trust in him, he might just gain an additional ally to assist in his magical endeavors. Dukong nodded absent-mindedly and took a seat at the table to begin studying the written content. Les glanced at his pocket watch. It was already 10:00 and Oppo's clock. He decided to recline on Dukong's bed and delve into dreams, continuing his study of several spells. The following morning, upon awakening, Les indeed found Dukong lying flat on the floor, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes. "Have you made any progress?" He yawned, inquiring. Dukong sat up and shook his head. Whenever he attempted to calm his thoughts, he inexplicably recalled their prior mission. The deaths of his brother and comrades weighed heavily on Dukong, leaving him more affected than Les, making it difficult for him to achieve a state of complete tranquility. Les had anticipated this outcome. Dukong and Imp, Oppo's psychological maturity lagged significantly behind Les and Imp, Oppo's, while Les too recalled the harrowing memories of his fallen comrades. He did not become ensnared by them. Simply keeping it in mind suffices. There is no need for constant contemplation. However, Dukong is incapable of such restraint. Though he appears composed and rarely speaks of vengeance, whenever he attempts to cast aside distracting thoughts, the vivid memories resurface. All right, no need to rush. Give it another try. Les opened the window, inhaling a breath of crisp, refreshing air. After washing his face in the hotel's restroom, he took the streetcar outside the hotel directly to work. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. Les spent his time on the second floor of the bank, mediating the disputes among merchants from various nations. Overwhelmed by the multitude of clients he encountered, the Jesse siblings exchanged Les's funds for a 2-bedroom apartment with an independent kitchen and bathroom, renting it for £1.5 gold. Subsequently, he, along with Dukong and more, rented a horse-drawn carriage and found a residence opposite the Ravink police station, in an excellent location that afforded a direct view of Sergei and Oppo's office across the street. Before they could commence their surveillance, Jesse surprised them while procuring the caravan. With his exceptional commercial eloquence and understanding of market prices and quality, he managed to reduce the costs of both the house and carriage by a third, saving them several gold pounds. He then procured clothing and household necessities for Dukong and more, presenting them as gifts to celebrate their and Oppo's housewarming. And Oppo's, this alleviated many of Dukong and Oppo's burdens. And Les no longer felt the need to visit the hotel nightly to check on their progress, allowing him to focus on his own affairs. He took Butler Bain to the apartment on Maple Street, requesting him to tidy up room 1201, which had previously housed a family of 3, and to purchase some basic furniture. After much insistence from Marilyn, he moved into the apartment. Firstly, he required a discreet space to study magic, practicing the various sensations associated with the release of magical orbs in reality. Bella's upbringing was quite strict. Her mother never permitted her to stay out overnight. However, after much coaxing from Les, she finally agreed to accompany him to the apartment. The intricacies of their situation were indescribable. The following day, Les feigned an invitation for Bella to move in, yet, as anticipated, she declined, feeling that their relationship was progressing too swiftly and that cohabitation was beyond her comfort zone. This suited Les perfectly. Should they live together, he would have to consider whether Bella might uncover any secrets. In the apartment's basement, 2 explosions reverberated, shattering a 6-centimeter thick concrete slab within the room. Les, standing in the corner, approached to assess the extent of the damage, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A 6-centimeter thick concrete slab would typically withstand most handgun bullets, let alone be obliterated. Even a rifle would struggle to achieve such destruction. A singular magical orb would not produce this effect either, merely causing cracks and leaving a dent. The recent explosions were the result of Les's own experimentation with the combat application of magical orbs. He had dubbed it the Magical Orb Duet, wherein he manifested 2 magical orbs and launched them 1 second apart along the same axis, achieving a continuous breach of the enemy's defenses. The basic magical orb serves merely as a tool for apprentice mages within the nasal civilization, intended solely for the practice of structural magic and not employed in combat. Thus, there exists a dearth of recorded experiences regarding combat methodologies. Over the past few days, the Dream Library has yielded an average of 1 new tome per day, predominantly focusing on historical development, cultural studies, and mythology. He has yet to encounter any new spells. Each day upon entering the Dream Realm, his objective is to familiarize himself with the few spells he has mastered, striving to enhance both the success rate and the speed of his incantations. Presently, in an undisturbed state, he is capable of conjuring a magical orb in 1.5 seconds within the dreamscape. The time required for a duet of magical orbs has been reduced to 4 seconds, with a success rate of 100%. In the waking world, however, this process typically demands around 5 seconds. In the dream realm, Les is devoid of tactile sensations, physical pain, or any sense of peril. He can largely disregard external influences. Yet the reality is fraught with distractions, particularly in the complexities of combat. Nonetheless, Les finds himself quite content with his current casting speed, considering the doubled flow rate in the dream. Achieving such proficiency in the art of the magical orb within a month's practice is commendable. Casting a glance at the time, he gathered the shattered pieces of cement into a cloth bag and departed from the basement. Chapter 57. Undercover Mr. Les, are you going out to take out the trash? The apartment manager, Tom, inquired warmly as he stepped forward to take the bag. Les, taking a step back, politely replied, "Thank you. But I'm just about to head out, so no need for assistance. I also appreciate your help in introducing the renovation workers." The basements of Les and Oppos, S2 apartments were adjacent to each other, and to expand the space, he had asked Tom to find someone to demolish the wall between the two small basements. They then lined the walls with thick cotton and affixed wooden boards on the outer layer for soundproofing. The pretext was his desire to practice music without disturbing the neighbors. "You are too kind. It is my duty," Tom said, adjusting his butler and Oppos' uniform with a cheerful demeanor. The new owner had left a favorable impression on him, and he was grateful for Les and Oppos' suggestion, allowing him to continue as the manager. "By the way, how much did the apartment upstairs sell for?" Les inquired curiously. "Almost 2,000 gold pounds. I overheard Luke from 1301 arguing with his wife about their new house while I was cleaning the hallway the other day," Tom replied, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before whispering the information. Les raised an eyebrow. That was indeed a considerable sum. And they were not the only ones daring enough to act swiftly. "Should I sell 1202? Or perhaps not. Why sell the hen that lays the eggs?" Disposing of the gravel from the bag into the alley, Les lit a cigarette at the alley's entrance. In his previous life, he had been a smoker. During his time in the military, the tobacco provided to lower-ranking soldiers was exorbitantly priced and consisted solely of raw leaves. Unaccustomed to the coarse leaves and pipes, he only indulged when his craving became unbearable or after combat. In a tobacco shop in Ravink, he discovered cigarettes made from island-grown tobacco leaves, which were delicate and smooth, accompanied by a rich aroma and excellent taste. Thus, his nearly extinguished craving was rekindled. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Les spotted the figure of Dukin. They did not greet each other but continued towards the impoverished district, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters. After wandering for over half an hour, they arrived at a dilapidated tavern named The Brave. The surveillance of Sergei's daily routine had commenced. They had disguised 2 carriages as a public carriage and a plumbing repair vehicle. The public carriage, which was rented, was adorned lavishly and commonly found in the noble district, where not only nobles resided, but shopkeepers and butlers also required carriages for transportation. The public carriage business thrived there. Jesse and Oppos' modified plumbing repair vehicle was also a familiar sight. In this era, centralized water supply systems did not exist. The water sources for buildings came from large water tanks placed on rooftops, which delivered water upwards via hand-operated pumps, then distributed through pipes to the bathrooms and kitchens within the buildings. The inadequately filtered groundwater easily produced scale and corroded the pipes. Jesse drove the public carriage, while Dukin and Moore employed a hose to repair the vehicle, taking turns to monitor Sergei and Oppos' daily movements, trailing him from a distance. Moore's robust physique and amiable countenance easily lent themselves to the guise of a mechanic, and having been acquainted with horses since childhood in the tribe, he was adept at maneuvering the carriage without colliding with pedestrians, under Dukin's remote guidance from within the carriage. That evening, it was Jesse's turn to stake out Sergei's residence, prompting Dukin to contemplate engaging with the individuals suspected of being summoned by Pierre, in hopes of gleaning some intelligence. Les accompanied him solely to ensure Dukin's safety. Just in case, Dukin pushed open the tavern door and surveyed the surroundings. There were hardly any patrons, save for 2 or 3 inebriates, clearly regulars, sprawled in a corner. Lost in slumber, he strode purposefully to the bar. "Good sir, may I offer you something?" inquired the young bartender, who was polishing a glass. Dukin scrutinized him momentarily, choosing silence as he retrieved a piece of paper handed to him during a prior encounter. The bartender accepted the paper, glanced at it, and smiled, beckoning Dukin to follow. Dukin trailed the server into the cluttered kitchen, devoid of any chefs, where unwashed utensils lay haphazardly about. "It seems this is merely a facade," Dukin mused. His conjecture proved accurate as the server soon revealed a hidden door leading directly to an adjacent building. "Please," the server gestured at the doorway with a smile. Dukin hesitated for a moment, then lifted the curtain concealing the dark entrance and stepped inside. The room was spacious, seemingly a converted dining hall. Aside from the windows obscured by black cloth, It bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary restaurant. At several tables, 7 or 8 men were engaged in drinking and conversing, their gazes subtly drifting toward him. Another server approached and invited him to take a seat. Dukan casually selected a table, and the server presented him with a menu. To his surprise, the items appeared quite lavish, yet conspicuously lacked prices. The food and drink here are complimentary, served without limit. We encourage you to indulge. But please refrain from waste, the server elucidated. Dukan glanced at the tables occupied by others, laden with exquisite dishes and imported wines. I did not come here for a meal. I have been informed that there are opportunities for substantial earnings here. Who among you can guide me on how to proceed? He declared, his gaze scanning the assembly with a frosty demeanor. Look, we've got a bold character today. A burly man, adorned with scars and clad in a coarse linen tunic typical of the lower class, jeered from the nearest table. Hey, lad, has your hair down below grown in yet? Ha ha. Dukan sighed inwardly, realizing that the captain and Oppos' assessment had proven correct. Les had previously informed him that those invited to this establishment were likely to be unruly, down on their luck, and possibly fugitives. He had been advised to adopt a more brazen demeanor and speak with greater bravado. Given the temperament of these individuals, it is inevitable that someone will become dissatisfied, seizing the opportunity to instigate discord and thereby compel the authorities to intervene. Regardless of what this individual may assert, a portion of the truth will invariably be revealed. Stretching his shoulders, Dukong rose and approached the burly man who had spoken earlier. Say that again, he commanded. The man reclined in his chair, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. I've encountered many brash youngsters like you. What, do you wish to challenge me? Dukong silently shook his head, prompting the man's expression to become even more derisive. Coward, let me bang. Dukong's palm struck the side of his head, forcefully pressing it down onto the table. With his other hand, he seized a wine bottle and brought it crashing down upon the man's skull once more, then brandished the jagged edge of the broken bottle against the neck of the man who was preparing to retaliate. Care to utter another word? Dukong maintained his stance, bending slightly to ensure their gazes locked. Be brother, I was wrong. Faced with the sharp weapon and Dukong's frigid glare, the man quickly began to plead for mercy. The bully and imp, Oppos' philosophy of preying on the weak was evidently his guiding principle. After spending several days in this establishment, he had observed the faces of over 40 patrons, some familiar, some not. Among those he recognized, there were 5 third-tier knights, and given the daily feasts and accommodations provided, he discerned that those who had summoned him for work were undoubtedly powerful, if not affluent. As they were to undertake significant endeavors, the multitude necessitated a hierarchy, ensuring that when the time came to divide the spoils, he would reap a greater share. Thus, he had opted to mock, hoping to impress the serving girl with his superiority over the young man. However, the pressure from the hand upon his head revealed his misjudgment. This youth was indeed a third-tier knight. Friend, Baiso's tongue is notoriously foul. Let him go this once, and I assure you he will not dare provoke you again. How about joining me for a drink? A man seated at another table interjected. Dukong turned to regard him. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his physique well-toned, skin slightly tanned, adorned with a small mustache beneath his nose, and his demeanor not overly intimidating. Yet, Dukong had an instinctual awareness that this man was not to be underestimated. Noticing the server ascend the stairs, Dukong felt his objectives had been accomplished. Gradually, he released his grip on Baiso, tossing the broken bottle onto the table, and addressed the middle-aged man. No problem. Ignoring Baiso's anger at the cut on his cheek from the shattered plate, Dukong took a seat at the man's table, watching as he poured wine from a bottle. Jarrett, how should I address you, my friend? The man inquired while pouring. Kongdu. Ah, Kongdu, a fine name. Shall we toast? Jarrett nodded in appreciation, raising his glass. Certainly. The two drained their glasses of spirits simultaneously, setting them down with a clink. Jarrett resumed, your prowess is commendable. Achieving the rank of third-tier knight at such a young age is no small feat. What's the big deal? One must work every day regardless. Dukong displayed a disdainful expression, one that suggested a reluctance to toil for others. Someone had informed him that he could earn quick money here, which was why he had come. He poured himself another glass of wine and, with a hint of defiance, remarked, who would have thought it would be so shrouded in mystery, allowing even a second-rate fool to sit here and indulge without a care. After saying this, he cast a scornful glance at the burly man tending to his wounds, who had sustained a facial laceration from a shattered plate when his head was pressed against the table. Jelani chuckled softly and replied, if a task can only be undertaken by individuals of third-tier strength or above, its peril must be considerable. Considerable danger? I and Oppos, V been in countless brawls since childhood. And after being assigned to the front lines post-enlistment, I've taken the lives of dozens of enemies over the years, yet I remain unscathed. Can you guess what my secret is? Dukong extended his hands before him, clenched them fiercely, producing a series of crisp sounds as the muscles in his arms swelled, threatening to tear the fabric of his sleeves. He answered his own question. It is sheer strength. Jelani laughed again. You are merely a third-tier knight. How formidable could you truly be? My strength may not be great, but my perception is keen, allowing me to avoid provoking those who are stronger than I. For instance, had that weakling at the eastern table spoken to me in such a manner, I might have considered exchanging a few barbed words. However, with you, I shall pretend I did not hear. You must be a fifth-tier knight, correct? The middle-aged man tilted his head to glance at the diners across the way, who were engrossed in their meal. Your perception is commendable. Jim is a third-tier knight, so your strength should be comparable. As for myself, I am not as formidable as you might think, merely a fourth-tier knight. Dukong and Oppos, as perceptive skills had been honed on the battlefield. Firstly, the legion was replete with knights of various ranks, each exuding a distinct aura. Secondly, in combat, failing to swiftly discern the distribution of an enemy's strength and recognizing which opponent to confront could easily lead to being dispatched by a more powerful knight. He had not misjudged Jelani. Although he could not be certain, Dukong felt there was a 60% chance that the man before him was indeed a fourth-tier knight, with the possibility of him being a fifth-tier knight. By suggesting the fifth tier, Dukong aimed to elicit a response, either an acknowledgement or a denial of his fourth-tier status. In this land, falsely claiming knightly rank was a source of great shame, prompting Jelani to clarify his standing. This would allow Dukong to ascertain the true level of his counterpart and Oppos' strength. The conversational tactics that Les had imparted before his arrival proved somewhat useful, and Dukong occasionally found himself admiring the multitude of clever ideas that seemed to spring from Les and Oppos' mind. A fourth-tier knight. Then you must be aware of why the people here seek our assistance. Would you care to share? Dukong inquired. Chapter 58. The Art of Vigilance settled down? Am I to reside here? Dukong queried, perplexed. Indeed, you shall dwell here, came the reply. Must I? Dukong remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Jarrett shrugged, the unspoken words hanging in the air. I have other and Oppos, business and Oppos, to attend to. I believe I shall take my leave, he stated, rising to exit through the dark door from whence he came. However, Jarrett suddenly sprang to his feet, placing a hand firmly upon Dukong's shoulder before he could react. A jolt of realization coursed through Dukong. Such speed. An agile fourth-tier knight? The disparity in velocity between knights of the third and fourth tier should not be so pronounced, rendering him unable to even pivot. Clearly, Jarrett specialized in agility. From the fourth tier onwards, some individuals, in their pursuit of enhanced combat prowess, amplify their strengths through targeted training based on their unique attributes. Knights who pursue this path may exhibit weaknesses, yet simultaneously excel in certain aspects compared to their evenly developed peers of the same rank. Those with nimble bodies often gravitate towards speed and evasion, while the naturally robust focus on strength and defense. Those who possess deft control may also take up archery as a specialized skill. To enter and not allow departure is somewhat troublesome. It seems I have encountered the worst of scenarios, Dukong mused with a furrowed brow. When does this work commence? How long must I wait, and what remuneration might I receive? Time is brief, merely a month. As for the compensation, I assure you, it will be sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Strangely convincing, he thought. On one hand, he truly wished to depart. Yet, on the other, he recalled the vivid demonstration provided by Jesse just days prior. Rest assured, we harbor no intentions to exploit you. Your wealth and possessions are of no concern to us. Jarrett retrieved 2 bottles of fine wine from the cabinet and offered them to him. As the previously departed attendant returned from fetching the meal, reappearing in the hall. The tasks we require of you are indeed substantial. To safeguard against any potential leaks that could implicate others, such arrangements have been made. However, inquire among the others. Initially, they too harbored thoughts of leaving. But after a few days, none have voiced such intentions again. Each day, they feast on delectable meals, savor imported wines, and if they desire companionship, they may request it from us. Life here is quite indulgent. Dukong regarded him with a penetrating glance. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Dukong ascended the stairs, guided by the attendant. The second floor housed the kitchen, while the third to fifth floors featured individual rooms, evidently. This establishment was once a common tenement, repurposed by its new owners to accommodate the personnel they had summoned. In the corridor, Dukong perceived the sounds of snoring emanating from several rooms. At this hour, many remained in slumber, likely foregoing dinner. They were probably all recruits from the lower strata. Irregular sleep patterns, excessive drinking, and the typical traits of lower-class ruffians and fallen knights. Dukong could not help but ponder the caliber of individuals the elusive proprietor had chosen. Yet, it made sense. If these individuals were truly thriving, would they heed mere rumors of substantial earnings to come? The chamber assigned to Dukong was on the third floor, modest in size, with a window barred by iron grills the thickness of a thumb. After the waiter departed, Dukong approached the window and gazed downwards, feeling fortunate that his room was adjacent to the outer wall, with the Brave Tavern just next door. This arrangement spared him the trouble of seeking a location closer to it. The captain is a prudent individual, always preferring to be overprepared. This time, he truly anticipated the situation. Entering the stronghold of this group, it was exceedingly easy for unforeseen circumstances to arise, as Les remained unaware of his situation outside. During their discussions the previous night, Les had posed questions regarding potential scenarios, such as what to do if they were allowed entry but not exit, or how to react if conflict ensued. Dukong retrieved a stack of wooden tokens from his pocket, running his fingers over the intricate patterns etched upon them. These tokens were crafted for the purpose of emergency communication in the event of unexpected developments. Each token bore the same design on its reverse side. The captain had entrusted him with these 10 tokens, instructing him to safeguard them carefully, as their creation was a challenging endeavor. Curiosity piqued, Dukong had inquired about their purpose. Upon learning that these tokens were imbued with magic, he felt a mixture of astonishment and bitterness. After 6 or 7 days, neither he nor Moore had sensed the presence of magical essence. Les, upon learning this, was not surprised, as sorcerers relied more on innate talent than knights did. In the realm of Nasal, renowned for its magical prevalence, there existed a multitude of ordinary individuals, not to mention the relative scarcity of magical essence in this region. With a resigned sigh, Dukong began to snap the wooden tokens in his hand. He did so with precision and a rhythmic cadence, breaking one every 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Completed. Approximately a minute later, 3 quick calls of a wildcat pierced the silence. With that, Dukong reclined on his bed, ready to embrace slumber. The breaking of a single token signified a hasty escape, indicating that he had been discovered. 2 tokens meant he was on the verge of fleeing. With preparations underway to assist him, Les would be outside, readying a magical sphere to thwart any pursuers. 3 tokens indicated a retreat, signaling a rescue operation. In such cases, the captain would promptly notify the bank to dispatch a team to seize the location. 4 tokens signified that he was under house arrest, but currently safe. 5 tokens confirmed that the individuals present were affiliated with Pierre's organization. This was the code they had devised. At present, Dukong could not ascertain whether this situation was orchestrated by Pierre, so he did not wait half a minute before snapping 5 tokens. Les received the signal through the 3 wildcat calls. At that moment, as Dukong lay down, a thought struck him. When did the captain learn to mimic such realistic wildcat sounds? In a narrow alley not far from the Brave Tavern, Les gently caressed the trembling black wildcat in his hands, with tufts of fur scattered on the ground. This cat was remarkable, its voice resonant and powerful, a fine specimen indeed. After collecting some of its fur and giving it a few affectionate strokes, Les carefully set it down, and the little creature dashed away into the depths of the alley. How terrifying. It has never encountered such a cruel bipedal beast. Les looked up at the 3rd floor where Dukong resided, noting that the fluctuations of the warding spell emanated from that very location. The intricately patterned wooden tokens represented the culmination of Les's research on warding spells over the past few days. Originally intended for intrusion prevention, he had repurposed them into signal transmitters. He inscribed the magic circle upon a wooden plaque, knowing that once the plaque was broken, disrupting the structure of the spell, a specific wave of psychic energy would erupt, easily perceptible to Les within a 50-meter radius. For of them, perhaps, plans are always outpaced by changes. Dukong is ensnared with no escape, and monitoring Sergei is proving to be quite arduous. Last night, during his discussion with Dukong, Les sensed that trouble might arise from this venture, yet Dukong remained adamant. Les, too, considered these individuals as a potential breakthrough, but he feared the dangers that could jeopardize Dukong's life. Nevertheless, Dukong was resolute, eager for vengeance, unwilling to await a more favorable opportunity. Sergei and Apo's routine was remarkably consistent. He spent his days either at the police station or within his opulent estate in the noble district. Infiltration proved to be a formidable challenge. as they had merely been lying in wait outside the estate and across from the police station for days, with no gains to report. Currently, their hopes rested on the notion that these individuals were indeed summoned by Pierre, aligning with Les and Apo's audacious conjecture, and were preparing to rob the bank vault. Only then could they potentially acquire the tome that might hold the secrets to countering Sergei. Chapter 59. The summoning days have slipped by, and Dukong finds himself somewhat lost in indulgence. With sumptuous feasts and fine wines gracing his palate, he has engaged in sparring sessions with Jelen, each encounter proving exhilarating. Were it not for the weight of his brother's blood feud lingering in his mind, he might have completely forgotten his purpose for being here. Throughout these past few days, he has gleaned some understanding of the inhabitants within this edifice. They can be categorized into two distinct factions. The first group comprises Jelen and his trusted confidants, who appear to possess some foreknowledge of the impending endeavors. Despite their reticence, subtle inquiries from Dukong reveal a glimmer of excitement in their eyes whenever the subject arises. The second group consists of those like Dukong, who have been summoned here. Their numbers are considerable, with 60 to 70 individuals having stayed. While those who departed did not leave unscathed, he approached Baiso, the individual he had previously reprimanded, who now seemed to hang on his every word, spilling forth information like a broken vessel. Baiso was among the earliest arrivals and was acquainted with the one who had brought him here, a broker from the impoverished district's underworld, specializing in dubious introductions. Upon his arrival, there were hardly any others summoned, but soon enough, a dozen fresh faces appeared daily. Some were familiar to Baiso. Akin to himself, individuals of some merit who disdained the underworld. Others were entirely new, likely from distant locales. Regarding the Brannies gang, Baiso indicated that apart from a few tasked with overseeing them and serving as attendants, seemingly members of the Yageo gang, he had not encountered any other gang members. The involvement of the Yageo gang suggests that the mastermind behind this operation may have forged an alliance with these individuals. Dukong deemed this information somewhat valuable. Yet he remained oblivious to when Les might attempt to reach out to him, making communication a challenge. Lost in thought while dining, Dukong was roused by a call. Only then realizing Jelen had taken a seat behind him. "What's amiss? You seem bored in such a splendid place," Jelen inquired as he settled across from Dukong, lighting his pipe with the flickering candlelight. Dukong shook his head, irritation creeping into his voice. "I detest the sensation of confinement. The food and drink may be satisfactory, but what I crave is wealth, immense wealth. Do you comprehend?" Jelen chuckled softly. Over the past few days, he too had probed into Dukong and Apo's character, concluding that he possessed a sharp intellect and a fervent love for money, though his temperament left much to be desired, prone to bouts of rage and impatience, coupled with an unyielding arrogance. Given his background, Jelen's assessment revealed that Dukong was inherently restless, having defied authority in the military and after being discharged. He harbored discontent and a yearning for a better life, preparing to risk it all in Branties for fortune. Such individuals, Jelen surmised, are easier to manipulate and can be of use. Regarding your comrade, Ermu, we did not find him at the inn. After checking out with you about half a month ago, do you have any idea where he might have gone? Among those who were recruited, some were well acquainted while others were selected by emissaries from outside. A diverse array of individuals had always sought opportunities in Branties, including outlaws, who made for excellent pawns. Dukong and Apo's expression revealed a hint of impatience. Jarrett nodded slightly, acknowledging the explanation. Their informants in various police stations had never encountered a tall and robust individual, indicating he was likely not an undercover officer. Indeed, Dukong had only just arrived in Branties. With this in mind, Jarrett deemed this individual trustworthy, subsequently rising to straighten his attire and instructing him to wait. Dukong felt a surge of joy. Finally, the main act was about to commence. Before long, Jarrett summoned more than 10 recruited third-tier knights from the upper chamber to the ground floor hall. After calling Dukong, he led them through a recently excavated, winding passageway that bore semblance to a mine. Dukong noted that the passage appeared freshly dug, silently marveling at the diverse talents assembled by this group. They emerged into a small, dilapidated warehouse, permeated by the sin of fish, where the sound of crashing waves could still be heard. The docks in the harbor area had sufficient depth and lacked obstacles on the sea floor, making it suitable for large vessels to anchor. The few areas capable of accommodating smaller boats were either occupied by gangs for smuggling illicit goods or utilized by local fishermen to store their small fishing crafts. The scattered rocky reefs served as a grim sight for gangsters to dispose of bodies. Jarrett had them wait in the warehouse for a while until two men clad in suits entered, removing their masks. Everyone rose, for no one was a fool. It was evident these two were leaders. Dukin discreetly scrutinized the newcomers. One was a young man, the other middle-aged. The young man seemed familiar to Dukin, who soon realized why. He recalled the portrait posted at the city gates when he had entered with Moore. This man bore a striking resemblance to that image. And Oppos, indeed. Pierre is the one who summoned them, Dukin mused. As for the middle-aged man who revealed his face, Dukin perceived him as the true mastermind behind the scenes. This man and Oppos' gaze exuded confidence, and his demeanor was composed, radiating an innate authority. Typically, individuals of such stature possess a self-assuredness stemming from having held power and influence. A tattoo of a criminal on his face, a noble exile? Dukin pondered. In Noah, not all offenders were deemed worthy of tattoos. During the feudal era, slaves bore marks on their shoulders or napes, while commoners guilty of serious crimes faced similar branding. Only nobles received facial tattoos, as historically it was the nobility who ruled the land. Believing that lower-class individuals who committed grave offenses were unlikely to survive long enough for their marks to matter. Nobles, on the other hand, were rarely executed by their own kind. If a noble is truly defeated by an enemy or has angered their lord, unless there is a deep-seated grudge, they are usually spared. However, to humiliate the vanquished, the victors often leave marks on the faces of all family members. For those who place great importance on honor and reputation, this is a profound disgrace. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, a shadow flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and the tattoos on his face seemed to throb with pain, resisting the instinct to touch them. He cast a cold, silent glare at the despicable minions before him. Pierre stepped forward, a smile adorning his face as he opened his arms to the assembly. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. It is an honor to have you join this and Oppos, business and Oppos, endeavor. He introduced himself. My name is Pierre, and I trust you may have heard of me. After all, the likeness in the wanted posters bore only a slight resemblance. And the knights present were not as astute as Les when it came to making connections. Thus, upon hearing the name Pierre, the Tier 3 knights were taken aback, some even gasping in surprise. It is no wonder they reacted thus. Pierre had recently become exceedingly notorious in the underworld of Brandes. Countless bounties had circulated through various gangs. Following extensive searches by the bank's security and the police yielding no results, the bank's shareholders finally took action. Presently, the bounty on Pierre's head in the underground market amounted to 60,000 gold pounds, a sum surpassing the value of any stolen convoy, indicating the extent of the high-ranking individual's animosity towards him. 60,000 gold pounds is indeed a considerable fortune. While everyone was aware that such a sum would not be easily claimed from powerful figures, Pierre stood right before them, appearing far from knightly. Some gazes began to redden, fixating intently on Pierre and Oppos' smiling visage. Others exchanged subtle glances, seemingly communicating a plan to act in unison. Why would they engage in such a perilous and Oppos, business and Oppos, when gold pounds were within easy reach? Pierre observed the myriad thoughts swirling in the crowd, his smile unwavering. As if he were not merely an ordinary man lacking even the status of a knight, his concealed strength rendering him indifferent to any potential malice. Pierre? A walking fortune. No, you are worth even more than gold, sneered a fugitive brought by Jarrett. Gentlemen, consider this. This man has gathered so many Tier 3 knights and provides us with fine sustenance. Whatever task lies ahead must be perilous. Yet now, we are 17 strong. Even if Jaren is a Tier 4 knight, how many can he truly contend with? Let us strike together. Sharing the bounty would be far more advantageous. Lastly, I humbly seek your support this week with the trial push. I would greatly appreciate it if you could help my data shine a little brighter. Additionally, are my 500 collections genuine? Why does it seem no one is engaging in conversation? Please, let your voices be heard. Chapter 60, Deception. 60,000 gold pounds, divided amongst 17 individuals, would yield over 3,000 gold pounds for each. The attendees, having never encountered such a sum in their lives, gazed at Pierre with fervent eyes, as if he were made of gold. Indeed, there were only 3 adversaries present. Even if Gerlant were a level 4 knight, how many could he truly contend with? By dispatching 4 or 5 to ensnare him, the remainder could easily besiege Pierre and the middle-aged man, who bore the marks of a disgraced nobleman. It seemed all but assured. Faced with the covetous and murderous gazes of the crowd, Pierre shrugged helplessly and turned to the middle-aged man beside him. I told you. You had to come. The middle-aged man, his expression impassive, nodded slightly. In an instant, he transformed from stillness to motion. lunging towards the instigator of the earlier commotion with a speed so swift it left an afterimage in his wake. Before the onlookers could register their astonishment, the sound of bones shattering echoed from behind them. Turning to behold the scene, they saw the middle-aged man grasping the neck of the speaker, unceremoniously casting him to the ground. The imprint of his hand was clearly visible on the victim and Apo's neck, the flesh contorted grotesquely. Level 5? Or perhaps 6? Even 7 knights? Dukong pondered. The efficiency with which a level 3 knight was dispatched was remarkable, particularly the speed at which it occurred. The man had scarcely had time to defend himself before the middle-aged man seized his throat and twisted it with a mere flick of his wrist. Achieving such prowess, Dukong mused, would be a formidable feat even for a level 5 knight. He felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having been the one to stick his neck out. Initially, he had intended to inquire of Pierre regarding their course of action and was poised to display a more audacious demeanor. However, sensing the gravity of the middle-aged man, he refrained from speaking out of turn. Otherwise, he might have become the example and warning to others. As the crowd processed their shock, Pierre took the opportunity to introduce the middle-aged man once more. Allow me to present Lord Rudolph, to whom all present, including myself, must defer. I shall only say this once. Do you all comprehend? Understood. Understood. The crowd nodded hastily. That is good to hear. I am aware that you are all warriors of considerable strength, madmen in your own right, so it bears mentioning that Lord Rudolph is a level 6 knight, whereas I am merely a weakling. He is fully qualified to lead you, the true knights. Of course, it goes without saying that you are already aware. Given the ample and vivid demonstration provided by the gentleman now lying on the floor, are there any remaining questions? Pierre inquired with a hint of amusement, gesturing towards the lifeless body. Observing the once audacious fools who had contemplated killing him for a bounty now shrinking back like quails, he continued, look at each other. Still hesitating. What questions could they possibly have in the presence of a level 6 knight? Let us proceed with whatever task lies ahead. Dukong considered for a moment and raised his right hand. Pierre promptly noticed him standing in the corner and gestured invitingly. Sir, do you have any inquiries? Dukong stood still, not advancing, and inquired loudly, I wish to understand the purpose of your summons. I was informed that great wealth awaited, which is why I came. Yet, these past few days have been nothing but feasting and revelry. While I appreciate the comfort, I have yet to see a single coin of profit. Pierre chuckled softly and remarked, indeed, this gentleman exhibits considerable courage. He surveyed the crowd and continued. I believe his inquiry resonates with the majority of you. What is the true purpose of your gathering here? You are likely aware that I once assembled a group, relying solely on 2 third-tier knights and a handful of ruffians to successfully seize a convoy. You may be unaware of the fortune I acquired. Let me disclose it now, an astonishing 50,000 gold pounds. As the figure echoed in the minds of the crowd, their desire for wealth rekindled. They fixated their gazes upon Pierre, attentively awaiting his further discourse. If 2 third-tier knights could procure 50,000 gold pounds, what grand scheme lay behind amassing such a multitude of people this time? 50,000 gold pounds. Sounds substantial, does it not? Pierre queried, as the crowd nodded in agreement. He dismissively shook his head. While 50,000 gold pounds is indeed significant, do you have any idea how much resides within the vaults of Branna's bank? At least 10 million gold pounds. A gasp escaped from someone. Are you suggesting? We aim to rob the bank and Apo's fault. How could that be possible? I have never heard of a vault being successfully raided. It is said that those who attempt such feats find their families mysteriously silenced by the bank. You. Pierre motioned for silence. Are we truly mad? I suspect that is the prevailing thought among us. He seated himself upon a wooden crate, leaning against the shelves. No, we are not insane. It is the madmen who failed to seize 50,000 gold pounds. We possess a meticulous plan and preparation, ensuring absolute success. Truth be told, had we sufficient manpower, I would not have sought your assistance. After all, who wishes to share wealth with outsiders, correct? So, what share might we expect? Dukong ventured to ask. Pierre, upon hearing this, smiled at him. What a fortuitous inquiry. He raised a finger, waving it before them. Each of you stands to gain at least 100,000 gold pounds. Just imagine, what could you accomplish with such wealth? Whatever your aspirations may be, they would be within your grasp. This sentiment resonated deeply within all present. Noticing their expressions transforming with excitement, Pierre continued to entice them. In the previous convoy heist, those 2 third-tier knights have already ventured south with their riches. There, vast fields await, though the prices are steep. Securing even a parcel of land would yield an inheritance for generations. I trust that within 2 years, those fortunate souls will be cradling beautiful wives. Seated upon their estate farms, gazing at the golden wheat fields outside, having risked but a single venture, yet reaping a lifetime's worth of security. And they merely pocketed 10,000 gold pounds each. I acknowledge that the risks of robbing a bank far exceed that of a convoy. Yet our rewards will also multiply exponentially. 100,000 gold pounds, I assure you, the fantasies that once danced in your minds can be realized. We are all alike. Despised, loathed, our lives riddled with dissatisfaction, our incomes barely grazing even 1% of the affluent. The wealth nestled within the bank's vaults belongs to those merchants and nobles who look down upon us. To seize their fortune, to exact vengeance, and to allow oneself a lifetime of opulence. Does this not merit a daring gamble? Indeed, it is worth it. I can hardly contain my eagerness. When shall we commence? Pierre possesses a remarkable eloquence, and these third-rate knights gathered here are not particularly astute. Rather, they are reckless gamblers willing to wager their very lives. The allure of 100,000 gold pounds is not one that all can resist, especially since Pierre has previously succeeded in robbing a convoy, instilling a measure of confidence in others. At this moment, however, Ducan raised his hand. Pierre nodded, permitting him to speak. What is our specific plan? Ducan inquired. To prevent any breach of confidentiality, I cannot disclose the particulars of our strategy at this moment, for once the bank learns of our intentions, our endeavor is doomed to failure. Ducan did not press further, nodding in understanding. Pierre's reticence is understandable. These individuals are, after all, newly recruited desperados, having undergone a cursory vetting process, none of whom hail from the upper echelons of society, many being outsiders. Yet this does not serve as an excuse. These individuals are already ensnared in the fantasy of how to spend 100,000 gold pounds, most of them thoroughly captivated, eager to act immediately, unwilling to depart. As for rational souls like Ducan, they dare not withdraw, acutely aware that once privy to such a grand scheme, there is no escape. Thus, no one objected to Pierre's refusal to divulge the detailed plan. Some of the more sensible among them were merely contemplating the safe acquisition of their share, never questioning whether Pierre would actually distribute the funds. They were also blissfully unaware that after the previous heist and Apo's success, all participants had been silenced. Humanity, when confronted with immense opportunity, often chooses to forsake contemplation of the inherent risks, becoming enslaved by desire and greed, lost in the grand illusions of impending success. Chapter 61. Fate Jalandi emerged from the underground passage in the warehouse, standing behind Rudolph and Pierre. Is everything arranged? The middle-aged man inquired. Pierre and Apo's rhetoric was quite stirring. A group of destitute fugitives were salivating at the prospect of 100,000 gold pounds. For these outlaws, risking their lives in a brutal game of black market dealings would yield scarcely 100 gold pounds. Yet Jalandi asserted that these were merely a token of Lord Rudolph and Apo's hospitality. Such lavishness fortified their resolve to partake in the venture. The worth of their lives seemed to matter little to them. Mr. Pierre is indeed eloquent. It and Apo's a pity he hasn't and Apo's ventured into politics, Jalandi remarked, observing Pierre and Apo's retreating figure. Pierre glanced back at him with a mysterious smile before striding out of the dilapidated warehouse. Do not forget to accompany me to meet that important figure tomorrow, Rudolph reminded him. Once Pierre and Apo's footsteps faded, Rudolph turned to Jalandi. Do not harbor too much animosity towards him, for now we are allies. Jalandi respectfully lowered his head, saying, My lord, I merely suspect this fellow may have ulterior motives. I fear he might betray us. Pierre had crossed paths with Rudolph and his associates years prior while they were consolidating their strength through business ventures at a mine. At that time, he was being beaten by a foreman for being struck by debris during a detonation. Pierre was responsible for the explosives configuration. In truth, the explosives he prepared had perfectly met expectations. However, the foreman and Apo's proximity to the blast site led to his injury. Recognizing Pierre and Apo's expertise in explosive arrangements and detonation points, Rudolph negotiated to extricate this exiled convict by purchasing 1/3 more ore. His hatred for Brantis is no less than ours, at least for now. He does not wish for our plans to fail, Rudolph explained. Moreover, he is merely an ordinary man, should he choose to betray us. Unless he finds refuge within the City Hall's police department, I could easily eliminate him. While he claims to watch over these expendables, who knows what their intentions may be? Jalandi nodded. I have instructed our men to keep a close watch. Rudolph gazed at the son of the family steward, letting out a deep sigh. You managed to escape Brantis by sheer luck. Now I have dragged you back into this quagmire. Do you resent me? Upon hearing this, Gelante immediately knelt before him. My lord, how could I harbor any hatred towards you? I know you do not resent me, yet I believe you ought to, Rudolph replied somberly. Over the years, you have acquired a wife and children, and wealth besides. I drag you into such matters solely for my own vengeance. You have every reason to resent me. Gelante smiled. My lord, our family has served the Tyler family for generations. When our former master arranged our escape, it allowed us to preserve our lives and pass on our lineage. To speak plainly, my son will become a doctor, a lawyer, or a merchant. He will no longer serve you and will be entirely unaware of your existence. Yet, my life still belongs to the Tyler family. Rudolph patted his shoulder. Rise, he urged. Indeed, we are but phantoms of a bygone era. Look at this city. Who now remembers the founders of Brandis or the origin of its name? The Marquis de Taylor family, once the most prominent nobility, was annihilated after fiercely resisting the kingdom's forces during the regime change. It seemed they were preparing to plunder the bank vault, and Sergei had managed to acquire the ledger. How should I inform the captain? When will he arrive? He pondered impatiently. Unlike those desperate rogues blinded by greed, Dukin distinctly recalled the captain detailing the circumstances of the previous two armored car heists. Pierre's associates, whether they were third-tier knights or locally hired thugs, ultimately met their demise. It was evident that even if their gang succeeded in robbing the bank vault, their fate would be no different. It was imperative to contact Les and devise a comprehensive escape strategy. He still needed to witness Sergei and Apos' downfall. Captain, where are you? I have confirmed the intelligence. What is our next course of action? He thought anxiously. Meanwhile, the ever-obsessed Dukin and Apos' Les was on his way to meet with Sophie. Captain Les, what business do you have with me? Sophie, clad in a fitted gentleman's hunting outfit that accentuated her athletic physique, warily surveyed the seemingly hostile surroundings. I promised it would only be a minor task. Whether to take action will depend on the circumstances, Sophie added, her expression laced with uncertainty. Yesterday, as the bank closed, the captain had unexpectedly inquired if she was free in the evenings. She had assumed her captain was a notorious flirt, seeking to dally outside with Bella from the clerk's department. Despite Sophie's open nature, having been raised among mercenaries and Les's appealing exterior, she adhered to her principles. She preferred to keep scoundrels at arm's length. Yet, before she could decline, Les discreetly mentioned he had a job that required her assistance, promising it would be easy and offering a reward of 2 gold pounds. For Sophie, who was currently in dire financial straits, this was a tremendous opportunity. In her days as a mercenary alongside her father, she had spent money extravagantly, embodying a lie for today ethos. However, with her father's injury and the subsequent financial burden now resting solely on her shoulders, her standard of living had plummeted, depriving her of the pleasures of fine food and wine. Naturally, the prospect of extra income prompted her enthusiastic agreement. Nevertheless, as a former mercenary, Sophie maintained her professional vigilance. Unfamiliar with Brantis and its customs, she felt a twinge of apprehension despite the captain and Apos' military background and his reputation for efficiency and reliability. With a hint of wariness, she followed Les down a particularly obscure street in a slum, nearing the city wall. She then observed the captain standing still, scanning his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Les was in pursuit of a wildcat. The slums are the favored haunts of these feral cats and dogs, particularly the coastal areas. Here, refuse is frequently discarded carelessly by the residents, containing the entrails of small fish and shrimp, making it easy for them to forage for sustenance. Simultaneously, the small creatures inhabiting this environment remain vigilant, as they often find themselves pursued by hungry individuals seeking to satiate their hunger. Les required a cat to relay signals. After all, the meow of a genuine cat would arouse less suspicion, and he was reluctant to meow himself, which would be quite embarrassing. After a considerable search, Les finally spotted a black feral cat gracefully emerging from an alley between the buildings, simultaneously grooming itself with its paws and tongue, evidently having feasted recently from a trash bin. This cat, too, was alert. As Les's gaze lingered upon it, the feline immediately turned its attention in his direction. Across a distance of more than 10 meters, their eyes met. Meow. The recognition was mutual. This was not a creature to be trifled with. Having finally found one, he could not allow it to escape. Watching her captain suddenly chase after a cat into the alley, Sophie hurried to follow, pondering whether Captain Les was truly chasing a mere pet that had strayed from home. Upon entering the alley, She found her captain holding the black cat by its front paws, suspended in midair, the feline appearing resigned and motionless, with an expression of utter disillusionment. This little fellow resembles me quite a bit. It too has a penchant for darting into dead-end alleys. Les chuckled softly, amused, before cradling the creature and scratching its soft belly. However, upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. The sensation was not quite right. Turning the cat over, he discovered that the once smooth and sleek black fur on its belly was now uneven, with 3 patches bearing only a thin layer of downy hair. Les smiled. It seemed fate had intervened.